Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Welcome to the final day of Stage 2 here at the Blast Bounty, where we've had a bevy of games to start this season, all online to this point, but this is the final day of online play. At the end of today, we'll have whittled down to just 8 teams, and those 8 teams will be joining us here at our studio in Malta, ready to battle it out for the first trophy of 2026. I'm Darth Mike, joined here on the desk by Mr. Jacob Pimp Wenicky in the beautiful island of Malta. Jacob, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. Had a rough night of sleep, you know, but slowly but surely waking up to it, and usually Counter-Strike gets me awake, so that's a good thing.
It is one hell of a stimulant, that Counter-Strike.
It is.
That good old Counter-Strike, and a few of our teams have felt the pull of it because we've got 4 teams already qualified through here to Malta. This is what came through from yesterday. We have Falcons, Liquid, Gamer Legion, and Heroic all securing their spots, and some upsets, some bounty hunters, right? When we're talking about Gamer Legion, we're talking about Heroic making their way on in. Actually, technically, Heroic was the most wanted, but, you know, it was knife's edge there.
Yeah, very nice edge, you know. Big surprise that Heroic were able to make it yesterday, taking down Pain. And as you could see, you know, some interesting teams already lined up. Something tells me, Mike, that we'll have some more interesting teams making it today, knowing that Vitailty are playing later, FURIA is playing later. So still a lot of quality to be seen here at Blast.
I mean, really good result for Heroic, all things considered. For context, for anyone who's not aware, they're playing with Youngster, who was on their team, but is a stand-in. He's already been benched. He got a last-minute call-up to come in and help them out because Elkren had visa issues. That means they don't have their opper. Youngster's been picking it up. He's actually been doing fine, considering the circumstances. Also doing fine, this Liquid team. After the first map, you and I were pretty doom and gloom, but the next 2 dispelled the storm clouds, brought the sun to shine on out on Liquid.
Much better for Team Liquid. You know, a dominant victory, especially on the 3rd map, you know, left no room for doubt whatsoever that they were the better team compared to Gentlemate yesterday. So a rare positive signs coming out of Team Liquid right there.
I'm overjoyed. I was fully ready to be Doomer on this roster after 1 map of play, and that'll show me what to think about it. Then we had Gamer Legion versus Aurora, which this Aurora team seems to be in real trouble, and Gamer Legion capitalized.
Yeah, quite the contrast for Aurora. Gamer Legion played exceptionally well. I think this new project with Snacks as an in-game leader returning to Gamer Legion, some of the players coming back into it as well, it's proving to be a good bet for now. Whereas for Aurora, the contrast, Mike, last year around this time, they were one of the few teams in the world beating Vitailty, making it into the grand final of the very first tournament of the year. This year, though, can't even make the playoffs. So 1 year's time makes a massive difference. Good for Snacks, bad for Aurora.
I can't get over Snacks' dartboard right next to the desk. Always ready for it. If he ever needs a backup career, you know, if Gamer Legion doesn't work out, maybe we'll see him competing in one of those
Said he played
halls.
as a kid, you know, yeah, so maybe you can pick it up again.
I would love to see that, honestly. I would love to see Snacks just become a multi-sport athlete, and one of them is darts. Our final match to wrap up the day saw the Falcons take wing over Monty. Monty were one of the great stories of this event, coming in after we really just haven't seen them competing at a high level in a long time. They seem like they're on the right track, but Falcons were way too high a hurdle right now.
Yeah, they made the game on Nuke very competitive. You know, at certain points in that game, I thought, all right, Monty, you may as well win Nuke and push this into a third map game, but it wasn't to be the case. Falcons looked in control, especially on second map, and so far so good for Falcons, who is under a lot of pressure, right? They need that trophy in the cabinet when it comes to Counter-Strike and the new roster, and they got one step closer to that yesterday.
Definitely a team that has always been very aware of what their expectations are and very aware of how many times they failed to live up to them. So that pressure just mounts every time you don't perform up to your level. So nice to see that they do, and nice to set the stage for a promising 2026 for a roster that we really do expect to be competing for trophies. We're going to take a look forward, though. It's time to get into our matches for today. 4 more teams, 4 more spots here at the studio in Malta. Astralis v PARIVISION, Inner Circle, Spirit, EYEBALLERS, Vitailty, and FURIA versus FUT. These are some seriously tough matchups, and we're coming down to the wire on them here, Jacob.
We are. One that I look particular forward to is the FURIA FUT game. I think that could be quite interesting. FURIA, obviously, a team to be reckoned with right now. FUT, slightly underrated by a lot of people. I think we could have a good game right there.
Now, we are just moments away from getting through to LAN. That's where the games get all that much better. There's 4 more teams to book their spots, and I can't wait to see it. It also means we're going to get to reveal this beautiful thing. I can't tell you exactly what it is just yet, but let me tell you, it's going to be a bonanza of fun. But before we do have a matchup to get into today. It's PARIVISION taking on Astralis.
Astralis. The pride of Danish Counter-Strike, the pride of international Counter-Strike. My device, my entry fracking Dupree, my Glaive, my in-game leader, the GOAT, the greatest in-game leader of all time, Maggis, Sonic, the Clutch Minister. We have the Clutch Minister on the team. And I get to watch them every single day. Do Denmark proud,
come on, man.
Counter-Strike proud.
Pimp, come on. Come back with me. It's been years. It's no longer that storied Astralis team. No one from that roster is still here. It's 5 new players. It's a new era for Astralis. It's no longer about Danish CS. It's an international squad. And that international squad is about to play a game. So I need you with me in the here and now, because we need to get ready for this matchup. And how better to do so than to hear from someone from the team itself. With Stair ahead of their matchup against PARIVISION. Stair, you got a new squad, you got new teammates in. It looked very good in the first outing. How has it been with Fuzi and Ryu in the fold?
It's been feeling good. I mean, we didn't have a lot of practice, right? We just started the season, of course, and we got them in place a little late, I would say. But I think with our first match as well being a win, I think it's very like a confidence booster with so little practice. So it's actually very nice, and I think they're 2 lovely guys with very nice both in-game mechanics and good English, so I like it.
Now, this next one might cause some intrigue with that lack of practice. There's a map that you guys haven't played in a long time, and that you're going to be playing in this matchup. It's Dust 2 coming back in. What went into the decision to start playing Dust again?
I think it's just about our old players and the players we have now, depending on how they love Dust 2, or how they like Dust 2, sorry. I think we didn't play in Astralis, depending on what roster we played and what caller we had, but I mean, it's not like it's a hard map. Of course, it's hard to master, but the basics shouldn't be too hard on Dust 2, right? But it is safe to say that we had some struggles in the past against the top teams who always punish picked us on it. So of course, in that way, it's been tough for us. But I feel like we should still be able to do a good showing with this lineup, at least in Dust 2.
You're up against a PARIVISION team that does like to play it, that has a lot of success on it as well. What are the keys going to be here, right, to avoid the rougher times that you had before taking it out of the rotation?
I think with the old team, we struggle a lot, just in general, giving entries within the first 20 seconds in CT side Dust 2. And when you're in man disadvantage in Dust 2, you just there's too many holes to fill. You can't do anything. They can go anywhere the T's, right? You can't really be strong on any side playing 2-2. So I think that's the the most important thing, not losing entries every single round as we did in the past, and then we'll see from that if it'll work or not.
Is it going to be a heavy focus on the new guys, on setting up FUZI with that AWP? Can really be a difference maker on Dust.
I mean, I think the AWP will always be a difference maker, no matter what on Dust. I think it's one of the best AWP maps, if not the best, with overpass as well, right? Because all the long-range duels and just general good duels for an AWP. So in some way, yeah, but I think we just play our game. I can't tell too much, you know?
Didn't want to give away too much, but we can set the stage a little bit here, Jacob. Astralis haven't played Dust 2 since, I believe, the beginning of October. They haven't won Dust 2 since July?
Yeah, since July. Almost been a year, well, half a year since they won a map on Dust 2. Not a map they're familiar with, not a map they played a lot. And I get what they're saying, you know, depending on what kind of team they had, depending on what in-game leader they had. I also buy into the sentiment that Dust 2 is a map that's easy to play, hard to master. The issue for them is PARIVISION, and their Dust 2, it's a complete different league. So, if you're Astralis heading into this matchup, not only are you the underdog, according to me and according to a lot of the bettors out there, but you're also heading into a map pool that is not necessarily favoring you.
I will give them some silver linings, which is that the reinforcements they've brought in should be able to play Dust 2 very effectively. FUZI in particular on that AWP, highlighted it there in the interview. Think he's going to be an integral piece for them, and he's had some really nice maps on here. Nice maps, Dust 2. His numbers are good. He shoots good on this map.
And overall, you know, an interesting pickup. Obviously, we don't know for certain whether or not Dust 2 is going to be picked by PARIVISION, but it will be a generational flop if they don't. Now, for FUZI and the rest of Astralis, I think he's a key decision piece coming into Astralis. Obviously, you're replacing a guy named Device, so you got big shoes to fill. Goes for all of the players in there, but I think FUZI have shown that he's capable of playing Counter-Strike at a relatively high level. To me, it's also a signing that kind of signals that, okay, we're heading into a new era for Astralis where this first version of their international project most likely won't be the last. You know, there will be roster changes down the line. That's not really a ballsy thing to say, but this is not a roster that's supposed to be instantly a top 10 team. This is not a roster that's supposed to fight for titles. This is a roster where we have to manage our expectations and see how they can develop the international side of Astralis.
Always throwing water on this, but this guy, I think he heats things up indeed. He's been all over the world. CS is Mr. Worldwide. Spent some time at 9 and Young Ninjas. That one didn't go so well. Went to Sangal. Spent some time in Rare Atom over in China. Spent some time in my region in Wildcard. Got benched, loaned out to 9, taken back from 9, sent back to 9. Went on a whirlwind there, ChatGPT fueled perhaps, and now he finds himself in Astralis. And I think this one is well deserved. Having talked to the guy, he's now decided that his travels maybe are coming to a close, wants to stick with Europe as a region, have the ability to have a little bit more stability and growth, and I think he's earned it, right? He's demonstrated really across the last year and a half, 2 years of play, that he's really elevated from those first glimpses we got of him in the Young Ninjas, that he is really an AWPer who can contend with the best of the best, who can insert himself, I think, into a top 15, top 10 team.
See, that's my issue, right? Because I agree with you. I think his career is kind of admirable. I think he's been going through a lot, but I'll be completely honest, I don't see FUZI as a player that necessarily heads into the conversation of being a top 10 AWPer or let alone a top 5 AWPer.
Just you watch.
That's kind of what you need for Astralis right now. Another player that you need to step it up a little bit is Yabi. You know, when he was first brought into Astralis, we had high expectations. It's never been the case that Yabi hasn't done okay in Astralis. He's just never been living out his full potential. And I sense, you know, and I hope that this will be the version, this will be the iteration where he's getting all the confidence, he's getting all the space, he's getting all the roles that he desires to play, and thus we get to see a better Yabi. The last 6 months, as you saw, a 1.4 rating, oh, sorry, 1.04 rating. There we go. Yeah, numbers are hard for me. The opening game was 1.21, and I think for Yabi, that's kind of the range you want to be in. You want to put on another 0.10 to your rating. You want to come in and be a difference maker, and you need to be helping out in the fracking department because you have lost, you know, very prominent players as well. So for Yabi, that's the player to look out for. For me, I think he has the capabilities of being part of a top 10, top 5 team in the world. The rest of the guys, I need to see it before I believe it.
I think it's also very encouraging that first series was good for Yabi because he is, if I'm not mistaken, the only player on this roster who hasn't previously played in an English-speaking roster.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be an issue. Certainly his English is plenty good, but there is always that moment when you're swapping communication that you could have the excuse of just having a little bit of a stutter in the comms, and it doesn't seem to have affected him in our small sample size so far.
True. There's always a bit of adjustment to be made, and one thing is doing it online, doing it in practice. Another thing is doing it on a big stage when the pressure's on or when you're in an overtime game. So there'll be a learning curve and a learning phase for Yabi, but as you said, you know, good early signs for him.
Very good. And looking at the other side of things, we need those good early signs because this PARIVISION team is a team that's come to play. This is a team that's dangerous. Looking at the lineup, you've got the experience with James and Dastan. You've got that core of players in Nota, Zielo, and Belchanok, and then the big man, Zwei, coming in, turning heads, changing things up. This guy, he really came to play in their last series.
He was fantastic in the opening game, no doubt about it. You know, a player that really made the difference, a player that was all over the server, a player that seemingly got a lot of freedom, got to do whatever he wanted, and he paid back the freedom by putting in a monstrous performance. Without Zwei, they would definitely not have won on Anubis. That was a very close game, back and forth, and a million overtimes. Even on overpass, he was the one saving them, doing a tremendous job in the beginning of the game. So very much agree. I think PARIVISION showed us during the major 4 weeks ago that they are, you know, a prosperous team. They are a team that can definitely climb the rankings, so to speak, and adding Zwei into the mix instead of AW. I think they have upgraded in terms of raw firepower. So, as I said, the more I see of PARIVISION, I think they could be one of the most improved teams heading into 2026, and thus also a team we need to take seriously when we talk about teams knocking on the door to be a top 10.
I think the question is also what that progression arc is going to look like, right? Because outside of James, it's such a young team that even though they've already progressed so far, as we saw in their major run, right? They've already come so far from when James joined that project. There's so much further they can potentially move up.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but they do remind me. Yeah, they do remind me a little bit of the Mongols in the early days, you know, where we could clearly see the individual skill level. You could clearly see that they were a young roster. They lacked a bit of experience. They lacked some positive reinforcement. We saw the Mongols, you know, qualify for some of the bigger tournaments, but they would only exit the group stage, you know, and placing themselves as a top 12, top 15 team. I see a lot of the same things in PARIVISION right now, and as you said, a very young team, and I don't think we've seen the best from Zwei. I don't think we've seen the best from Belchanok. I don't think we've seen the best from Shello for that matter as well. So there's so much potential in those players, just like we saw with the Mongols, who eventually became a staple in the top scene.
And this matchup in particular, they do have a little bit of an edge. We talked about it with the regards to Astralis. That Dust 2 is a glaring Achilles heel that's out there. Yeah. You'd imagine Perry's going to play it. They're comfortable on Dust 2. We've already seen them play the Anubis, right? So they've got a lot of flexibility in this veto. So let's go ahead and see it. Let's go ahead and see if we do, in fact, get what we expect. It's time for the veto.
I'd be mega surprised if Dust 2 is not in the mix. Nuke goes out of the way, no big surprise. Anubis being banned by Astralis, no big surprise in that regard either. And then if you're PARIVISION and you're not picking Dust 2, you're making a glaring mistake. And why would they? Why would they make a glaring mistake? Dust 2 comes into the mix. As said, a map that PARIVISION plays at a very high level, and Astralis will, yet to be seen.
The proof's going to be in the pudding. We're going to see what happens when we're actually in the server. Ancient's going to be the next one coming through. That's been a comfort place for Astralis rosters, for Hooksy rosters for a long time. What do we think about that for Perry?
It's not too bad. You know, PARIVISION have played it as well. I remember seeing them play it at the major, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of times as well. So it's a map they're familiar with. It's a map they're comfortable with. So it'll be one of those, you know, where both teams are heading in with a clear game plan, clear idea of what they want to do, and we'll have to see who is the better team per se. Whereas Dust 2, it's leaning towards PARIVISION quite a lot. No Mirage, you know, so we get Overpass as a deciding map. I'm not gonna lie, we also did see PARIVISION play Overpass during the major quite a lot, and I think I had a couple of segments where I said the biggest mistake you can do right now is playing PARIVISION on Overpass in a best of one, because they were underdogs in a lot of those games, which meant they started on the CT side, and we saw them shut it down over and over and over again. If you're Astralis, to me, it's not a nightmare map pool, it's more so a nightmare matchup, because I don't think they could have done anything differently in the veto, but these maps are playing into the favor of PARIVISION quite a lot.
It really does feel that way, right? It's interesting because Astralis' core is the more established core, shall we say, but they have made the swaps. We don't have as much information on them as a new team, and it just does feel like Astralis is going to be the team with a lot to prove. They were the one that were chosen over by the PARIVISION side. They wanted this matchup. They understood the advantages that they would have, and despite being such a young team, despite still being, you know, to some degree unproven, this feels so well set up for Perry.
It does feel well set up. It's a great matchup for PARIVISION. It's a great map pool for PARIVISION, but it also speaks into what I kind of said a couple of minutes ago, that for Astralis, we need to manage the expectations, right? It's a new roster. It's a new way of going international. I have PARIVISION being the favorites in this game, so in my mind, Astralis can only surprise. And let's be honest, as you said as well, with 2 new players coming into it, with going international, it's an unknown quantity. So we can't really allow ourselves to have too high expectations on behalf of Astralis. So at the end of the day, they can also walk into this game, you know, with the shoulders down, you know, no pressure, no big boss standing behind them saying, you're Astralis, you're supposed to win, get in the playoff. That's not really the case anymore. So maybe that will relieve some of the players. Maybe that's what Yabi have been suffering under. Maybe that's better for HUT.CET, who likes to be the underdog as well. So I'm not going to rule out Astralis in this matchup per se. I'm just saying we should all lower the expectations and admit the fact that right now PARIVISION is a lot further in their development.
Maybe, or maybe they're going to waltz into this first map of Dust 2 with a lot of questions to answer all of them, and raise our expectations right back up. That's the opportunity that's here for Astralis as well, to prove their map pool, to prove the depth of it against a tough team. This would be a phenomenal victory for them to take. It would be fantastic. You know, I'm all for it. You know, exceed expectations, come in and show us glimpses of the potential for the future. I would even say that even Astralis, let's say they were to lose this game, but if they can make Dust 2 competitive, they can win Ancient and push it into an overpass game, that to me would be exceeding my expectations for them. So I think in that regard, Astralis can only surprise, whereas for PARIVISION, this is also the time to show that you played an entire major as an underdog. Now you're actually heading to a playoff game as a favorite. Can you deliver when you're the favorites, when you're in the young squad? Well, let's wait and see. Well, all eyes on PARI, all eyes on Astralis, all ears out for our two casters. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
Oh yes, this is a pretty exciting one, Hugo. Astralis, the new look Astralis in their kind of first iteration where you're unsure as to what they're meant to provide, versus this new and I would say improved PARIVISION with the Zwei signing. He had a very impressive debut game in the PARIVISION jersey. We were kind of blown away by what he was bringing to the table. He's got Astralis now to try and chow down upon. And I do think the Astralis changes running a little deeper, the move to international. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I like it. It felt necessary, right? Like Jacob's been talking about it for years, about how the Danish scene and how it's struggled and how we've not always got the talent. And when Astralis lose a couple of their, you know, older boys and star players in Device and in Stown, it just felt like the right move for Astralis to join everyone else and go international. And they've got great pickups as well. I mean, both these teams showed serious resilience in their debuts here at Bounty. For PARIVISION, it was a quadra overtime affair back on Anubis, and for Astralis, it was a very back and forth series against Fnatic where Ryu stepped up in a big way. So that was nice to see here, and I'm excited to see, who's going to, one of these teams will be at the LAN finals, which is awesome. I think both of them really hungry for this opportunity, a new Astralis and I'm looking at PARIVISION as less new and more that they want to continue their run from the end of last year.
Right.
Yes, Sway is also in this team now, but regardless of that, this is a quadra stack of players who just tasted success. They want more.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's why I even tried to use kind of slightly different verbiage for it, because I do think for PARIVISION, it is more of a succinct improvement in the roster change. You kind of look at it and you go, yeah, they've traded a guy who was okay for someone who is more experienced.
Put the kettle on.
Yeah, you know, just kind of has shown already that he can run away with games in Zwei. While for Astralis, there is still question marks around this. But yeah, something you kind of said, this idea that Astralis, these two new players are going to be very, very hungry for this chance. You know, maybe more hungry than someone like Device would have ever been just to get to a LAN playoffs.
Absolutely.
And so let's see who wants it more.
Especially when you consider Fuzi's run, it was broken down earlier by the desk, but just all the regions, all the teams he's played for. How hungry are Astralis, and are they up for the task? A B-rush comes in through on this pistol, and Fuzi and HUT.CET fall immediately. Perfect Molotov to push HUT.CET out, and not much Astralis can do about that. 3-on-5 save, get that armor into next. PARIVISION. I remember this Dust 2 back at the major, Harry.
Yeah.
They were brutal on these B hits. Probably 50-60% of their rounds were just that. Were just 5 players in tunnels within 30 seconds coming through your smoke.
They literally didn't lose this map back at the major. So, yeah. And then you compare that to Astralis. It's a map they've shied away from. They haven't been playing. Even heard they're talking about it in the pre-game interview, saying that they lose a lot of these opening fights, and on Dust 2, that's kind of unacceptable. Leaves you with too many holes to try and plug. Well, the pistol round wasn't a shining example of not giving away those opening kills.
Kind of hard not to when they run out of the tunnels. You don't have a choice. You have to fight, and Glocks do the work here for PARIVISION. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a difficult map for Astralis. I have no doubt about that. Especially if PARIVISION are just bringing their B hits back from the major. Flawless at the major, Harry. He'll take that. 4 wins and legit wins as well. 3D Max, Nip, Liquid Legacy. No sleeper teams here for PARIVISION. Underdogs in probably all of those games going in. Astralis on the force. They kept a lot of armor, so they've got some nades as well. PARIVISION come up cats.
You know, the other kind of fun stat from their major run on this map is just that 3 of the 4 games were won in overtime, right? Like, that's very, very PARIVISION. This idea that even though you can get them close to feeling vulnerable, they always have this longevity. That's something that you've never really doubted James brings to a team.
Yeah,
and you know, at this point, it's like it has to come from him. You know, if there were any doubts, maybe he thought in like previous iterations of his teams, like the old VP, maybe it was having all these really resilient individuals. I think the fact that it's seemingly followed James into PARIVISION with none of the same crew sticking around.
And Dastan as well. I
think,
right? Definitely a factor.
So that kind of, that like wombo combo, coach and captain.
And it's really cool because you have a young team, and so when you put that into the team and you make it clear that, like, no, I don't want you, you know, checking out when we've lost an awful round or when we've given the map point and we're down 12-3. No, I want you believing the whole way. And this team have every reason, it's what we were saying at the major, they have every reason to believe in that mantra because they've proven it time and time again. And that only makes you stronger as a squad, as individuals, and considering they're all very young, they'll carry that through for a long time.
Yeah, I just think it's like, it's kind of good because you build up a real tolerance to pressure, you know? Like, there are some teams who, when the opponent kind of hits 12, sure, you're giving it all you can, but in the back of your head, like, you kind of can't help the thoughts but creep in that it's you know, they're 1 round away, oh, this could all get away from us, we might lose this, but PARIVISION never really get to that mindset. They're threatening no matter the scoreline. And I think also it just adjusts you a bit better for when you get to some of these important games, and there is that kind of baseline level of pressure. In almost every game you play, you're aware that things could close up and that you're going to have to win it if it goes the distance. And so you're used to playing with a bit of pressure there in the background regardless.
I mean, some of the clutches and some of the late games we saw PARIVISION at the major. Remember that James 1v2? I think that was on map point as well, where he hits an impossible, you know, kill back on short, a failed repeat. So PARIVISION 2-0 right now, going into 1 more anti-eco. Ultranox charging up long, the entire team behind him, and Zwei lurking in middle. Zwei getting freed up on these T sides is back to what we, you know, why we were hyped for Zwei coming into Spirit, right? It was the Namiga T sides. It was the freedom that this guy got across the map on CT rotator rolls as well. So excited to see if he can repeat his debut on this PARIVISION roster, which was a very nice start the other day. Taking down Ents with relative ease. Not much to save here. They've got no Kevlar, so exits will be nice. Gonna run through this door last second. Rose flashing. But of course, Zelo's anti-flash. Go! Oh! Nice to bomb. Oh, no problem. 3-0, guns coming out. A map Astralis have not touched in some time. Let's see how these gun rounds look.
Been over a little, little over 3 months since we last saw him play it.
And they came off the back of a 5-loss streak.
Right, yeah.
So maybe a reason they stopped.
Not exactly a treasure trove of successful games here for Astralis, and this is very, very stiff competition. I think one of the main things is you don't want PARIVISION to completely beat up on you, right? Like,
that's the bar?
Well, no, I'm just saying, you know, if you get steamrolled, don't ever really feel like you get going in the map.
Sure.
That can be really, really problematic for the series as a whole.
Nice shot.
Uzi, it's a really nice way to open. All right, AWP strikes early in this first gun round for Astralis, and it's new boy Fuzi to open up.
Importance of these 5v4s, especially to just not give them away on CT side.
Trade work has always been fantastic for PARIVISION, so anytime you can get away with an advantage like this, it's really important you hold on to it. Here's the push, fast play in through the catwalk, Fuzi in position. Dead straight away!
What a shot!
Thought he had their number, tried to catch them on the cross. Zelo provides the entry, and there's the 4-on-4. Bomb now planted, and a tricky task ahead of Astralis as they've got to regroup and retake.
Yeah, you'll begrudgingly go for this round, but it's not going to be easy. Hooksy's missed that timing by a second, by a literal second, and he's going to lose his life. That could not be unluckier for Hooksy.
Yeah,
He's
that's
away with
till in
perfect
death.
timing, and that's the round. They've been smoked off CT and Cat. They've lost long. Throw in the hat.
Or the towel.
Or the towel. Do you throw in your hat, though?
Well, like,
Anywhere?
you would throw your hat in the
Ring.
you'd
Oh,
throw your
yeah,
hat
that's
in
how
the
you're
ring.
going in.
Yeah.
But why
That's
would-
like,
I got the going in and going out mixed.
Yeah.
Why would you throw your hat in the ring?
we're not
What does that
going
mean?
out. What?
What are you singing?
Not going out? Good shit. Here we are, Hugo.
Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry.
You having a little aneurysm?
What's that tiny little sofa in the background of?
Probably for a dog. Or
It is for a dog. Actually, I own one of them. I already knew the answer.
Yeah, okay.
Little dog sofa.
I've only seen one pet.
Or cat sofa.
I've only seen one pet in the background of people's, you know, cameras this week. Do you know?
No.
Liege. I saw a dog in the background. There was. I think.
I just remember the spooky lights.
Yeah,
when I
there was a
think of
spooky
Elise.
lights, but there was also, I think, Bailey in the background.
Okay.
Where are the animals, Harry? PARIVISION pop out mid, but they won't commit. Will that put fear in Astralis, who have no info on this position right now? Yabby is spotting from door. Astralis keep their setup, try to buy some time on the stair. That's a nice smoke as well. One way to do it. Keeping Astralis a little flustered here. Really waiting for a reaction. Look, they've thrown so much util, but they've not actually taken anything. Fake mid to B, fake cat take. They want to see if Astralis pop flash a corner, but they will not be doing that. One flash in this round. On right, back at B. Another mid to B smoke. Up cat they go. 3 strong. Fuzi and Goose could be the surprise.
So he just tried lurking out through the tunnels just to keep pressure on and slow down rotates. Throwing in a lurk smoke. There's an entry, and the double molly combo flushes out 2 of the 3 defending players.
What are you meant to do?
Dude, I absolutely love watching this PARIVISION team, especially on Dust 2.
So methodical.
The thing that's so crazy to me, right, is they scare you so much out of going for kind of early aggression through fear that you'll get punished. Think about it as well. They know the AWP isn't going to be in place. So they have bigger freedom to go and take mid. And there, and we saw it in the previous round as well, too, when Fuzi had the AWP. Everything's so intentional. Like, they always have exactly what they need for the exit. Think about how many times you've kind of seen teams tee up to go A, and they're working with some limitations. They have kind of almost everything you need, but, you know, they're making a decision. Do we go for the ramp molly, the sight molly, or the goose molly? Like, what are we trying to get rid of here? Because we only have one left. We've used some other things to go and take map control. Jame ain't like that. He wants to go into sites with everything he needs. And look at this rollout that they get to play with.
Just
like,
perfect.
they killed 2 players on the back of just good util. And that is over half of the site defense dead in a second.
But where else are you meant to be? Like, Astralis are in the perfect setup for that round. They cannot play. They don't have an AWP. They cannot play anywhere else. You need eyes on long. Goose and Ramp is the most meta setup. There's no other positions,
Yeah,
Harry. You don't play default anymore.
And it's like, you know, within that, in the round prior when they went with the AWP there, right? They had the util for the rollout to go and take the space to get the AWP off the line, but then they still had smokes left to go and block in the post plant. There's just a lot of thought behind what util gets used in the round. James has always been very intentional, made sure he has exactly what he needs to get the round done, and you're seeing that in this PARIVISION team.
It wasn't slapdash either, right? That was a 40-second hit after cat nades, mid to B nades, then re-exec mid to B, and they still went cat. They'll just keep you guessing. Might be another PARIVISION glazing here today because...
Well, I do think on
Perfect
Dust 2,
game.
it's a little unavoidable. This is their best map in the pool, and it's one that Astralis haven't played in months, and when they last did, they were on a big loss streak.
Yeah.
Sick opening from James. Flash through. It will come in with a bit of aggression, and it gets cancelled out. Even though the flash was good and everyone was blind, the only target they knew about was James. They put a lot of energy into killing him, and that allows the other guys become unblind, deal with that long push.
Stair would need round of the year with this Deagle. Belch not covering as his team walk up. Ryu does get into position, so this is a healthy shot, but that's even better. Nota nails the MP9 and the Deagle. Oh, I was going to say not long for the world, but Stair, this is his world, his chance, dancing on the site. More damage done, Stair buying time, and there's not lots of it. 20 seconds as the nade collapses, and Belchernock finishes the round. Woo! That's all you had. That's all you could do. Kill them all. But that is too much. Harry, I just looked, and it's the most ridiculous numbers ever.
What?
I looked at PARIVISION's win-loss for 2025 on this map, and I want to preface it by saying there was a period where we didn't have this roster. We had a way weaker version of this roster. Kickit was in-game leading. James wasn't for the first 6 months, or at some point. What do you think the win-loss is? You're not going to get it.
It's going to be something stupid, like 40 wins to 10 losses.
It's essentially that. It's 56 to 16. 56 to 16.
Yeah, so that's what you're up against, Astralis. You know, you could become one of those 16. You could make it 17.
Yeah. 17 reasons why PARIVISION loved us too. Or maybe 57 reasons why, because they just can't stop winning.
So this round is looking like Astralis wanted to try and come through with a bit of mid-round aggression, right? I think up until now, you're worrying that the reason why PARIVISION have found all this success is you're giving them too much respect to run their exec. And so an attempt to disrupt was made there from Astralis, but they didn't like what they saw. Nearly got killed as they made their way up through short, and so it made them reconsider. And that's one of the things that's always burning in the back of your mind, this idea that if you play and look for the info, you might just be walking into a waiting PARIVISION. You know what James like.
You sounded like Dr. Seuss there for a second. Horton, here's a what? Belchernock trading though, and PARIVISION are just patient on these defaults, right? There's always an anti-flash player. 20 seconds, reblocked. They have to go through this. That's the call right now. HooXi, I've seen this one before.
Oh God, yeah, we have. This exact position and a big HooXi round in times gone by, but not in this one. Gets his first in the AWP there to trade it. Should be no winning this now.
No, you're
Bomb
right.
dropped out in the open, and Sway, a dead man. Astralis finally get on the board.
Okay, good block for Astralis at 20 seconds. That's what really sells it for PARIVISION. Not able to come through on that A split. Sway a little bit too late. And yeah, flash setup, hold your nades, make the most of what you've got here. Astralis are able to get in the game, and not too late either. Nota, having the kettle next to the PC to make tea.
You're loving that.
At a quick pace, I might copy that. That's a great idea.
Oh, okay, a bit of aggression to open things up, and well, that's what aggression gets you. Belchenok, 2 quick kills to flip the script of this round. Always credit PARIVISION for great trade work here. It actually goes one step further than that. It's more than just a trade. You actually find the man advantage on the back of that mid push. Oh, okay, swapping util, a little nerve-wracking. You've been used to PARIVISION slowing down on these short plays. They tried to go a little bit faster on this one, but still able to find a window for success.
No way.
That's awkward.
No, they had it.
Zwei in with 2, and suddenly what was looking like a good round for the Danes, and, well, actually not even just Danes anymore, ends up getting away from them. Can one of their new international pieces mop this up? Ryu dead, back in the spawn.
Dude, Zwei's on it, man. He's hitting hard right now. 3 kills, and both of those first ones in the 2v3. That molly, Astralis, they wanted to leave, but they couldn't. They wanted to reset. If anything, Stair jumping further up might have done him better, but then that molly comes down, and he is forced to fight with his teammate. And both of them commit together, both of them die together. Zwei takes the AWP from James, not what I was expecting to see, but he puts it to use. We saw him second AWPing the other day on Anubis. It actually helped his CT side when he was having some trouble on the B site. And Astralis just burning timeouts, and I can't blame them. It was a nice idea. Yabby got the entry up top mid, but then Belchenok double up.
I just don't, I can't even imagine what this feels like to play against, because it feels like
the perfect game.
It feels like when you try to solve the problem, you actually make it worse. Like the whole idea, usually, if you feel like you're getting run on by execs, if you feel like your opponents are just playing grouped, which is likely what Astralis are feeling right now, whenever they're getting exec'd on, it's by 3-4 players emerging from short, you feel like you want to come through with aggression. Try and figure out a little bit earlier, you know, where the round's ending up, try and remove some players from the round, with it their util, with it options for the exec. But we've seen it now a couple of times. Whenever Astralis have looked to get aggressive, they often get punished and come out looking worse for wear.
Yeah, it's just, honestly, it's just about a lot of trading here, but PARIVISION playing very grouped on T side. Can Astralis do something on this short setup? Both rifles in the same position.
Even now, it's clear they're expecting a change, right? They're expecting, okay, we've gone short a hell of a lot, and Astralis know this, so
perfect molly.
Anticipate a bit of a reaction over towards Cat, and now they hear the burn in the molly. They know about the push.
Sure.
Oh, it just doesn't get better than this.
Doesn't get worse for Astralis. What are you supposed to do here?
I know, but you know.
You're playing the unthinking machine.
Oh, no, the machine is thinking. This machine is sentient.
Yeah, it's calculating.
It's thinking too much. You don't like it. James actually the most advanced version of Grok.
Grok, put him on the B site. Hooksy, nowhere to go. Backdoor shut. Front door locked. Bomb has been planted. No squatters round here. Not allowed. Terrorists. 8-1. PARIVISION looking to build on their Budapest win streak. And new additions way looking really good in this game again, Harry. T-side lurk's been nice, closed out some late rounds, hit some solid shots. Nothing you can complain about. When I saw the change, people were like out for Belchenok. People were like, why AW? But the roles just make so much sense. Belchenok's such a harder entry player. Zwei can be back on these extremities. Look at him now, upper B tunnels as his team take mid control.
I mean, I think you can even tell that PARIVISION themselves have a bigger degree, a huge degree of faith in Zwei. AW didn't particularly have a lot of freedoms in this team, and oftentimes would be the guy dropping guns over to the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, Zwei is kind of given that
James giving him the AWP.
Yeah, right? Like
I never see James drop the AWP.
He has freedom to really do whatever he wants in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, you want him to get his confidence back, definitely, right? And return to his former quality of play.
Dude, I mean, even this call in this round, right? The idea that they're kind of posturing like they're trying to go short, they're making it look like it's another one of these A plays. They've gone A like 5-6 rounds in a row now, and so you're expecting Astralis to be a little twitchy and a little nervous. Now, to Astralis' credit, they haven't bit down on that, and they've kept 2 players over here towards B.
Oh, as you say that.
Oh, no! The doubt crept in. They thought it was another one of these A players. Now it's just Yabby, and he'll get overwhelmed. Good pickup down here in mid. An important kill on the lurk of Belchanok. That at least leaves you with a chance to go for the retake here. 3-on-3. Astralis with a hard decision to weigh up. Limited util. Nothing crazy to try and come in on this retake, but a fast flank in the tunnels out of Hooksy. And a boost for this AWP to try and strike one from the tally early on. No way!
Who's holding that?
And so this is why you didn't want to face them on Dust 2. This is what you were worried about with Dust 2 on the map pool.
He's holding the tiny gap above the door, and then he wallbangs him, Harry.
Like, I don't know what this would feel like. If you're Hooksy right now, dude, what's Rugger saying in this timeout? That's it.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me think. Let me think. And then the timeout runs out. You're that stun locked.
I don't think that is so, like, hilariously, we just talked about coming into the game, we were like, yeah, the mentality of, like, James, PARIVISION, like, never giving up and, like, always believing in a comeback. I don't know if I could say the same about being on Astralis right now. How do you tell yourself, yeah, we can outplay this team right now. We can beat them. Ryu, you know, baited to watch the mid to be, not FURIA.
It's so absurd.
Because the double wall smoke comes down, like the corridor smokes we call them, the left, right, and so even the A players can't help on the mid to be. PARIVISION can walk through the smoke, so he has to go check it. That's when PARIVISION just run out tunnels. It was all a fake out in middle. They just keep you guessing. Right when you think you know, you don't.
Dude, you just can't not love how PARIVISION are playing right now. Like, it is as close to perfect CS as you could get.
Yeah.
This is also where, you know, you would love individuals to kind of shine through and put around on the board for you, but what player on Astralis has anything resembling confidence in this game? At this scoreline, you know, like, you're not going to have a guy swing out unexpectedly, get a double kill, and suddenly you're in a really good position. You don't have the confidence to go for those type of fights right now. You're thinking, okay, let's win it as a team. We'll lean into our crossfires. We'll lean into playing off of one another. Well, that might be the play in this round with Blow Econ on their side. They've got a little stack over here towards B, and PARIVISION look like they might play into it. That smoke blocking the tunnels at 45 seconds. Wonder if that makes them reconsider, and it looks like it's going to.
Yeah, Fuzi was here, so they were 3B. This was the chance for Astralis to catch PARIVISION off guard, but now getting smoked to 40 seconds. Are they really going to go cat? Astralis have kind of screwed themselves over with this move. They didn't want to give it away, but in doing so, PARIVISION say, fine, we'll go A. Fuzi needs everyone. He only takes one. That's the round done. If Astralis didn't smoke B, they had a chance. Sometimes trying to be too smart is too silly.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists.
I don't even know how, like, yeah, PARIVISION just, they say fine. They say fine. I don't even, there's no way they can know how many players are there.
I know.
We'll just go lower to upper to cat.
I've got a good, like, relatable metaphor, I think, for how Astralis are probably feeling right now. You know, when you've played a bunch of games, they've been going kind of well, you're on a bit of a roll, and you're like, let's end it there. But then one of your dudes in the stack is like, no, let's do one more. Let's do one more. And you kind of already wanted to duck out anyway, but then you play it and you just start getting wrecked from round one, and everyone's a bit quiet, and you kind of knew it's one game too many.
Thinking like, I could have quit.
Yeah, I think that's the feeling that Astralis have. even if the scenario is different.
Issue is with that metaphor is they've got to play another map after this, Harry.
Yeah.
They don't have a choice.
No, there is no going to bed at the end of this one, even if you likely feel like you want to.
Yabby and Loa getting nuked by nades and no escape. James denies it. Fuzi 2 and 10.
That is arguably the best chance you've had in 6 rounds at an opening kill.
To get a kill. And even then, you say opening kill.
No, I know. I know there was an actual opening kill first, but I mean just an opener for Astralis, right?
Sure. Have another go. You just got to brute force this now. 10-1. Out long, Belchanok with the entry, and Fuzi waits on the corner.
There's a trade ready to come in as soon as that shot fires, but it doesn't swing. The molly denies that. Belchanok dead over on long. All right, maybe we're cooking, Astralis. They start this one off 4v5.
No 2A.
Looking for just 2 rounds on this CT side. Let's see how Jame and co respond to the 3-on-3.
They go B. They always go B. Or do they? Fake out? No way you're faking this. Jame, you monster.
It is.
Sway's running upper and they just catch the aggression on Cat. 20 seconds and they can run behind the molly. It just falls short. James taking the bomber to the A site. There is nobody home. That's insulting. That's despicable. No way you faked that out. And now they just collect all the kills. Zwei and Jame carry them through as PARIVISION dominate Astralis.
Wow.
Rumich remains posted. Now, no support.
And with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually going to come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m0NESY. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as EMAC tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema is looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m0NESY.
The Flames and Dexter. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dexter left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dexter! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing!
All right, that break might be longer than this second half with PARIVISION absolutely dominating Astralis on Dust 2. We painted an uneven picture coming into this one, right? The idea that for PARIVISION, this is a home map. They went undefeated on it on their major run. For Astralis, it's been over 3 months since they played this map last, and even then, the last thing they remember about Dust 2 was the 5-loss streak they were on. For this new look Astralis roster, this was always going to be an uphill battle. I just don't think they appreciated quite how vertical this incline was going to be.
Yeah, there's no ladder left here. Astralis just have to put their fingers in the rock and try and climb uphill. Jame on Cat with the flash. It might be a bit late here. He looks into the flash as well. So Astralis can drop spawn, hunt him down. Tap on the site from Zwei. His form has been immaculate in these couple of PARIVISION games. So 16-4, takes his sweet time. Nade on the smoke, flushes out Ryu.
I love how much time he's buying.
Any more? Good damage, but no kill. How is he alive? The cover comes in, the troops swing, and somehow Zwei survives. Huh? Now they're all low except Belchanok. But there's plenty of headshot angles to go around. And Zwei will finish what he
started. Dude, Zwei, that is so just wonderful.
Yeah.
Like, Ryo was in the spawn. He dropped down. He killed someone on the drop down. Not only did they nade the CT smoke open and then go and turn that to a kind of disadvantaged position. This is the fight, right? But he still does a good job of kind of slowing that rotate for the retake and keeping them bogged down in CT even for a couple of extra seconds. But Astralis couldn't scale. They were worried about Zwei. He really kind of picked and chose when he went for aggressive fights there out from the site, and he just forces so much time away from them that everyone still gets to arrive for PARIVISION.
That round is a great example of why we say in like a lost game like this, we say like, oh, it's good to get a few rounds to get warmed up, get your confidence, because Astralis have got none of it.
No.
They just missed every Glock shot in what is the penultimate round of the game. And we're about to go into Ancient, and Astralis feel like they haven't even got to play.
The only way that they could have won that round is if they scale faster and get around Zwei way quicker, but because everyone's so worried, they're like, please, we just have to kill him. It's one guy. We just have to kill this one guy. They're all hoping for the fight. They're all wanting to get it. They missed every shot. Confidence is in the dirt, but they're about to get 13-1'd. You know, there's really not a lot of confidence building rounds or kills in this game for Astralis. In fact, you might have came into this feeling great. I can assure you, you feel horrible right now.
Yeah. I don't even think it's about Astralis. I just think it's about PARIVISION. Smokes come out.
PARIVISION have just played such a perfect game of Dust 2.
How did they lose a round?
I actually don't remember. Well, don't worry, they won't make a habit of it. They're looking for a mega clean victory. 13-1. That is domination from PARIVISION. This is the reason we're so excited to see what this team is capable of for Astralis. They've really got to try and reset ahead of Ancient. Their map pick coming up next.
Well, we set the storyline saying Astralis could surprise us, could change the narrative, could define themselves. They didn't do that. PARIVISION took control, defined the whole game from start to finish. Every time Astralis tried to find an answer, PARIVISION had the counter punch right there, locked and loaded. That was pure domination individually, as a team, on the calls, whatever you want to say. That was all Pari all day here, Jacob.
I thought it was going to be bad, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad. You know, obviously knowing Astralis are not a Dust 2 team, haven't played it in quite some time, going up against a team that has a 100% win record on the map in the last 3 months. It was never looking like a good matchup for Astralis, but there's different ways of losing, Mike. There's the way where you lose and you're like, oh, but there were signs, there were glimpses, there were moments in the game that maybe it could have been a little bit closer, or maybe if you give them another couple of practice runs or another couple of officials on the map, I can see where it's going. From this game, I learned absolutely nothing when it comes to Astralis. PARIVISION, by all means, a fantastic performance, but for Astralis, what are they doing? Yeah,
it's a fair question to ask. I think we still need a lot of answers if they're going to work Dust 2 in the pool. Maybe time to think about Anubis if this is the way it's going to go.
I mean, I tried my absolute best, right? I think I did some good job, actually, because I was trying to find one moment in the game, Mike, where maybe the game could have been close. Maybe Astralis could have entered the game. Round 8 is the one example, you know, and the one moment. They won round 7, and you think to yourself, okay, you win a round, and then you win another round. That would be nice. You fight in a 3v4 right here. The aggression in the middle didn't really work out. Then you re-aggress on towards short. Well done by Stair. You now have a 3v2, and you actually have 2 players in CT spawn. Unfortunately for them, they both lose out on the duel to Sway. And guess what? Astralis will lose this round. Not able to do anything right here. Ryu can't really connect the kill and can't really get in to defuse the bomb. Now, had Astralis won this round, we're talking 6-2. We're talking PARIVISION starting to get slightly pressured on money. And maybe we're talking a competitive first half, or at least a game where, like, okay, you got 5, 6, 7 rounds. So maybe, you know, with a bit more practice. But when you lose the one key round and the one key moment in the game and you get nothing after that, then honestly speaking, I cannot stand here and say anything positive about their performance. That is one for Astralis where they have to forget about it and think about it.
Okay, so let's focus on positives for PARIVISION, because there were a whole lot of them, right? Yep. If we're talking about the overall picture, beautiful. If we're talking about the individuals, beautiful. And in particular, a couple of these guys were popping off here, Jacob.
Yeah, you have Shello and Sway together on the T side in particular, where the foundation for the win was laid, popping off. And it's great to see Shello play well as well. We saw it during the major. You know, he was one of the few players at times when PARIVISION were struggling that actually stepped up and had the nerve to go above and beyond. For Sway, again, small sample size. We've just seen 1.5 games for him in the PARIVISION jersey, but he seems to be the player that everyone wished he was on Team Spirit. Freed up. Very aggressive in the way that he's taking his duels. 136 plus ADR in this game, Mike. It is absolutely ridiculous. For Sway to play this well on 3 maps in a row now, that's never happened in Team Spirit. We saw glimpses, we saw occasional moments where one map he would pop off, but for him to be consistently delivering within the frame of consistency over the course of 3 maps, that is a massive sign for Sway, a massive sign for the future of PARIVISION, and something they need to hold on to, because that is magic.
And I thought this was something that Harry and Hugo did a good job of highlighting during the cast. It does feel like Sway's having a lot of freedom to sort of do what he wants to do, which is not something we're used to saying about a lot of Jame rosters, and really reflects the amount of respect and the amount of faith that Jame and Dasan have placed in this young guy.
100%. You know, I think that's what they scouted in Sway. They knew right away when he was going out of Team Spirit, we need to acquire this guy. We need to get this guy into our team because there's some untapped potential. Again, this whole roster is built around young prospects, you know, in Belchinok, in Cello, in AW when he was still part of the team as well. So for Jame to recognize here we have another Pride prospect, we have another young talent who may or may not have been ready for Spirit, which is, by the way, the highest of high level of Counter-Strike. You're playing next to Dong, you're playing next to Shiro. There's no fault in not being ready for that, but playing in PARIVISION, it's a different league, and so far, so good.
You're also playing in a situation in Spirit where you're never going to be the spotlight player. You're never going to be the focal player, right? It's always going to be about Donk. It's going to be about Shiro after him. There's just so many layers to what that team wants to do, and you're like the 3rd or 4th layer. Here, you're being put on the front line. You're being put in the spotlight. You are the star player, and right now, at least, it's looking damn good. On the other side of things, we do have to keep an eye. I know we've already touched on the Astralis, and there are no pretty things to say. They are trying to integrate 2 new players.
Sure.
What did you see here, Jacob? Anything that's promising about how they're working with them, man?
I mean, we spoke about Fusi coming into the game, saying that he would have to be a difference maker with the AWP. Unfortunately for him, he had a tough day at the office, or a tough map at the office, so to speak. Couldn't really get anything done. I don't want to blame Fusi, and I don't think it's fair to pinpoint him. You know, it was the entirety of Astralis that fell through. The game plan, the way they were setting each other up, didn't really pan out. There's only so much you can do as well on a CT side when you don't have the op that often, because your economy is being shattered every single round. So in that regard, I don't think it's fair to point out anyone from Astralis and saying he was at fault. It was a team falling through, and a team simply not ready to contest PARIVISION on a map like Dust 2 yet. That doesn't mean second map can't be competitive. That doesn't mean Astralis still can play decent Counter-Strike. It just simply means that right now, Dust 2 is a weakness for them. They don't play Anubis, and that's going to be an issue against any other team out there who's willing to play Dust 2.
It is. We're going to need to see them flex and develop that map pool. But the silver lining is, if you can't get it done on your opponent's map pick, at least you get one more. At least this one Astralis might be better prepared for. We'll see if they are as we get into our second map of play just after this. I'm here with Belchenok ahead of their matchup against Astralis. Belchenok, really good showing yesterday. Zwei coming in looking nice. How is it with your new teammate?
He's very young, very talented player, so I think he was playing very nice yesterday, right? So yeah.
And your team talked a lot about how quickly you and the other players developed in the lead up to the major run last season. How much further along do you think you are now with that major under the belt, with the off season? How far do you think the team has come?
I think we still have big potential to be tier 1 team, and now we have Zwei. So even he's young, 18 years old, but he have more experience on tier 1 events than us, you know, like young. So it's for sure a boost for our roster, and I think we still have big potential to still grow, you know.
Now, in this matchup, you picked into Astralis. Dastan was very clear in the draft show that it wasn't because they were particularly weak, but they were maybe the best choice at the time. What do you think of the matchup?
Nothing. I don't think about it. It's Dastan decision, Dastan and James decision, so they pick it, so I don't think about it.
Good soldier right there. I don't think. I let them make the decisions, and then I rock up in the server and I own.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what you have to do sometimes, you know, just, you know, put aside all the thinking and just show up and play on your intuition. For some young players, it works out well, and I guess that's another case right here.
It was just a fantastic answer. I mean, you talk about being blunt and clear about what your thoughts are on it, or rather your lack thereof. I like to hear it. And I mean, certainly it's working out so far. Letting James do the thinking, you focusing on doing the shooting. Belchenok had a really good map 1. Team overall, obviously, it doesn't get much better.
No, it doesn't. That was a perfect performance. It's one where you don't break a sweat. It's one where you don't use any, I guess, cognitive power, even or energy, in order to like solve how we're gonna win those 2, how we're gonna win the next round. So in terms of coming in fresh to the next map, that's gonna be a case to be made for PARIVISION. I'm curious to see if Astralis can bounce back. Ancient is a different playground, and a playground that we have seen this new version of Astralis, you know, do decent on.
This one's all about having the short memories, having the goldfish brains, just instantly forgetting what happened, finding the reset after you got battered on the Dust 2, saying, okay, this happens to us, you know, maybe try and rub your eyes out of your head as Yabi's attempting right here, and just get right back to it. You gotta have a short memory as a competitor, and this is where it comes into play, and where it can be tough, especially with a new team. You had some optimism, you had some hope leaving the Dust 2 in there, and instantly your hopes are dashed and destroyed.
Sure, that's true, but that's, again, it's easy for Astralis because they can just forget about Dust 2. They knew that was always going to be tough, so when you lose in that fashion, it's not like, oh, we were close, or oh, we should have done that, or we should. They can just completely forget about it, focus on Ancient. And what we've seen from Astralis so far, they have played it once, and they played it against Fnatic, and they absolutely destroyed them, 13-4. Yabi had a fantastic showing. Yabi usually loves to play Ancient. Back in the Copenhagen, what they call Copenhagen Flames days, when he first emerged, that was also their go-to map pick, so he has a good history with that map. So I'm not really worried on behalf of Astralis. I get to see now how good are they. Beating Fnatic is one thing. Going toe-to-toe versus PARIVISION on a map like Ancient, that's a difference. So this is the first real big test for Astralis on a map they should, quote-unquote, be comfortable with.
Based on what we've seen from Astralis so far this year, confidence rating, give me a percentage here.
I mean, it's such a small sample size that, as I said, you know, beating the Fnatic 13-4 the way they did, that was a positive sign. But playing PARIVISION on a map like Ancient, that's a different caliber. So I'm here to figure it out. I think it's pointing in the right direction on Ancient, but I don't think they're going to beat PARIVISION. I think they're going to make the game competitive.
Well, we'll see if they can. We'll just have to hope that Astralis can make a series of this. PARIVISION hoping for a quick day in the office. And now we will throw over to two experts who might just bring you through this swiftly as well. Harry and Hugo, take it away.
You're hoping Astralis can win. You haven't been paying attention, guys. We just watched us too. Ancient's up next. This is a PARIVISION show right now.
It is. Yeah, it's very much feeling that way. Look, one thing it's going to be really just hard to get away from if you're Astralis is the feeling you're going to have at the end of that first map. It wasn't pretty. You got absolutely steamrolled. And even though now you're heading to your own map pick, PARIVISION are feeling super warm and ready to close. Look, if they do bounce back, all the more credit to Astralis, because I think a lot of folks would just be cooked at this point after getting the perfect CS played against them from PARIVISION.
Well, Astralis have at least played this map with this roster, right? We saw it in the first round against Fnatic. They 13-4'd them. It was a nice, dominant victory. So that's something maybe inspiring for Astralis here. For PARIVISION, after a perfect game, feeling exactly that. A map that they lost a couple times at the major, but prior to went on a 7-win streak coming in. And of course, with the addition of Zwei, going to add a lot of value to these T sides. It's an A play. Fuzi spots it early, so Astralis have info. He can bait for his teammate. Surely they don't clear Yabby, right? Surely. It's fine.
It's all good for now.
Okay.
All right, Yabby went uncleared, and that's what you were worried about. Feeling a little cold after only getting 1 round back on Dust 2. And they've been absolutely dominated in the pistol.
Can we get Zelo's POV on that? Is that possible? 360 jump shot, no scope. Nice double from Stare. Could that really make it interesting? They take Donut right back.
All right, Ryu, what you got for us? Dual Berettas, we've seen these guns really dominate in pistol rounds here at the Bounty. But surely this one's too much. Like the fact that they don't even swing. Oh, they just know. They're like, what? He's not sticking.
Bro ain't sticking.
You're 1v2. Bruh ain't sticking that bomb.
He spotted it.
And Ryu's thinking, bruh, himself, this couldn't be worse. They don't get peeked, so you never have the chance in the 1v2.
Terrorists win.
Dude, Yabby, he let everyone in. He got a player with a back turned, and then Zelo just whoop. What are you meant to do? Yup! Insane replay. Oh! No. You're not allowed.
If James was a bowler,
Yeah.
he would show up to the tournament with his own ball ready to go.
Yeah.
He'd show up, bowl a perfect 300,
Yeah.
or whatever the top score is. I think it's 300.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 360, but it feels like 300. And
Leave.
he would leave. And he would leave with like 3 more balls than he came with. Okay? He's just playing perfect CS right now.
But I still think, you know, the thing that's good about this team is, yes, it's all James on the big picture, but you still get to see some really strong rifling from these young players. And I think they're definitely getting their flowers as, you know, very capable individuals, which is, I mean, you couldn't run this system without strong players.
I imagine it's like joining a cult. But the difference is that actually, like, there are real benefits. Maybe it's like Scientology.
Okay, you're saying Scientology. What's the benefits of Scientology?
I don't know, but presumably there are some.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, why would you, right?
You can sign up now using my referral code.
Okay, a rare round where PARIVISION don't have the utility. Smoke flash. Decoy. They're going to walk up ramp. 2 here. Oh, great wide spacing. If they were closer together, could have transferred, but by the time you finish off that first player, it's too late. You're looking the wrong way. Bomb will make it down. Cover is there.
Bomb has been planted.
PARIVISION. PARIVISION.
We've actually been doing this all week. PARIVISION to the tune of Chuckle Vision. Definitely recommend that.
To me. What? Harry didn't even... You left it?
To me? To you?
To me?
Wait.
You meant to say to you. You just keep
That's
going.
what I'm saying.
You know, like we're carrying a ladder through a doorway. Bit of a save here for Astralis. One more eco.
Terrorists win.
Shout out Paul one time.
Yeah? What about Barry?
I mean, shout out him too. And RIP.
Fair. 22nd hit again here, but no error made for Mr. Vision.
See how like Gabby's closing his eyes there, almost in just disbelief. They can't believe it could happen again. That's all you're thinking right now. I think early on, you just got to set a low bar, get on the board, and then take it round by round.
Yes. That is the lowest bar possible. Guys, we just need a round. Oh, timing, Hooksy. Nice shot, but there's two more in the cave, and they've got him boxed, so they're not even going to wait. Oh, Molly fails. Will it matter? Or is it just a delay of the inevitable? They run into the Molly to kill him, insulting. But he wasn't ready for it. Also feels like what could be a very strong map for PARIVISION, just in the way.
Oh, hang on. Going cave versus the pistols always makes me nervous, but here's the backstab meant to alleviate all the pressure, and it will.
This map is just such a push and pull of space. Always having to take something back. You know, a lot of times on CT side, you'll be dark and have no info. You have to go investigating. This feels like another map that PARIVISION will excel at. Oh, if he had armor, one more bullet would have done it, but not to be for Yabby. And so PARIVISION convert on their pistol eventually. I've always found it interesting that James bans Nuke. I would love to see him on Nuke. He's never played it, really. Same case on VP.
I mean, dude, you know, for making a case for this being even scary, you touched upon how PARIVISION were playing this, and even though it's not like Dust 2 where they went flawless at the major, they still had good results. Hang on, hold this thought, because the mid-crunch looking to get shut down decisively. Okay, Astralis. Guns come out, play denied the way of PARIVISION, and they're going to get on the board way earlier than back on Dust 2. That's better.
Bit more of a pacey round here for PARIVISION Punish. They might go back to something slower now as they've been dealt a crunch in middle.
But you know what I was going to say is, you even think about Zoe on that Spirit squad, and this was one of their most played maps, their highest win rate maps. So in that sense, you know, one that they had a lot of success on. He's going to come into this with a lot of ideas. I don't think, you know, he's going to get to implement many of said ideas. I feel like they already have their whole own system. But what I mean is, you know, Zoe will be more than comfortable here. So you still expect very solid output from the latest edition of this PARIVISION squad.
And when I mentioned Nuke, James has played it twice in his career. Out of hundreds, thousands of maps, he has played Nuke twice. Once on Avantgarde and once on a squad I've never heard of. Ooh, okay, Ryu. Shut down on the B side. There should be no saving this. They try with a pistol and damage done. But yeah, it's a save here. That could have been something. Pistol finishing either of those kills, or suddenly we're back in.
I mean, we were talking about PARIVISION during the break even, and we were saying, like, kind of watching James on this comeback arc into CS2 is super interesting. And the games do just feel decisively different. Like the old VP, it was still James' style, and it was still like, I think one of the strongest and smartest ways of playing the game, to his credit. It's just very few teams kind of wanted to. And even then, over time, they implemented kind of dregs of James' whole thing, which was always try and keep money, try and keep pressure on. But, you know, people used to complain about those games being boring, being slow, how it would always go the distance. It'd have to win in overtime because there were so many saves. You know, that's where the James time moniker comes from, right? And it's like, sure, do PARIVISION still save? Yeah, James showing us it right now. But
I do think they're less focused on the economy than other factors.
I think also a lot of the time is spent worrying about their opponent's money now, right? The idea of, okay, it's kind of hard for us to remain like super entrenched in these games, but they go for saves in a way where they always remain a little bit threatening to the opponent, trying to keep them broke throughout the entire game.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would also say the difference as well is like the amount of, even if you look at that Dust 2, and sure, it was a game where everything was going right, look at the amount of rounds where they go for last 20-second plays, you know, they're actually trying, whether or not they win it, you know, they get smoked at B at 30 seconds, they go cat, or the round where they fake the fallback off cat to go B and then they go back up A. You know, they're going for 15, 20-second hits, which is excellent to see.
I also think there's just less kind of emphasis on, I didn't say solo plays, but like in the past where you would have guys like Flit be a bit more of a space taker and whatnot. Here it's a bit more pack rolly. This idea of, well, okay.
Oh my god, he hit them both.
Oh my god, it is the collateral.
98 damage.
Stair is lucky to still be in this round.
They can just go out A right now. FUZI, a missed shot could be a big problem. I'm waiting for the AWP right now.
Just don't miss.
Simple. That's all CS is. But even the pros miss, Harry. However, a AWP sliding into this angle should be FUZI's kill. And so he nails it.
Yeah, no excuse on that one, and FUZI makes it look as easy as it was.
Oh, we're just going to get every kill.
And so he's going to get a couple more of these. Oh, okay, one back this way. Does seem to be a bit of a Swiss Army knife, doesn't he?
Can kind of do it all right now. Yeah, there's no room to second AWP on Spirit when Donk's on the team. But apparently he's got it in him. And just putting enough time away in the round that they can make Astralis doubt.
It wouldn't surprise you if sort of the idea here is, you know, see if you can find anything on this pistol.
Is he going to run B? Or is he just faking the footsteps? This probably is a save, right?
I do think Zway's going to get out with the AWP. Yeah, it's the only way they're going to have one going forward. That's not as great as you might think, though, because Jame obviously saved it in the last round. Now it's Zway saving it in this one, so you're going to be down a gun.
They moved the gun away. Good move from Stair. There wasn't M4 in middle.
Oh, and that's what he was going back for. Might just save a P250. Really wants to die here.
Yeah. All right, that's fine. Damage. Again, like, you feel like one more shot, or if that AWP actually finished there, what this round could have been here for PARIVISION. Instead of Astralis, they are showing up in this game a lot better than Dust 2.
Yeah, and a bare minimum, you know, confidence should build up pretty quickly here for Astralis. I know they got slapped around and the whole story was, oh, it's going to be one hell of a task to reset. If you win a couple of rounds, you just tell yourself, yeah, they wrecked this on their map pick. You're not even thinking about that anymore. You're just looking at the series in front of you. The remaining 2 maps. And you're telling yourselves, not everything can be Dust 2. So, you know, this is already a way better opening. I don't have to tell you that. So let's see if Astralis can take the lead in this head-to-head.
FUZI AWPing the ramp, and HooXi always in cave.
Something else that's just nice about being in this position is forcing PARIVISION to play with some concessions, right? Think back to Dust 2, we were saying they always have all the util they need for these execs. Well, that's not been true in these early rounds, and the kind of mismatch save in the last 2 has really ensured that fact. They come into this round with next to nothing in terms of the utilities, so Jame really has to come up with something here to save the day. Bit of aggression out through mid and on the jump up, and Ryu gonna catch 2. Full blind and out in the open was the FUZI AWP. Still trying to battle back in on this round are PARIVISION, and while it was a 5v3, they've now grinded that down to a 3-on-3 post plant. AWP gets posted back in the cave, and with Ryu low, I don't think you can go for this, Astralis.
Kill to entice you, and the nades aren't going to do it. I don't know why FUZI stays on the angle. He is full blind, 5-second flash, and he just sits there. He doesn't fire, he doesn't move. PARIVISION get like 2 seconds to work out that he's still there and then kill him. It's PARIVISION. They're not wasting a flashbang and not pushing off of it. In a 3-on-5, they're coming through that smoke. And if FUZI lives, it maintains control of B. He can stay long, he can retake. His team can scale while he holds a line. Instead, he just gives
would have
them
had the
a free
crossfire
kill.
cave with Hooksy as well.
Match
Even
feels-
if you're just like covering the kind of run up to cave, so they never get to
Astralis
move him out.
earn a 5v3 in middle with that crunch. They're right behind PARIVISION, and then FUZI just sits in the site full blind. Look at this. That's a huge mistake.
I think though at times you wind up thinking that PARIVISION are a team that won't take risks, and that's not entirely true, right? Like, yeah, they push the smoke there, which is a risk, but they take calculated risks. You know, it's with the flash to back it up. Ooh, bit of a skirmish out here in middle. Notice at least kept it even in a 4-on-4, but there's a lot more left to deal with out here in mid. Two players strong with support from Donut. Smoked off right now, sure. But Ryu was really hoping they would follow through on this aggression and hoping he would go uncleared. Now, he will go uncleared because there's no one left in mid. They're grouping outside of this B site. Too strong here for Astralis, so...
They heard the scope, so into smoke, not playing around with that. Boost over the smoke. Now we're cooking with gas. Nice idea, but oh wait, Fuzi's rotating in. He's going to go short. So everyone is fine for Astralis.
Now I hope if he gets flashed, he just kind of stands there.
It's a good bit. This is a hard fight.
High-low. High-low setup.
Goodbye. Nice trade. Oh, they trap on the
no
body.
way.
Up he goes. James has to adjust. And okay, James trying to go for the AK is bold. Fuzi smoked off. He can't stand there. Gives it up. 20 seconds. Way walking through the smoke. You cheeky little guys, Way. You funny little dude. Last thing you were ready for. Now the flank. Smoke not available, but he has got a kit in its default. This could go wrong. This could go very, very wrong.
Oh, huge catch. Ryu tap on the bomb, then that is going to force a swing out from Zwei. Doesn't matter because he backs his aim, and with good reason, a huge hat-trick there from Zwei.
Dude, it's just the redemption arc is immediate on this team. It has not taken more than 3 maps to just see Zwei in his element in this squad. Winning out integral rounds here. A extremely decisive push through the smoke, and a 1v1 that is not easy. Ryu can stick. Zwei's got a tussle between, do I run at him? Do I hope he peeks? And he nails the headshot shifting forward.
I'll say this, I think, you know, James is very, very careful with who he places his trust in to get that extra freedom. When you look at the kind of list of players that got it in his previous teams, this idea that you actually have to have a really, really solid understanding of the micro of the game. When it's good to take a calculated risk, like a smoke push, when it's good to get aggressive. You know, when you look at someone like Yekindar, I think that that's something he always shined in, even though he had this reputation as just the mad dog that would run in and kind of play super aggressive. Yekindar is an incredibly intelligent CS player, especially when it comes down to the micro, how that ties into the big picture. And I think likely James sees a little bit of Zwei, you know, a little bit of those type of players in Zwei.
Ooh, caught off guard this time though, runs through the B door. Hooksy able to get out. Zilo's tracking him right now. Maybe when he sees ramps clear, he could just walk the whole way in, but Fuzi's taken the line. The one thing that isn't working for PARIVISION is they keep just doing these mid pops out elbow, and to be fair, it is like the DNA of Ancient, right? You'll see games where Donk is running out elbow every single round off spawn and getting nade stacked, getting triple peak, getting destroyed by utility, and he'll still do it. And so PARIVISION are, in that same vein, really trying to abuse middle, but it hasn't worked for them at all. Zilo gets the trade up heaven this round, but it's still a 2v4 again for PARIVISION, where a lot has to go right.
Look at this aggression from Yabby on this push all the way through main. He just might catch the bomb. Oh, sorry, James, as it scales up into heaven. Yeah, back turned. And what are you expecting now?
Boom.
Zelo dead on that swing. 4th round secured for Astralis, bringing themselves back into this. You know, if you're never able to conquer middle, that is actually a bit of a problem for PARIVISION. I think that's why James has been so focused on it, because for now, you've had quick rotates, you've had those lane fights to worry about, and I'm going to say historically, PARIVISION haven't been good at reeling those in, right? You think about the Ryu double, sure, they ended up losing that round, which was a bit of a shame, but these fights from heaven have been a problem. If you're able to kind of take mid away, that really only leaves pressure on the extremities, and that's almost what PARIVISION want with how they're playing these early rounds. They kind of want the fights to come down ramp. They want the fights to come out of cave. They wouldn't mind an A push because they're holding for it in the early stages. But to kind of force that reaction out of Astralis and to get all this control over mid, you've got to go and win the mid fight once. This might be one hill that James can't conquer in this matchup, because Astralis have had their number.
He may not be able to conquer it, Harry, but the question is, will he die on it? Because that's the 3rd full mid take that has been shut down by Astralis. It's what got them their 1st round, and it's what gets them their 4th round. Astralis have found a way into this game, and they've broken the money of PARIVISION. So 2 more proper swings here for PARIVISION to try and keep up this T-side streak, but Astralis right now, right behind. And, you know, James, right, we talk about economy. He's going to waste your time, waste your util, try and squeeze everything he can out of this round. So if you wanted to go get a drink, go to the bathroom, now's the perfect time, because there's another minute of this. I think it is viable to try and kill players after time in these rounds. Would like to see that from Astralis, but they're probably just thinking more about closing the round.
Yeah, I'll say this too, like, James always knowing that that's one of the pitfalls of slow play in these type of rounds, so they'll always be in a position where they can try and...
God.
Okay. No.
You're right. No, you're right.
They made it past.
No.
No, surely not. This is Glocks, man. One P250, and that might be enough. They've got it into a 2v2. Astralis, you can't let them win this round.
I hope you didn't go to the bathroom, because this round is on right now.
Round to ramp, full reposition for both players. No turn! No way! Oh, if you weren't crushed, if you weren't feeling defeated before, you are now. That's an eco round, a full eco.
Oh, look at that.
Vanilla pistols, they are... That kills you. Surely that kills you.
Yeah, and then Astralis timeout, and you know what? Fair enough.
What do you even say?
Rugger, what have you got? Rugger, say something.
Dude. They had what? Did they have a P250? They had a P250.
They had one P250.
They had one P250, 4 Glocks.
Yeah, I think so.
And they win. And they win the round. No nades. No nothing.
Astralis like jump in. They realize they've both gone cave, and they jump in. But Nota was so quick to go back ramp. He catches them both crossing. No one even looks at ramp parry.
Wait, did that just happen?
Glocks.
No way did that just happen.
Oh, I feel bad.
Oh
dear. Well.
Oh. Yeah, just have a little sip of your coffee, Nota. You have absolutely killed this team. Wow. Wow. This is why we love PARIVISION so much, folks.
How do they win that?
This is why we love this team.
Shocking.
It's just horrific.
Every step of the way, they're disadvantaged. Every step of that round, and they win it.
Yeah, no shit. They're playing with the gun you start with.
The free gun.
The free gun that you're not meant to use in those rounds, Hugo.
Oh, God. Well, you know what? I think we can get out middle now. Astralis fully shattered armorless pistols. That was their chance to build into this game against a full eco. And instead, it stares them right back in the face. Astralis have looked Medusa in the eye. They have turned into stone. He jiggled it with a knife and then realized. Oh, it's fun. We have fun.
Just, you know, I don't think you can recover this.
No,
You got 31 on map 1. You just lost to a Glock round in like. Losing to a Glock round any time in a game is bad.
That was a worst.
But in arguably like what was the half-defining round, it is the worst possible
That wasn't
time.
even the round. That was meant to be the round that gets you into the round.
Yeah.
One of the rounds of all time. Pour one out.
PARIVISION, man. This team is so cool.
I can't wait. I'm getting ahead of myself. I think this team.
They're gonna
be a real problem.
They're gonna
on
win some
LAN.
events this year.
They could be a real problem. Like they could beat some top teams. I could definitely see that happening here for PARIVISION coming into this season.
Oh, because also, you know,
they look better than the major.
It's like
they look better.
Yeah, they do. They do 100%. I can imagine, you know, the major success was very galvanizing. This idea of what we're doing is working. This grind has all been worth it. We've moved up the rankings a serious amount. You know, we're going to start hitting points where we're getting invited to events. We're getting to go and play the big dogs.
Because also, this was a team that for the longest time were just the kings of second place. They were one map away from making it to Pro League. They were one map away from a bunch of lands. They got a bunch of second places in qualifiers. And I kept thinking, like, before the major, man, when are we going to get to see this team take on top squads? And they kept falling short just enough. And then the major happens. Well, they've already locked in a bunch of attendances this year. Krakow, Cluj, Pro League, Bounty.
And dude, it's like, it's also just, the thing that's so sick to me is you're getting to see James' like unique view of the game. With new names, new talent, by the way. Like, other than Zwei, you didn't know a lot of these guys. Sure, you could say Belchinov, because he'd been around for a little while, but you're getting to see new faces playing with one of the most unique brains of the game in James, and it's exciting. It's fun, right? Old VP, you could tune in the final few rounds if you could guess which overtime the game was ending in and just kind of get the gist, but every round, something a little different.
Yeah, definitely.
Something a little explosive as well. They'll gladly throw in some pacey rounds. They'll gladly throw in some fights. They're not afraid to take risks. You kind of have to in MR12, but it's still just as cold and calculated, and now they're going to leave in 3v2. This is just horrific. Belchinok on with the backstabs way in the downtime is farming over towards B. Now, to Fuzi's credit, he's actually tried to get ahead of this. But guess what? They've decided to go back B. Zwei has gone and retaken the space. So Fuzi, you might get this kill. I'll give you that. But then you've got to embark on this 1v2. They've already got deep long. They've already got good space. The flash has wrecked him, and there's the peak. PARIVISION. These guys are seriously impressive, and they are sitting just rounds away from getting to show what they can do on LAN.
Flamesy's got players breathing down his neck, and there's a ton of pressure coming in on Mezzi. He lines up the bodies, though.
So solid.
Locks this down. Another multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal. Okay, over towards outer, damage onto the op. And now ZywOo slides away.
No fast moves.
Donk gets into the back of the site. This is a 1v5.
He can sense the fear. Rotation around for ZywOo.
Donk comes back. ZywOo, remember, full health over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex to him. And now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out wide. Okay. Clashes and kills them off. Always reliable Russian rifling. But your answer comes in the way of a Molodoi A-site entry. Spam down through the smoke as m0NESY continues to counter, and Kickstand walks this over. But here comes the clutch. K-Serrato so low already. No need to finish this off. It's gonna have to be a guillotine from K-Serrato, not once, but twice.
Off default, and he's moving up.
m0NESY's been playing phenomenally in this fourth map to keep the Falcons' dream alive.
How can he get two from this position?
I don't know.
He's trying to think different. He might catch one. If he gets both, it'd be a miracle.
He will stay tucked in and hidden and hope. And as they encroach closer, he remains in the shadows. This is Falcons getting closer to that bomb now. The retake's in full effect. m0NESY stomping over. It's a headshot immediately. No! An act of God from Serato. At times when we've seen Vitailty kind of come in after that first volley, this is a different timing from them, and they're going to try to send one through the car. Oh, that beautiful flash out of Mezzy. Oh! Good recovery for m0NESY, not letting that go for free. We've got that smoke still for m0NESY, and he gets the answer back.
All right, now we're talking.
It comes down to 20 seconds. It is right there. Rob's not sure from which avenue. TeSS going in first, dies out to Mezzy. m0NESY's got himself a third, and the quad on for an ace, and time to plant, and Sanctuary on the other side as Apex will walk this approach.
He's got to take a breath. m0NESY low HP, 14 health, looking for this last kill.
Locked in, holding the angle, Apex's head, primed for the popping. In a full house for 4 rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but misses. And there's a lot of movement for FURIA outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
It's PARIVISION season coming in hot of the Budapest Major with another addition to this roster. And Zwei not only is taking the cake, but James is leading them to victory. This is a beautiful series from the whole of PARIVISION. Everyone having their moments. Domination across Dust 2. And now a similar story on Ancient. Astralis, it might be end of the line here in their second match. As PARIVISION look too hot to handle right now. Ah, drop him.
Oh, first round from the get-go, Astralis at least get out mid. That's more progress than James boys were ever able to make in this position. Obviously, they didn't get shot out. There's no util.
Yeah, no.
But they still got the space. It's the little victories, Hugo.
Okay, but how about this B site?
Well, there's only 2 players here. That is about to change with 2 more on the way over.
Smoke ramp, they're in cave instead. Problem.
Way back turned. He's dead. Out in the open, ready for a ramp fight that never arrives. So Astralis get in, get bombed down, and get posted for this post plant. There's no winning this, James. No, there actually isn't this time. There we go.
He was going to smoke caves, way. If he right-clicked that smoking cave, maybe someone told him not to, maybe he changed his mind, but if that smoke comes in cave and he plays it with the Julies, yeah, suddenly interesting.
Okay, but this is still an intriguing start to the second half.
Yeah.
It was never really going to get going if Astralis lost that pistol round. So now a shot of redemption, and you can't actually just crumble up and give up in this head-to-head. You've got to keep fighting. They've got to believe now that their T-side can see them through, and they've at least hopefully got a little cache of rounds here to fall back on the back of that pistol win. Guns will be coming out in the next for PARIVISION, so for now, hesitant to say this should be guaranteed for Astralis. If you win 2 full ecos in a game...
That's a record, right?
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
No?
It's all fine. Just the first bullet was a dink in the round, and for a moment, I had a flashback.
It's okay. Astralis are scared too. Ooh. Make sure he's dead.
Dude, playing this team would piss you off.
Yeah, true.
Like, even if you were super cool, super chill, you know, like you'd get, Zywoo would spam these bodies. He's a chill guy.
Astralis 2 rounds behind.
Yeah, feeling like you're within touching distance of an enemy that has had you beat throughout the entire series. Ooh. Good feeling, and there's Stare. Bringing home an advantage straight away. This time, there is a mid-fight, there is a mid-head-to-head, and once more, Astralis take it. They get the space.
Yeah, it's only 1 player in middle. for PARIVISION, but Astralis playing fearless right now, and that's a good sign. Can't afford to shrink up against PARIVISION right now. Not checking it. And labored spray this way. Takes the kill, and they lose the B side in the process, so needs to be careful they don't rush him in cave here. Molly comes down. CT retake. Anything's doable, but not with the reload from Jame. That's a surprising mistake to see from Jame of all people. And Kitless, hopeless. Stay here to punish.
Oh, they both have knives out.
All right. Okay. Game? Game on.
We do have a game on our hands, folks. Astralis fighting back. A real test of your resilience. Gotta give them even more credit if they pull through now. They are within 1 round of PARIVISION.
Same.
What? So good.
Got dinked for 90. And
Dead.
Stay on in the clip. 99, you're telling me. Okay. I don't know what to make of it just yet. Too early to tell. They weren't ready for stare. Giga lurking. That's him spraying.
But that's nice. I like it. He's got a little smile on. He knows he's just kind of caught them in a really compromised position.
Yeah. Jane can do some leading here, but a lot of it is going to be down to the micro decisions made by individuals on this CT side. B-Stat coming in. Astralis very quiet outside of the site. Ultranox 2 and 12. We will need some moments for PARIVISION if they are to win this map. Right now, Astralis making a convincing case for it.
All right, they're looking to go B into a big stack from PARIVISION. Wonder if that re-smoke changed. Well, it might have changed your mind if you had any control anywhere else. You don't know what's happening anywhere else on the map, so you kind of have to just commit into these 4 players.
Okay.
20 seconds left as they ready themselves for the hit.
Nice flashes.
1 kill from the site player, but yeah, those flashes destroyed the setup. All 3 players getting caught by them. 1 back for Zelo, sure. Leaves you in a 2-on-3 as Belchanok arrives over on long. I think if you're Zelo, just get out with the gun. Play survival on the AK and let Belchanok see if he can do anything, which 2 and whatever, he won't be able to.
Reasonable save.
Tie game now, though.
Yeah.
And a nice B-exec rolled out into this stack. You know, for a team that's lost to a full eco in this map already, that's a well-handled round.
Had 1 gun round in the half, so this is PARIVISION's second chance, and you know you don't get many of them in MR12, so have to seize this opportunity now, or this game will disappear. Zway's got enough to buy the AWP for Jame. CT Ancient, again, not an AWPer's paradise. Absolutely expect to see him wield it. PARIVISION could do with an opening kill. Right now, Astralis are running a very execute-heavy game. And it's working well. 4 straight rounds on this T side. Jame has that AWP. Kits available. Everything PARIVISION need. Jame solo mid. Risky starting move considering the util Astralis are throwing and the fact that Stair's been running out mid. They eat the nade on the cross. They run through a ramp smoke. And full lane take here for PARIVISION. Jame, he's on notice. Here they come. Should be a trade. Can he escape? Just about, Jame. In hot water, in a spot of bother. Jame nails a second shot falling back.
I mean, this is where you're feeling the absence of your third player. You need Yabby to get away with a kill at least for his time, but he's a long way away. And so PARIVISION, they take this window of opportunity to go and fight the two site players, knowing they're fielding one hell of an advantage. Defuse being held.
Nice spot.
No win in this for Yabby. PARIVISION will maintain the lead, and yeah, I like that.
I've never seen someone defuse like that before, jumping on the box, and
it's all just little
little
out of the box things, just to give you the smallest edge possible.
When Yabby gets a kill, great speed up for PARIVISION. They just run out Temple immediately. They know, hey, one player's not here. Don't let him get back in time. Let's kill everyone else. Belchanok double up. Huge kills for Jame, who was getting hunted from Donut and main. He's able to find 2 entries on this CT side. Oh, it's hot.
Crazy move for Nota. Wanted to go and fight with all the util, with teammates coming in to helping, but Zwei has kept this one even. Third player out there in mid, able to deal with the push. Still, 3-on-3, good spot for Astralis, right? You're feeling the burn, the lack of resources here if you're PARIVISION. Kind of excited because we haven't really had to see what they have to do in these spots yet, how they play these 3-on-3s.
Baited them out of the B site.
Yeah, some squads, thinking back even to the likes of Yabby's old teams in Heroic, used to do the wolf pack in moments like this. You group, you roam together, go and clear the map. But for now, it was Zelo all alone, taking a bit of a probe out towards the lane.
It's good info because it tells Jame they're not in B yet. They're at the door with the bomb. So Jame can get back on the angle, not be too worried about positions like long. And now he can just hold down ramp.
Potentially a big moment for Fuzi to try and step up.
Yeah.
Not necessarily blowing us away. He tries his hand at the opening. Does damage, but it's Jame with the kill, and that leaves it all on HOOXi. Captain's got to do it on his own. To do it, he's got to get past Jame and Jame's new right-hand man. And they are just honed in on this site position, knowing that if he takes a swing up and over for HOOXi, but dead after one, the trade is instantaneous. And PARIVISION will build upon this lead.
Jumps the Jame Orb, who's holding cave anyway, and he's going to get away with the round for PARIVISION thanks to Zwei. Poor Fuzi hit the tag on Jame. Chaotic mid-fight here, and Shock to PARIVISION able to get out in a 3v3. Zwei coming in late to trade that out.
But again, this is another example of one of the other just fundamental skills that PARIVISION do really, really well, which is their trade work. It's such a big reason why they're so successful, why they're so threatening. There's this idea in the back of your mind that for a team that can trade this well, where the fundamentals are this nailed down, that if you forego a man advantage, right? Even if, like in that round where you get out towards mid, you get 2 kills, well, they still traded to keep it even, didn't they? And the moment you end up on the back foot, it feels so tough. Because this team are really, really good at playing that buddy system, playing off of each other. It's not often trades as well in a way where it's super easy to line them up, right? That was one of maybe the better looks at getting like a 1v2 you've had, because it's just Zwei and Jame side by side. But even the way they go about taking those fights adds pressure. Didn't really know where Zwei was till he'd already played forward.
Astralis found their first early rounds off of that rifle, but now PARIVISION warming up into it. Chaos in middle continuing, and PARIVISION excelling at it. Nota's got to be careful here. They're coming from heaven, and Yabby's going to root cave, so Nota gets a second chance. Belchanok very low. Zwei caught jiggling, but able to block. Yabby forced into the fight, and Zwei happy to engage.
Just looks so good, doesn't he?
He looks better than Nemiga and Spirit combined, to be honest.
I just really hope he can keep up these, but like, I hope this... Nice one for Fuzi, but there's the trade.
Too open.
What would be cool, not only, if he keeps this up at this level, I think they're going to be really threatening. The idea that he could even get better is out there as well. You know, we'll have to see whether or not this is a honeymoon period for Zwei, or if there's actually even more to do, if this is just a mega strong foundation and that things could build up from here.
Yeah, it's a shocking question. I mean, because we were all hyped on PARIVISION. If they kept the same roster in this season, I would have been so hyped on PARIVISION. And now they've added him, and now we've seen 2 games, he's even better. The whole team is even better. They have more firepower. They have more experience. The roles seem to fit perfectly. You called him James' right-hand man last round, and he really is. By his side so often. And putting up big numbers in these few maps we've seen. There's just nothing to doubt yet for PARIVISION. And now sitting just 2 rounds away from the LAN finals, another chance to play a top team here at the Bounty. Why not PARIVISION? Why not? They picked Astralis and they look to remove them from the competition. Shane with a tag. Nota finds the lurk. A has been taken. But PARIVISION are coming in hot.
Oh, he's hit the perfect timing. They just cleared this. That's 2 on the plate for Nota, and he controls the spray for the second.
Beautiful. The mechanics.
That's just, imagine how disorientating that retake is. You miss the timing on the main flank. Someone goes, main clear. You have 2 guys die to main, as he says it. Then, when you turn to try and kill the guy in main, you're flooded on through Temple, through Donut, through CT. What do you do? What do you do? That's how I felt so often throughout this entire series. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, what could Astralis have done? Here we are.
It all happened so quick, man.
Yeah.
Astralis, just when they had you believing with 4 rounds on this T side, PARIVISION 4 right back, and a fit to finish this series and to finish Astralis in their debut tournament with this international roster. Blind in middle. Stair will give it a go. Astralis have run out elbow 3 rounds in a row, and it has gone as well each time.
Yeah, and each time being pretty horribly. That's the... Oh, I mean, this one's all done. Astralis out a game shy from the playoff run. It's going to be PARIVISION getting there in incredibly dominant fashion.
Round of applause.
9 rounds total for Astralis in the series. PARIVISION very excited to see what this team can deliver with Zwei now in the roster, looking to these LAN playoffs.
There was a moment. There was a moment when it went to about 7 to 8 where we thought this might actually be a game. We might actually have some resistance. And then quickly PARIVISION came in and said, no, actually, we're not interested in that. We're going to destroy them. And so they did.
Better, but not good for Astralis. As for PARIVISION, they just continue down the same trend that we've seen so far. It's been a great start to 2026 for them. It's been a great start to Zwei within this lineup. Look at that scoreboard one more time. He's doing God's work. He's clutching, he's opening, he's just finding impact left, right, and center. There's no denying that PARIVISION were significantly the better team today. I'm a little bit disappointed that Astralis weren't able to put up more of a fight. Map 1, we can forget about that. Ancient, as you said, there were moments, you know, we thought to ourselves, you know, when the score was 8 to 8, maybe Astralis are going to win this map, and maybe we'll get to see a 3rd map just for them to lose, obviously. But that was not the case right here. PARIVISION got the job done and showed another level tonight.
Yeah, and there were just so many of these gut-wrenching rounds, back-breaking rounds that just do not allow you to build in the slightest. There's one of them that we are going to take a look at in a moment. There were many errors, many blunders, but some of them are going to haunt you. You imagine Hooksy's going to see them when he closes his eyes at night, and one of these in particular was a eco.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say round 10, maybe. Is that what you're asking for? A full eco? Look at the buy coming right in here from PARIVISION. It's Astralis making a comeback as well in this first half after struggling a little bit, and you lose to blocks. Jumping around, you give up 1 M4 to Shello. I know he's doing a good job right here. The trading is fine as well, but I don't know what the hell Astralis are doing. Like, it's one by one by one. A guy jumping back turn to the one player on towards ramp. It's, yeah, I understand Jappy's reaction. I understand everyone's reactions. And let's be completely honest, this could happen to any team out there. It's just, it's happening an awful lot to Astralis and has historically been happening a lot the last 2 years. So even if you come in with a new roster, a new foundation, gotta stop, man.
You gotta. Well, we might be able to get some answers. I think we've got Raga on deck. It's not the happiest of circumstances here, Raga. That was a tough one. What do you think went wrong for the team?
I think we got a little bit into the game thing on Dust 2, and it kind of like stuck in our heads a little bit. We tried to maybe start out a little bit too passive on Dust, and then we started to play a little bit more aggro, and yeah, I heard a lot of on TeamSpeak that they should have killed like this guy or that guy, and then, you know, when you play a super structured like team that Game always brings, it's hard to find like any weaknesses in what they're doing, whether it's default or strats. And yeah, at least those two, like, they were just better. I think on what's it called, like on Ancient, I definitely think we had our chances. We had some 5v3s, we had the right read on one of the pistol rounds also. Like, yeah, I think they were better at the XVXs, and that's what decided the game.
I'm not going to fault you for Dust 2. That's a map you have to integrate. That's going to take some time. Ancient, as you said, it felt like it was much closer. Do you think this was a fair representation of where you're at right now as a squad, given you're new, or do you think you should have and could have played better?
I think we should have played better. Like, obviously, I think losing was a 13-1 on Dust. I think even like during practice, I think we showed a different like face than what we were doing today on that map. Maybe just like a little bit inexperienced as a new Dust team playing against one of the most established like in-game leaders on the map. I think we just got a lot of like data to work on. But I do want to say like Ancient, from how it played out, like the situations we had, like that one should be in the bank, in my opinion.
Well, thank you for joining us. I know this is a tough situation, but a lot more Counter-Strike to be played in 2026. We'll look forward to seeing you further down the road.
Yep. See ya.
Tough spot there. I mean, really tough spot for Astralis. That's a hard one to find answers for. It's always a bad sign when he's hearing in the team speak, you know, people talking about kills they should have gotten, should have had this. You have to be able to forget and move on as a Counter-Strike player.
Yeah, it's a reality check. You know, they knew they were going up against a strong opponent in PARIVISION. Losing is one way, but losing in this fashion, that's the thing that hurts right now. I think they expected to get a tough fight right here, but as you said, 13-1 and the Ancient slipping out of their hands, that's the one that's rough.
Well, hearing from the other side of things, we'll go towards the optimistic because we have Zwei joining us from PARIVISION. Zwei, another series, another dominant run from you individually. You are on fire. What is leading to all of this success for you?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, it just lucky.
Zwei, what did you have for breakfast today?
Eggs, like always.
Eggs like always. There you go, Mike. You got your answer.
Hey, you need some good protein when you're going to rip heads from shoulders. Look, man, it's been a really hot start for you. You've now booked your spot here on LAN as well. Presumably some good memories for you here in this Malta studio, lifting a trophy last season. Should we be expecting you to be lifting something on this stage again?
We'll see. I can't say it right now.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing it. Can't wait to see you here playing once again in Malta. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you. Bye.
Man, a few words in that moment. Does all his talking in the server, Jacob.
I like it that way, to be completely honest. Do the talking on the server if you want to talk smack outside of the server. Fair enough, it's optional, but doing the talking on the server, I don't think that's optional, and it's, as we spoke about already, it's a perfect start for Zwei and PARIVISION. He's coming in full force. He's showing all the potential that we didn't quite get to see consistently enough in Team Spirit, and as I said, what is it, 6 days ago, when we opened up the very first segment, the team I look forward to see the most, PARIVISION, they're delivering.
They are, and someone will be joining them here in Malta in our next matchup. This one could deliver as well. Some serious fireworks. Zwei's previous home, Team Spirit, take on Inner Circle. To start us off with that one, we've got some interviews. Now, Tanir, you have a matchup against Inner Circle coming up. I wanted to ask about your experience with Magix. You're one of the players who hasn't played with him before. What do you think of the man so far?
I know this guy before he back to our roster. I played with him some faces or just talking about real stuff. real life stuff. He's very cool guy, and right now when I playing with him in Team Spirit, I very enjoy because I think he have very big potential, and he very smart guy, and he have a lot of ideas in mid calls. Yeah.
And what about those ideas when it comes to you specifically? How many conversations have you had about how he wants to play you in this roster, and is there going to be any change from what we saw before?
For real, right now we have a little bit different structure. I can say what a lot difference we have, but in future I think you can see that. But I sure in future I will have more freedom on the map, and maybe you can see my little more aggressive style how it was in Heroic.
And that certainly worked out well. Talking about this matchup, Inner Circle on deck, what do you think about them?
We have played against these guys on the EPL probably. They showed good game, but I think they also can maybe surprise us on today. But we are ready for fight them, and I think it should be a good match.
Any overall idea of how you counter Donk? We've seen some teams try and avoid him. We've seen some teams try and go straight at him. What do you think you guys are going to do?
I think we'll try to do like some other teams, like to maybe counter him with nades. But probably we are not so good team to maybe make it very good. So maybe sometimes we'll fight him as well, you know, to fight him on his area, to duel him, because overall we are very good individual team and we have good fighters as well. We have Zerofix, we have Davu, they're good shooters, and maybe if they'll have the great game, they can like duel him and win the duel, you know. So yeah, we'll try to counter him with nades, but if it doesn't go on, so we'll try to win the fight.
I like how realistic Captain Kirka was about this.
Yeah.
Playing Spirit, step one, figure out Donk. Figure out how you're going to approach Donk. Step two, figure out literally everything else.
But how are you going to figure that out? You know, I feel like everyone's been trying that for a couple of years now, and I don't think there's any possible solution right now. And that almost goes without saying that I feel in a game like this, and it may sound a little bit harsh, and it may sound, you know, a little bit, Jacob, don't ruin the fun. But it's up to Donk whether or not he wants to win this game. It's up to Spirit whether or not they want to win this game. Now, if Donk is not showing up with a 1.72 rating as he did in the first game, then maybe there's a world where Inner Circle can steal away a map or make the game competitive. But let's be bluntly honest right here. We are having one of the most lopsided matches on paper. Even though Spirit are integrating a new in-game leader, even though Sontic is back, when you have Donk on the server against a team like Inner Circle, that's what he does for breakfast every single day on FUT.CET. So it should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, right? I'm not sure if we're going to show the clip later on, but I'll spoil it a little bit now. Captain Kirka was very clear about me. He thinks best case scenario, the confidence is like 50-50. Realistically, it's like a 70-30 for Spirit. He was very frank and very honest about their expectations here. But Inner Circle is a team that we know can surprise. They've got some serious firepower of their own. I think he's correct to identify that, honestly, if they can bring this down to fights and fights and fights, that might honestly be Inner Circle's best chance.
100%, because one thing is Donk eating them for breakfast on FUT.CET, sure thing, but the rest of the players within Team Spirit, if you have fights going up against Magisk or Sontic for that matter as well, or you get Zero to be a little bit uncomfortable, those are players you can talk to. Those are duels you can win, and then if you leave Donk in a 1v3 consistently, then all of a sudden you have a game on your hand. And I also will say, despite looking at the video right here, there's no big thing standing out, Mike, to be completely honest. Ancient does too, Mirage should be needed, all comfortable maps for both teams. Again, another FUT.CET game right here. I will say one thing though, I feel like for them to even be in this game, they took down 3D Max. That we got to give credit for. That was a tough fight. So they've shown that they can play Counter-Strike at a higher level than we initially anticipated. So if Spirit is coming into this game unfocused, yes, it can be competitive, but then again, you know, winning the game, as Captain Kirka said, that's going to be tough.
It will be tough indeed. But to take us through this map of play, we've got the Eldrazi Angler himself and also Hugo. Take it away, boys.
Also tough. Also tough.
Still thinking about them Eldrazi's, Mike. I know you, dog. Hugo.
Harry,
I think there could be an upset on our hands.
Yeah, you know,
I think it's not impossible. I don't know. I don't share Big Jacob's sentiments of this being a lock-in win for Spirit.
I'm with you. In the sense, I'm not going to say I think there's an upset on their hands. I would say that of the teams that could beat Spirit in this draw, Inner Circle are one of them. It's obviously, like the desk have said, super dependent on quiet games out of players like Donk and Shiro, and maybe the insurance policies of Spirit not performing, Zontic's being new, or rather being back and maybe struggling, Magic's being new to in-game leadership. There's potential, but always with Spirit, you have Donk.
Yeah, the Donk factor is something you just can't ignore.
Yes.
That's fair, but I think, you know, even looking back to when they met back at EPL, where Inner Circle were just rounds away from winning this head-to-head, I think Captain Kirker has certainly shown he is a fantastic addition to this team, blowing us away in the opening series for the Inner Circle squad. In theory, you know, your team hits harder than it did last time, and you were only a round away from the win last time you faced Spirit.
I've got a lot to say, but we'll save it for this after this pistol, because right now Inner Circle have managed to take the site. Bomb put down. Magix has a kit smoke. Donk has Julie's armor. Oh, Zontic's cleaned up, and Donk isn't here in time to save his life, so he's going to have to make up for it with the trades. Flyrax doesn't allow it. Good shots from Flyrax to start this series.
Wow, on for the triple. In that last head-to-head, Flyrax was their top performing piece, so him starting off strong is a good sign.
Yeah, you mentioned that game. Obviously, they won Nuke against Spirit last time, and this time they banned out Nuke. They've been having a really difficult time on it recently, and maybe seeing Spirit play it against Sinners the other day as methodically as they didn't want to touch that. The benefit Inner Circle had, something they even mentioned in the draft show, was they like the veto against Spirit, right? Obviously, both teams ban Inferno. If you're the underdog, you're not banning Inferno, you're forcing Spirit to ban it.
Right.
Spirit would never take that risk.
It's like you take a bit of an edge in that sense in the veto. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense for Inner Circle.
Just surprised that they're banning out the map they beat them on before.
Also, this series is going to answer a kind of hotbed question, which is, who is the GOAT? Captain Kirker or Donk?
That's true. And right now we've got our answer 1-0 to the Kirker.
Yeah. Even dinked him in the pistol. Flyrax was the one who completed the kill. But no, Captain Kirker has been on fire.
Yeah, he had an incredible series the other day, taking down 3D Max. It was
Ancient to open up that series, and that was where it started oh so well.
Ancient's always a lot of fun. We talked about this. You know, this team is kind of like two teams in a way across the players we've seen last year. It was Inner Circle in the latter half of 2025 with the core, but prior to that TNL with a different mix. And when they were at Bounty last time, they beat Na'Vi on Ancient. They lost the series, but they selected Na'Vi and they managed to put up a really good fight. And so we know these underdogs love picking Ancient because you can outcool a star player by playing really fast. And so Inner Circle looking to bring some pace perhaps into this game today. 2-0 start over Spirit.
Dude, something else I've liked and noticed is that both days now, here we go, we've had PARIVISION into Spirit. We got to see Zwei, and then we have Spirit is like the immediate follow-up to see how they go hand in hand.
Sure. One's an underdog. The other is one of the biggest favorites in the world.
An overdog.
Yes.
It's overdog. That's what you say when you...
We'll say that as fair enough.
Well, that's funny. It's overdog. Good nades on a Captain Kirker, or Zerofix rather. If you remember, it was his CT side in particular that was stunning. In their opening game, Captain Kirker went absolutely massive, quieting down a bit CT half. All right, Shiro.
Okay, buddy.
You really gonna do that to him? Ooh. Oh, he's so bloodlusting, he nearly killed Tanir.
That was Shiro?
Pretty sure.
Was it spam? I don't know. Either way.
He got shot in the back.
Okay. I trust you. With my life. Okay, they've chipped away at them, Harry. Could the Deagles do it through smoke?
Yeah, they chipped away, and let's see if they can leverage the opportunity. Boost up, Magic.
Oh, so much damage, man. It's just down to luck at this point. Oh.
Oh, good util, good nades. Plant found, and now you're pretty cozy in this 4-on-3 post plant. Let's see. Donk and Shiro still alive, and Shiro's a kill to the good already. Hands warm. Donk seems to think so. Ow. That's not bad. Gonna need the other on the dig, but he can't quite find the follow-up.
Yeah, a lot of people saying, hey, they're low. They're all low. Watch out. Donk just spraying away, but only the tag on the one healthy player of Flyrax. Fortune favors the bold in this post plant. Inner Circle goes swinging in long, and they almost pay the price onto Donk.
This is the thing I think it's really important to remember with Spirit. It's like, yes, they have Donk. Yes, they have Shiro. You have within this team top players in the world. The best player in the world in Donk. Sure, he didn't win #1.
Different conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not get into that. We all know what you mean.
Yeah.
The statistical outlier.
You have two of the best players in the world, and, you know, the best player in the world. That always adds some crazy ability to win games, but the thing that we have to remember, Magix is new to leadership.
And Zontix has been out for 6 months.
Exactly. So there are two things going against them here. Magix, someone who I have no doubt with enough time is going to really grow into this role. But I do think with the chaos the Inner Circle like to cause, this could be a button-pushing matchup for him as the captain.
And if you're Spirit, you're getting prepped for, right? You're going to get red. For example, Donk just got double naded off of his mid-jump into Donut. It's a common opening move for Donk. He is on 5 health. These are the kind of factors that make this game so interesting, because Inner Circle want this so bad. Okay. And so they're going to seize this opportunity. Donk put on his last legs. Shiro relied upon and headshot Bionic. How is the floor of this team Spirit? That is the question today.
It's quite the player to find early. And when you think about the fact that those nades that you spoke about right off the top of the round have also brought Donk down so low, these are your two heavy hitters almost out of commission. So it's a real test of the other three. Magix, Zontix, two new old additions. It's also a chance to see what Tanir's capable of. Donk at 5 HP. You'll take him getting 1. You would love it if he could get 1, and he will. Not quite the double. Don't know how he stays alive so long. It does so much damage. And here's that AWP on the rotate. Tanir lends a helping hand. They pull through. Tanir with the double kill, and a sigh of relief for Team Spirit as that one is safely maintained.
See, and everyone gets an AWP today. Zway's running it on Paravision. Tanir picks it up after Shiro dies on B, and he puts it to use. Big round at Spirit. Felt like positionally they were going to lose that, but Donk retakes A with quite the pace, and he gets information early. Spirit come through that smoke fearless. Nice to see. In the circle, it was never going to be easy. Timeout early, while they still have some money. Some being the key word. It's a question of whether they'll buy here. I mean, surely you would. There's going to be some limitations. Donk gonna keep, yeah, he goes lower this time. Don't want it to get naded. Just want to keep an eye on how Donk starts his rounds, because you know he's aware of the anti-stratting the Inner Circle will have to do against him if they have a chance in this game. Kirk out middle, Donk walks back through the smoke. Grants Inner Circle access. Nade on the smoke, but Shiro can't see. That would have been the 5v4 for Team Spirit if that nade lands deeper. peek from the red room. Zontix takes one with him.
Asmap is playing T-sided for Inner Circle, so they do want to try and find a good bounty of rounds here, keeping this one even. Still with that chance to keep Spirit on the back foot economically is huge. Now you've got to get past Donk, and he only gets out with 1 kill. Looking at Shiro next, so you're going through waves of the top men for the Spirit squad. Shiro, eyes on the prize. That is very well handled from your AWP.
Nice way to peek main. Instead of just going for the typical right side box swing, it goes in front of it. And that just offsets any expectation of how you're going to get peeked by that orb. They know he's there, but they can't stop him. So Zerofix saving the AWP for Flyrax, and Spirit securing a second round.
Yeah, Orp is going to make it out at least, as there's no contest, no challenge on this save. I say that, Magix. In he comes. Uh-oh! Boom! The re-peek is crazy there from Zerofix.
From Magix as well. He could have gotten out with the AK, which he went for.
I do respect that a lot from Magix, though. One of my big things with Spirit that used to really get under my skin was how they didn't hunt, right? They so often, even in rounds, the amount of times you'd see Spirit where there's like 2 rounds of the game left. They have $8,000. They're not hunting. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This is just free.
I remember the worst game of that. It was the Passion UA one at the Shanghai RMR, where they had 0 reason to save. Okay, Donk. Back up heaven, back with a vengeance, glocked by Dorwi.
Mate, thing that's been impressive, at least, is they've never let Donk get away with multi-kills. He's only managed 1-and-dones for the most part. Kind of instantly getting silenced. Yeah, that's the one exception. We've already had a Glock win here on Ancient. Very different teams. And so I'm not that worried. Shiro looking very safe in this game right now.
And he pushes back. He saw he dropped the orb, so he just pushes back in with a pistol while they pick it up. Donk waiting to get going. He had a slow start against Sinners as well, right? For him, slow start. But when he got going on Mirage, if you remember, Harry, oh my goodness. It was 4K, 3K, 3K, 4K. It was GG. It just took a few rounds to get him there. So some important trades for Inner Circle onto Donk, but you know it's just a matter of time. Spawn rush on A. Donk's going to hear this. Watch the mini-map. Look at Spirit scramble. And it's the fake out. That's a T-side smoke thrown to make it look like they're lurking out. They go quiet. They know Spirit are mobile right now, so it will be a recommit late in the round. Any nades, Donk will see over the top. There they go.
Here's the push. Again, into Donk. Gonna try and deal with him early. This time he will get out with his multi-kill, and these trades will not come through. Donk, if you don't deal with him after that first, so quickly will he start to just steamroll over you, and that's a lesson they'll learn the hard way. Up until now, largely been able to stop him from those multi-kill reign of terror moments. But not in this round, not with the smoke in their way. A shooting gallery for Donk.
He just heard enough players in main that he knows, hey, this is a lot of resources. There's a good chance they're just going to recommit after nades. And nothing even got thrown out by Spirit because they had no one A. So Donk gets to re-smoke, HE through everything he's got before they even get out A. So Donk in the right place, delivers a 3K, and the game has begun for Spirit. Did not have to wait long. Looking to start taking the lead seriously now as this eco for Inner Circle shifts its way around the map.
Yeah, a lot less worried about an upset with Donk and Shiro, both looking red hot out of the gate. That's Donk being able to push through some of the early challenges. Just because kind of the bar for what Donk wants to do in these rounds is that much higher than for most players, right? When Donk gets out of a round going 1-for-1, that's not that good, you know? That's pretty rough. So just great to see that he's kind of powered through those early woes, the early 1-for-1s where he's getting traded, and now he's starting to find his multi-kills. Shiro has also just not been missing. Had that one round over towards ramp where he got wrecked with the flash. Other than that, Shiro has been flawless on the AWP.
Indeed. All good signs for Spirit right now. 5-3, full buy round coming up for Inner Circle. Flyrex on the AWP. He had trouble on Ancient against 3D Max. Stepped up on Nuke. Oh, well, it's really smoked. But no room to have a poor game on the AWP in this kind of match. If you're Flyrex. Started strong at least. Calling the bluff on this smoke. Kirk. Zontix is in red, and no one is in donut. Right now, Spirit have left the A site open. Bomb spotted. Steps made. Zontix, is he going to flank? They're pushing in together. They've dropped Zerofix at B. They know the bomb is donut. Rotator coming in. Donk and Zontix right behind.
And they're going to arrive so quickly, so quietly. You might not be ready for it. There's Donk getting set up to trade, but only good for the first.
A shot.
3v3 in the post plant. Been saying that Shiro has had a remarkably consistent streak to this AWP. They're going to need that to power them through. AWP left in the retake here alongside Magix, but the molly, the nade, it's all whittling him down. Given another chance to fire off that AWP, and Shiro doesn't miss.
Really smart to just pull back there.
This into the 2v2. Magix nearly sidelined by the donut player, still gets to play on. That's a dink down range. And Onyx is removed. Now it's all eyes on Doi, and he gets mopped up. That AWP.
Ooh, it's close, Harry.
They've got this.
They've got it.
Shiro, man, I am impressed right now.
Yes. The backup saves around because you see they double swing him together. They go, Shiro's in the molly. He's ticked on the AWP. We've naded him. Let's just double swing. One of us will die. That's the effect, but we will trade. Shiro pulls back out of Temple. He sees the shadow, gets one, hides. No trade allowed. He gets to play the 2v2 and cover that defuse. Beautiful round out of Shiro. Every move is perfect. Zontix dies for Donk, who still only goes 1-for-1, but Spirit are winning rounds with Donk 1-for-1.
Oh, flashing him in, but Captain Kirk has made it in
Donk
behind
does this
cover.
every day, baby. He knows. He's not falling for that. He knows there's a gap. I do love the similarities.
Yeah.
You know, if you're watching demos as an aggressive rifler, who are you watching? Shiro on the line.
I feel like I just haven't seen him miss yet. Will he ever?
He's cover on the ramp.
There it is, another blinder. Okay, first miss, but it's the no-scope. Left it to chance. Shiro ran down after two. Still, you'd like to think he's done his part in the round. Now you look on. Can Tanier play cleanup? First man in at the ramp dealt with, and there's the spam for the final kill. All right, Tanier.
It's not on his screen. It's just spraying through the wood. Some really close rounds for Inner Circle. These last two have come down to the wire. 2v2s both times. But Spirit make the difference.
I think we spent enough time telling you that Donk's good. Shiro right now is the guy winning this game. He is playing lights out. There's nothing worse than playing versus an AWP you feel like just isn't ever missing. The fact that you seemingly can't peek him without losing a player is a travesty for Inner Circle.
Yeah, you have Molodoi who gets as many shots off in a round as he can, but he won't hit them all. And then you have Shiro who only takes a few, but he nails them. Shiro back at spawn side. They found the 5v4. Dory's got an entry. Smoke down. Nades are important here for Spirit. Try and slow the roll on this push. Donk flashed and dealt with. Shiro again.
Yeah, I mean, look, he might not be missing, but the AWP still has its limitations. That double kill actually does make this really scary. Magix has just given them a way in. Shiro out on long. Where's the limit live? But not missing! We're about to find out! Shiro with every single kill! Oh my god! He is tapped in! He is feeling this AWP!
Mind-blowing. Perfection for Shiro and flicks galore. It's pretty as well. You don't have any room for error. You don't have anywhere to run. Molly keeps him locked in and Shiro shuts him out.
Wow. Oh, Shiro, bro. You can't waste a game like this. You can't.
They're not.
Yeah, they
Don't
ain't.
worry.
It's kind of hard
because the story of this game will just be Inner Circle got close to winning a bunch of rounds, but Harry, they ain't winning those rounds.
No, they are not. It's just the ultimate failsafe. An AWP that doesn't miss. How do you beat that?
They're all flicks as well.
He's missed one shot this whole game, and it was a no-scope while flashed. It's like not even a shot you're meant to hit. Other than that, it's been flawless.
And look at this. Now, the worry here is they can rotate quick donut, but Spirit are just believing in this play, and they're right now. It's looking like a B hit. Zontix is flanking through spawn. He's got the pistol out. He's min-maxing that speed. And he is coming up behind them, even if they get these entries. And that's a big if. Tanir and Magic just spraying them down. Triple assist for the captain. Tanir takes the glory. And at least Onyx ready. But Zontix isn't even giving him the flank. 9 rounds on the CT side of Ancient. Spirit have shown up and are looking to make it to LAN here in Malta.
Yeah, a very reassuring form, and that is them running away with this half.
Magnus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you
Look at this man.
Yep.
He's enjoying himself.
Oh my god, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
We think to ourselves, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the Rovers beat the road a little bit.
All right, Spirit are in full control on Inner Circle's pick. We said coming in, Inner Circle usually put their best work in on these T-halves of Ancient. Well, they are left lagging behind. A bunch of close rounds in there, but really it hasn't come to matter with the form that we're getting, not from Donk. He's playing good, playing fine. It's Shiro right now, who is the hero of this Spirit team. Had some crazy sequences, and he has missed but one shot on the AWP in the entire game thus far.
Mid dead in cave, flash down the ramp. Zerofix sees nothing. Oh, that's a hell of a kill for Magix. All the nades being risked there. Shiro's found a dink as well. It's not going to get any easier here for Inner Circle as they start to get closed upon on this B bomb site. Flash for cave. Onyx, oh, it's only a decoy, baited. Onyx, they're right behind you. There's nowhere to go. Hidden in the corner, Shiro hunts him down. He's just keeping it up, isn't he? 17 and 4, 2 kills. Oh, but bomb doesn't make it in. He couldn't get it back. Magix 1v2, low health, finishes off, and now a clutch for the captain. What's he got? Ha! See ya.
You see him leave, see him go, and now you got to give chase. What's the play for Magix?
Dory's still doubting it, but as that bomb goes down, Magix has time to go wherever he wants. No. Yeah. He's going to stay in main.
Play around the bomb. It's
smoke is just such a
best
problem.
option. But yeah, that smoke is going to force a fight out.
Stick might be the best choice here. Magix is one shot from death. Does he know that?
I feel like you just got to try and put the fear in him, try and catch him on a swing, get him spamming that smoke. But Magix does not move, does not budge. Now we're going to commit to the swing out. Defuse being held. Shots off the mark for Magix. Knife pulled. One chance to get this right, and he's missed with the blade. Kill comes in, but the defuse already grabbed.
Unlucky. Very unlucky. What can you do? Dory sticks it with just enough time for the smoke to cover his defuse. Magix. Missed shots. It's all it takes here in this pistol. Nice round out of Shiro. How did the bomb get there, though? Thought he had it. So Inner Circle, lifeline gifted here off the smoke stick.
Okay. A little lesson about getting too aggressive in this round. You really don't want to give this away.
Donk's got an AK and they have 2 Galils. Like, who has the better buy? Spirit now arguably favorites in this round off that kill. Up B they go. Donk lurk.
Oh, his team get broken apart on the B hit.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a follow-up and a half. That is a great hold from Zerofix, man. Just denies him at the door. That B play would have been the beginning of the end for Inner Circle on this map if they don't hold the line. And, well, he refuses to give up even an inch of ground. It all starts with this beautiful dig, but it's quickly forgotten about.
Zerofix just forces bad trades. Re-swinging, getting back into cover, re-swinging. Spirit can't get a beat on him. All in the meanwhile, Donk was walking out middle. Flyrax on the USP here. Saving for that AWP in the next buy round. Nice.
So used to seeing Donk get dropped guns. It's nice sometimes to watch him with a deagle. Far and away the best gun in the game. Certainly the best feeling.
That's true. Magix has flashes if they want to go through this door.
Is there a better feeling than like a deagle ace? Deagle 4K, something like that? I don't think so. The little smoke sounds pretty nice, don't get me wrong.
Donk's like, I don't want to run through the smoke. Okay? Let me kill.
Oh my god. Okay, Donk and Shiro. It's the two boys. But they'll get mopped up. It's all good. All kept in check by Inner Circle.
But is it just like that Astralis game, right? With the early couple of rounds at the half and then reality to set in. Spirit, full rifle round. 4.0.
Yeah, that's the big fixture, right? You get Donk armed and dangerous, you get Shiro on the AWP. Now CT Orb was so strong in his hands. He was far and away the best player in the entire server in that first half. How's he gonna fare now on the T side? Being the one to have to step out, take lines, take peeks. Well, Shiro still look just as commanding on the AWP. They set their sights on the A play. Keeping it pretty stripped back here for Team Spirit. Donk goes in first, and the flashes leave him blind. 2 quick kills. Shiro nails his, but having a trade off and onto the rifle, that gets him caught out in the open.
Sick re-swing for Onyx, saves that round, really. Shiro knows he can isolate the donut player, and they would have had a 3v3 there with guns up, if not for Onyx swinging through that smoke. A massacre on the A site. Nice reaction for Inner Circle as well, just popping flashes out of donut, but not even swinging with them, letting Spirit chase, knowing the pressure is on Spirit to take space back on that A hit. They need something, Temple, donut, anything. Now Tanir forced to save. These are the flashes. The game is so much better since you can't hit your teammates with flashbangs and smokes, right? You don't just stop them. Remember towards the end of CSGO, even early CS2, when you get hit by a smoke, you would just get stuck in place. You couldn't move. And now you can just lob flashes through your teammates. Easy. In a circle, 4 rounds in a row. They found 3, the first 3 of the game. Then Spirit went on a 9-round streak on that CT side. Difference is this time Inner Circle have won a gun round. Their first gun round, all map. Donk's bored. But luckily enough, they bought him an AK. Tanir drops it over from the save, and Donk goes out middle. Ooh. Kirker again.
Noticing. I mean, that's something that has really stood out. Captain Kirk has certainly bolstered CT efforts just across the board, right? Proven to be a very pliable player on these defensive halves. Now they've lost a good chunk of ground out here towards A, but all across the extremities, they're ready to kind of push and prod and probe away at Team Spirit. That's a good catch. Over the smoke.
We're cooking.
Magix and Zontix. 2 fresh players back in Spirit, left up in this one. Trying to throw the gun across to Magix as a bit of a gift, and the Tech 9 will do just fine, says Magix. Now backing up to play around the bomb. A pretty tall task here ahead of Inner Circle. Room for this one to go awry. Kit on zero fix. So the AWP would have to cover, but with two players that could swing, how are you meant to accomplish this? AWP can only get one of them. They really need a fight early, and even though they're giving it, the kill comes through. That is a ludicrous round for Team Spirit to win.
We know Magix is ice cold, but you just know he made the call there. Like, don't peek on that tap. There is no way they're going to stick it first time around. There's enough time to fake. Inner Circle, probably some nerves still. And so, of course, they fake it twice out. The second peek confirms it. Ice cold indeed. Not sure what happened there in Spawn. Maybe that player got blocked, because he ran through the Molotov on his own. Maybe feeling like he couldn't go back. That's the big issue there for Inner Circle. That could have been a 3v2 coming out back into the site. Could have rushed Donut in the post-spawn. Very strange. The molly came down, and he was already running, so he just looked to commit. Teammate will let him burn. It's gone a little bit wrong there. That's an eco win for Spirit. Not even Donk's AK to make it happen either. Pistols on the A site. And again, a similar case to the first half. Close round for Inner Circle, but close doesn't count. Nobody home, and Inner Circle no. Spirit realizing that lane has been taken from all those nades, and so Magix goes back to try and show presence at B. His team outside of elbow. Oops. They're gonna abuse that red smoke. Flyrack's AWPing it.
Or at least gonna see it's fallen in, and now Dong making it across to them boxes. Knows to be wary of the red room swing. Onic with the push down through the ramp. I mean, this round really does decide how much of a chance you have in this half, and going a man down for Inner Circle. Not the way they wanted this make or break round to open. Down to the final few seconds now, and the aggression timing there through the ramp is perfect. Follow-up kill onto Donk. Shiro also traded after the first. Very spread out here, and with the bomb lost out towards Donut, there simply isn't time, surely.
Need the kills.
Ontix ran for it as fast as he could, but even then, no time remaining. It ticks down too low, and with all those casualties out in mid, the bomb getting away from them, the success of those players out through main and over towards B don't matter.
And they even ran red at the end, and they picked up Flyrax's AWP. The dog tapped out, so yeah, really awkward round there for Spirit, running out of the clock. Magic's caught, trying to regroup with his team in middle, and Kirker consistently besting Donk in the head-to-head. Just, he's found him almost every round the Inner Circle have won. Very impressive heads-up fight for Kirker. Missed elbow smoke. Donk looking to abuse, but no one's swinging elbow. However, if they come through cave, it's a big
fight
problem.
out cave, yeah, and that
Big
missed
problem.
smoke could cost them. Instead, they're able to turn around and battle through it, keeping things even in this 3-on-3. They even have Onic out on the lane, and I don't think that's known about. Good catch out there in middle. Shiro, no contest for the aggressive Doi. Doi will even hop on up into heaven to lend a bit of a helping hand here to this lane control. where do you go if you're Spirit? You're a man down. The only real estate you have is out here towards the doors. But this is an area the Inner Circle are playing for.
Dory lucky to be alive. Tania waiting for Magix. With only one smoke, surely just going to contact into this B bomb site, but the Heaven player still has his back turned. He's in a little pocket right now. Don't know if they'll clear this. He's going to come to them. Committed to the fight, gets a dink. B may be tempting, but they have time to go elsewhere. Is Tania just going to fake a rotate? Contacts through cave with Magix.
I mean, Doy's very, very low. Has to convert on that earlier damage, but he's in a very committed position here. The trade should be there, and that's going to leave you in a 1v1. He has to get this first, does a big chunk of damage onto Magix as well. Now you've got to hope that Flyrax is up for the job of this clutch.
Cool is he's low, but still 2 shots with the USP, so careful, Flyrax.
Nade could be big if you figure out where Magix is fast enough, and if he plays somewhere that's nadeable. Out towards ramp. But super safe from Magix.
Looking for a rifle. 5 bullets is enough.
Oh,
it could be nice.
It's in for the corner, not deep down ramp, and so Magix playing in, but the defuse held. Just gets the round. Magix, there is milliseconds on that. 1v1 secured.
How did he win that? It felt like the defuse was bound to come through. Magix wins it with milliseconds between it. And, you know, I like the idea of the close nade just to make sure he's not coming up already or on the ramp. But if it goes 0.32, sorry, on that defuse, woohoo! But if he bounced that nade deep, it would have killed Magix. The margins so close. This time Magix finds the 1v1.
I understand the thought process, right? You see how close the round is. The only position he could be in to 100% stop that bomb in time was the cubby on ramp. That's why it gets naded. And then you're not even, you know, your point, what was it, 0.32 seconds?
0.032.
Yeah.
Unlucky. That's just a metaphor for this game, I think.
And to think that that has now broken your money, left you with a force buy at this scoreline. Could have been you within touching distance of Team Spirit. Them in this position with money running low.
Such a close game. But Spirit have just had the firepower, had the clutch factor. And they have Donk, who's been relatively tame in this map.
Yeah, I don't think it's because of like a Donk underperformance either. I think he's been trying. It's just Inner Circle, to their credit, have been really good at dealing with him. Captain Kirker, we're fans of this guy and what he brings to the CT sides. Let's see if he can show us what he's made of. Bomb out here in the open. And he's had Donk's number a number of times in this head-to-head. Donk goes slow, waiting for Tania to get a little bit closer before he plays. Tania on a red room flank. Captain Kirker doesn't like this huge creeping silence. He's worried that they're closing in from somewhere else on the map, and he is right in that. This is Donk lending time to Tania for this backstab. Can Captain Kirker read it, get ahead of it, or catch a favorable timing onto Donk? There's the spot, going back right in to Tania on the wrap round.
Poor the timing there, because Kirker just cleared that, so he thinks he has a bit more room than he does. Very close, but well done from Spirit to stop Kirker on his way to an embarrassing clutch. Map point for Spirit, and Inner Circle's pick, and only pistols and an MP9 separate Spirit from being a map away from this series win. Double elbow smoke, hey, it's better than none. Inner Circle would be very then to just walk through it and hope for the best. And of all the rounds they could do that, it would be when Spirit are contacting A. A fake on the B bomb site. Don't know if it's working. Tania's been found. Magic's running back. Spirit speed up.
Yeah, it's really all you'd plan for in this one, so just going to follow through with it. Once you get the info of a couple of players over at B, that's the best you've got to work with. Magic's on this return to his team is cut down by the flanking Captain Kirka, and so this Force Spy not in an unwinnable position. It's a 5v3 as this begins, but they've already lost Zero Fix. So now that man advantage down to even odds, 3v3 and a bomb to play around. They don't know about fly racks in this close corner, but that won't stop Donk from flicking onto him, and this might be the end of the line for Inner Circle on Ancient. Donk seals it with a multi-kill as Team Spirit now sit a map away from those LAN finals.
At the end of the day, the record will show that this is a win for Spirit, and a comfortable one at that. But if you looked into the rounds themselves, it was anything but. So many of those moments where it felt like Inner Circle were just a knife's edge away from converting critical rounds that could have sent this Ancient into complete chaos.
Yeah, I think they did slightly better than I would have expected. They made the game competitive. They made it close to some degree. Also helped an awful lot by the fact that they win both pistols and convert both pistols. So they went up 3-0 in the first half. They went up 4-0 in the second half, and outside of that, Mike, they only had one big round, so to speak, one big buy round in that regard. So there's two ways of looking at this for Inner Circle. I think you're right by saying that in rounds in isolation, a lot of them were close. A lot of it came down to clutches, but they didn't win any of those clutches, and that was a big issue.
That is the big issue. At the end of the day, you can get it so close, but if you can't get around over the line, well, it's not much to write home about. That one's going to be frustrating, I think, for Inner Circle. I mean, would we go back and review some of these rounds? The margins were so very slim. And we had so many moments as well where, especially in that first half, you have the advantages for Inner Circle, and then an individual performance, particularly from Shiro quite a bit, turns it the other way.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes when you're up against a team like Spirit. They can afford to be 4v5, 3v5. Right now, 9, is a great example of a round where you'd argue that Inner Circle could have won it, maybe should have won it, at least been in the contention to win it. Again, they're trading out a little bit back and forth. They get into the bomb side. Donk gets absolutely blown away by Davi right here. We won a lot of those duels against Donk early on in the game, and then you have the retake coming in right here. At this point, you think that's a secure round. You even call it in a green room. Maybe they go safe right here, Spirit. I don't understand why Captain Kirk felt that he had to white spring right here. A shoulder peek would have given up the position from Shiro. That would have been enough. Unfortunately for Inner Circle, they end up losing this round as they now leave the one player in towards Donut, not able to defend it, and Spirit wins a very close round. I think this round in isolation was a very important round to win for Spirit, but also a big mess for Inner Circle.
We're diving into round 17 as well. This is another one of those situations where it felt like things could be close. It felt like things could get out of hand, and then you just see that star power effect come through from Spirit. It doesn't matter what guns they have in their hands. They're always going to be deadly demons. They're always going to be so very dangerous, and you just have to give them so much respect.
It's a 4v2, a Tech 9, and a Deagle at that point before they pick up the M-Force. It's a good Molotov right here. It's a nice play by Magix, who also reposition and play the numbers game with his teammate right here, not falling for the fake defuse coming in for Inner Circle, which was the trend throughout this game. I don't know if people noticed, but every single time Spirit were in a clutch, whether that would be Magix or someone else, they would always believe that the first tap on the bomb would be a fake. At some point, you're Inner Circle, admit the fact that you're the underdogs, maybe admit the fact that you're playing against players with more experience. Stick to it, because I feel like it was too easy for Spirit just to assume that every time you tap the bomb, you wouldn't really have the balls to stick to with it, and that cost them a couple of rounds.
Well, I mean, that plays nicely into our next round that we're going to look at, because there was a last-second defuse. Magix took your advice. He was listening, and in this 2-on-2 in round 19, this was really where it might have just sealed the map. This is where Inner Circle lost their last opportunity. This clutch could have been everything. Instead, 0.032 seconds.
Yeah, I was just about to say, he took the advice. He actually stuck to it. It was the right play. It was the right thing to do, and he got so close winning it, and that's where it's going to hurt for Inner Circle. Because you're right, we just showed you 3 rounds where you could argue they probably should have won all 3, were in contention to win all 3. All of them were very important rounds, key moments in the game. So had they just won 1, maybe 2 of those rounds, it would have been a different story, especially when you consider they won both pistols and converted.
This is the moral of the story, right? If you're playing a team like this, if you're playing a team like Spirit of their caliber, you have to win the rounds that you should. You cannot give them any margin. Otherwise, players like Shiro are going to punish you, and he certainly did on this map. Shiro, a madman, a menace. He was a little bit quieter in their debut game here at Bounty. Today, he showed his class, his caliber here on Ancient.
Yeah, Spirit and Shiro had a great showing, without a doubt. The cool thing about Shiro is that he can do it, from a lot of different positions. Again, a round that should go the way of Inner Circle. Spirit comes in with a bit of help from Magix right here, being left in a very tough position, but it's just good to see that Spirit consistently has the ability to turn around rounds. You know Shiro, especially in clutch moments, he's very strong. The upfront close opping, the aggressive opping right here, not necessarily what he's known for the most, but I think it's a bit of an underrated aspect to his game. He's actually pretty good in those scenarios. It's just that he don't put himself too often in them because he's a very calculated and a very smart player in regards to his position, but he definitely have the abilities to hit some of those nasty shots up close.
Why win it flashy if you can win it safe? Well, why not do both if you got it in ya? And Shiro certainly did. And he took a lot out of Inner Circle. I mean, that first half was just the Shiro show. The second as well, I'd be strong throughout, but really did take over the map and make life so very difficult for Inner Circle. The numbers tell the tale. 23 kills, 12 deaths. Ooh, that's pretty dang good.
I think that's a way to conclude it. I think this was a good map of Counter-Strike. It was an exciting map of Counter-Strike, a game of Counter-Strike where every round was alive, so to speak. It wasn't boring. It wasn't like just because one team is saving or one team is having Tech 9s only. Both teams were able to make every single round competitive, and both teams were able to apply pressure, so they had to fight for every single round. So regardless of Spirit winning in, dare I say, a convincing fashion in terms of the scoreline, the rounds itself and the game itself was super, super close.
There's a lot to take away for Inner Circle. What they're going to need to take away right now is that they need to rest up and get ready, because when we come back, it'll be just about time for a little Dust 2. the stage has been set for Spirit dominance. A good attempt from Inner Circle, but now we head to Dust 2, and Dust 2 is fearsome territory indeed for the Dragons of Spirit. And look at that bromance. Look at that bromance. It's nice to see them in the server again. Donk and his magics. A boy restored to his good friend.
Yeah, it's nice to see them back together. It's nice to see Magic coming back into Tier 1 Counter-Strike together with Suntix. I know we don't speak that much of Suntix because
look at the aura in this.
Yeah, he's not the most outspoken player out there. Magic, he has a lot of personality, a lot of catchphrases, but to see both of them back is kind of...
It's always been interesting as well to me that people forget, but way back in the day, Magix was the young 16-year-old joining the Spirit roster, right? Who had a lot of pressure on, who was a mechanical prodigy, who was supposed to be all these things. So I think there's an element of being able to relate. Obviously, they were different degrees of focus and pressure at the time, but there is that element of knowing what the situation was for Donk to some degree, and I think it definitely helped him. If you want to help yourself, you can dive on into our Nova Shots game provided by Nova Wallet. This is a game where you don't have to put any of your own money in, but you get points and you try and build those points as much as possible by investing in the various teams here at the Blast Bounty. I'm thinking we should invest in Spirit. Based on what we've seen so far, based on expectations, I'm bullish. We got 450 available. You want to go all in?
You want to go all in on Spirit?
All in.
Okay, if you feel that strongly about Team Spirit, they're going to win this game, but first playoff game in
Going into the Dust too?
Yeah, well, go for it.
I don't know if I think we reset before next week. Maybe we get some more points to spend.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we started with
maximize.
we started with 1,000, Mike, and with the 450 and the value of our bank at 2,100, we've
doubled up.
Pretty good for ourselves, yeah. So I'm okay with going all in for Team Spirit. I think in terms of winning this game on Dust 2, yeah, I'm all about going all in. Have I seen enough from Spirit to be like, okay, what happens when you play Vitailty? Ooh, what happens when you play Falcons? Now they're playing with a stand-in, by the way. I don't know what to think of Spirit just yet in that regard, but they're getting the job done for now.
Everything they're showing me, every variable, everything they're saying in the interviews as well, I think makes me more and more bullish, right? Giving Tennir some more freedom, setting things up, changing up the playstyle a little bit. Magic's having a bit more of a hand in it, not just being the Holly show, having a bit more of a conversation there.
Yeah.
I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm seeing. Yes, it's a world of difference when we get onto land. Yes, it's a world of difference when you're up against a Vitailty, up against a Falcons, minus Kyosuke, up against that caliber of team, but I'm encouraged.
I'm encouraged too. Only team to ever win the bounty. I think they won 2 in a row, and if they were to win this one, it would be the 3rd one in a row, and there's only been 3 bounty formats ever, so it is a team that has a habit of winning these ones. I'm just gonna play a little fun game right here, and I don't know if people in chat will be mad at me right now, but what if they kept the wrong player? What if Sway was the guy that was actually supposed to stay instead of Tennir? What is Sway? What would have happened with him with a bit more freedom within Team Spirit? I know it's very easy to play that game now that we've seen Sway and we haven't seen that much of Tennir, but I'm just saying there's a world where, who knows?
Possibilities, timelines, worlds of difference. To navigate them all, we have our time travelers, Harry and Hugo.
You gonna say anything, Chief?
I'm just laughing at Pimp a little bit, you know.
All right.
No. Zwei on Spirit? No. We tried that. It didn't work out. Zwei on PARIVISION? Now we're talking.
Yeah, but look, Hugo, this ain't about PARIVISION right now. It's about Team Spirit trying to get to the LAN playoffs, and they're just a map away from that. And it couldn't get better because it's their map, Hugo. It's Dust 2 that we're going to now. This is the one that they've picked into. First time we're going to see this new look Spirit try and play it. And one thing is for certain, if Shiro can keep up appearances, boy, I think you could be in for a very rough time. He was lights out on the AWP back on Ancient, in particular in that first half. Big reason as to why they got as many rounds as they did, why they shut down Inner Circle on their better half there. And want to see more mileage as well from the rest of the gang on Spirit.
Yes, indeed, Harry. Want to see if Don can carry them over the line, because, you know, he had a couple of multi-kill rounds, but it wasn't really about Donk by any means. I'm going to look at that head-to-head between him and Kirka. He actually won it out, 6-4.
That's not surprising. Kirka's success really only came in the second half.
I don't know. Either way, I feel like he was beating him in the first half as well.
Nah, he got him once and we bought it up, and then Donk got him every time.
Okay. What do I know then? Either way, I'm not too worried for Spirit by any means. You know, it was a slow start against Sinners. A map they still won, 13-11. They dominated them on Nuke. They're looking to do the same thing to Inner Circle here and 2-0 their way to LAN. For Spirit to try and defend the title of Blast Bounty, winning both previous seasons, Harry, one over the Eternal Fire Squad and another over Vitailty.
Back-to-back reigning champs. Will the new Spirit be able to go on to defend their title? They're just a map away from doing so. Towards long.
It was Mongols, not Vitailty, but yeah, they beat them anyway.
Yeah, if you remember, we were waiting for the big Spirit Vitailty matchup.
Oh! He'll make it. Flyrax won't flank to get one, but smoke on the short side gives Spirit room in this post plant.
Trades out towards short. Tania caught out in the open. Gonna have time on the back of that flash to drop down. Shiro holds for the cross. The P250 gets swiped from the slate at range, and now it's just Tania. Also dead down in the spawn. Pistol round picked up, and pretty convincingly at that, by Inner Circle.
Big triple for Zerofix as well to get him there. I do like that pistol for Spirit. You know, a lot of teams have been doing it, smoking off short from far away so they can take this space. The issue is, if CT's retake with many short, you're kind of just stuck in the open. You are relying on them coming up CT somewhat. Galil's in the second. Shiro on the cross, he hit 2 for 1. Well, you're going to jump back. That's a bit risky. Learn your lesson. Just collatted through the doors. Gonna say anything?
It's the explosion. Another one of these force buys. You've seen Spirit be very down to put money in the moment they get that bomb plant, and this might be why they might all be low with the exception of Donk. They've still come through with the entries. Oh, Donk dead though. Maybe that causes you some problems. Double setup here, and a great catch for Zontix. Backstab out of Magix, gonna shut this retake down before it becomes a problem. Onyx still trying to battle forward. Low HP on the players in the site, but time is low. Time is the problem. Got to move quickly here. Contact taken by Magix just to kind of throw him off a tiny bit more, and into Tania for that final kill. Spirit immediately bounced back with the force buy.
There's a lot of angles, headshot angles when you come up CT that you're used to, you know, on certain corners, certain positions that are normal, but you're not ready for that. That's a boost in the post spawn. Back against the wall. Look at this. He's on Magix's head. So that's the last angle you could possibly be ready for. And that's what wins around for really for Spirit. That was 3v3, Donk dead, everyone low. It shaves the first kill off. So sick little idea there for Magix in the post plant. And Spirit find their force buy win. Interesting. That'd be short stack, no flash. They're just going to swing together or wait for Spirit to commit. There's the molly that beckons them in, and Spirit are ready. So this one's no problem.
Terrorists win.
Good stuff from Shiro, man.
Yeah, Deagle.
The D getting the bulk of the kills on the pistols as they rush around the corner, that's just nice. No other word for it. Only down to full eco now for Inner Circle. So 3-1. Good as done here for Team Spirit.
You know, I get Pimp's point about, you know, Zwei, after he's looked so good, and Tania playing essentially what is Zwei's roles to a degree, right? Extremity player, anchoring on CT side. But the difference is, because Spirit, you know, have so much firepower on the front line, that Tania isn't really making plays on Lurk. He's just kind of the stopgap. He's the insurance policy.
Well, I mean, it's also
he doesn't
just
really
like,
get to do too much on these T sides.
I think
He's just kind of standing at the back.
If the roles were reversed right now and it was Tania to PARIVISION, I bet Tania would look sick, you know? Like,
okay, yeah, sure.
I
sure.
think, you know,
it's a good point.
You're not always going to get the player they are in a different team when they come into your team playing something different.
But I think the main point is, like, if you're playing that role on this team, you're not... The team aren't playing around you.
No, yeah,
you know?
exactly.
The team are playing around Donk.
So he kind of gets to be the Donk of PARIVISION.
Yeah.
To an extent.
He gets to be the star
yeah.
in a different role. Like, Donk is an enigma because he is the star in the entry role, which is not typically a forgiving role. It's a role where you go 1-for-1. If that. Where you're often just dying for the team to get space. But Donk obviously breaks the matrix and manages to consistently find multiple entries and win rounds off of his impact alone. You know, I also think Tania brings very good vibes. And maybe that's what Spirit need.
I think him and Magix, we said it the other day, really curious what their interactions are like because they're both kind of funny dudes. But very different.
It's near CT sides that I'm going to be paying attention to this year.
Oh, to be a bilingual fly on the wall in a Team Spirit prac room.
Oh, again, Zontix. He did that last time on the anti-eco. This time he just spams Onyx through the B smoke. Really puts Dory in an impossible position. And Zontix gets out 11 health, and now he can just live.
I think, speak for everyone when I say what we really want in the future is a PARIVISION Spirit matchup.
Yes,
now,
imagine
that would be, especially if Spirit are taking a bit of a liking to Dust 2.
Ooh, I want to see that.
Good catch out here in middle with the smokes down. Cross maintain for Flyrax, able to confirm that it was just the two players that attempted. Only one of them survived, but you're so far away, it won't come to matter. So just kind of have to sit back here and look for the save. Spirit really building upon this early lead, this early momentum, 4-1 up, no problems.
Chiro hunting with the Deagle. He's got an AWP on his back.
Look, you know you're locked in when this is where you find yourself.
Yeah, he might lose the AWP though.
Ain't no way, surely you don't. If he wins this.
No! Come on. Flick!
He is so dialed in this game. It is terrifying.
It's mind-blowing. How does he do it?
Like, it's not... Shiro is always someone who's good for output, right? Is the kind of second guy alongside Donk in this team. Finished top 5 on the year. But right now you're seeing what happens when he gets that extra 10%. You know, I think that's all it is. It's an extra 10% nudge, but it makes him unbeatable. If he was like this every single game, This could be an unbeatable team.
Yeah, it's interesting when you watch, you know, because we're so used to watching, when we see Spirit play the other top 5 teams in the world, and then, you know, it's a lot harder to be so consistently at the top, such a carry, hit these crazy shots, but it really does put it into perspective when you're not playing the top 5 teams in the world, how much better you actually are, right? Like someone like Shiro can just look as good as he does because he's punishing a squad that don't have to play as perfect, who aren't used to playing a squad like this. Just the margin for error is so much less against the Vitality. But Shiro's getting away with murder today. And that's why the Bounty format is fun, Harry, because we get these young squads, these underdogs, showing up and impressing and improving as well, gaining much needed experience. I think it was Onik in the draft show was saying the other day about how when Vitality got picked by Eyeballers, he said, we wanted to pick Vitality. We really wanted to we just want to play them. You know, it wasn't even about like, to be fair, the options weren't great. It was like the top 4 teams left at the event, but he wanted to shoot for the moon because he wanted the experience of playing the world's best team, the best team of last year in an official, because that's something that these guys don't get to do every day. And so win or loss, you take home valuable experience. I think that's also nice. It shows the mindset of a team like Inner Circle who are seizing this opportunity. But right now, it might be too much.
On the Eyeballers topic, funny, I made a tweet after they beat FaZe, and I said, in the tweet, I said JW would have humbled ZywOo in the final at the major.
Nice. Good.
And JW liked the tweet and then proceeded to pick Vitality.
Inspired.
He wants to prove it.
Took that literally. Yeah, why not?
It's coming up later on today. You got that to look forward to.
Is that next game?
Yes.
Oh, I love that. Eyeballers Vitality. So we're still looking like we're going to get the top squads in the world.
If Eyeballers do win, I hope JW says something like, you know, he's got nothing on Kenny S or whatever from back in my day.
You're
like,
calling the Eyeballers win, are you?
I'm bullish on Eyeballers.
Yeah, but that's crazy. That's also pretty sick. Entry out long for Shiro. Donk follows up. Everybody gets a frag.
There's maybe no worst map in the world to play an AWP on that isn't missing than Dust 2.
Yeah, true. Wait till CT side. You're not going to get out, Cat. Oh. Donk jumped into the nade. Unlucky. But yeah, Shiro, when he sees that spawn on long, he is a very happy lad. 4v3. And Inner Circle go investigating.
All right, Dory, what you got for us? Was the lineup. Bit of team damage in there, but ultimately kill for Team Spirit now into Flyrax on this AWP. And that first shot missing, well, that might cost you dearly. Important one on the smoke as the second AWP moves on over. Are they ready for the backstab? Tania could be about to just steal this all the way right now. Here he is arriving through the back line, and you know that last AWP is here. Another miss for Flyrax. How many more chances can you really expect to get away with? Spirit will eventually punish.
He got 2 kills in the round, but could have been a lot more there for Flyrax. The bomb was even coming back into B. For some reason or another, Spirit, they're not scared of Inner Circle on this T side right now. That much is very clear. If Zerifix hit his, maybe we're talking about a round for Inner Circle, but 6-1 for Spirit right now.
When the AWP is this dialed in on your opponent's side, like what? Like there we go. Another example. This is what I was going to say. There's so many opportunities for that AWP to just ruin your CT round from the very start of the clock. The minute the round goes live, you are vulnerable to the AWP. You have to cross the doors. Okay, Magic's got that. Ooh. But yeah, you know, you're vulnerable. You have to cross the doors. If you survive that, which sure you survived this round, but you're on 6 HP. Is that really living? You know, then kind of every stage of map control you could possibly look to take are all these super long sight lines where the AWP is able to hold, the AWP's able to sit back. The map just starts to feel very, very small, and it's not. It's a big map. There's a lot of options, but they all get closed down quickly when there's a AWP this powerful against you.
And if you go for info anywhere, right, you try
it's a jiggle, it's a jump.
Tunnels, like, are they crossed? Are they playing B? Like, boom, you're dead. You know, Shiro's having that kind of day.
Because it's like, you know, at least on Overpass, for example, another map that's good for AWPers, there's ways to avoid them. There's ways to, like, play to avoid the AWP. That can be a lot harder on Dust 2. Not just because of the mid shot, like a feature that's just unique to this map. But it is very much because of that you always feel the threat of a switched-on AWP. Thinking back to other really good Dust 2 teams or teams that have AWPers that are sick of hitting the mid-shot. Obviously, you have Zywoo. Molidoy has very much entered that conversation. Always good to nail it. Again, they're going to put Shiro here, and the nade will get them across. But even then, it's like, to get the crossing, you're wasting util. Util that you would love to have for later in the round.
Okay, now we got something. 5v4 here for Flyrax. They're double AWPing in as many rounds as they can on
That's what it takes.
Circle, because they know they need to. Onyx using his towards B, and Flyrax with a 5v4, but Spirit, I said they're not scared. They're looking to prove it right through this mid smoke.
And the timing might not be good. Captain Kirk has come in to take control over middle. And actually, Doy's come back. Oh! On the reposition's a little awkward. Does get spotted as well, but a missed shot from Shiro, a rare phrase as he's swung from an angle he wasn't expecting. Finds this one into a 2v4. Magix and Donk. They were keen to get this duo back together. Let's see what it's capable of. Donk on the AWP. Exciting prospect, but it's dead straight away.
All right, Inner Circle making the most of their two-man advantage gifted by the AWPs. One at B, one at long. Both of them find an early pick. And I'm talking like the round is over, but I've seen Magix at long before. What's he got to do in this situation? Double peek is nice. So no more. Second round taken here by Inner Circle. Spirit have kept it pretty low and slow. Letting Shiro work in a lot of these rounds. With max money on Magix before the buy. Spirit are in no stress right now. They're going to call a pause.
I like that they call this pause, man. I think
clean.
Hallie's always been good at this type of stuff. Just a chance to kind of get involved early. Just have a bit of a chat with the guys. Make sure they really know what's happening in the rounds ahead. Because it's like, right now, you're dominating this game. You're dominating this map. Don't let Inner Circle get to a point where you can entertain the comeback. Don't let it be achievable. Do all the groundwork right now in this first half and just tee yourselves up for a really nice finish. A really clean, easy finish. If you win this round, you know, you have secured a very, very dominant half. You would once again start to cause money problems for the side of Inner Circle, and at that point, you are well on your way to double digits.
Conquer again.
You know, we've seen Donk on the cameras. He's looked a little, like, kind of bored almost.
He doesn't like.
He's not super locked in right now.
He just, in all the online games, which is weird, right, for a guy who plays, like, Face It all day. In these online games, I remember every Bounty, he just looks so, like, disinterested in these matches. Maybe it's because they know they're going to win, And a lot of his time, you know, and like he's now got to sit back and watch his team play the round. But he does look pretty disinterested.
The better way to approach it, right? Because undoubtedly, what he's experiencing now is more boring than if he was playing the round. You know, if you dial in and you win faster, you get it over and done with, Donk. You got to think about it like that.
I think he is trying to win. I'm going to go that far.
Yeah, it's a hot take. 2026 hot take.
It's crazy.
Guys,
I know it's online CS. Not everyone tries to win on online CS.
Donk might be trying to win.
But
thoughts?
He does look bored in these games. I agree.
I think just also he's someone who struggles to get pushed by even the best teams. So like, you know, he wants a challenge. He likes a challenge.
Okay. Pacey mid to B. There's no smoke. Onyx is just AWPing through it, and Dory doubles from the window to the wall. Shiro, he's gone as well. So, Inner Circle are surviving, Harry.
They are. And, you know, that pause for Spirit, this whole idea of let's not let them build into the half. Let's not give them a streak of rounds. Well, they're going to get it. They're going to fight for it at least. 2 in a row now. Back-to-back rounds for the Inner Circle squad. Hoping for a late in the game resurgence on this CT half. Donk might need to dial in just for these final couple of rounds, because they've been fine largely operating without him in this map. Aggression out towards top mid is Inner Circle building a bit of confidence. Another miss from the Shiro AWP, but there's Donk delivering 2 from lower. 1 HP from the exchange, but still returns that advantage around and puts Spirit in the driver's seat.
Lucky to get out there, Onyx. Deep nade. Zontic tries to punish, but still Spirit maintain the advantage. Tight line here for Flyrax. Owning the angle that Shiro may peek, but Donk's taking the AWP. Cross allowed. Upcat is Zerofix, waiting to strike. He could catch them off guard here. There's multiple players, hands busy with nades. Flash is good, no one jumps on it. Sprays a box player. Magix is good for that refrag, and so Upcat goes Spirit fast. Or not. They've got so many nades. Look at them. They have 3 full belts. They're going to make the most of this. And it's a slowdown that sows a seed of doubt here for Inner Circle. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Not how many would have gone about getting that kill, but that's the route that Donk selected. Let's see what Onyx can do in this 1v2 clutch attempt.
You can just spam nades at him. Molly, another Molly. HE, flash, another flash. Another Molly.
Playing through this one, but Tania on the line, and you know, Tania's been putting in a very solid shift here on Dust 2. Good to see.
It's been a pretty mistakeless game for Tania across both maps, right? When they asked of him on B, he had a couple of double kills. Been holding his own. Playing with the pack in this T side. An 8-3 right now. Can Spirit find another 9-round opening half? There's a tag. He's just been nailing them, hasn't he? B hit. They've just left B. If Spirit goes soon.
I mean, all this faking, all this posturing over towards short from Magix just to really conceal the end goal. It means that Onyx is alone in the B hold. Gonna go unchecked on the first few players out, but has to fire off eventually, and it's Donk with a quick turnaround to trade him. 3v4 with Magix dead on his mid-lurk. The fake he sold did serve the purpose of keeping 4 players out of the sight. But now they have resources to retake. Little bit of a util on fly racks to try and set this one up, try and send them in. Missed shot for Shiro. Again, a phrase you're not too used to saying. He'll have another go at it, and this time it comes up trumps for Shiro. Goes on a tear from the back of the site, and there it is. 9 rounds secured for Team Spirit. They sit but rounds away from those LAN finals.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold long A on Dust 2 so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush. Now keep in mind, if you don't have the best spawn, the Ts can already be holding you. With a Molotov down at doors, the next component is to have a second person throw flashes to blind the Ts as they come out. One of the most common ways to do this is just over the building from the long crossing. The flash will blind Ts holding from the doors, so even if you don't have the best spawn, you get a brief window to cross the angle. It's possible to throw this flash too early, so the timing to throw this flash is at 1:49, which leads to the earliest a T can be at the doors. The Molotov and flash gives you a good initial defense, but Ts with the best spawn can run straight to blue bin before the Molotov lands. So another option for the Molotov is to throw it behind the blue bin, which stops Ts from sitting there. And as for a potential T at the entrance, you can use this smoke at the start of the round. The smoke is thrown from elevator, flies over the buildings, then bounces off the top of long house and drops into the doors. This smoke limits Ts from holding the long corner, which gives you an isolated fight on the T crossing to blue bin. But keep in mind, if you want to peek the doors with the best spawn, it won't land in time. The blue bin Molotov and long doors smoke takes away a lot of positions for the Ts, but what if the Ts are fully committed to taking long? There will be flashes or a corner smoke preventing you from holding the entrance. To ensure your Molotov still lands even while blind, you can use this lineup where you run sideways facing the wall and release as soon as you reach the corner. Facing the wall reduces how much you get blinded, and it also removes the need to step forward to throw the Molotov, which means you can cross the pit without any additional movement, and it lowers the chance the T catches you mid-throw. To fight the corner smoke, you can throw a counter flash to blind the Ts pushing up. And this is a flash your teammate can throw for you. The goal of the flash is to have it pop on the left side of long and behind you so you don't need to turn. This flash will blind Ts hugging the wall, as the 149 flash won't get them. With this flash, you can swing to the left side of the smoke or push through the smoke to catch Ts directly behind it. So with these extra steps, let's say you fought off the initial push. What's a good spot to hold from? There's this position at the pit where you aren't directly holding the doors, but the side of the blue bin. The idea is to catch the Ts at the moment they have to clear the right side. You can also use this lineup to re-smoke the doors without exposing yourself too much, giving you time to reposition. So that's what you can do if you have long control, but what do you do if you're forced to fall back? If you back up to the long crossing, you can use this smoke that lands at the middle of long to delay Ts from pushing up. The smoke covers the entire choke point, which allows you to move freely between car and CT spawn. And as well, you can use the smoke to push up close to fight the Ts. And that is the last piece of how to hold Dust 2 long A like the pros.
Team Spirit are running away with their map pick of Dust 2. As was the case back on Ancient, it's been the Shiro show in this series. Bit of a helping hand in this game from Tanir. Nice to see him stretching his legs with an important role to play on Dust 2.
Just been a lot less grip on this game from Inner Circle, right? To be fair, they went 9-3 down back on Ancient and made it interesting in the second half, but they had some way closer rounds in their T side of Ancient. Here on Dust 2, it has been decisive, one-sided. Team Spirit getting to do what they want when they want it. Now it's Inner Circle's time to lead the charge. Straight up Cat in this pistol for an A-split.
Good shots for Donk. Just the one, actually. And actually a kill back from Zero Figs. Oh, Zontix. Body shot king in at the car. Wasn't up for the task. That leaves it on Shiro with a pair of dualies. And the top performer in this series, what Shiro got for us.
Oh, that smoke's so annoying. No, save? Seriously? No.
Play for KD at this point.
Oh, they're coming through. They're coming through. Shiro.
I mean, he wouldn't expect that. He's dead.
No. Oh, win the round.
Oh, God. No, no, no. Don't have that. Don't have that be the kill that he was waiting for. He was really hoping they were going to feed him something and that would throw everything in a disarray, but it's fine. Inner circle, secure it. And there they are. Pistol round picked up. They've been solid at getting these rounds at least. Able to win the pistol. Back in that first half as well, it was the conversions that they've had trouble with.
Terrorists win.
So bearing that fact in mind, the force buy comes as no surprise from Team Spirit. You gonna say anything?
You gave me like 5 seconds. I'll say something. Watch me.
Flash play, but it really hinges on the timing being found for this flashbang. First few kills are secured, and then the flash is really, really good. They're burning in their own Molotov. Oh, they just can't convert on these pistol rounds, man.
Oh, dear.
Captain Kirker, not even the captain. Not even the Kirker can recover this 2v5. Surely it's too far gone.
Not so easy, Kurtka. The Molly burning them in the corner is insulting.
Dude, there's so much about that. Like the two SMGs up close, that only works because like you have to throw the flash either on a timing and get it right, or you're throwing it reactively. They're throwing it reactively. So the first 2 fights you get, no one is blind. It's a 2v2, SMGs versus the rifles. Spirit obviously win both of those with Donks helping to secure it. And then you have the flash pop in, awkward teammate Molly on the back of the flashbang, burning alive in their own util. It just sets in motion this really unfortunate chain of events for Inner Circle.
Great. We save our Galils. Meanwhile, Donk saves our AK. That's not what they wanted. Cool setup here for Spirit. Wins another second round after losing pistol. And so from bad to worse here for Inner Circle. Series may end in a whimper on Dust.
Yeah, which is going to feel like a crying shame when you think back to how close Ancient was. It might not look crazy close in terms of the scoreline, but believe me, if you caught that game, there were so many moments in there where it comes down, you know, there's the ridiculous Shiro 1v3. There's so many rounds where they do a lot of damage, they bring everyone low, but they just can't convert. And if like 1 or 2 of those rounds had gone differently, could have been a win for Inner Circle. Here on Dust 2, that's really not been the story. It's been far cleaner, far more dominant for Spirit. And so it's going to underpin this series, but my word, was there a chance to have made this more competitive. Donk on the swing will get put down. And this one's actually left in a 1v1. Something could be brewing here. Zero Fix locked into the clutch, but look at who he's got to beat.
Shiro's top mid right now. There's no kit anywhere, so Shiro's got to get going. Oh, it's in middle, rather. You can go pick him up. That's going to shave some time. Smoke down. Zero Fix plays to commit. He wants to win this fight. He doesn't want to give Shiro the chance to play mind games. It comes down to whether Shiro clears his position. Shifting in right now. Oh, and a turn in time. Shiro makes it look easy. Doesn't even get tagged. Didn't even need to check the position. Just had to react.
Yeah, a little rough as well. Zerofix falling off right as he takes the shot. Just everything that could go wrong did. And a this point, you know, it's not even necessarily Donk who's striking fear into you in this server. It is Shiro, right? When you hit tab, it's a name that they've become very, very acquainted with over the course of this series. You're thinking, I got to beat this guy? I got to beat Shiro with the game he's having?
The stress on the faces of Inner Circle as well after every round, every engagement, like, oh, what it could have been.
Yeah, you just know. Like, deep down, you know how winnable that first map was, you know? Like we say, here on Dust, it has been more one-sided. There has been less in it for Inner Circle, less close moments.
Ooh, bit of pace, why not? Running wild, Shiro in the sight. They're going to give him a fight. There he goes. Shiro taking one with him, but low health. One bullet does it, and Flyrax delivers. Donk, what's he got?
Well, he said the Donk's been waiting for a challenge, looked a little sleepy. This would have been the round to step up, but he does nothing. Zontic's dead as well. That is a very lovely pace change out of Inner Circle. It comes a bit from a place of desperation, but you can't argue with the results. You know, they're backed into a corner here. They need anything to get around, and a pacey one up through the short side does just that.
When all faith is lost, rush short. Inner Circle seemingly delay the inevitable. And Shiro is even hitting the cross shot on CT. Didn't think that existed. Dory trying to jump out top mid. Gonna just walk through this smoke. I like it. Right now, it's a big gap. Will Dory commit with this? No. Just takes a strong position to kill rotates. And meanwhile, Donk spams on it.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh god. He even tagged Zerafix, I'm pretty sure, because he was moving while he shot. Donk. It's like playing a cheater. It's like playing, he just killed 3 guys coming through the tunnel smoke. Flyrax gets one. That's the AWP removed. Shiro dead. Maybe a chance for something here as Magic.CET commits to trying to evade. Meanwhile, Donk is on for the ace. He's only seen one opponent thus far in the round, and he's on for all 5 kills. Can Flyrax be the stopgap? Even if you get past Donk, you still have a red-hot Tanier to deal with. So it would just be the beginning of this clutch. And it's Donk with hot hands in what has been a pretty quiet map, really looking to deliver something special here for Spirit to find match and series point.
And they're grouping lower as well. Should be a trade. Shot missed, and Donk hunts him down for the ace to find 12. Beautiful recovery for Donk right when he's had enough. Closing out Inner Circle, all 5, 3 through smoke. And Donk is done with this game, so this game might just be done.
For a team that, you know, really aren't afraid usually to play, you know, kind of in-your-face Counter-Strike, that's a bit of a brand that Inner Circle have looked to commit to. They've certainly felt that they have to pay respect to Spirit. This round being a good example, they throw all these smokes to open up, trying to force a reaction. They don't get anything, so you end up sitting back in spawn, kind of using up the first 30 seconds of the round, just hoping for an overextension, hoping that Spirit are chomping at the bit to close this game and end up giving it all away. But that doesn't happen. Spirit do want this to end on this round, and they know that any crazy aggression, any move to punish only drags out this series that much longer. The way they're looking at it, they want to book their tickets. They want to sort those flights out to the LAN finals out here in Malta. And they want to do that in a couple of moments' time.
30 seconds, not long. The Circle charge on the mid to B, and Donk sees everything he needs. 4 players in middle, ready to re-peek off his team, and Donk here with another multi-kill as the game reaches its natural conclusion. Ancient was a competition. Ancient had close moments, but here on Dust 2, Spirit do it dirty, and Donk takes another 4K to finish the job. Team Spirit, back-to-back Bounty champions, look to defend their title next week in Malta.
The Kings of Bounty are coming for their crown once again. They're joining us here at the studio in Malta. It would not have felt like a proper Blast Bounty without them. And I think Donk felt the same way, because those last few rounds, I think he got tired of playing, decided to just go ahead and end it.
That's what it felt like. Good performance coming out of Team Spirit, you know, not leaving any room for doubt, not fumbling at all, just getting the job done, moving on, and not spending too much time on it either, Mike. You know, we've seen some of the favorites so far in this tournament, losing a map, dropping a map, you know, likes of Faces out of the tournament, Na'Vi out of the tournament. Spirit, they mean business.
And I mean, maybe you could have had those excuses if you were Spirit. Oh, new IGL, we're adjusting some things, we're changing some positions around, we're trying some different stuff. They didn't really need any excuses, did they? Took care of business, slaughtered their way on through. I mean, this one in particular, we were having the conversation on Ancient about how close it was in rounds, in moments in this. It never really felt that way.
No, not really, to be completely honest. I think Ancient was a close map, and that was a competitive affair. Inner Circle deserves some praise for that, but Dust 2, there was no doubt. It was just a question of time. It was just a question of whether or not Team Spirit would allow Inner Circle to get a couple of rounds and maybe get a sense and a feel for the game. But let's be honest, as you said, Donk wanted to end the show, Shiro wanted to end the show, and overall Team Spirit looking very, very solid early on.
There was perhaps that one moment in the second half where they're moving up catwalk, you're thinking they've got the weapons advantage, and then Donk continues to swing into them and kill everybody, and all of your hope is completely dashed. And that was about the story for Inner Circle. Look, they knew they were coming up against the Dragon of Spirit. They knew they were coming up against one of the toughest hurdles you can try and overcome in the game of Counter-Strike. And sure enough, Spirit lived up to their billing.
I know a lot of people are just tuning in now for the weekend. Obviously, you have your lives and your jobs to focus on during the week, but they did beat 3D Max early on in this week, you know, and that's why I want to give Inner Circle a bit of credit, because people watch them now and think, oh, why are they playing Spirit? Why are they still part of this tournament? Well, they weren't good enough to beat Team Spirit, slay the dragon, say whatever you want, but they did knock out 3D Max in that opening round, and for that, I think they deserve credit. 3D Max is by no means a bad team, and Inner Circle, they showed a bit of that, you know, promise, a bit of that potential for the future. So good on them for doing that. Today, though, not too much to ramble about.
I think they have definitely established themselves as a team to watch for the future, for going forward, and to hear a little bit more about it. I think we've got Onyx standing by. Onyx, tough day today. You knew it was going to be a tough challenge. Rough go there. What happened against Spirit, in your opinion?
To be honest, like, it was so bad mentally, like, it was no energy. Maybe we was scared a bit, I don't know. Like, on Ancient, we lost some crucial rounds for this side. It was our rounds, but we just did stupid stuff. And after this, it was just hard to go back and, like, have energy to play, maybe.
I think
like,
I think on Ancient, we spoke about, me and Mike on the desk as well. It was a very close game, despite you losing 13-8. I feel like pretty much all the rounds were close, a lot of clutches. Is that what you felt as well, that was probably the map to win for you guys to extend the series?
Yeah, it's for sure. Like, I think we were better on Ancient, but we just lost a few clutches, like few hour rounds, like Shiro put some crazy stuff.
He certainly did.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean,
could be a very good birthday gift for me to go Blast. But
happy birthday.
It's your birthday?
Thank you.
Happy birthday, man. I think there is some positivity, though, to take from this event for you guys. I mean, it was the debut for this version of the roster, right? Bringing in two new players, integrating them, having a very good win against 3D Max. In the overall picture, we, at least here on the desk, are feeling very positive about Inner Circle. What lessons are you taking away from the Bounty?
Yeah, it's for sure good tournament for us, like for new roster, new season. We're proud of how we played, only not Dust versus Spirit, but overall, like, we beat 3D Max, we played good Ancient, so for the start of the season and versus these teams, like, we're feeling pretty confident in this season now, so it's good start for season for us anyway.
Yeah, and it's just the beginning of the season, so if anyone wants to watch out for you guys, where can we see you play next, and what is the goals coming up for you guys now?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know the names, like, we just have some online tournaments a lot of online tournaments. So our goal is just to go up in VRS. So not more like we want major for sure, and like that's all.
You're in for the big grind, yeah?
Yeah, big grind.
I'm curious to hear about your new additions. We talked about it at the beginning of the event, about what you were expecting from Zero Fix, what you're expecting from Captain Kurka. Now having a few officials under your belt with them, what are your thoughts on the two players?
I mean, they're really amazing. Like they're always focused. It's hard to break them mentally, so it's good. And they really fit us so nice. Like a lot of people was thinking like if Karne leave and that's GG for Inner Circle, but to be honest, like I feel we can even be better with this roster, because like we have now more team play. We just need time to do our structure better, and like I'm pretty confident in this roster. Like I'm pretty sure we will go up in VRS.
Well, I'm glad to hear that positivity. Glad to hear it's not GG. We certainly are liking what we're seeing here. Thank you for joining us. Commiserations on the loss. We'll see you down the road.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye.
That's a tough one for the birthday. Blowing out the candles, getting your candle blown out by Donk.
I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, sometimes it is what it is. I think, as he said, overall, should be proud. I think they played a good tournament. I think they exceeded expectations, and they gathered a few VS points, beating 3D Max. That's gonna be a great amount of points going towards their name. And as said, it's just gonna be a grind. They want major, well, gotta earn it, and that's one way to do it.
And they're so young as well, right? There's a lot of spirit on this team. That's ironic considering who they just played. But it does feel that way. There's a lot of momentum. There's a lot that they can build into. And I think bringing someone like Kurtka in the fold, who's been competing for a while, helps build on that. Some of the lessons that they learned, some of the things that they can integrate. I do think the future is very bright for Inner Circle, but I think he's also right to set the expectations of we're still in the point where it's just, can we claw our way up VRS? We're not in the conversation about what we're doing at tournaments. It's more about whether we can get to tournaments.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's super interesting right now. I think VIS, obviously, that's a conversation for another time, Mike, but it's done a lot of good stuff for the tier 2, tier 3 scene. There's always something to go for. There's always importance on every single game, getting all the points, getting all the prize money, you name it. And I think the competitive spirit right now, you know, if you take the teams from, let's say, top 15 to top 40, I think it's a hyper competitive environment in right now. So to be one of those teams that's going to stand out and maybe clinch a spot at the major, that's not easy. There's so many teams out there grinding. There's so many teams with the goal to climb the VIS. So Inner Circle, they're going to have a big grind ahead of them, but they are one of the few teams I think have a realistic shot at least getting close to qualifying for the major.
And there's big hurdles in their way to that. One of the hurdles that we just witnessed was Spirit, and to hear from them, we got Magix on the line. Magix, congratulations on the win. Looking forward to seeing you here in Malta. Cool indeed. Look, you had to watch the last time they were here at the Bounty, lift the trophy. Now you're in the server, now you're in the control. Now having a few officials under your belt in the leadership as well. Any lessons you're taking away? I know it's just 2 games, but anything you've already learned about this team and about you in the leadership?
I have no idea. I mean, like, the only not that great of a thing is that we're not getting a lot of officials if you're playing like Bounty. You know, like if you're winning, playing like straight to win the tournament, it's only 5 matches, and I feel like there's a few more officials needed for the warm up and like to get everything kind of stacked and ready and whatever. And before that, unless like even you have not that many officials, the game might be shaky at the times.
That's a good point. Good thing for you guys. You have a long year ahead of you, obviously, and a lot of games to be played. Magix, for you now being an in-game leader, I know one thing is thinking about it, you know, one thing is transitioning into it. Now you had a couple of official games under your skin. How is it in-game leading Team Spirit? Is it enjoyable? Is it motivating? Is it fun for you?
It's definitely exciting.
Yeah.
Speaking about some of your pieces that you're moving around the board, I want to ask about Tanir. We spoke to him in the pregame interview. He mentioned he's had some conversations with you about potentially things going on with his role, maybe getting some more freedom, maybe moving around the map a little bit more. Can you share anything with us about what you think of Tanir, what you think about how you can use him?
Well, I do genuinely believe that if you having a set like such as this player, you have to give him you have to do some space for him to play the game, so he would be enjoying it. And like we all basically understand what is he capable of, and if he's getting that space and his ideas implemented, he can shine. Yeah.
Magix, you and your team has never lost a bounty format before. You're the back-to-back champions. Is it fair for us to expect you guys also to make it deep here in the playoff, or do you think it's still too early to have those expectations?
We'll find out soon.
Yeah, soon enough. What about you? What do you think? Do you think you're ready to win?
I'm not thinking.
Not thinking. That's what I brought you back for, I thought. I thought it was all for the thinking now. Any final thoughts on Inner Circle and what they brought against you?
Well, I do think that their map pool is not that great. But speaking of Ancient, basically this is the map they're most comfortable on. And if you're not if you're playing against them, you're not really prepared or you know what to expect, it might be difficult, but they still have a lot of job to do, bringing in 2 new players, and there is a long road for them to get the map pool ready, get everyone used to each other, and just to play better. Because with the previous roster, a lot of us have probably seen last time they played Team Spirit without me, and they had their moments to shine.
They did indeed. But now, Secret Weapon back in, Magic's back in the server, not so much shining for them. Thank you for joining us for this interview. Looking forward to seeing you next week here in Malta, and excited to see those few more officials before we can get the true idea of what kind of mad ideas you can unleash here.
Thanks.
A man of few words when he doesn't want to talk, and a lot of information when he does. Always interesting an interview with Magic.
He's always interesting, yeah. As said, he doesn't think, I don't believe that. I think he's underplaying his role a little bit. I think he is, and I said that as well. I think it's a very intriguing project they got going in Team Spirit. I think he has the capabilities of involving and transitioning into becoming a great in-game leader. Of course, for Magix as well, that's going to take time. It's not going to be a flawless transition. There's going to be mistakes happening. There's going to be learning curves. And as he said, I think it's a very valid point that the more officials you play, the more you learn about yourself, the more you learn about your players, how they act under pressure, how they respond to your calls, how much trust they have in you. And the only way to find out is by going through the motions. And for them, the more games they get to play, the better. And playing on a stage, and playing against better opposition, that's going to be the real big test for Magix and this new iteration of Spirit. But I think it's fair to say that we can have high hopes for them. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, I think it's also very fair for Magix to be tamping down expectations right now, because he knows they haven't had a real test yet. He knows they've just been rolling through teams that they absolutely should be beating, and that it's going to be a different story once he hits the LAN. I mean, I think you saw it in Donk's player cam in that whole second half. He looked like he was just, checking out forms and filing his plane ticket for this one, because it was very calm and collected from Spirit.
Very calm and collected. Like, let's be honest, right? If you scope out, yes, in isolation at this tournament, of course, Spirit are coming in and they're trying to win it. But I think it's fair to say that give them a couple of months before we see the full potential of Team Spirit. Maybe they hit the ground running. Maybe they come in and win off their first tournament and have a bit of a honeymoon period. But in terms of looking at the broader perspective right here, I think it's fair that we give them 2 or 3 months to fully integrate whatever it is that Magix wants to do with this lineup, to fully get Suntix up to speed and see what this new version of Team Spirit is going to look like. And I guess the big goal for them obviously would be the Cologne Major, and up until that point it's all just, are we looking at a team that is getting gradually better? Are we looking at a team that is having too many difficulties? The only way we find out, Mike, is by waiting and following the progress.
Look, maybe we don't know what the final stew is going to taste like, but we're seeing the ingredients, and the ingredients are looking good, right? We saw Shiro today having some monstrous rounds. We've seen Tanir freed up a little bit, maybe starting to make his impact in the server felt a bit more. Donk is still Donk. He's clearly Donk. Those final few rounds are just a nice little signature on the series. Maybe Zontix is taking a little bit more time, but let's be real. the way this team is set up, Zontix is never going to be the one who's trying to step forward.
No, and I also feel when it comes to Zontix that he's a player that plays up to the level of the opposition, right? When he's playing good teams, he's often standing out as making great decisions and actually keeping his level. Today, you know, bottom of the scoreboard, it doesn't matter. Like, he wasn't needed. He was doing exactly what he was supposed to. So if people want to point fingers and be like, nah, Zontix is not ready yet, wait and see until he plays against the better team, because I feel that's where he gets to show the best version of himself as well.
Well, we will have to wait and see that. But let's take a look at our teams that have already booked their tickets into Malta. There's 2 more to confirm, but we are getting ready to get the action going here at the Blast Bounty. Just 2 more teams remaining. Exciting so far. A really stacked lineup we've got with a few surprises sprinkled in. Falcons, Liquid, PARIVISION, Spirit, and Gamer Legion and Heroic as well. There's some upstarts this time. It hasn't just been the clean slate that we saw last bounty. Things are getting weird.
Yeah, let's just play with the idea here, Mike, that the 2 TBDs is going to be Vitailty and FURIA, which I personally think it will be. You know, then you have a very stacked playoff, right? You have some of the best teams in the world taking on each other, and you have a couple of underdogs, you have a couple of teams with stand-ins, and I say a couple of teams with stand-ins. We know Heroic are going to show up with a stand-in, unfortunately. No AWP player. It's going to be tough for them. Unfortunately, I've also been following social media, been scrolling around, Mike, and apparently it seems that Yusuke will not show up with Falcons due to visa issues. So they're going to play with a stand-in as well. To me, that's a bummer, because I wanted to see Falcons in full force take on Spirit, take on FURIA, take on Vitailty if they make it. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait and see, most likely for Krakow, before we see the full iteration of Falcons.
We'll have to wait to see the draft show, but who knows, maybe we'll get the Heroic v Falcons stand-in battle. That would be a fun little narrative to have going. We've got our schedule for today. Stick around,
Mike,
there's a lot more action
one
coming.
Asking the questions all the time, so I'm going to take your job just for a brief moment right here. Vitailty Eyeballers, give me your hot take. Give me your hot take here.
Well, I have a cold take for it, which is that Eyeballers are going to get destroyed. They're going to be de-eyed and bald.
All right, well, boring. How about Vitailty versus, FURIA versus FUT?
That one I think could get interesting.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see the FURIA battle bounce back, right, from a disappointing major. I think there's a chance that they come out into this season just a little flat, or it's sort of a how do you respond situation. Do you come out flat, or do you come out pissed off and ready to rip heads? FUT's a team that can punish.
3 maps or 2 maps?
Let's go 3 maps. Let's end the day with a bang. Maybe a few overtimes, like 5, 6 of them spread across them. Really give the night shift something to work for.
All right, Mike, go back to your role as a host, please.
All right, locking in as a host here, analyst Darth Mike checking out of duty. I do want to give a little bit of spice for this Eyeballers Vitailty matchup, right? Because even though every part of my logical brain says that this should be remarkably one-sided, Eyeballers has some flair. They got some spice, and they've got this guy, JW, who knows what it means to be a champion, who knows what it means to win, who knows what it means as well to play the spoil sport, who knows how to get weird with it. He wanted this team. He wanted this match. He wanted this smoke. And we can hear from him and his words in the Blash draft show.
Give it to me. Who are Eyeballers picking?
Yeah, I mean, I was back with a bang before, so let's do it again. We go for Vitailty. Apex.
Oh my goodness.
Apex versus JW.
What? Oh, JW.
That's crazy.
You're running back on some legendary run, man. This is epic. This is exactly what we want. Dude, we might have to start calling you the Kingslayer.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait until after the game, and then we'll see. We'll see.
Do you want to show Zywoo what it's like to be the first major MVP versus the most recent? Is it going to be the old versus the new here?
I mean, not really. I think it's more about the battle of the trash talk between me and Apex, and then we'll see.
Yes. Oh my god, I wish this one was at LAN.
I wish it was at LAN too. Wow. I love JW's spirit. I love his energy, you know, rolling back the years, making it happen.
Yeah.
OG major MVP, showing him how to do it on the server, making some noise.
I mean, they made noise. They made noise by beating FaZe Clan, and they did it in a fashion where Eyeballers were not only beating FaZe Clan, but they dominated in map number 2 and map number 3. Unfortunately, there's also a real world today where Vitailty will come in and they will smack JW and they will smack Eyeballers out of the server. And if that's going to happen, I wouldn't be surprised, to be completely honest, which is kind of nice for me to say, because I feel like there's only one way this game is going to go. Either it's going to be Vitailty beating them, you know, quite handily, or it's Eyeballers going to make a game out of that, and that in itself would be a bit surprising. I hope that's the case. I hope JW and Eyeballers will show glimpses of what we saw against FaZe Clan as well, and maybe glimpses of what we can expect when they play teams like Inner Circle, when they play teams like FUT, teams they have to compete against in order to make the major. But having any sort of expectations of them beating Vitailty or taking a map off Vitailty, that's ridiculous. So it's an open-ended game where they can only surprise, and I kind of like that.
You still would have said it was ridiculous before they did it to FaZe, though.
No.
Playing devil's advocate here.
No. I even said they could win a map against FaZe.
A map? A map is not a series.
No, I'm saying they can't win a map against Vitailty, so there's a difference.
Okay, all right. We're setting different standards here, but perhaps we might have some surprises yet in store. I know I'm going to be glued to my television set because it's time for us to take our leave to head on off. James Banks and Maui will be bringing you through the action. When we come back, Eyeballers Vitailty for what would be the greatest upset to start this year, to send a team through from Malta. It would be absolutely wild, folks. You're not going to want to miss this one.
I mean, the unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating off defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and then kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server.
Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that simple.
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m0NESY, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from ZywOo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day!
Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitailty. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. It's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitailty need, and they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing. Here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Back's turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace! It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. His is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitailty do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting for commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 3 or 4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor.
Killing the clock.
They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. Mezzy, backside. The anchor of anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here, his bit responds, the headshot. Hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ema. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzy, and they end it right here.
Mals are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake util's being set up, but Mals aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop Mals' approach. Over it goes. Flames again, forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitailty, since getting back from the player break in this season, haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Mezzy falling short of the finals in London. And Mao's the team that started it all, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitailty. Well, they're back now into the grand final. Vitailty get it done in 2.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's gonna swing.
Okay!
He knows.
Apex, baby!
It's a fact. Who is it? Charge your mouse, charge your mouse.
Look, it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Okay, madame.
La 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 la. Vitality.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
Not you, baby. Not you. You wish you would be here. Jimmy. Even in the fucking train on pump, you shot me.
Flamesy's got players breathing down his neck, and there's a ton of pressure coming in on Mezzy. He lines up the bodies, though.
So solid.
Locks this down. Another multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal. Okay, over towards outer, damage onto the op. And now ZywOo slides away.
No fast moves.
Donk gets into the back of the site. This is a 1v5.
He can sense the fear. Rotation around for ZywOo.
Donk comes back. ZywOo, remember, full health. Over onto the AK. They're feeding Apex to him. And now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's out wide. Okay. Clashes and kills them off. Always reliable Russian rifling. But your answer comes in the way of a Molodoi A-site entry. Spam down through the smoke as m0NESY continues to counter, and Kickstand walks this over. But here comes the clutch. Quesarado so low already. No need to finish this off. It's gonna have to be a guillotine from Quesarado, not once, but twice.
Off default, and he's moving up.
m0NESY's been playing phenomenally in this 4th map to keep the Falcons' dream alive.
How can he get 2 from this position?
I don't know.
He's trying to think different. He might catch 1. If he gets both, it'd be a miracle.
He will stay tucked in and hidden and hope. And as they encroach closer, he remains in the shadows. This is Falcons getting closer to that bomb now. The retake's in full effect. m0NESY stomping over. It's a headshot immediately. No! An act of God from KS Serato. At times when we've seen Vitailty kind of come in after that first volley. This is a different timing from them, and they're going to try to send one through the car. Oh, that beautiful flash out of Mezzi. Oh! Good recovery for m0NESY, not letting that go for free. We've got that smoke still for m0NESY, and he gets the answer back.
All right, now we're talking.
It comes down to 20 seconds. It is right there. Rob's not sure from which avenue. TeSS going in first, dies out to Mezzi. m0NESY's got himself a third, and the quad on for an ace, and time to plant. And Sanctuary on the other side as Apex will walk this approach.
He's got to take a breath. m0NESY low HP, 14 health, looking for this last kill.
Locked in, holding the angle, Apex's head, primed for the popping. In a full house for 4 rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but misses. And there's a lot of movement for FURIA outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
Okay, a triple out of Molodoy prowling the street.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoy?
God did not make Molodoy. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all.
You wanted to see me?
Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss.
That's not game sense, bro. That's madness.
Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking.
I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you.
If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing.
And what's that?
Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match?
They can't stop me.
You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Majors are not banana cups. If you ask a player would they rather win Cologne or a major, no one will ever say Cologne unless Cologne is a major, and that's because of the prestige. If the play is going to be iconic, you got to start in playoffs. The crowd on the crowd mics, the call has to be so good from the casters just to complement that play perfectly. Just the right amount of surprise and awe, and the reaction, just the raw reaction of the room. So I think it's just about the audience. For me, my favorite major final was the Astralis versus Virtus Pro. And this was right when Astralis had picked up Glaive. This was very interesting because Kerrigan was a much more revered IGL. But the one thing Glaive brought to that major and to Astralis was he solved their choking issue. He made a series of calls on that T-side comeback on Train, and it was a bunch of very aggressive confidence plays at a moment where if they lost the next round, they probably would have just lost the entire series and lost the major. And that was the first of the 4 majors that they won. At a major where there's the most pressure, Glaive was the best option. And I think that was a really key point for both Astralis and honestly Denmark as a whole. When you look at FAZE at Boston, One of the most iconic images was Nico blown up on the Jumbotron. As hard as that might be for him to think about or go back and watch, that's one of the things you remember the most. Stewie being the guy who was the player that made Cloud9 into a winning team and made Cloud9 into a team that was top 6 that year. So the best sort of NA team that we'd seen in forever. And then for him to have the clutch moment to bring the team to overtime, it's not about the skill anymore, it's about who's good under pressure, and Stewie was that for Cloud9. I think that one will be forever iconic for me. I would never want to have to go through what FaZe went through at Boston. But in terms of how much emotion came out of that, it's sort of irreplaceable as a moment in history.
Linus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you
Look at the fan. Yep. He's enjoying himself.
Oh my god, he's playing the guitar.
What does this man not do?
Man.
You think to yourself, what the?
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubber's meeting the road a little bit. They're
So tell me about the both roles again.
What do you want to know?
So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but it's 100% legal. We cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage 2?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But that doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call a fucking deagle?
They don't call it deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it le coup.
Le coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it le force.
Le force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crawls.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
From my sense, a rivalry is something that tests you to your limit and shows you your limits. It's something where there's a lot of emotion because of how hard it can be to overcome the rival. There's a beauty and poetry in it because the rival is holding up the mirror to your weaknesses and they're exposing them, and that's frustrating to deal with, but then you're forced to be honest with yourself and to try to work through it and to become better. And that is what both you and your rival want. And I think that's one of the most special things about competition. I think one of the things about the Fnatic Envy rivalry that was interesting is that French and Swedish Counter-Strike, I think, was really important to CS. With Envy, you had this kind of combination of like crazy firepower and personalities with that French energy. And then you also have on the other end of it, the stoic, calm, also villains of the time in the Fnatic roster, where they didn't show us the super deep level of strategy and tactics, but they showed a mastery of how to mid-round. as well, the AWP was obviously got nerfed thanks to JW and Kenny S. And so you also had in that rivalry the best AWPers, and the two AWPers that understood how to play aggressively with the AWP like nobody else. But I'm thinking back to the early days of CSGO with that kind of French-Swedish rivalry. I'm thinking about that stylistic difference and how both of those teams were showing the best of CSGO in different ways. I think Liquid was very important to shaping narratives in North America because Liquid was really the first serious team in North America that showed a culture-defining change. Liquid had moments of much greater success than others. Later on, you got this edition of the Twist lineup where eventually they did beat Astralis. This, I think, elevated all of North America along with it. It was necessary for them to do that because Astralis was showing mastery of the game in so many different levels that to compete against them was so infinitely difficult for basically anyone and everyone. And so everyone was studying Astralis, and Astralis were essentially making a student of the entire scene. And I think Liquid was one of the responses to the cultural impacts of Astralis.
15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzy. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must have
right there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzy doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. Keserato has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but Keserato's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers what his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what Fury are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
Furia stacked those rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for Furia outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Magus
No, they
coming
are trading
through.
him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodaw's able to get one.
3 on 5. Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoy. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molodoy the sole survivor. Boomich remains posted, now no support.
And with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually gonna come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Na'Vi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. 5th player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m0NESY, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m0NESY is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh my m0NESY. One fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m0NESY, a pure 1v5. And as Ema tries to get out through that smoke, m0NESY's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema is looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m0NESY, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m0NESY.
The Flames and Dagster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dagster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dagster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond. Oh, welcome to Wonderland. They lock down that post plant like it's nothing.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Flamesy, I want to look a bit about you. Donk is a challenge, right? But he's the one that takes your award away for your position. So what can you do in this year to make sure that doesn't happen? Like, do you have some idea of some training plan or something you want to try put together?
Well, the idea is just to be the same, you know, to try to get better and find many ways to stay in shape and get good in form. But I think if you ask Donk last year if he could replace what I've won with what he's won, even though he's great and he's probably going to win it all as well, I think he will take that 2025. So it's just about being a good teammate, and the best entry I can for my team, and that's the most important. I don't compete with him. I just need to do the job that my team requires me to do, and that's all it is about. And if we win and it's successful, I think everybody understands that this is what matters in this game.
BobXD, you put up a great individual performance versus FaZe. What does it feel like to do that against a team like FaZe and the players they have?
I mean, it's of course a great feeling to get the win, but also perform well. Obviously, it's the win that matters, but playing well on top of that is like just a bonus for me, I think. It proves to me as well that I can play with the big guys, so to say, so it's good.
And do you feel more confident at the same time now, going into this next matchup?
I mean, of course it gives some confidence to play well against FaZe, but I think my confidence is always high. So I think, yeah, sure, I got some confidence, but I'm always confident.
That's great, man. That's really good. You need to have that as a Counter-Strike player. Now, I have to also ask, JW is making things hard for you guys. First FaZe and now Vitailty. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun, it's good experience, and I think it's just what we need to like take the next step. I think we have been doing well in these tier 2 tournaments and on some lands. So I think it's just good for us to get this experience, even though it's online. I think we all get some good experience and hopefully get us ready for like the next step if we manage to get an invite to some tier 1 event.
Exactly, man. Make the most of every opportunity. Now, I do want to mention one thing. When you played FaZe in that opening map, it didn't look like the same eyeballers we would see previously. Is there something you guys have spoke about now going into this game against Vitailty to make sure that doesn't happen again?
We haven't necessarily talked about like anything special about the first map. I think we concluded that I think we maybe weren't fully prepared, or like we didn't warm up as good as we maybe would have liked, and we didn't play with the same confidence that we usually do in eyeballers. And we come with a lot of ideas, and that didn't happen that game. So I think overall we just really weren't ready for the start of that game.
Okay, and in terms of being ready and what practice looks like, do you as eyeballers get a chance to practice against this level of team, you know, in the day-to-day games?
Yeah, I mean, frequently we get to play Vitailty, Spirit FaZe, like all of these teams. So we definitely practice against them, and I think it just helps us for us to get ready against these teams in these matches. So it's good.
Okay, perfect. And anything special you want to see happen tonight against Vitailty? Anything you've got planned in terms of practice? What Peter and JW have put together for you guys?
I mean, I just want every one of us in eyeballers to show our real face and play with a lot of confidence and take a lot of initiative. I think it's gonna be a hard game either way, but I think if we all play like we usually do, I think we have a chance.
People at home, you might be sleeping on this matchup, but you certainly shouldn't after what we saw eyeballers do to FaZe. You might say it's FaZe and this is Vitailty, but I'm excited for this one. I've got Maui with me on the desk. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. The weather's getting a little bit better over here. Thunderstorms are gone, and I feel like the players are really going to enjoy that it's just a little warmer than the rest of Europe.
Yeah, most people are coming from snow and minus temperatures. When you come to this, it's a nice change up. It's a beautiful moment. And right now, it's a beautiful moment for eyeballers because that win over FaZe did a huge boost for their confidence. They were telling us in that interview, BobXD said, they're actually practicing against these teams, but they don't get to play them in officials. And we know how different that is. And we need to talk about BobXD because he was the star of the show by a long margin. And that's impressive when you look at the players that were on the server alongside.
BobXD might be Nine's biggest fumble of last year to not keep this guy, because he's clearly elevated how eyeballers are in terms of just world ranking. I mean, it feels like they're just on this slow upward trajectory, and he's clearly stolen the show. Despite the fact that on CT side, he's playing a lot of the extremity positions, he can be very aggressive. It's actually very cool to see a guy finally just push himself in those sort of spots, because the way I would kind of relate it in the past is that both two players, for example, that played B on Mirage would be someone like MSL and someone like Shroud. But Shroud, you always wanted him to do a little bit more. You wanted him to be a little bit more aggressive because we knew he had the tools to do it. BobXD has the tools, and he's aggressive. So he's combining both the playmaking ability and just imposing his strengths.
And getting to do like a bit of a longer interview with him, I got to see a bit of his personality as well. We were talking before the interview started, and you know, he's not so reserved. He's got some opinions, he's got some confidence in there, and this confidence is going to be building when he's getting to play games and players like this. But this also matters for the whole of Eyeballers, I think. Other than JW, that experience isn't really there. So for these guys, this is big milestone to take in your whole career. Maxter, a guy we saw time and time again on NIP, he was kind of thrown in at the wolves to just be eaten alive, but now he's kind of refined himself. He's like a stone that's been sculpted slowly.
I was really disappointed with Maxter when he first made the promotion or got promoted to NIP from the Young Ninja Squad. I was kind of wondering, what was all the hype about with this guy? But on Eyeballers, it just looks like it's a team that fits him a lot more, where he's not always under pressure thinking about how do I mess up. I think he's taking or calling his own number a little bit more. He can be a little bit more individualistic. I don't think that I'm seeing him back up into bomb sites, just hoping to multi-frag as much. And so taking fights on their own terms is kind of a hallmark of what I would consider to be Eyeballers' strength, that they aren't just a team that is starting around and just hoping that things go their way. I'm just seeing a little bit more proactivity, even on parts of the map that I wouldn't always expect.
And then on that, right, they've got JW leading them. Yes, he's still wielding the AWP, one of the few IGL AWPers, you know. Actually, maybe it's making a resurgence because Cadian's back in the flow as well. But at the same time, it's something that doesn't get as much love and attention these days. But you know what? His experience alone is just helping them so much in this, right? Because this is a very young team who could quickly fumble under the pressure. The way they came back in that first map against FaZe, that's what impressed me. We went from seeing a team that didn't look like Eyeballers if you watched any of their previous games, and then they really showed up and they were like, this is the real team. And look what they made FaZe do. You just saw Carrigan's face then.
In terms of being just a heartwarming moment for me with JW is talking to him prior to this tournament, and the fact that he stuck with this Eyeballers project, even though it was over a year of them kind of just fighting it out in the top 60 teams in the world.
It wasn't pretty.
And I feel like at that time, there was a real case that you would have made to say, why is JW doing this to his legacy? I mean, he's a guy with multiple major victories, a major MVP, and then him saying himself that he feels like he needs to almost right the wrongs for the Swedish scene, where he was probably partially responsible, where they just had this gatekeeping mentality where they just kind of kept recycling top Swedish pros over and over again. And it sort of led to a decline in what was once one of the most powerful teams in all of Counter-Strike.
Kind of what Denmark's going through now, right? They're both learning their lessons kind of the hard way and having to deal with it. But JW said to us he wanted to be back with a bang. He already chose FaZe, but look at this, what he was doing on the draft pick that we had just a few days ago. Give it to me. Who are Eyeballers picking?
Yeah, I mean, I was back with a bang before, so let's do it again. We go for Vitality. Apex.
Oh my goodness.
Apex versus JW.
What?
Oh, JW,
that's crazy.
You're running back on
back
some legendary run, man. This is epic. This is exactly what we want. Dude, we might have to start calling you the Kingslayer.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait until after the game, and then we'll see. We'll see.
Do you want to show Zywoo what it's like to be the first major MVP versus the most recent? Is it going to be the old versus the new here?
I mean, not really. I think it's more about the battle of the trash talk between me and Apex, and then we'll see.
Yes. Oh my God, I wish this one was at LAN.
And we do wish this was at LAN, right? You can see it. We know what Apex delivers, right? All that trash talking, all that fun, all that excitement. JW wants a piece of that himself, you know. He's well measured in how he spoke to us and how he responded to this. I think I was more excited for the pick than he was, because, do you know what? Honestly, it just filled me with joy that he is going for these picks. He's not just like, oh, I could have chosen, like, I don't know, PARIVISION or a Pain or something like that.
Right.
He went for a big team again because he knows what it's done for his team already.
And the fact that they were able to already take down FaZe is one of the stories of the tournament for me. I think it's one of the biggest upsets from the first round. So to keep that mentality moving forward, at one point, I would probably say, come on, JW, just take an easier team. Just get to the LAN with your boys. You know, make it a little bit easier for you guys. But I like it because at the same time, all of these games, they're just invaluable in terms of practice and what you're going to learn from them, because you're going to see the best teams in the world give absolutely everything that they need to in order to try to take you down. So in what was supposed to probably be a humbling experience for someone like Bob XD, ended up being one where his limit testing actually proved that it could work in a live environment.
And from that, right, we're now starting to start looking at Vitality a little bit, because Vitality, best team of the year. They've got all the accolades. They've got all this confidence going through them. But right now, right, for them, this isn't a focus, right? Maybe they're going to be not as clear and sharp when they come into this. Yeah, they want to be in the LAN finals. Yes, they are expected to be. But there is something, just some aura around this where I feel like their mindset is going to be elsewhere, future, throughout the rest of this year, more so than here.
I feel like in speaking to them around this tournament, it already feels like they didn't really make as concrete as an objective regarding the Blast Bounty event, because like you're saying, there are a couple events in the season that maybe you just regard with a little bit more prestige. And also people would probably even give themselves a pass because it's the first event of the season. And to Vitality's credit, you kind of have to give them a pass. Thinking about the 2025 bounty where they lost out, then went on their 8-tournament win streak.
Yeah.
There's a lot to love about this Vitality team, but you might not get every single piece of it activating at 100% in this tournament.
Looking at this, ZywOo, though, in the opening game, he did farm. He had a good job. It was against Virtus.pro, you know, like it should be a game where they're confident. They can just be running through it. I didn't see anything which made me worry at all there. It was good score lines. There was no real stress moments from there. And remember, they're not playing on a boot camp. They're all taking their time. They're going to have plenty more chances across the year to be playing in LAN environments, maybe here in the studio, stuff like that. So for now, I think they're just easing their way into it in the correct way. But ZywOo showing up even online is a positive sign.
ZywOo absolutely farmed VP. There's no way to beat around the bush there. He smurfed on them. This was a complete masterclass from ZywOo, which is exactly what you want to see coming off of him being labeled by HLTV the #1 player of 2025. I don't feel like there even has almost that much to prove in this kind of environment, and yet he does overperform. He does show everybody that he is clearly a class above the teams that he's going to be facing in the online qualifier portion of this tournament. So he, along with people like Flamesy, people like Mezzy, definitely are trying to show that they're going to start the year on the right foot, that he's going to still keep making the strong reads against any level of opposition, and it would be a mistake to bet against ZywOo in a match like this.
We say this so often, though, right, about ZywOo, that he doesn't so much have the ego with it. I know he got the #1 player in the world spot, but do you think with all the comments and the controversy and the discussion around it, that maybe he's thinking, you know what, screw these guys. I'm not letting this happen. I'm going to next time win it, but I'm going to be there winning and you can't deny me it.
To be fair to ZywOo, I don't think he reads too much of the internet chatter, but I feel like the fact that there was even a semblance of a doubt when you win 2 majors, are the MVP, should light a new fire underneath him. And hopefully that's something that he can build towards so that there isn't even a conversation, because I feel like it was a fair conversation to pit him against Donk. I understand why HLTV would have ranked ZywOo higher with all of the accolades that he was able to grasp onto. But if ZywOo could just put up slightly better individual performance, if he left no room for doubt at Budapest that he was the MVP, because let's not forget that there was a bit of a question there. Is it going to be Rops? Is it going to be him? People were refreshing pretty frantically there to see, does the year end with Rops stealing one of his trophies?
And that would have been a big one if Robs could make it possible. But you do have to know that if you sit on a team like Vitality or Spirit, you probably are just taking second place, no matter if you are really good. When you've got these kind of players on your team, though, you have to kind of take that L with it. But before we go any further, we need to take a look at the maps. So it's time for the veto. Now, the main thing here is I don't expect any crazy surprises or anything wild coming out here, right? We know how this should be going, but I think for Eyeballers, it's just about getting off to a good start in this, you know? Coming right with the right mentality, no matter what map ends up being.
I'm a little bit, okay, wait a second. Eyeballers go for Anubis. Okay, yeah, wait a second. I was just thinking they were going to go for one of the maps that they played against FaZe and were able to win.
Yeah.
Bringing out Anubis here, well, that's going to be real tricky. Vitality go with the overpass pick. I kind of figured they might go with Nuke, actually, but it was one or the other. And so for Decider here, I feel like, Eyeballers then decide to get rid of Nuke. Honestly, I'm still shocked by the Anubis. I didn't think that one was coming.
Dude, the reason I said I thought it's going to be a standard veto, because I'm thinking, like, if your Eyeballers just play to your strength, you beat FaZe already, go off that and play in the confidence.
Well, they still get the Mirage, which they played well against FaZe, but I also, man, I mean, I didn't really prep for them to even go for Anubis. I just thought that they were gonna go with one of those maps that they already beat FaZe. So I'm kind of shocked. I'm interested to see if anything too much has to change. We did see Vitality play Anubis at the beginning of last year with Rops. I think it was Rops that took over the A spot, and Flamesy got to change his position around. So I think that actually that ended up looking a little bit better for some of the individuals on the team. And in general, I think Mezzi in last season, or in 2025, the last season Anubis was there, he looked way more confident on that B bomb site anchoring position when it was him next to Flamesy instead of next to Spinks.
The question for me, though, right, is that I'm sure, for example, Eyeballers, what they told us, they came back to practice a little bit earlier than what Vitailty did, but who's going to be more ready on it? Eyeballers definitely got to have a way to go with this, but I do think now that, like, they put themselves into a bit of an unknown at the same time. They can't prep as hard, right? They can't have good understanding.
I feel like this is where you're just gambling a little bit. If you're JW and Eyeballers, you realize that it's going to be a ridiculous battle versus Vitailty. But I like that he does this because instead of just going with his tried and tested maps, he's actually trying to go for the win. If you just kind of went for, say, a Mirage or something like that, it would show that, yes, we know you're pretty good at that because you beat FaZe. But then once Vitailty downloads the data on you and watches what you did in your last series, they're going to get counter-stratted so much harder. So Anubis means that Vitality's going a little bit more into the dark here. And I would say that probably favors Eyeballers because if I'm taking prep-heavy teams or really just the staff behind each roster, I'm siding with Vitailty easily.
Very quickly, because we're nearly close to the game. How important is it for Eyeballers to just play the way we know and love from them and not, like, go into their shell, even if some rounds go badly early on?
I mean, I want to see some antics. I want to see if they're going to make a risky pick, make some risky plays. Some of the teams here showed that if they're the underdog, they're going to make a couple smoke pushes. They're going to play off of their own timings, even if there is a semblance of counter utility. So I hope that the confidence is still there. And I hope to see just Bob XD, when he switches over to that CT, or when he's on that CT side, I want to just see him continue to be aggressive against last year's #1 team.
Well, let's see how it goes down. We've got an exciting Anubis to kick off this series. Anubis was the surprise, but these two, they're never a surprise. They're just amazing.
Okay, James, you're going to run out of compliments soon, I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's got to.
Welcome to the second half of the day, folks.
Bob XD!
Bob XD in the server up against 2025's #1 team. And
they already took down a other major finalist.
Then why not? Why not upset here as well?
Yo, they took both major finalists out.
Imagine. JW back on top.
And back on land, too. Ooh.
What year is it?
Oh, like Maui said, man, imagine this game is on land. That'd just be content, actually. So much content. God, it's going to be fun. And, I mean, there's going to be rounds in there for sure. At least Eyeballers have proved, like, they can really compete. They have some real potential talents and stuff. And with someone like JW, I don't think without someone like JW, you can take down FaZe. Even if it was just a skill question, you had someone equivalent skill, it wouldn't be the same. JW can speak to them and tell them, we can beat this team. I've beaten teams like this my whole life. You can have confidence in yourselves, you know? And I feel like he's the best reminder. He could be like, play that coaching role for a team like this, but is still obviously more than good enough to play. So, well, I mean, you have to take this match in stride. You're here for the experience. You can think back on how well you did versus FaZe, and I feel like you're going to be rating yourself based on how much you left on the table and, you know, how much you went for it. I think that's what Eyeballers are going to be looking for.
And I think that the veto, like the desk said, really is kind of the testament to that they are going for it, right? You try to get Vitailty off kilter, force them to play Anubis, hope things get a little bit weird, and then within that oddity, you're somehow able to come out on top. You make those rounds happen, you make those plays happen. But, you know, it's not just the map pick itself that is important. You have to have that same bravado when it comes to the rounds that you're about to face. And odds are, obviously, 4 players on the side of Vitailty in the top 20 HLTV. You're going to have some rounds that get thrown in your own face, and Eyeballers have to be ready to handle that. They've got to be ready to adapt. They've got to be ready to just kind of be humbled, because surely there's going to be one of those rounds where, you know, Zywoo drops a 4K on your entry, or Mezzi is going to be alone on a bomb site and holds you back, and you can't let those kind of mentally pile up against you if you're Eyeballers.
Yeah, like to be a downer. Like the differences between this game and the FaZe game are, you know, FaZe versus Vitailty. That's one thing. The fact that it's not day one anymore as well.
Correct.
And then even when it was day one, Vitailty were still fantastic. So there were some questionable things that happened to teams so far, but opening games to start the year, that's where upsets happen. It's consistently happened for years now. So you can only expect Vitailty to be even better than last time. And for Eyeballers also, I think that there's something about this where Vitailty, there'll be a certain level of respect, you know, that they don't want to get embarrassed. They know that Eyeballers can play, and that they want to make sure they take them down a peg, because they probably feel like okay, we're going to have so much fun right now. They probably feel like, in a sense, they're playing with house money, already impressing everybody with their win. So I'm sure Vitality will take them seriously, at least to start.
I think you have to if you're Vitality, because the FaZe upset just kind of makes you raise an eyebrow. You know, it makes you take a step back coming into this, maybe spend that extra 30 minutes to just kind of pinpoint what could be critical for the Eyeballers win, find that condition, and then make sure you stomp on it out of the gate. I was thinking to myself that, you know, again, not to just already find outs for Eyeballers, but if we can all accept that heavily favored Vitality should win this game, it's like, how many times would they even get a chance to practice versus a teams like Vitality, let alone get an official in versus the likes of Vitality? I think this could be, you know, a huge chance to just appreciate the game and learn
some of that
setting
stuff,
yourself up for the rest of the season.
Yeah, some of that stuff we don't know. Like, top teams play against teams they're not going to play against in tournaments, so a lot of the tier 2 actually grows in scrims, but Eyeballers might be a team that, you know, they can't get access to a team like Vitality because they're not even at that level where it would be a formidable challenge or worth their while. Well, maybe Eyeballers have broken into that tier at least with their showing so far. Let's see if they can do a little more damage.
FaZe upset earned respect. This one would shock the world. That's the challenge Eyeballers rolled out of bed for. Bob XD puts the smoke down in front of this utility from Vitality. That is the only smoke that Vitality had to play with, and we get this fast reaction out of the A main push. So trying to nip at the heels, they'll find all of Canals for free. I mean, Vitality have gone headstrong on long, all 4 players through once Mezzi's flashes come out to support. Dex is going to find a headshot back for Eyeballers, but it's him and Maxter inside of E-Box that have only done a little bit of work here. Down through the long push comes JW, but there it is. The ZywOo difference in the pistol to take Vitality's T-side win.
That's crazy, because you get kind of a, I feel like this sort of epitomizes what the match could be. If Eyeballers, even if they play their best, they just had 5 players there ready to defend the site before the bomb even got planted and still lost. So that's about as good of a setup you could have to an exec, but the instant entry from FlameZ, the 3K in the middle from ZywOo, and we get this spin around shot right here. Wow.
Ready.
So good.
First bullet out.
Did we get ZywOo's thoughts on Anubis coming back? Has he ever talked about that yet?
I haven't heard them.
I feel like he's happy on every map, so
he's gonna take it all in stride, you know?
Yeah.
ZywOo the kind of guy to stop to smell the roses. And so here on Anubis, something fresh.
I think one of the things that helped Astralis, like during their era, was the fact that they banned Mirage. And Mirage, what was it? It was like the map that, one map that came in was like their worst, one map that went out was like their worst map, and then the new map that came in became one of their best. I can't remember exactly. Should have been more prepared for that moment.
Seeing as you're the one that brought it up.
It's only 7 years ago.
Only. Damn, time flies. As do Vitality here in round 2, very quickly swarming into this A site, finding 0 resistance. The Eyeballers B stack. Makes sense coming off the pistol. When Vitality were willing to go all in off long with just the Mezzi flashes, you'd hope maybe they'd rinse and repeat. That's what the stack was hoping for. Instead, bomb down for Vitality. And Eyeballers can go ahead and try to win the next one with their upgraded pistols. But don't lose them now. That was a Kevlar and Deagle or 5-7. Mezzi gonna make a bit of money. ZywOo actually drops Maxter. I was thinking it would just be a nice, you know, rinse and repeat in the follow-up, but now it's the majority of Eyeballers dead, and that's gonna make the next round all the more unlikely.
What would be a great bit is if we had like JW yelling over the webcam as if they were on LAN, like if he kills Apex.
I mean, you can still do it. I know not every player has the charisma to pull off the at-home trash talk, but Apex is always throwing middle fingers up to the camera, still making, you know, hand gestures and doing what he does.
Gesticulating. Yeah, the one online player I feel like that was really good at this was also Halzerk. He would do the fake fist bumps to his teammates.
Try to, you know, you got to put yourself in that space.
Got to wear jeans even if you work from home. I did all my top 20 videos with my like tuxedo on, and everyone was like, "You're not wearing pants." I was like, "I was."
What about the shoes?
I'm a method actor.
Because we always say, Launders, the shoes are for the fans.
I'm Asian, no shoes in the house.
Okay, that's fair. Good on you. Socks?
socks, yeah.
Okay.
I keep it cold in there.
Also good on you. So that even lighter round for the Eyeballers here. This time they don't go for the all-in stack. Get a little bit of a lean here between middle and A. And Flamesy gonna get dinked in mid, so that'll cause Vitality to just hit the brakes ever so slightly. Bob XD on the flank.
Here comes the menace.
Timing's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Kills Apex. Remember, Flamesy down to 10 health. He doesn't want to linger by the bridge. That's going to draw Mezzy over to try to deal with this. And we've got Eyeballers setting themselves up to do some real damage this round.
Put themselves in a great spot. They got Vitality definitely a little rocked. Still have to worry about the, you know, group up explode, because on either site, that's going to take place soon. And we saw what happened with the pistol round, even though they had so many players there. Couldn't stop the overwhelming force, and oh, that's one back.
Yeah, you find old Bob walking across the bridge.
Old Bob.
ZywOo the troll that resides beneath it. Miss Molotov though on the execute. There's a little ring rust for Vitality's exec. Desert Eagle that they would have loved to have connected. Comes through with the second. P250 finishes off Flamesy, pressures on Vitality. Mezzy's going to alleviate that slightly and then go into the bomb plant. But good on Eyeballers. Keeping the cost up, making Vitality sweat for this one. Nothing to lose with one set of Kevlar on decks, no kits. And there's the flood out from heaven, but Mezzy ready to react to it. He'll be the guy that just puts it in. And you've got Vitality off to the 3-0 start.
I feel like what JW wants is he wants like Bob XD to get another great round in this match. I feel like that's what he's secretly cheering on. Beyond obviously himself also getting some ridiculous off 3K or something. Hunted down by Bob XD. In broad daylight.
If I got a threatening letter signed Bob XD, I'd be worried too.
His signature is it better just be XD, right? Like the...
It better be.
Yeah.
Nade onto the stairs is why Apex is down to 73 health. Kind of eating that one. They had a challenge on the smoke that Rolf is happy to step into. Flashbang's getting this off its angle. Very uncomfortable round for JW, but a solid flank out of Bob XD, and that is ZywOo down. That's man advantage earned.
The bomb.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is a round.
Bomb XD. Chucked back behind them, and with that possession, ooh, Eyeballers keep it clean. 4 players up at the end of it. Their first gun round looking real good.
Yeah, very solid. And I love how much they're playing for info. And like they know that they're not going to be able to play as many retakes. They're not going to be able to play as many just like great, like 2 multi-kill site holds. So you must push, you must go get info back, and they've been very liberal about it. Running through canals in many moments. That's, you know, a minute 15 he's doing that, so clearly part of the game plan. I really like it. Channeling their inner fanatic. Oh, that's a sweet find. Not often you see ZywOo get caught off guard like that. Was he...
Bob's got him twice now.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that head-to-head.
Yeah.
That'll be the fun one. Oh.
But trying to keep it active, and Mezzy's got a solution unfolding here inside of B. JW not able to get any kind of an angle going with that op, and so it completely gets rolled over by Vitality. And I was thinking to myself, 5v4, Bob XD beating ZywOo in the head-to-head, 2 gun rounds. He's got them both times, but here it is again, right? Mezzy ready to just roll. And so far, Mezzy's been the solution for Vitality's, you know, struggled spots. When those pistols started to come together, he was that driving force with ROPS to get them into A, to finish it off, to not lose to the force buy, or the light buy.
And as bad as it is that they lose so badly with all those guys in the site, they had all the guys in the site. Like, I do want to see rounds like that where, like, Eyeballers are picking the right spot to stack, or they have an idea of where Vitality want to go. These are good signs.
And it'd be a different thing, too, if, like, that player coming through the smoke grenade gets caught, and then that forces Vitality in, and the bomb site, like you said, which is stacked, is able to hold, but you send one guy in to die for free, and then everybody else goes down empty-handed.
I was like looking at the ground, right? And
it was
Canals?
It was hard to tell.
Not exactly sure if he got blinded or
it's far away. Let's see.
Oh, okay. He just went to dodge
trying
the
to turn
flash,
it back.
so, yeah.
Bob, like a semi-trailer, just slams through him. Apex coming through the smoke on E-Box. That's what unraveled it all. So pressure back on Eyeballers to not get economically reset, but they've got everything they need. That JW op still trying to find its impact. It's been really, honestly, countered by the util on both these executes now. We see him stuck inside a temple last round, nothing to do. Bricks the round prior on the A site. He just kept having to give up his angles. And we talk about how good of a team Vitality is. It feels like, you know, it's a nightmare for a guy like JW. He's probably used to punishing lesser opposition in their tier. But it's fine-tuned utility for Vitality so far.
This one's going to go into the final seconds of the round, it looks like, with the default as it stands. And Vitality are also probably thinking about the fact that they've run into 3 or 4 players sometimes. Oh. That flash got missed. That'll slow things down. That might have been a gift for Bob, depending on if he would have eaten it anyway. Honestly, Apex is lucky he got flashed, because if it just missed and didn't blind him, he would have run through that. Oh, very aggressive line here. Yeah, that's the risk of it. 25 seconds, though. Decisions must be made.
Vitality met by a smoke as well. That's a well-timed piece of util coming out from the defense. Rolf on the close smoke.
Oh!
Zywoo snaps it into him. Flamesy one and done towards mid. Tough spot for JW. Still manages a double. Another moment here where the pressure's on. Drop from Maxter. Insta-kill. And no round for Vitality because the long player just has to stay tucked in. Oh, Maxter comes in with both. And that is JW getting a critical 2K to set up that 2v2.
It's a great second shot. I mean, it didn't have time to breathe, but you have to take in the fact that it was a very hard flick to hit. So nicely done, just like old times here, JW. And that was, I was gonna be like, oh man, that happens to them now. Woo. Just the right amount of disrespect, right? They don't want to get into any post plants.
If anybody knows that fine line of a limit, it's going to be JW.
New map.
Utility comes over top for Vitality. We've got 3 defenders here, but the first one falls with nothing. Not this time, J-Dubs. 2K last round was key. Maxter would have loved to be put back into a 2v2 where he could dive the site again, but he knows he's significantly outnumbered. Money's on the line here, and it feels like Vitality just run it back, give themselves more time, and this time come through with a crushing blow for Eyeballers.
That was nice to, like, you know, so you got a default, you got one slow default, work both sides of the map. Previous rounds, a little bit faster, but the tempo shift and, like, how quiet it was for a second, it felt like maybe this one's going to be a little slower, and then all of a sudden it's just a full take. Rolf really wanted to play that aggressively and stay in the open, go for an off angle, but no kill this time.
Terrorists win.
Played golf today.
Yeah.
Got in
Wanna
with
talk about
3 Swedish guys.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, this is relevant.
And so, yeah, this I was going to tie it in.
Okay.
And I was like, because they watched old CSGO, right? And I was like, JW, oh, JW. I was like, okay, you should watch the match. It's at 5 o'clock. And, you know, that's just a name that I knew I could say.
And they'd still get
anyone in Sweden would know who that is, who watched any amount of Counter-Strike.
Were they shocked to hear that he was still inside the server?
Yeah, they're like, he's a coach, right? I was like, I'm like, no, you're in for a treat.
This is authority.
Yeah.
This is authority.
Wow. I love that. That stance. This is hockey.
At home standing coach. Respect.
Stand up, hitting the chair. I love that.
It's probably tough, though, getting a read on this game so far for Eyeballers. A site held so well the round prior. And then last round, it just got slammed, and we get to see, again, the Vitality difference. So Eyeballers, CT side here, kind of just continues to survive on the edge. Haven't been thrust back into the saves just yet, so they've got that going for them, but it is Vitality pulling ahead, 5-2. Vitality showing that it's not as though there's a part of this map that they can't get into. You're just going to win some of those rounds when JW throws out those nasty 2Ks. Maybe that's the reminder Eyeballers need. It's going to take X Factor in your plays today. We've seen great headshots from Bob XD. We saw that very critical 2K out of JW. Everyone's going to have to bring it to the table. And it's all on a whim, because you never know where Vitality are going to commit. They've had a very varied attack so far, and they're going to go back to starting out with a little bit of flamesy mid pressure.
Sometimes the hardest part about this map is just like, how much attention do you give to mid? Sometimes you want to put a lot of emphasis on it, in the first few rounds, get a team push back, maybe punish a lurker or two, make him regret it, but it's so difficult rotating without mid.
See ya.
Damn, and that just isolates A entirely. You see that mid control, they have this A kill. Now what's interesting is obviously the bomb. It's not outside A. It's ready to split on 4 guys waiting for them. They just have to believe that they're right about this.
Flash in, and Bob XD's not even given a chance to shoot back. JW again with a nasty double kill. Burned, though, by ZywOo. Maxter gets his one. They know exactly where he is, so he gives himself a smoke to try to work with, and the clock is on his side. Can he make it weird? They're starting to swing through. ZywOo's going to have hands busy. Oh, he doesn't jump it immediately. Plant on the opposite side gives Rops what he needs. That awkward duel out through smoke, and Vitality get through with 2 up.
Versus a lot of teams like in their tier, obviously, a setup like this, it's going to be a perfect counter, essentially. But their ability to multi-trade or multi-frag is just so high. And it's just like, you can almost see the setup and think, well, Vitality, they might still figure this out. And surely enough, they do. It's a great call from them. Eyeballers were totally, taken out on the other side of the map. Didn't have mid control, didn't have time to go for a crazy rotation. Said, okay, we'll stay here and save if they don't come. Vitality probably thought they were going to try to panic and go, around to the other side of the map, but they didn't bite. Again, it's a little quiet over here.
And there's nothing Eyeballers can do about it here in round 9. Pistols across the board. Made Vitality work for this. But it's now an extension of this lead earned. And I think as well within their tier of CS, we could run that last round back. Maybe another team would make mistakes at 10 seconds in that 1v2, smokes all around the bomb site and whatnot. Vitality played to perfection.
Yeah.
They adjust the bomb plant. Rops holds the correct side. That push that could have happened on the opposite side of the obelisk wouldn't have given you a shot on ZywOo because he had the wall to cover him. And so Vitality, even though it is crunch time and you could try to pressure them with that clock, they still just keep their cool. And I think that's going to continue to be the test for Vitality if these Eyeballers rounds come through. But right now, Vitality just continue to look like the very best team in the world. 7-2.
Yeah.
And the guns come back for Eyeballers in the next one.
Obviously, we're in a different era of the game, so that Vitality, Astralis comparisons, they just get more real every day, and they've already completed this amazing year to begin with. And the question is, how much longer will it go? I mean, everyone's precipitating some kind of fallback or other, another team to just, finally achieve what they have been trying to and be a challenge, or for Vitality to get tired. But we don't know. I mean, last year they were the best at everything. They could very easily start off just as strong.
And to be honest, we kind of had that door kicked open, right, in the second half of 2025 when Vitality started losing events, when they had some shortcomings, when we watched other rosters hoist trophies. But all that really mattered in the end of that year was Vitality getting back-to-back majors, and that kind of changes all the tone coming into 2026. True. It means that even now Vitality know for a fact that they can lose an event, have an off game, and still win the most prestigious tournaments of the season. And are you going to tell me that if Vitality lose a few on the road to Cologne, but then get 3 majors in a row, that we're not still going to put them on this huge pedestal? Absolutely not. So right now, of course, Bounty, just a stepping stone for Vitality to kind of see where they begin the season. And Eyeballers, one of those pebbles within the path. But this pebble's got a little bit of bite, and that's why we're 5v4 again. We get this active flank across the bridge, Mezzi considering it. But as he operates here alone, it looks like JW could find good timing, and sure enough, he's got a freebie queued up. He'll shoot Mezzi, execute him, and at 35 seconds, a 3v5 all in from camera, back turned to Bob as well, and JW right in with his next one. Fluidly moving through this round, JW comes up with a triple kill, and Eyeballers with a 3rd round win.
It's awesome, man. Like, he knows they're human more than anyone else, so that's just great. And there's, again, you want to count up the rounds that, regardless of a win or not, the setup was good, like the stacks were good, just a couple of shots getting missed. I mean, there's been a lot of them, so this one a flash misses, and then Rolf saves it with his aim, and Rolf's obviously, knowing he dodged the flash, is probably a little upset he doesn't get the kill, but they picked Vitality because JW, everyone was saying JW needs to go up against ZywOo, right? That was the whole, that was what was supposed to be just a meme. Well, look at him now.
Some commendable moments already throughout this CT side. Hoping to catch Vitality on an off day, on an off map. Well, it's going to take a little more than just the JW op shots. He finds one in the middle of that execute. Insta-kill out of Apex. Nice shot. And with that, ZywOo can just kind of patrol the site to see if anybody wants to throw that wrench in the works. But now bomb planted, hands no longer busy. Beautiful shot from JW. And Bob XD comes through with one as well. But now they know about that flank. It's Mezzi low.
The nade.
Yep. Perfect. Gonna finish that one off and force Apex to try to come through with a 3rd kill in this round.
He has a smoke and a kit.
Ooh, and the kill. So put the clutch on top of it. Bob XD coming through with another for the Eyeballers.
He is making Eyeballers proud all over again. And him and JW has another great round, actually. And it's a retake checked off the list. Sweden is so back, man. You have Male 09, everybody's bold prediction. Eyeballers taking a phase.
And giving Vitality something to think about. Double up inside of camera with Dex coming through on A main. Hey, Eyeballers at the end of this half. 5 rounds, some respectable challenges within the Vitality's 7-round wins.
Big time.
It's not a bad look for the Swedes whatsoever.
Call this a good half versus anybody else, right? And on Anubis.
This is going to keep our attention glued to the screen for the second half of this game. 3v5 attempt for Vitality. Nothing to lose here. Final round of the half, and JW on a passive angle gets popped by Flamesy. Millimeters make a difference. Bob XD also shredded. Flamesy could be the solution here in number 12. We go right back to the even 3v3 and quite some distance from Eyeballers in this bomb site.
Flank goes down uncontested. Oh, and Maxter dies also through the smoke.
Uh-oh. Gonna be worried about the cameras. That nade pops. Oh, they actually find Rops within that. Still plenty of time to recover this.
They don't know about the second guy. Doubled up. I don't know.
Trying to figure out where the hell he's at, but the CT smoke just popped inside of camera. Bomb being played around. They're still thinking about it. A walk-through smoke is nasty, and you can see Flamesy still thinking, where could it come in from? And the perfect timing from Rolf behind the pillar. 3v5 denied in the 1v1, and Eyeballers respect 5-round CT half.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now, he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's going to swing.
Okay! He knows. Apex, baby!
It's a fact! Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in. Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Merci, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through.
Then you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
He owns you, baby! He owns you! You wish you would be here! Get me! Even in the fucking train on pop, you shoot me!
Well, if you showed up today with the dream of JW upsetting the #1 team in the world, I'll tell you, that dream is actually alive. Between him and Bob XD, we had some solid individual moments, and even that last clutch coming through for Eyeballers shows they've got X Factor, and X Factor is what causes upsets. Now, the problem for Eyeballers is still Vitailty look rock solid.
Everything you wanted to see from them, but that's what I kind of feel like makes that 5 rounds even more special. So, I mean, they've kind of done the hard part. I mean, doesn't mean this side's going to get easier.
That's going to catch you blind, but luckily for Eyeballers, Flamesy, his aim betrays him. Jumping down through the cameras, it's an all-in. They keep it simple. Rops given a shooting gallery towards the bricks, finds his head ripped clean off, and a T-side pistol for Eyeballers could genuinely tie this game.
When you play on Swedish ping, it's like you're on LAN anyways.
True, they're up there, right?
So
up there in the great north.
That's what we all used to believe was the reason that Sweden was so good. Like unironically.
Long winters.
Long winters and low ping.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it couldn't have hurt. Yeah, I don't even think ZywOo could win this round. Well, these guys are bloodthirsty. Well, that's awesome.
He'll give it up. And Eyeballers a 6th.
Are you ready to say Eyeballers have a lead? Are you ready for that?
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, yeah.
No offense, Vitailty. We wanted a challenge. You've already got FaZe's head on 1 spike. Taking a big swing at Vitailty now.
The miracle in Malta.
Just convert it. That's the big thing. Convert this round. You got a FAMAS on ZywOo to contend with.
Yep.
MP9 for Mr. Mattisclair.
You know the buy's coming. What's the call? Well, chip damage here as they clear out the close positions. It's all a big ruse, though. They've got JW on the lurk. But does he want to jump by camera or just take a fight?
Damn, he actually gets away from that.
Yeah, and more damage.
Just out-damaged ZywOo on a raw duel.
We're going to celebrate everything.
And he's bringing reinforcements now. They'll smoke off camera.
He's getting ready to reform the B attack, and JW putting it on himself. Oh, to make a lead happen. It's the 5-7 to take him down. That little bit of damage from ZywOo helped.
Cuts the head off the snake, but Eyeballers still looking to slither down through camera. They're starting to get pulled apart, though. You lose the first in, the third in, but ooh, Apex rushing things. Does it give them a chance to evacuate? No. Bomb's already down on bricks. Robs hits his headshot. Low health here for 3. And now ZywOo is trying to come in, serve up that distraction, drops bomb, and pushes Bob into the clutch. Oh, he didn't full clear that.
He didn't. He might get walked up on now.
Sitting duck. And because he doesn't go that 1 inch further, oh, it's Vitality's force buy win.
Gosh, he was so close to clearing that out.
Gosh golly gee.
Frick.
Fudge. But that's Vitailty for you.
Yeah. They'll punish. That's the thing. You know, you're going to get punished for every little bit.
Said Eyeballers had to be ready for all these rounds. Well, sure enough, Vitailty reminds you who's boss. And a boon to their economy as well, right? ZywOo and Mezzy on AK-47s, Tech 9s for all of the Eyeballers. Fast jump through the bridge. Clipped by ZywOo, but popped by Bob. Oh, a second. Right back to what worked last time. This mid-pressure got them close to that A site. Never meant to have gone down this easy. Rops' recovery denied. Bob XD's got 3 kills this round as he gives Vitailty a taste of their own medicine.
They also got this flank. This is a free kill for Maxter. Ooh.
Maybe not free, but still a kill. Apex clipping JW in the meantime. Mezzy still here in this bomb site, and they force buy right back.
My goodness, Bob. The Tech 9 3K on mid. No rifles behind him, nothing. How real was that?
That's the X factor in the XD. Uh-huh. And that's even with Apex getting away with that flank kill. That could have actually looked even worse for Vitailty. Now, Vitailty are going to come back into the force buy of their own, but this is one of those weird ones where you're kind of prolonging what could be the Vitailty save. You know, you go back and forth long enough, and all of a sudden with a 5v3, it looks like Eyeballers A tie this game at 8 rounds each, but more importantly, have a save on the other side of this.
That's unreal.
Lead on the table. Prime for the taking.
I mean, the fact that Bob's having another great game, JW's having a great game, Eyeballers are tying this map.
Go on.
I mean, it's the weird part that looks like it's sustainable for some reason, right? Like even in the first half when they lost a few rounds, they still stacked the right sites. They lost a few trades here and there, but they won their own clutches. They even won a retake at the end. They were going through the checklists of things that they need to do, their bucket list of things they need to check off to say that they, you know, proved themselves versus Vitality, and they did that. But it looks like it's not going to stop at one half. Who doesn't love an underdog?
Right now, Vitality.
yeah.
Suddenly, they've got their work.
Apex has talked about it before, and everyone's always cheering against us. You know, we're the best. We're winning everything. That's what it is. It's actually what makes the game great. It's why having a team like Vitality is so great.
Yeah,
right?
I also think that
never ever lose.
When you have a leader like Apex, he is somebody who actually can seemingly embrace the me against the world type mentality.
Yeah.
Some people would crumble under that kind of a pressure. He's proven to us he's ready to thrive in it. Like Yanko brought up at the HLTV Awards show, one of the best moments of 2025 is Apex giving the middle finger to thousands of Americans in the heart of Texas.
Yeah, highlight of the year.
But this round starts with another Eyeballers curveball. Flamesy walking away with a kill. Low health, sure, but still, you know, you've already been reminded by Vitality that you have to stay on your A game from start to finish through this T side. And the worst thing that could possibly happen right now is to let Vitality pull back in the lead with not even a fully Kevlar'd team.
It's a tenuous moment where, you know, you want to make this call correct. You don't want to throw this round away. You still actually, if you look at the map, are in a very good spot. And then Vitality are suspicious about the right thing. It doesn't mean anything, though. They're just bringing a bunch of pistols over here. This is still great staging to the round. There's no close positions on the site that have been taken up. It's going to be pistols retaking.
Ooh, clean shots out of Dex. There we go. Goes a lot of the pressure. ZywOo's still in the middle, but even his element of surprise after 3 teammates die around him's not enough. And this round goes exactly how it always should. Eyeballers easily sweep away the Vitality challenge.
You gotta say Eyeballers are in the lead.
Let's wait for the bomb to explode. We can do it
okay,
together.
because it's ROPS, yeah.
We can do it together.
All right. We gotta wait all the way to the. All right.
Yeah.
Right when then we just can't say it now.
If ROPS had a kit, we'd be on the edge of our seats. But at worst, it would have been a death.
Eyeballers are in the lead. I try to say that as awkwardly as possible.
Yeah, your timing was crazy there, dude. Like you forgot how to read. But it doesn't make it any less true. 9-8 on their map pick. Vitality back with guns. We have a game on our hands.
My eyes are open. I'm seated. I'm stimming.
Dex feeling feisty in mid right now. He's bolstered by teammates right behind him. Dodging the flash, taking the pressure down to camera, but ZywOo's gonna cut off the tail end of that. And it's only Dex in the very front to get one. So having a hard committed defender and that well-timed ZywOo mid push, felt like Vitality kind of saw that one coming and then attacked it perfectly. Shave off the third guy, Mezzy gets his on the front, and with only Dex finding success in this one, Vitality have tied the game, which is perfect because the next time Eyeballer... What's wrong with me today?
You on Quaaludes or something?
No, but if you're offering. Eyeballers are in the lead. We get to say that again, maybe another time.
I'm down to go for every time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, right now, should be Vitality tying up. This 1v4 with total bomb possession for Vitality looks far too easy to secure.
Big set play here from Eyeballers towards the A site. And just more of a standard hold, so to speak. Well, Okay, no chance at a good duel, but Apex wins it. Vitality tie this thing up.
Do it with a rock-solid round as well. Just the right amount of risk here for ZywOo. Timed it to perfection, hearing those first 2 players stomp down through camera. And what are the odds of 4 members of Eyeballers coming out mid? So once 2 are confirmed, yeah, duel that third. But it keeps us right in the middle of the storm. Both teams guns back in hand. Even a bit of extra cash here for Eyeballers too, so yeah. It's not that risky business. Oh, but that nade for JW, ouch.
Yeah, that was right at his doorstep.
Apex dropping fire in front of Bob. Bob throws the bottle back. Just showing a little bit of skin here to keep Vitality's B defense on its toes.
Back to work in a default. Bob's really suspicious about a re-aggression. He's really right about it as well. Ah, and he catches Apex off. That's nice.
Down to 20 HP. You'll take that.
It's been a real weapon this game, but oh, there's one back for Mezzi.
Through the smoke over towards Long B. Rolf gets killed. Flamesy wins his duel on camera as Dex was cut off from the JW op. A little bit further ahead of JW, and so man advantage secured by Vitality off that one, about to find themselves with double digits. JW's patience here, and that bomb just sitting outside of the A site.
Yeah, and it's like this re-clear inside of middle. JW seemed to be very aware.
Tons of nades as well for Eyeballers still.
There's going to be more players. And he's come over here to just draw their attention. It's going to work. Look at Robs backstepping into camera.
It's the perfect move here from JW. It's got Vitality biting down on nothing.
Oh.
Now Robs is starting to realize, wait, I've fallen for this. Smoke grenades popping all over the opposite side of where Vitality stacked up, and suddenly Eyeballers, all they've got to do is hang on to this plant.
Yeah, fresh smoke pops the CTs. I mean, it's 3v3. Bob is low as well. They might want to give it a look.
Dodges the flashbang. Robs doesn't come out just yet. They do emerge from the closet. More utility for this retake, but that's all the nades that Vitality had. And Bob from down beneath pops up to perfection. Robs on the edge of the smoke. This low health bar from JW caused by the ZywOo nade. He'll finish what he started at the beginning of this round, and it's a solid retake from Vitality to secure those double digits.
That's a good position. It's definitely a winning spot there in the 3v3 post plant for Eyeballers, but, you know, leave it to Vitality to pull that together. They look really well coordinated. And even when Rob peeks, you're like, oh, JW, why wouldn't you hold that? Well, he's only peeking because his teammate's about to peek from low. JW knows he needs to isolate a fight if possible. And again, they're coordinated, so there's no mistake here. Always taking the tech, standing up. Really seeing the victory. You can feel it.
It's 4 out of the first 5 rounds of this T side, all Eyeballers, made possible by that force buy victory.
I don't know who's contributing right now if they're just taking a stress break. Maybe they have the game plan. They're just
it's for sure
having
one
a
of those,
second.
One of those matches whereby, you know, you start with kind of with some expectations, you know, but if you get absolutely bodied by Vitality, then you can't really be too upset about it. It's when you get yourself to this score line where you're like, oh shit, it's real. We don't want to waste this opportunity. It's a rare treat to have an official versus Vitality, but Eyeballers were in the lead. And unfortunately, we were talking about how they have that economy going for them. They've got a little bit of a curve by this time. AK-4 Dex instantly down. That's going to have to change hands, and luckily for Eyeballers still, all other 4 members of their team have that Kevlar. But they've got to scoop up that gun at some point, and it's awkward because nobody's actually out towards middle, so they'll just have to do this with the Tech 9s. They barrel through this defense. Maxter's coming through with 1 as Bob XD doubles down, and it's man advantage secured. To hell with the AK-47 top middle. Eyeballers just run rampant through this defense, catching Vitality off with solid timing, and Tech 9s again.
It's off deposit, genuinely. I don't even know who was talking in this spot, but Eyeballers on a low buy once again. Bob XD once again with a multi-kill on this round. They will shove Vitality out of this. No chance to come back into this retake.
Well, well, well.
Yeah.
With Tech Nines.
Terrorists win.
And you could see them really saving the celebration too. You know, they're not popping off at every moment. They're not overreacting to doing half the job.
Oof. Hell of a shot from Maxter. Sprinkle that in and suddenly Vitality. Well, you force them to take their first time out of the game. That's how you know for certain that it's kind of starting to pressure Vitality. This upset feeling all the more real on Anubis. And CTs have a questionable economy here. There's going to have to be some shortcomings for Vitality. It's not desperate, but you just got to make sure that everything has a use in mind. Thomas and an MP9. Early utility pressure, pretty heavy commitment, and the opening duel. Dex just rips ZywOo's head off. And that MP9 down inside of E-Box right now doesn't have anything to deal with, but Apex eats the flashbang. 4 players blind on Eyeballers. Counter utility's crazy.
My God.
Mezzi's in the middle, and Flamesy ends up from platform taking one back, but it's still the Eyeballers 3v2. Not long lived. Pressure's on him. The fact he comes up with all of that is massive, and he leaves Maxter on 11 HP.
He kept that crosshair steady. What a spray. Can Maxter find the exit? He has.
And that's going to dodge Rops, who hears the departure but can't sprint immediately after him. He comes back, but 11 health. Rops isn't ready. Gun out, caught off.
No way.
Massive moment for Maxter, and Eyeballers are in the lead.
He faked the run back and actually got Rops to run.
Rops.
He tricked Rops. After this, too? Oh, my goodness.
Ice cold clutch with 11 HP. And now that economy's bottomed out. And so Eyeballers not only in a lead, but with what should be a guaranteed 2 map points to close. Because it's not even armored pistols here for Vitality. Eyeballers leave that bomb back towards spawn to make sure Vitality can't really overwhelm it. Bob XD is going to have his hands full here. Plenty of players coming through. They'll find that kill, but it's a lot of numbers confirmed. Maxter's cover from a distance is good. And that bomb is very swiftly going to get picked up and head into that A-bomb site.
Bob dies, but it's a nice strong default. They're still spread out. They have everything watched. Perfect position to refrag. Retake, surely. Forget about it. Flamesy has an AK for what it's worth, and bomb's not planted there for Apex to dive on it. A lead is one thing. They have map point.
2 of them ready to be queued up. The start of this game on the CT side, we saw JW's X Factor, we saw Bob's XD's X Factor, but as this game's gone on, Dex and Maxter have both started to contribute pretty heavily.
Yeah, they gotta be so proud. I mean, they're playing their best CS right now versus the best in the world.
And it's cool because that's kind of those, you know, that's the winning formula sometimes you expect when the upsets are kind of around the corner, right? The guy who has all of the world's experience in JW, has been here before, shouldn't be shaken, and Bob XD, who is seemingly, provably, with that phase upset, the guy that has maybe the most potential on the team. And when you, as their teammates, start watching JW and Bob XD pull off this opportunity, yeah, you're going to find confidence in the people standing next to you, or in this case, sitting at their houses. Real chance to win their map pick of Anubis. Flamesy tries to take that challenge over the bridge, and it's not for free. Duel for Apex down inside the E-box. Oh, it's right there, but Bob doesn't shoot immediately, so he won't find his angle. Pressure on Vitailty, a single kit within this round, residing on Robs. Pressure on Bob now, taken down to 14 HP. Apex is coming out better on this duel. A duel that has at times cost him and Vitailty, but here in round 23, he'll win it. Missed off shot from JW as Flamesy's pressure keeps this up, and Vitailty will gun towards overtime with what is currently a 5v3.
Oh, that one swings things back in a bad way, unfortunately for Eyeballers. A 3-on-5 spot, and Apex, credit to him, he is not scared of Bob. He's been fighting for control of E-box every round. They'll have to reveal their positions now. Outside of B, not a lot of time to regroup.
And a confirmation. Apex gonna find it all grouped up. Still a couple of defenders already in position. Scramble from Flamesy soon to join them inside Temple. Good flashbang out from Zywoo as well. Sets up Mezzy to perfection. And now Maxter finds a headshot under this, and Zywoo's there to close. We go round 24 with Eyeballers still having one chance to win this.
I mean, they've done so much impressive stuff. They've won like these Tech 9 rounds. They've won some really good rifle rounds. They won a couple of retakes, their defaults and everything. But now it just comes down to the final pressured round, 24. You didn't want to let it get here. Vitailty show us every time they answer back, like they're still playing really well. That's again the crazy part here for Eyeballers. But you were talking about seeing that finish line. Well, now it's like right in front of them, and that's definitely for many the scariest moment. And JW sitting here thinking, like, I know how to think like a winner. I know how to put myself in the spot and then actually follow through with that victory. Unfortunately, in that last round, one slightly missed op shot from him, and it's not a 4v4, it's a 5v3. And he'll have to contribute just as much as sort of this emotional leader of the team as an individual carrying such an important weapon. Let's see what they got. Everybody has everything they want.
It's an honest round of Counter-Strike to try to close. And what could have been an opening duel for JW.
Man, opting to jump right. That was scary, but it actually, I think it would have got, he would have killed if he went the other way. Bob XD tagged down to 34 already.
Meticulous with these flashbangs. Both oppers trying to get on this angle to just hold bridge.
Looks like Eyeballers will be given a little bit of space.
We said it earlier in this cast that, you know, sometimes with Anubis, the question is, like, how much pressure do you want to put on mid? And we've seen different looks. Pretty risky business sending that op out early, but now Dex all of a sudden has a lot of room to put pressure on Vitailty to keep these bomb sites split.
Just blocked their vision, bifurcated the sights, dodged a flash, and he gets the kill.
Flamesy meant to come through with a frag, confirms that there's only one there, and Apex smokes off E-box. A little bit of mid-pressure here by Dex. He only survived with 10 points of health.
Playing right in front of the smoke. He's waiting for them to flash by him.
Bomb starting to leave. Dex positions inside of camera.
They're running though. It's
Robs,
the CTs who know it.
He's going to hear that movement outside A main, but he doesn't want to turn his back just yet. This crawl out from camera's going unnoticed. Zywoo's going to get blindsided. Robs brings this back, and he's got the hold towards A main. Bomb at his feet, and a 1v3 for Rolf. Already everybody else for Vitailty on the scene, and Rolf's gonna get blindsided. Rob's rock solid. Vitailty survived that test, and we go OT.
Oh, you could just see it on his face. Ooh, that's a struggle. They did so much work to get to the point where they could have, you know, they even got the 5v4. Took over mid, avoided a flash, 70% of the job was finished. But ZywOo got one quick pick off just before Dex could swoop in for an extra kill. And Robs did the rest.
With the multi-frag and the close.
The reaction is so good from PETA. Oh, man.
Look, he just got scooped up by a tornado.
Got hit by a frag grenade.
Psychic blast. 2 rounds to close the challenge on Anubis. Unable to do so, but Dex is right back to this mid play.
You know, anything but a choke. Those were very good attempts. Vitailty just played that much better.
Drops down first, 5v4. Fountain player also dead with nothing, and that mid control is just non-existent here for Vitailty. Slight adjustment from the Eyeballers, ready to pounce on A main faster. Apex, the first of the last 3 to arrive on the scene. He's gonna catch Bob. JW gets the trade frag. Dex comes and joins out through that camera, and that gives a shot over to ZywOo. Feels like this retake has legs to stand on.
Oh, absolutely.
But it is bomb planted. And it's Mezzi to try to get this going. Clipped by the player, half climbing up into heaven. A ZywOo 1v3 clutch is what's needed here for Vitailty. And as he drops a nade down into the bomb site, wide swing up from the stairs. ZywOo lucky to be alive, and he knows it. Pressure still on as JW gets into the camera, and it's such a nuisance when that thorn in your side prevents you from moving forward safely. Eyeballers secure the first in OT.
It's a clean set play, great entries right there, and it's a site that was really hard to take last time. They make it look even easier this time. More to give.
Made easier with that 5v3 out of the gate. A main really betrays Vitailty in that round.
That was a key duel from JW. Mezzi was being so careful, shoulder peeking, got the vision, went for the pre-fire.
First double op adjustment here for Vitailty in this game.
ZywOo holding this, yeah.
And Robs puts his over towards A main where they just lost bodies. Easy pickup for ZywOo in anticipation of the JW boost.
Made them regret that fast.
And now I think we're gonna get an A main walkout. Yep, Robs flash off the angle at least.
They might not know that was a second op. Bob's been getting chipped down in the spot very consistently. Oh, right when he wanted to go for something. It's another little bit of damage. It all adds up.
Yeah, Apex and Bob have been just locking horns on this utility duel all half long.
That's fight of the night.
And Apex, knowing that there's no longer a firebomb for his feet, goes one bit deeper. That bomb's
sending this one back to the op, but the bomb is still back in mid.
Yep.
I mean, if they just walk into this, it's a free frag for Robs. They really wanted to show some presence, but because he's opping, even though it's not smoked, I don't think they knew there was an op there. They probably think Vitailty are extra worried about A, but they're not really. Nice even-handed defense right now across the map. Free B for ZywOo.
Still more room to work. ZywOo under threat. He's gonna get swarmed by the last 2. Good double kill here for Maxter. Ooh, he gets himself a third. Turn back around. Bob XD gets the trade back.
He's gotta get the bomb. Oh, there's no
missed the
time.
timing. He could dive the temple. Oh, by a second, and Robs hits the shot just in case.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Bob, unfortunately. I guess he dies after time. Not that it matters. Maxter made that scary.
Yeah, clean triple kill in what was a 2 versus 5 situation. Starts piecing them together. This turnover towards the E-box.
They just have all these heroes on this team.
With the licking of the lips after bed. This is, we've got a character on our hands.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's the most Swedish thing I've ever seen. Oh, Bahul. Apex, quick headshot. See you later, Bob.
Oh, man. You know, Apex is one of those games. He's got 13 kills, but he has just been controlling this area so well.
Yeah.
Showing us it's about utility.
Trying to build up a guy that's 13 and 21, but honestly, like, genuinely making Bob's job hard. And there's Apex with another one on Maxter, whose potential we saw in that last round. So suddenly, a Vitality 14-13 looks likely. It's going to be this mid walkout for Eyeballers. 2 players in position. Rops is going to catch him off guard on timing. You'd think.
Spotted.
Pops up once, doesn't see it. There we go.
Oh.
Beauty. As Rops connects the 2 headshots, and Flamesy's there to end this. Vitality secure it comfortably. 2 CT round wins in overtime.
Yeah, that round was, but it's that 1-round game. Cleanest kill yet from Apex over Bob. And even when he doesn't kill him, he's been getting him low. And, you know, you really do have to zap his power somehow, because if Bob stays alive too long, that's when good things happen for Eyeballers. But yeah, no joke. This is now a strong spot. Vitality have a whole half of information on Eyeballers. They're fully warmed up, clearly. It's always harder to believe the underdog in overtime. Rob just going for the quarantine protocols.
CT's test a couple of positions, and Maxter's coming through with kills again.
Can you believe that?
Wild to me that Maxter has surpassed everybody else at this point. 26 and 16. Oh, Robson, Flamesy, though, still recovering this. Trying to make a round of it. But it started so convincingly for the Eyeballers, and Dex is going to make sure that it's not in vain. They push B main and Camera in mid at the same time and come up with favorable duels. Not easy fights to sign up for, but they walk away with frags.
Yeah, Maxter's just caught some crazy headwinds. The amount of kills he's gotten these last few rounds.
And the trade's right there from Dex. He's got a triple at the end. And again, we said kind of across the board. You know, Bob's actually been surpassed now. Maybe that's Apex holding him back.
Definitely.
But Dex and Maxter, who felt like they were riding Bob's coattails and JW's momentum at the start of this game, they're now kind of the stars of the show. And that bodes really well for Eyeballers because they're showing their ability across the squad. And they tie this game at 14 all.
14 all. What a special performance from all these guys.
This is still anybody's game. Fast moves coming through from Vitality. That's pretty costly, all things considered.
They ate those HEs.
Full-blown exec, and Maxter just wants space to play pillar. Oh, it's good. One on the side of the smoke, still Vitality, try to play it stubborn, and Mezzi's gonna win the spam duel. JW, we've seen great things from his op in this position.
They have to rely on this molly, no smoke to work with. JW wishes he could get another bit of vision.
Oh, while that A flank starts to get into position, Bob has caught them off guard before, and Saiwu not ready for it yet again. Man advantage secured. Eyeballers on the brink of taking a 15th. They've got Vitality stuck in this bomb site, it seems, but Camera is that one exit.
Yeah, they forged a way out. What's interesting is this bomb gets planted. Apex is now in the most important position on the map. He knows it.
Look how far back Bob fell back within this round. He was all the way back over towards Canals just in case they went for that Camera exit.
And Apex knows for a fact they're not coming here. He's got to get the guys up in heaven. Mezzi's just lurking around.
It's all about the timing, and Apex, it's just out there.
Didn't get spotted, doesn't look like.
USP's gonna catch Mezzi. Apex now has to do it on his own, and he gets blasted. You've got Eyeballers with their 3rd attempt to finish this map queued up next.
This is just beyond class here from Eyeballers. So well played. A nice flank once again from Bob. And a solid hold. They get some preemptive nade damage versus the rush as well. They had Vitality running through that smoke and regretting it.
for whatever it's worth, Flamesy got left-clicked by a teammate's knife coming out of spawn as well. 9 damage, but hey, when you go into the smoke spam fight...
Hey, versus Eyeballers, you need every bit of health.
It all matters. Vitality don't secure it a double overtime. Eyeballers win their map pick. Off a good map of Counter-Strike as well.
So good. I'm not seeing anything gimmicky.
And it's not one of those days where like ZywOo's teammates have kind of just let him down. We've got performances from Mezzy and Flamesy and Rops to build this up. Two failed abilities in regulation to close this map. Third one right here, right now.
Now Bob gets to flex a little bit here, holding on to E-Box versus his nemesis in Apex. That's spot on as well. So much damage.
Yeah, and it's harder to get into E-Box than it is to hold it. Apex feeling Bob's wrath. Right now, though, it is just 2 members of Eyeballers inside of this site. JW with the op on the bridge push. More utility damage. This time, Flamesy's now softened up, and Vitality are going to try to go headstrong into this bomb site in a matter of seconds. 20 on the clock. Bob's able to hold down for now. There's that flank out of JW. He read this was coming. Not the first time Vitality try to go all into B. They've got to get that bomb back. They'll scoop it up, but then JW through smoke with the Deeg. Man advantage, 7 seconds. And as Mezzy tries to now have hands busy, here comes Rolf, and it's covered.
No.
Massive moment back for Flamesy as he keeps his head on a swivel. And Maxter, 27 to his name. Round 30. And as he gets close to this site, it's separated. Element of surprise bodes well. Mezzy hanging off inside of the E-Box. Fire in front of him. No smoke to cover that bomb, but it is tucked into this obelisk, and he can put pressure on with that tap. Mezzy coming at it, and Maxter, all you need, a shot between Mezzy's eyes. Oh, but it comes back their way, and we go OT2.
Oh, man, they had a death grip on that round until Flamesy ripped it out.
0 for 3 in rounds to close this game so far.
Oh, this kill from JW thought that sealed the deal at 10 seconds. Bomb getting dropped. They somehow recovered this. Flamesy recovered it. Wow.
JW's wild antics are timeless.
He smelled something was up. He went for that mid push. I mean, it's there's only a certain amount of time left on the clock. No one's taking mid this late. He comes in with another flank. It's another successful flank for Eyeballers. They are finding those. Again, everything is great, but Flamesy, I mean, it's incredible. He knew he was going to have to basically pick apart a crossfire and defend the bomb all at once. He was ready for it.
Phenomenal cover. Vitality going to try to play with the timing, go at this one again. Bob, good test. Shaves Mezzy off the play at least. Support inbound soon enough. But Vitality don't find any other targets, and then Bob's just going to test the waters coming around that smoke. Another smoke thrown out from Temple opens a door for Rolf, but Apex, in anticipation of this exact play, he's got the freebie.
You'll regret that.
Vitality looking to secure a lead in OT2. Maxter's flank well timed, almost caught the jail player. Frag grenade could still make this one possible. As Rops is sitting on half health, JW scours the field, but he's not going to find an angle because you get Vitality changing to the backside of the bomb site. All 3 players just line that one up. Sure, the bomb's not for them, but they'll rush it when they need to. With the man advantage, you'd think they'd have it, but back plat gets covered.
10 seconds.
No kit
way.
here. So definitely an unwinnable round. And Rops comes through to just guarantee it. Vitality strike first in OT2.
Wow, they get this lead back, man. They can't say they didn't have to work for it. It's a formidable defense there. And a timeout's getting called in OT.
It's a snooze break.
Oh, a snooze break.
A snooze break. Oh, no, he spilled water on his desk. That's got to be it.
Oh, okay.
Because if we're taking tech pauses to clean our phones,
yeah,
there's more pressing matters at hand, brother.
This is a real sport, man. Dangerous things happen. And what did Petus smash? He threw something as well.
Did he?
Yeah, you know he gets animated. I'm trying to see him on land.
Yeah, right? Just doing cartwheels and falling on the ground when the close rounds are lost.
Jumping into walls.
I think the king of the at-home pop-off still has to be probably Cadian in the COVID era when he started tearing down backdrops.
Throwing chairs, yeah. No, the bar is high. I don't think he needs a chair. Oh my goodness.
That just bounced back into his face? Can we play that one more time just to confirm it?
Yeah, I need to even slow it down.
Just one more, please.
Oh. What if he knocked himself out? Oh. Yeah. Oh. What is that?
It looks like I think it's a little water bottle. Like a little...
Is that like a TV remote?
Little metal can. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to Overtime 2 between 2025's #1 team and JW and friends. Eyeballers have eliminated FaZe already at Bounty. That kind of had us all surprised.
The world's first major MVP.
Then we thought to ourselves, it's FaZe starting slowly, the beginning of a season. This is now a very real deal for Eyeballers. Anubis, their map pick, Overpass, Vitality's choice up next, and Mirage if we need it.
I don't want to see anything else get broken, but I kind of do also. I'm loving the energy. Ooh, it's a big win here for ZywOo. Got a couple of quiet rounds, but never know when he's going to strike again. And Rolf, man, that's a lot of pressure. Oh, he just goes down empty-handed. That's a sight run over. This could be a second T round here for Vitality.
Oh, you'll find that timing at least. Try to keep it alive. It's a 3v5 and very few opportunities beyond this one, so take a look at it, Bob. But getting pelted by Utility, that frag grenade coming over the wall, taking him down to 13, and they're all just waiting for that A main flank to get closer. Bomb at the halfway point.
They got to dislodge ZywOo, but how can they?
It's going to be a tough one to get through that smoke. Rob's holding it, eats a flashbang. Dex is now into the corner. Bob's found his frag. Dex shaves one off the play. It's a corner position here for Mezzi, and him and Rops just leaning on one another. Mezzi getting the first towards long, and all of a sudden, you've got Vitality in a much more comfortable position. 17 rounds on the board.
Yeah, they're set now. They're right about to close this. Rops could have died right there. That flash coming in through main was perfect. From a 3v5. Shouldn't have even come close, but Rops and Mezzi had it all figured out.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Wow, blind. Oof, looking for the clean sweep. And Maxer's got other ideas.
32 and 21 is Maxer.
Just, you know, versus Vitality. Your average Sunday afternoon.
My God.
Bob on the hunt. Ooh, catches Rops. ZywOo here to trade frag back at least, but this 2 versus 4 is only 1 kill deep. And Maxer's going to keep that pressure up, knowing that ZywOo's probably concerned about another A main push. We see that with him guarding the climb up. And well timed by Maxer, dropping that bomb and putting Mezzi into an impossible clutch.
Can you believe this guy? The deeper the game goes, the more impact he gets.
The fact he's got a minute to try to make this happen, though. And if that Opera oversteps this line, that could be Mezzi's way in, because the other two over towards B. I believe this angle's being held. Mezzi gonna step into it. Yeah, JW ready to lock that in. So at the very least, Eyeballers take 1 on the CT side, but it was 2 in the first half for both teams.
Yeah, I mean,
well, first overtime.
They're getting put to work right now. So nice here from Maxter. On a mechanical level, we've always seen great moments from him.
Yeah, but now it feels like he's just got a little more swagger in his step. Maybe chalk it up to playing next to JW. Damn, Flamesy body blocks it. Good on Rolf. Get that kill back through smoke. We haven't had to talk about Rolf too much. That's a pretty critical trade frag to come out with. Frag grenade sails past Apex. Oh, he's testing the waters and has to spray back just to get himself into cover. Rob's gonna take a look at Bridge as well. Vitailty continuing to keep some pressure up, but it's Bob to slip through the smoke.
They do know they scared Apex after that spam, so he falls back. Bob immediately takes the space. They were walking away as well. Gotta see which way the bomb drifts in this spot. Oh. If that kill went the other way, maybe you get the swing and Bob could make some momentum off of it, but he's still holding on.
6 bullets. Oh, and he doesn't need any more than that.
Apex heard that.
Mezzi now needs some help, so Rops is coming over. Frag off of the pillar. That's gonna land at their feet. Great damage off Mezzi's grenade. Stalls it for a second. Lets Rops get into the bomb site. Mezzi brings one with him, and Rops is just finding kills now. Finding his moments to strike. A JW 1v2 in 2026 with 9 HP.
Enough time to get to the A site. 2 guys on the other side of the map. And the gun he's looking for on the way back.
A vacant A-bomb site free for the plant.
He's gonna have some time here, but Mezzi is still kind of close. Sorry, Zywoo.
Pistol out for Zywoo. Feels like he knows about the damage.
Oh,
and yeah, steps right through it to finish it off. JW never even really given a chance. If only he had more HP. That's 18 for Vitailty and their first chance to win this map.
It's a cool move from Bob to sneak into E-Box after that damage from Apex and then finally take him out as well. But it was just a material advantage all the way through. The fight's being won in middle. Rob's getting an excellent kill.
It looked like Rob's kill from Bridge was a really deep angle as well from Rolf.
Ah, okay.
Just clipping him right before he tried to leave. But Rolf did kind of invite that spam back by shooting through. Sorry, it's Rolf. Being corrected by production. Bunch of Danes telling me how to speak Swedish. Flamesy into the long A fight. Great flash. Or whether or not... Fire for Bob, and oh no.
Yeah, he dips back into the well, and now a 3v5.
Coming to an end. Was that a team flash that Eyeballers ate inside of long?
We can move past it if it was.
Or did Flamesy underhanded himself?
Let's talk about this lurk instead. They've got a real big split coming into B. There's a moment here where Dex could just absolutely raise hell with the time on the clock. Like, they're not watching this at all. They're just assuming that this is going to be a mid lurk. Maybe they go slowly. Oh,
right there.
Okay.
How much do you want?
Okay.
Apex is turned around though. Apex sees it.
Oh, he watches that.
Sixth sense tingles. And what could have been the Hail Mary moment for Eyeballers' dream of upsetting Vitailty tonight just fizzles out inside of that bomb site. It's a challenge to be proud of, but it comes up short. And Vitailty survive a test and a half. A test offered up by all of the Eyeballers. Bob and JW got this party started, but Maxter and Dex took it over by the end of this map.
This is going to sting. A much better first map compared to what we saw from Eyeballers when they faced off against FaZe. It gave you hope. It gave them confidence. They saw the finish line, not once, but twice, and they pushed Vitality in every single round. But that pressure, some of the experience, these little moments that we'll get into later, Maui. Oh, it's, you know what? You're not rooting against Vitality, but you are rooting for the underdogs when you see just such good and exciting plays like this. The whole of Sweden is crying and very stressed right now.
It's simply nice to be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
When you see Eyeballers have this many ideas, individuals taking over rounds, exercising some individual liberties so that they can be the difference makers, you have, I mean, I end up rooting for them just a tad. Vitality, though, you know, when they're in a position to win the game, they're not going to slow down. The flash to get into A main, to close things out, the fact that they were generally being quite proactive, keeping information, it's what you want to see from an Anubis team. Does sting, though. Does sting, because the Eyeballers just felt so close so many times.
And it also felt like Vitality on some of these A-holds, for example, right, when Eyeballers were just locking it down. Vitality were uncomfortable. They were made to feel uncomfortable by the Eyeballers.
A lot of moments where we were able to see just the way that even though Vitality have a great grasp of how they want to play these rounds, people like BobXD in the first half were able to hold on to spaces like E-Box, force them, funnel them into JW and the rest of the Eyeballers. And it was honestly just good play from the Eyeballers in the beginning. This is what I generally like. I mean, Rolf isn't able to get a lot done in this position, but you could see just how the crunch came at such a late time that Vitality, they're stressed in terms of timing, and Maxer, who was one of the big heroes for Eyeballers throughout this game, just was able to pounce right when he knew there is an opportunity to get a victory. And so this is what I like about Maxer on Eyeballers. I'm seeing this so much more than when he was on NIP, just kind of a deer in the headlights. Now he's being that active player that he was more so on Young Ninjas.
And you know what I love more about that play from Maxter is the fact that he was so aware that he looked, maybe, okay, at the time, if I die here, he can still get the bomb and plant it before my teammate can rotate in. Just the smaller details there to give them some success with it. But it's just one of these things where, like, you believed in what Eyeballers could do the whole way coming through with it. Then we get kind of a messy B hit into a big brain play out of nowhere, out draining Rops.
Yeah, I mean, this is a moment for Eyeballers where I mean, Maxer in this one, the late round play again, just kind of was something we really wanted to highlight. It is a pretty, this is a pretty scrappy moment for them. I'm kind of surprised Mezzy even got that kill in that fashion. I mean, Flamesy does a great job picking up a couple kills here when his back is against the wall. But yeah, I mean, there we get Maxer.
You think this is over, right?
Yeah, he's running away. Rops looks like he's getting a pretty good timing on him. Like, and again, Maxer's on such low HP. If he plays this standard and just runs and plants at the other bomb site, he's probably going to lose. So to play it like that, I mean, there were so many little moments here for Maxter that just kind of reminded me that this guy was a Swedish prospect before whatever happened did happen when he joined NIP.
It's almost like Eyeballers are picking up all the Swedish players that people said were no good and making them work right now and giving us something to shout out and just be positive about for these guys.
Without a doubt. I mean, BobXD from 9, Maxer from NIP. We did see, I mean, JW is trying to just kind of create his own luck with this sort of roster, just taking these kind of scraps, I would even say, under his wing. Not that these guys don't have individual skill. Like BobXD was, I'm pretty sure, top 30 on FUT.CET at one point. Like, he was really a big just elo grinder. So there's a lot of skill, but it wasn't necessarily harnessed. So to see it come together and almost get the victory of Vitality, that's why we're talking so much about a team who didn't even come away with the victory.
But Vitality did get that victory, and some of that comes down to some of the magic that Apex was able to do towards, you call it E-Box, I call it Connector, whatever you want to say.
Con, Shadow, Dark, I don't know. I mean, everybody's calling it something different.
In the world,
it really is one of those things. Yeah, I mean, I think the utility from Apex is something that Launders and Scrawny were really highlighting on the cast, and we just wanted to take another look at it. I mean, I think the utilities, the way that he was ferried a second Molotov there to beat out the utility from the T side, and the way he's able to even cut down BobXD too. I mean, again, this is a star player of a rising team versus a 32-year-old in-game leader. Like, you would expect that the young star is able to take that kind of space, but Apex, he's really tricky. He knows his utility still, and it's a reason that Vitality was so world elite for the first half of 25, because he was playing like that all the time.
And also, Apex is unpredictable. So they're not safe going into that at any point, right? That's a scary situation to run yourself into. Now, there was a moment where Eyeballers had the game. And the thing I would say, I'm no expert like you, Maui, but this comes down to pressure, nerves, maybe not having a bad game, and the experience of Vitality coming out on top.
Unfortunately, this was probably the best opportunity that Eyeballers had to win the game. In this round 30, they're holding on in this crunch. JW pulls off a great flank. I can't believe he got this kill onto ZywOo.
It's wild.
As ZywOo's trying to take that space back towards main, the fact that JW reads the play, calls it out with his deagle spam, but then Rolf right here, oh man, I mean, he didn't have a great game, and that round is kind of epitomizing the moment for him, where it just feels a little too big for him. Maxter had his chance here, but credit to Mezzi for just instantly nailing him. As soon as he gets off the bomb this time, it's just pinpoint precision from another one of the world's best players. And it's really, oh my God, like the reaction there to break your own chair head.
You can see how much it means to them.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing I need to look at here is that how Rolf is going to reset now.
Yeah,
because
has to.
It was a stinker. You probably know you cost them the game. They're not going to be saying that to you, but it's going to be in the back of your mind. And they reset already against FaZe. They showed us they could do it. But it was never like close like this. And this was their kind of pocket pick to success.
I'm a little surprised that Rolf wasn't able to show a little bit more, because I've actually liked him in the past. I thought he was one of the players, especially on Young Ninjas, that just looked like a stable pair of hands. Was one of those guys that was on those anchor spots, and I always think he's going to get one at least, usually not drop the ball on his position, but sometimes that's what happens when you load up and press tab and you see it's ZywOo and Rops against you in the server. You're just going to make some uncharacteristic mistakes, but thankfully, in a way, it is online, so hopefully you can just go to the kitchen, get a snack, you know, reset.
That's my go-to. Yeah, definitely. Get the snack, reset, go into the next game, and go into the next queue. Bob, we were talking about so positively. He wasn't even the best performer within this team for this game, but he just has these moments again and again. And it doesn't seem to matter who he's facing. He's got that confidence to go for it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Eyeballers tend to pick Anubis a little bit more moving into this season, because on a few of the maps, such as Mirage, you have Bob XD playing positions like B anchor, but this is Ebox is on both sides, CT and T, just feels way more fitting for the active style that he wants to play. He was a standout in this game in the beginning. I feel like he maybe slowed down a little bit when Apex got a beat on him and started just kind of smothering him with all of that utility in that space. But in terms of just being an active presence, he was flanking at times. He was holding his own on bomb site defenses, rotating into the right spots. He showed exactly what I wanted to see from a guy that I would tout as a great Swedish up-and-coming prospect.
Yeah, for sure. And do you know what? It's what production just nailing us with the sound effects. Well, I'm not sure if they took that from that, but yeah.
Yeah, did they make that? Yo, did production make that sound for us or something?
Yeah, they made that. Production just added that. That wasn't taken from that.
Okay, I was wondering.
That's on point. It was very accurate. It was fitting with it. And I know right now people are probably thinking, like, guys, Vitality won. You just keep talking about Eyeballers. Well, guess what? We don't get to see Eyeballers much, so it's my desk. I'm going to keep focusing on them. Let's roll some Maxter highlights at the same time, because Maxter was the dominant force. We were talking a bit more about Dex in their opening game against FaZe. This time, Maxter showed up with spades of skill, winning them crucial rounds.
And I'm really, really pleased to see this, because everybody that was watching Maxter before he got promoted to that wonky NIP roster, reminder, that was the one where it was Alex as the IGL. No hate or shame to Alex, but I don't think he was ready to call on an international team. And you can tell people like Maxter also lost their way. So to see him have this other opportunity in the tier 2 space and taking it by the horns, especially being as proactive as he was against a team like Vitality, I loved it. I love a redemption story. I love a player that shows that there was a reason that they were being talked about. It's kind of almost reminiscent, maybe on a slightly lower level, than sort of what Zway is doing on PARIVISION, where the other moment was maybe a little too big for them, but once they're on a team that's a lot more comfortable, a lot more fitting to their skill set, they can show that they can be a difference maker.
Definitely was a difference maker, showed up in a very strong fashion. And if they can keep that going, then maybe that's something these guys will have to work with. Overall, I know it's a loss, but is this something we can be positive about for Eyeballers?
Yes, without a doubt. Taking Vitality, Team of the Year for 25, even if it's on a map like Anubis, it was a map that Vitality were quite good at. So the fact that they were able to take it to multiple overtimes, that practically everybody had at least rounds where they were able to just shift the balance in their favor, just goes to show that Eyeballers, the project, it is indeed improving steadily. And I feel like this iteration of it, despite the fact that 25 was pretty, I would say it was pretty meddling. I didn't really see them on my radar all too much. Even in those kind of CCT cups, they didn't really get any decent placings. This is a team that I'm interested to see, even if they drop this series, what's going to come for them in the next few months.
But we'll find out if they can get a map in this series before we go any further after the break. Overpass coming up next. It's Vitality's pick, but trust me, Eyeballers know how to play and they seem ready to fight and prepared for it all. So let's see if they can fight back in this series in just a few moments. All right, Maui, this is one of these moments where things don't really make sense when you look at it all. Vitality playing some of the very best teams in the world on the map of Overpass. Eyeballers not even winning against some of the lower down teams that don't compete at these style of events. This is going to be massively one favored for sure in terms of what we expect of it, but they cooked enough on Nubis. Is there any way they can do the same on Overpass? What does this come down to?
I feel like it comes down to a guy we haven't really talked too much about on the Eyeballers side. I mean, he was talked about, sure, in the first series against FaZe, Dex, but his rifling towards A, to me, is sometimes a little hit or miss when I look back at their games. I was kind of wondering, is he aggressive? Is he kind of a guy that falls back? I feel like he just trusts his own instincts, maybe sometimes to a fault where he'll play a little bit by himself, maybe get one kill, but going 1-for-1 against a team like Vitality is not going to be good enough. And so, but the thing is that it's been since November since they played. So a lot can change in a couple of months. Maybe he's going to play a lot better alongside JW. Maybe there's even a position change. Maybe they want to focus Bob XD to become the A rifler, but that's just the only concerning factor, that your two star riflers of the last game, in my eyes, Maxter and Bob are just going to be defending B, whereas Dex, a less likely hero, is going to be the man that's, in my eyes, has the best position.
Is there any weaknesses in Overpass for Vitality?
Jeez, I mean, unless you're Furia, not really. Like, I mean, it's pretty tough to exploit anything on Vitality's. You
can just say no.
I would probably say that Rops as an A rifler is not something that I always saw in the past. I mean, I don't think he played that position all that much before or ever. So I guess when you switch to CT side,
target Rops.
But no, like then you're gonna be fighting ZywOo too. I'm gonna say no, James. I'm gonna say no. Good. And unfortunately, I think this is where the Eyeballers run ends.
Well, they put up a good fight. We'll see if it can continue on Overpass. It looks like doom and gloom, but two guys who are never gloomy and they're full of positivity. It's Scrawny and Launders.
PETA impressions brought to you by Scrawny and Launders. I hope they've got something up their sleeve, because as Maui painted that bleak picture, it's tough to get anything going up against the likes of Vitality. Also, shout out James Banks one time for telling Maui Snake something that maybe he's never realized. He can just say no.
He can just say no.
Just say less.
No, but he's too good of an analyst.
I know.
Professional yapper.
He's always got something to say. But you can just say no. And I think in this case, you kind of have to recognize that it is tough to identify a weak point with Vitality unless you are the likes of FURIA. So Eyeballers will have their hands full moving into this second map.
Yeah, man. I mean, they showed us something that you could never expect. They've already shown us a series you could never expect. I think FaZe are probably feeling a little bit better about their loss, seeing how well Eyeballers have just played. Overpass is obviously going to be a different level of brilliance from Vitality. Eyeballers, as they understand, as we're seeing, going to have to continue to bring their A game.
Oh, he's floating, Launders.
These guys can literally walk on water.
Are we allowed to do this?
Whoa.
Now crouch on me.
This whole broadcast is
falling apart at the seams.
Now it's standing on the shoulders of J-Raz.
Robs, you better not get anything for this. Yeah, somebody walks out. Had him in the bag. Rolf catches the headshot onto Flamesy. He's gonna find a first blood. Eyeballers, ooh, second one's for him. ZywOo's got the answer back. They find that boosted Bob. And a 3v5 recovery after Rolf kicked it off well. Bomb's down. Smoke still up towards short. Dex's flank's been found, and ZywOo's going to alleviate pressure by killing JW. He's allowed to now join his teammates, look back to the site, and somehow he just taps out those last two as well.
Oh, he got an ace.
Yes, he did, Launders.
Oh, he
just
got
like that.
Woo!
Out of nowhere as well. Felt like those last two kills were not going to be his for the taking, but ZywOo, chalk it up. Another ace.
My goodness.
Vitality catching aces left, right, and center on Overpass pistols so far this year.
I was about to talk about how, you know, Rolf throughout the last game, unfortunately, was the one guy just was struggling pretty much the whole time. And then he gets this 2K hold, only to be countered and outshined by ZywOo and his 5K. First ace of the year for ZywOo, I think. Oh, Jesus.
From 100 to 0.
Was that two mollies or?
Nope, just Mezzy.
He was just dancing around in that.
Just Mezzy. The man likes the way it feels. Dex gets a USP kill. Upgrade to the MAC-10. Tried to give himself a flash to work with, but Flamesy too hot on the trot to give him any further chance. Oh, that's going to confirm two more bodies. Expect that bomb to go downstairs.
Yeah, seeing everybody now.
Eyeballers trying to scramble, but Rops is well ahead of the rotation. And that's going to serve up an issue here for Eyeballers, hoping to get something going. But also, this was just USPs, right? They want that round 3 rifle round to be where this CT side starts.
And it's only Bob. He goes down. 2-0 start for Vitality. Not setting my expectations this game. You know, tried to not do it on Anubis and was still surprised. You know, tried to just not set them, but just thought, I can't help but think ZywOo or Vitality are just going to run them over. That didn't happen at all. And in fact, it was 3 chances Was it 3 chances to close the game for Eyeballers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 in regulation, 1 in overtime.
And again, anything but a choke. Like it wasn't like that at all. Like Vitailty bested them, stole a couple of rounds from them by playing incredibly well. But
I mean, the Flamesy star potential.
I didn't see any nervous moments from Eyeballers, really.
Nope. But now, unfortunately, this could be one of those worlds where they needed Anubis to have a chance on Mirage. Obviously, the further you go down in the tiers of Counter-Strike, sometimes the weaker the map pools get.
Every time, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the hardest team. Like they literally, it doesn't even matter that the map changed. You know, like Vitailty were good at every map. They even had a streak on Train going, even though that was one of the least played maps.
This gun round has not bode well for Eyeballers so far. And this is the bonus for Vitailty, as there was 2 MAC-10s in the middle of it. Oh! Rops gets just what he needs.
Just the perfect place to stand there for Rops.
It's the jump on Bob. And Maxer right now operating alone versus 3 players here inside of A. Ooh, good on him to find 2. Does his job at least, but bomb will be picked back up by Zywoo, planted for Mezzy in bathrooms. And we're gonna have a Rolf 1v2 attempt. Utility goes far beyond him, so he's actually given a chance. The nade missed the dumpster stoppage, so he's got a little room to work with. Mezzy's dead, and Rolf's gonna clutch 3 kills in the round, and Eyeballers find victory in their first gun round.
Feeling so happy for this man. Again, he was sitting there on like 12 kills, no matter how deep that last map went. He clearly hated Anubis. Here he is looking alive. A 2K hold on the pistol, now this clutch. Already a much better start. Everything can change in a map if you have the right attitude.
Yeah, I mean, T-side on overpass still daunting. I'm curious if that Molotov was meant to be right on dumpster or if it was meant to stop him from rotating up already, but it's burning behind Rolf there. You know, if Mezzy thought that Rolf was still down towards B, then there's a chance that it's meant to really prevent him. But either way, it comes up with the Eyeballers round win. But again, I called it the bonus round because there was those 2 MAC-10s and the Galil still in it. This time Apex just that Tech 9, but still AK's majority Vitailty here in round 4.
It's got to start with this con stoppage.
It's got to be this round as well, back to back for Eyeballers, because if not, 1 survivor in the round prior. Economically, they're on the edge, and Flamesy's gonna keep battling Dex here. Top of bathrooms held onto by JW, 3v3 earned.
Keeping the trades good.
He floats around a bit. Shadow advantage. Apex baits it out with the shoulder peek. And now he's stuck in with JW. Oh, another missed shot though. Now the pressure's starting to come in from the backside as well. And JW leaves a lot to be desired in this one.
Oh man.
2 critically missed shots puts Rolf back into another clutch.
Bet Productions regretting telling you how to pronounce it correctly.
Rolf.
Yeah, I didn't even do it right.
Oh, sorry.
Rolf.
Rolf.
The guard dog of Eyeballers.
He's got the dog in him, I'll tell you that. We already had the 1v2. This time that preventative utility does hold him back from pushing dumpster. And Vitality's so ready for his attempt that he knows better, and he's got to walk away. So now we're in that kind of worst case scenario. Eyeballers win the round off Rolf. Sorry.
That's going to bug Connor for the rest of the day.
I'm going to have a bad time. I'm tweaking. And so his save in this one is going to have to somehow fuel an upset round next, or Vitailty run away with a comfortable patty start to this T side.
It's getting to the point where you see Maxer and you're like, well, how's he going to get a 2K this time? And, you know, getting 1.5 seems like, oh, old Maxer just crushes them, but there's no way you could double that performance from Anubis, right? That was just unreal. Nope.
Missed the timing because of that.
Oh, yep. Missed the Rops. Oh, and they won't know about this push.
Will they think about it though? Because he did slip off? Nah, it's false confidence. Executed. Yeah.
It got assembled a little bit slowly, a little bit late.
Mm-hmm. Feels like they kind of like mispositioned it. Oh, and then Apex is ready for that. Are you kidding?
Yeah. That
Doth thou kiddeth me?
That was an IKEA quality assembly.
At least somebody gets a kill with that AK-47 saved from the last round.
Big bad Bob.
And we got a freebie for Maxter. Gets the jump on Mezzy. Poor guy. USP to the face. Careful. 2v5. You'd think impossible, but bomb sites still belong to the Eyeballers.
It's just the armor. That's the issue. Great AKs they don't want to give away. This round's not coming to them. I mean, Bob's up in heaven, I guess. That'll get smoked, though. Oh, he's playing for it. Okay.
This could catch somebody off.
Gotta be a headshot right away.
Tiptoeing in, but it's not the instant kill. And so it's the B bomb plant instead for Vitailty. 4-1 their T-side start.
So is Male 09 going to join them, or?
It's a good question.
Well, I'm actually thinking he should go 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves.
And then they could just be a Northern European connection.
100 Thieves, the team that everybody was really hyped for.
They got Device, Rain.
And some other guys.
They got a Swede, Norwegian, a Dane. Could have 2 Swedes. When do they play?
I don't know. They're being tactical about it. You know Messioso. He's going to pick the perfect moment for them to strike.
VRS Master, but
done all the
they didn't go for a core, so that's what's going to make things harder. Maybe they were inspired by Nip.
I think it's one of those North American, or not North American.
Yeah, we can claim them.
No. I think it's like a qualifier for one of the events in the Americas that they were supposed to debut in. It eludes me at the moment.
Oh, okay.
And Rops has eluded Eyeballers pretty consistently in this short presence.
Yeah. Ah.
Third round, he's just kind of slipped into that corner.
Eating nades when you're defending. Nothing will make you more salty than that. Oh, great find here for Bob. This one back over Apex. I didn't realize like how much they would go head-to-head in this series, and that's already been fun. Trying to bait this peek out. Double top bathroom. Such a good spot to be in. Flash works great. Yep. And he barely gets away with that and some info. It gets a little scary for Max.
Yeah, he's feeling squeezed now, but if he tries to walk out short side bathroom, it's going to be the Zywoo angle held. Easy. Flashbang goes past Zywoo.
Relied on that.
And that flashbang obviously tells them JW's over here. Somebody's got to have been here to throw that.
They almost just, it looks like they just want to leave them the space they go around. Just Rops in the middle of all this. They could take their time. JW's going to have to fight back to the site.
Well timed on that clear. It's just as JW felt the squeeze to make a move. Things felt too quiet for too long. But Bob gets into position fast enough. Didn't waste any time. Just locking in behind Optimus. Tagged down to 45. He's dealt with by Rops, and that is an A-site prime for the taking.
5 fingers on one hand. So coordinated. Unfortunately, that flash could have just been a bit better.
I've been working on a new impression.
Oh, I'm ready for it.
This is Anders Bloom.
Okay.
If he was a 15th century scholar.
Oh my goodness.
Hiko, doth thou kiddeth I?
All right.
You get it? You get it, guys?
What about Sean Connery on a moon mission? Space. What in the world?
Don't pull the trigger, bro. Put it down. It's overpass. You'll recover. It's Vitality. You're never supposed to win this. You can fight for it, though, and they've got the guns to do it. Let's see if Max or Rolf have something up their sleeves.
Rolf. Great counter utility. It's only it's the 1 HE. It's about as good as it gets to the 1 HE they've got.
There's that spam back, Apex. Just died to it last round, gonna die to it again, huh? Some lessons are hard to learn, and Bob is gonna capitalize on the short play because Robs has been there like 4 out of the 7 rounds we've seen now.
Yeah.
So no surprise to catch him there again. Just surprised that he doesn't win the duel with the better gun. Mezzy inside of Connector, figuring out the aggressive move from Dex, trying to bring back this 3v5 for Vitality.
Not a lot of damage on Mezzy. Got a few bullets off too. Maxter, oh, he could catch good timing, or could be painfully awkward. Oh, they're perfect on the clear.
Yep, Flamesy.
They think Bob is here though. Someone was covering this.
There we go. Jumps on it. Good on him to not play too timid. Tries to catch a timing, does exactly that. Keeps man advantage secured, and Vitality dropping utility on this. If they think they can go back, JW's got other ideas. Oh, and Mezzy, clean as need be.
And now they've got to kind of chase him down or rotate, and it looks like
15 seconds.
Bob's going to go for the quick rotation. He'll actually be here first. How do you want to play it, Bob? You can walk all the way up.
He's going to stand in the open ground, hold the angle, try to stop that bomb. Oh, it's clean for the first one. ZywOo has to go for the bomb plant. Pistol over top. ZywOo ready. And Bob does esports from the top of the bomb site. In with the hold. 2 kills on his own. Had to deliver.
Bob does esports, breaking Vitality. It's an elite reference.
Double the rounds. Off the back of Bob.
Oh,
yeah. How many
first
times?
half is just sick. I was wondering, like, what's a special play he's going to make if he's just going to play back in graffiti? Well, he knows he's probably there earlier than they expect. They don't have time to clear things out. And it's not just one long spray. It's just a beautiful tap to kick it off.
If that duel's any longer, you know, ZywOo's going to have just that extra half a second more to come off of the bomb plant ready.
That was on purpose.
Nasty shot by Bob.
Oh, it's not flashed, eh? He's not pushing all the way through, though.
Here we go.
Okay.
One step too far. Rolf able to get his. Dex inside of short. Cuts off the other side of this Flamesy approach.
Oh, they missed a molly.
Flamesy's kind of stuck in, but ZywOo at least recovers the short control of all this. Apex not dead to his spam, but seemingly spotted. I mean, he ate that flash and some bullets whizzed by.
They have another molly as well. ZywOo could throw it onto the barrels if he wants to.
I'm going to wait these smokes out and see what happens. ZywOo still has a gap to play around with, but he's lost his teammate, so they'll know exactly where he's coming through from, and Rolf just fires off. Eyeballers starting to collect a few more CT rounds than Vitality would have liked.
Man, Rolf is 9-3 now. I mean, it's kind of wild. He's already almost at his KD back on Anubis. I'd love to hear his thoughts on the map. And after this unfortunate death to start off.
It's everything they can afford here, Vitality. 5-round T-side overpass, that's the quota done already. But Rolf again. Pressure on 10-3.
And he's won this fight outside of B. It's not Apex this time. He said, see?
Not ready for that, though.
Oh, JW's getting caught off.
Right? Apex holding the smoke. Oh, boy.
Oh, he still got the kill.
Should have been a dead man, will be traded. Bomb.
Yeah. Hard to protect. It's so early, I can't help but feel like he's just got to leave eventually. They're going to triangulate on this position. he makes the wise move. Obviously, it'd be nice to like sit on it, but he kills time off the clock as they just go and try to suss out the situation carefully. But it gets to a certain point where they still can even have vision on the bomb, and then it has to be B. They're not actually checking it, though. And that's the right side of Monster cracked open.
Fire in front of this, but still just enough time. Nade should find its mark. Yep, that's Flamesy down by half. Again, layered defense could slow this down just enough. This close play on the side. Maxter's gonna get one and force them to come to him. All three from Maxter.
Come on, man.
Great rifle work set up again. Has Rolf given Eyeballers enough runway to still bring this game back?
Yeah, he's Mr. Multi-kill. What a series so far by Max. That one almost brought to you by 4-3. Are you ready to say Eyeballers are in the lead again?
I didn't think we were going to have to here on Overpass, but it may be.
We didn't think we'd have to on Anubis either.
Maybe. Made to work for what's left of this T side. Good timing on Maxter. Confirming all the bodies, but the Tech 9s, they've gotten two. Scrambled rotate up from that B bomb site, and it looks like Vitailty just going to keep the pressure on for a second with the flashes. No
They might think about
overcommitment.
going back, though. Yeah, this is a spot where now as a third-rate player shows himself, and he's going to call for help. You know, at least one guy, right? There'd instantly be no reason just to go forward to take the site. There's a gun to grab here. This is the really tricky part for Eyeballers. I mean, pushing out towards bathrooms is an awesome move. It's a little risk. It helps freeze up a player in the back of the site to have more angles. Smoke at the mouth of long right now. Bob's watching it. Eyes peeled. But if Dex gets his attention pulled towards long at all.
And that walk-up happens.
Yeah. Oh, that's Nade's getting thrown.
Nice of Vitailty to still have tools for the job like that.
Did he get spotted?
I feel like maybe.
Yeah, looks like
Yeah, they're very much fixated on him, but then they forget about Bob. Dex still able to strike. Robs gets the trade back. Bomb didn't get moved up. Yo.
I think he's got it,
Just barely. Rolf's gonna try to dive. He stopped it and survives.
Oh, he got away.
Woo, it's close, but it's another added to the board by Rolf. His second clutch within this A site.
That's hype for Rolf. They've got a significant amount of clutches as well versus Vitailty. A lot of contributors. Vitailty made that as hard as possible. It felt like a full buy with the exec that came in on A site.
Respect for him bailing out of that fight when there's 1 second left on the clock.
Yeah, man. And like
this is the
just turning and looking down.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't die. Like, he's in the spray because the second player was lined up, and then his brain kind of registered, like, don't die. Now this op boost inside of the B site's looking to get tricky. But it's dismantled pretty quickly.
Gotten way too many early fights outside of Monster.
This is 4 rounds consecutive now out of the Eyeballers. Really making Vitailty work to hang on to this lead.
Mezzy making noise on purpose, it looks like. They flash, they see nothing. And that's actually to scare them. This might speed Vitailty up towards A because that's, you know, that's an A player that's in con. But the bomb's still pretty far back. Oh, they're just turning it into a fake.
Oh,
Rob's damage, but no kill here for JW. And now, though, they're wondering. They've just rotated to A. They want to respect that smoke. But that's a lot of last-second information. It's almost becoming late to even get this exec going.
They got to give it a try. Down to the limit here. Another smoke comes up. They've got to just run through it blindly. Mezzi takes team damage to the back of the head, and JW finds his second kill of this half. 3 players down on the approach. 4 seconds, no chance. Vitailty just spinning their tires in the mud.
I mean, that's huge because JW gets that early peek on Monster, calls for a rotation, falls back as well. They get the late smoke on Monster. They're super well prepared for it. Mentally, they know the attack's coming. And time is just not on Vitality's side.
Say it, Launders.
Eyeballers are in the lead.
After that 5-1 start, the CT side finds ground to stand on. It's been a tough go of it from JW. He had 1 kill coming into that last round. We were singing his praise for the X Factor he brought to the table for Anubis. Same boost that started last round, looking for that deep connector kill, but not quite there for the taking as this scrapped together buy from Vitailty featuring Galil's, a Scout, Mac-10, Tech-9. It's not a pretty look for Vitailty, and you couple that with them losing to the clock last round. This T-side has lost its momentum. 5v4 to boot. Dex dying makes this push feel a little more likely. We get that rotate from B. And JW's there to help out, dropping bomb at the front of bathroom. So it looks like Eyeballers full control here in round 12. And they're gonna stuff that smoke push entirely. Rock solid stuff from JW, a quad kill for the road. Frickin' guy gets 6 kills in the last 2 rounds of play. Halftime.
Looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp. A confident start from ZywOo, who's already taken space away out in the yard. It's Robs, though, on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day!
Every single individual of this G2 squad refuses to falter at the hands of Vitailty. Finally, something comes through in round 11. ZywOo's double kill out through the tip of that windowsill. It's better late than never for ZywOo to step forward as the hero Vitailty need, and they needed one 5 rounds ago. Apex gets burned into it, and ZywOo, it's all or nothing. Here or never. And as he eats that flash, they'll come barreling towards his sight. Back's turned, and that is 4 frags deep for ZywOo. Oh, it's the ace! It's all 5, and the hero steps forth.
And Apex has been all over the Mag 7 today. Inferno Banana. That's actually one of the stronger places.
Yeah.
Not if you get HE'd. Ooh. His is a bit deep. Jump shot. Go on, do it.
Surely they know. They must have seen Vitailty do this. They must have seen Apex do it.
They're holding nades.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Yeah, okay. On the stomp. He's not going to jump. He's waiting for commit. He finds a double. Mag 7 back as he finds 4 off the jump. Apex. That's one way for the RNG to fall in your favor.
Killing the clock. They're killing the clock. 35 seconds now. Navi have to make a choice.
Flamesy in the same corner he's played in the past. Wonderful right here in hut. Meanwhile, 8th floor falls. Navi get the entry. Mezzi, back sight. The anchor of anchors. Vitality's king. He sits here, responds. The headshot hunter only gets the 2. And so now it is on Ime. And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got low health on Mezzi, and they end it right here.
Mals are so frightened of Banana. I mean, retake utils being set up, but Mals aren't even close. They only now re-enter ahead of that smoke. Now it's well timed. Molly will stop Mals' approach. Over it goes. Flames again forcing these kills, and this time he flicks up with ease.
And no matter how you sliced it in this matchup, there's multiple scores to settle. Vitailty
since getting back from the player break in this season. Haven't seen them made a final yet. Last time they were here, Messi falling short of the finals in London. And Mao's the team that started it all, the beginning of the fall apart for Vitailty. Well, they're back now into the grand final. Vitailty get it done in 2.
Well, if you thought Eyeballers were just going to roll over and accept defeat, you'd be wrong about that one. They find their form towards the end, and it's an unlikely hero that kind of got that CT side kicked off in Rolf.
The most unlikely, for sure. Yeah, like, again, it's an underdog team, and we're trying to highlight everyone's good performances, and we had great things to say about everybody back on Anubis, but Rolf just struggled the whole time. He's literally flipped his scoreline on its head. He's got 2 clutches. He's 13-4. He was amazing over on B. So there it is, the final piece of Exodia has finally come to fruition.
Oh, unfortunately for Eyeballers, unlike Exodia, you don't automatically win. Still some work left to be done here on this T side.
Well, I think you should.
And that's the daunting task of Overpass, the attack.
Well, Bob's on the attack. No.
Bob shredded. Plenty of defenders down here on the B side as well. That smoke grenade really takes the wind out of their sail for a second. They try to just play the off timing, dive through it. And it's Flamesy keeping it clean. Apex executes. JW bringing this one back, but it falls on Maxter in the clutch.
Clock's not on his side from this distance, that's for sure. The only thing saving it, oh, P250.
Ooh, oh, that's beautiful. Rops gives a little too much slack over, and Maxter finds the first of 3.
Yeah, don't play with Max.
But Zywoo has actually found timing, slipped down into the mud. And that close proximity, the moment Maxter tries to go for a plant, you're going to think Zywoo's Beretta's come up to roar.
And he has no idea, no inkling, suspicion.
No way he clears this. He already got the 2 kills on that. Still looking out towards heaven, but he's so worried about the flank. Not Zywoo there on the ramp now. Trying to figure out where the hell this second CT's at. Really just goes to show he has no idea that Zywoo has managed to creep up this close.
And there's no time to do anything else, and this plant is not going to come in.
Dead. Unfortunately, Maxter missed that timing as Zywoo was able to creep out from Graffiti, and so that seals the deal for the second pistol. Vitailty closing the gap.
Yeah, Max definitely, he had a chance. If he wanted to go for an earlier plant, that might have been respected. Maybe I would have had time to fake, and so Zywoo maybe doesn't peek right away, but it'll end at this one shot. 2 pistols in this game here for Vitailty. He's like, I'm here, come get me.
2 Deagles out there. Zywoo just gonna farm some easy frags. And with the Berettas out, he'll falter. So Rolf gets 1. But there it is, as quick as they can, Vitailty tie this game up.
Tons of money made. CT side to look forward to. Knowing you got both pistols definitely takes the weight off your shoulders a little bit.
What the hell? Excuse me?
Did Jay put that there? What?
That scared me for a second. I was anticipating some kind of like it moment.
And answers.
You know, balloon pops. It's just a clown inside. But instead,
it's all the distraction. Where's this round gone?
Just a clown on the mic. And that wallbang kill to kick it off, trying to take short control. Apex found that one instantly. So this first gun round for Eyeballers, it was just so quickly put to a real challenge.
They need some kind of lead. One thing Inferno offers you up on T side is a raw entry power on the B side, especially if they let you out a monster.
Burst over.
Flash is good.
Yeah, trying to find the space to open it all up, but Vitality's so ready to just send flashes his way. And they are going to slaughter the Eyeballers. In the Swedes' first attempt with guns here on Overpass, they get absolutely nothing going for them.
Say it, Connor.
Vitality are in the lead. That
have the same ring to it.
No, it doesn't. Didn't feel as good. I mean, we've been saying it for a year now.
Yeah. But Vitality have definitely been tested.
You know, Anubis was no joke, and again, I didn't expect this one to get competitive. But
is everyone in Sweden watching this game right now?
I mean,
in the bars and everything?
I think there's probably a lot of people.
Kappa Bar? Are we on Kappa Bar right now?
It's almost 7 p.m. We're probably on the TV at the BME studios.
Yes.
Shout out to those boys. But fast play towards B. And it's Bob in with the entry. You know, play with a little more lightning. Unfortunately, the Tech-9s are going to get shredded. Max are down to 11 health, and yet again, Vitality ready to step up to that task. So majority alive. Obviously, Eyeballers trying to change up the tempo, not be as predictable. And I mean, if you go back to Anubis, there was a couple of rounds like that where their Tech-9s did pop out and blast away Vitality. But I think Vitality's comfort here on Overpass is going to be that much more fine-tuned. You catch them off guard with the newest map in Anubis. Here, I think it's just a great example of protocols for those emergency moments.
Yeah, I mean, skilling's a really difficult part. You can totally explode and overwhelm the B site with anything, but it's also easier to keep your distance on CT side, easier to get a lot of utility damage before the exec happens. Those advantages only amplify the better your team gets.
Oi.
And now they're dealing with the best. It's a good start here from Rolf. Flamesy going on an expedition, and oh, that one jumps into his lap. Freaked him out with the utility. Shrouded the push.
Nice flashbang. It's to perfection. Dex fully white. And Apex given a free duel as he takes over that boost. So they'll go bathrooms and try to move this one towards that A site. Right now it is just ZywOo jumping around, having all this responsibility alone. JW didn't get a chance to pull the trigger on site. And ZywOo just tucks into front Optimus. Yeah, I thought he got spotted. Bob very much locked in on that clear. And so they find enough room to put this bomb down, you'd think. Bob tried to take a little more space, challenge this bank retake. 3v3 in a post plant, looking good for the Eyeballers. They get flushed away from the B site, but Bob goes big. Triple kill, bank control, bomb planted, and Eyeballers T side begins now.
Frick yeah, Connor.
I'm glad you didn't call me out for that. I didn't know. I don't know why.
And a half, so
I don't know why I said that.
It's just because his name's Bob XD, so it just feels very PG right now.
The weird thing is, I was talking about JW.
Right, no, but Bob's listening.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Bob's listening.
Bobbert.
Bobby. Really felt like Vitality had control, but I mean, you know, wasting no time getting upstairs. And then, I mean, this hard clear, right? That flash was trying to get ZywOo in, but missed it by a half second, and Bob just has the edge.
This next one's nasty. Oh. Wicked whip. One round game. Signs of life here on T side for Eyeballers.
It's one. Gotta try to build momentum off this. Map 1's performance earned us taking this second one serious now that the door could be ajar, but we've got a risky one from Rops. a risky
This is
bomb.
where they either walk by him totally or go for a crouch clear.
Yeah. Oh, and it's a little bit late. 4 kills. We're so fixated here on Robs that we don't get to see what happens at the B site, but it looks like one dies through the monster smoke.
It just did such a good job of guising any kind of threat there in Con. Just didn't feel like they were worried about it at all. And Maxter took a look, but didn't go for the full clear.
And Robs gets away with it. So it's just going to be the one and done for this T side so far. It's not GG just yet. But that is a hard to stomach round because it evaporates in 3 seconds.
And the CTs keep so much money. Dex is wondering if he can maybe even take this off or...
Yeah, I mean, silver lining, it's 3 rounds of loss bonus at the moment for Eyeballers. It was majority alive in the 1 round they won. And a saved op as well.
Is it though?
Maybe I spoke too soon. Yeah, sorry, Dex. Your game goes from bad to worse. 3 and 16, denied the save. The first part of that silver lining still exists, but it's not the op save.
What was it?
That they had 3 rounds of loss bonus and majority alive in the round they won. So I'm looking across the board here for Eyeballers. It's not going to be the prettiest to buy, but you've still got 3 players with 4,500 or more. They'll go for the timeout first.
Every comeback starts with a timeout. I haven't seen anybody talk on these timeouts, actually.
Someone's got to be talking. Rolf's chatting. Maybe they're tapping into his overpass abilities.
Yeah, so what do you know about Vitailty right now that we don't?
Yeah, how are you 15 and 10? Scary prospect, though. I mean, you've got ZywOo, Robs both popping off now. That just solo Robs hold. It's always blows my mind sometimes to just remember that, like, you can really just let Robs do whatever he wants.
Just can play anywhere alone.
So trustworthy of his
totally
teammate.
By himself. You just look at the kill feed, 2 kills on the board.
You know, to operate on your own like that and have 8 consecutive top 20 placements on HLTV, I mean, what an anomaly. Oh, that was a collateral.
That's a jumping collateral. How do you even? We see something new every day.
Yeah, I know.
Every day.
You've never seen that before, and you might never see it again, and that's why Counter-Strike's the best. A jumping collateral, and not the
JW's
opera
like, yeah,
jump.
I love this game.
Collateral. Well, I mean, if there's one person in the server who can't complain about some op baloney, it's got to be J-Dubs.
My goodness.
ZywOo.
That was optional. That's like a lot of information here past a minute.
That would have been 3 hits on 3 flying targets. ZywOo just out here skeet shooting. But he missed, so.
I couldn't hit all the flying targets, okay.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Sees a little bit out long, and this is really all the Eyeballers are operating with. The hope that they can just take control, get close to the bomb site, and explode. Apex about to confirm it. Flash ready to interrupt this. Apex jumps, but Dex's counter flash is a little bit better. ZywOo missed chance, but all's good. Time's gonna dry up. ZywOo not letting them get in on the entry. That's a quad kill for ZywOo. And made all too easy, 2 rounds away from securing flights to Malta.
So solid.
Wow. That's crazy, you never see that.
Yeah, you just don't ever see that.
Been doing this 8 years, never seen that.
Never seen that, never see it again.
Kind of freaky.
Not this elephant again.
But why is there a bucket in the balloon?
You're asking too many questions.
Robs takes the peek, the fountain, he'll be caught out. So it felt. Still able to deliver a 2K here with the limited buy of the Eyeballers. They're just trying to get to the next one, play those 4 rounds for overtime, and ZywOo's 5-7, looking as strong as an op with the way he just clotheslined Rolf.
No kidding, he wants to peek again.
Done for. 4 up for Vitality. They have absolutely found their groove. There's 1 round win on this T side for Eyeballers, and not even a bomb plant in the 7 rounds Vitality have won otherwise.
It can be overpassed sometimes. Obviously a map that Eyeballers are still comfortable on, but world's #1, 4-round gap. Can we be that surprised?
Why is this in here? How long has it been there? What happens when you shoot the balloon?
I mean, it's got to fall, right?
Why have we never seen it before? Freaking bugs, man. This game's got bugs.
What if we got cicadas every once in a while?
No.
Every year or something. Since we don't celebrate anything anymore.
It's a shame that the conversation around Eyeballers versus Vitality is going to end on such a sour note. This is a team that obviously defeated FaZe Clan, shocked us all to start the Bounty. Showed real promise back on Anubis. I would have loved to have seen what they had up their sleeve for Mirage. It would have been more fun for them to try to finish this upset there.
Nice damage here.
But it's the
Tough to lose
suffocating
both pistols too.
T-side reality that has kind of broken Eyeballers, and I don't want you to remember them for this flat T half. You got to think about what they did accomplish. They pushed Vitality to the limit, and they are still trying to fight through this B bomb site, so I'll stop the obituary for now. Rops and ZywOo to try to crush them in a 2 versus 4 to really just add it on thick. No second chances here at the Bounty, single elimination online. And Rops finding that flank going over towards the Monsters, gonna put it on Dex.
Setting up a flash.
4 and 18. Goes for the Heaven Duel and loses out, so Vitality will survive the scare versus Eyeballers. JW's chance at taking a swing versus ZywOo looks so good back on Anubis, but they know that they had a map 3 potential right there for the taking, and instead Vitality will come and join us here in Malta for a chance at this year's first trophy.
Honestly, Eyeballers did manage to piece together one incredibly strong performance against Vitality, the best team in the world, the best team of 2025. It's a strong effort. There's a lot of positives to take away from it, but this is what happens. You can get close, but Vitality know how to deal with these situations. They know how to deal with these scenarios, and the player pieces, the experience, the quality is just better.
I felt like when you were asking me in the pregame, really, what could you even poke a hole in Vitality? It was a really tough ask. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, they're just so thorough on this map.
Man, sometimes I can't give you all these jobs.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it was a difficult to answer question because really there was no hole. I mean, this was a darn good performance. Sure, Eyeballers, they did have us going a bit in the first half. Their CT side did mount a comeback off of I'd say some good rotations. People like Bob XD pulling off some nice little antics like this to spur them. Some multi-frags from Maxter. But it just wasn't enough, and unfortunately their T side had nothing really to show. Vitality were so on top of them in terms of utility. A side defenders in Rops and ZywOo were nearly flawless, so it was going to be a tough ask no matter what.
Yeah, and that's sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles. But this is a good experience for the Eyeballers who are looking to take on bigger and better challenges. Taking down FaZe, they will not be forgotten like they just took down FaZe. If people look at this and say, oh, they just got 2-0'd and that's the end of it, I won't accept that because the quality of the game and what they showed was positive. We have Peter standing by, the coach of Eyeballers, with us here, who's given us many amazing reactions. Commiserations, first of all, mate, on the loss. But you guys fought so hard. You made it exciting, but how is your heart and how did you even reset after Anubis? Because you were losing it, man.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm hi, by the way, but I don't know why I'm even doing this anymore. I mean, 35 years old, feels like, yeah, I'm still shaking from the game and all these clutch scenarios, and especially on Anubis, felt that coming into the game, obviously playing against the best team in the world. Us, I think we were 176 6 months ago in the world ranking. Huge step for the players to come in and still be able to not only play but to be able to dare to play against them. I think that's what surprised me the most from my guys, because I think against FaZe Clan first game, like the communication was so off, and coming in against Vitailty, I was expecting us to not be able to play first map, but yeah, they were really good from the get-go. So I'm super proud of the experience that we have got here. Obviously sad that we couldn't win, but we're playing against the best team in the world. So yeah, I didn't see us lose here in this matchup, which feels weird to say, but yeah.
No, I can completely get it, and I understand what you're saying there, because the way you guys played was like a team of winners, happy to fight against one of the best teams in the world. How much do you think this will help you now going forward in 2026, just in terms of the experience gained and what you can work on, with the players also believing and knowing that they can fight against these kind of players?
So many different factors coming in. Obviously, like the one that we get the experience, confidence to play. But also on the other hand, like I think teams might prepare a bit more for us. I don't know how much Vitailty prepared against us. So there's so many factors coming into it. But I think overall, like the experience for the group as a whole, super important, and also for the individuals. And I'm really proud of the way everyone played and dare to play it and dare to make mistakes. So that's I think what we will be taking away with us from this short but amazing experience.
Hey, great fight, Pita. It was really entertaining to watch you guys play against FaZe and Vitailty today. I only got time for one question for you, so I just wanted to touch on the guy that we've really kind of earmarked as your star, Bob XD. I mean, what can you say about him as a player and how he's grown since joining you guys about 7 months ago or so?
I'd say he is a guy that feels like he's not scared. In many situations, me and him can disagree what the solution should be, but okay. He is just, we make jokes with him that he only used double WV forward.
W.
So yeah, that's that guy. But obviously, since he came in, super good player, as the rest also.
Well, Peter, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for putting on a great show. Tell the boys from us that it was entertaining, and they definitely won some fans here over at Blast. And good luck throughout the rest of the season, mate.
Thank you, and thank you guys also. Take care.
It's tough for him, right, in those moments, and he wore his heart on the sleeve. When he first said that, I thought, like, does he not expect to be on the interview? I wasn't sure where he was going with his opening part to us.
I mean, it was really great to watch Eyeballers here, because they're a team that maybe I'll see just maybe a half of them here and there when I'm just kind of flipping through the tier 2 games now and then. But to see them actually take the fight to FaZe, to show such improvement, because I feel like the last time I really watched them in depth, or just for a game live, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, it's kind of like, what's really even going on here? Is this project even worth anybody's time? But then now they're seriously sticking the fight to Vitailty on Anubis. Unfortunately, couldn't keep going on Overpass, but to walk away with the win against FaZe at the beginning of the season, it's going to be hard to top that in some ways. It almost feels like you're setting the expectation so high, but seeing the result that early shows that there is some fruits to your labor.
Yeah, there's something to work with for sure. A man who's always got a lot to work with and is doing great work in the servers. Rop's now joining us from the Vitailty side of things. He's made it over to Malta. You'll be joining us at the LAN finals. Rop's, pretty good and comfortable win, or would you say a bit scary at times, maybe?
It was scary for sure. I mean, Anubis was close, and then Overpass got out of control after a good start, so it was scary.
How ready were you for this Anubis? Like, what was it that was kind of making it difficult for you guys? What were you struggling with?
I think it just starts from the beta, right? I think we didn't really expect Anubis. Probably get picked by them to, test us, because it's a new map, and who knows if we prepared it or not. But I think we had, some good stuff, and still working on many things. So really nice to just play the map, get some experience on that map before we obviously go into LANs and bigger tournaments. But they just play really chaotic CS, like going through smokes, the old school JW style. That's the kind of, we play very structured CS nowadays in the top CS, so we're not ready for everything.
Rob, so what would it look like to top this year, or what could even be an objective for this year after what 2025 was?
we're not thinking about that too much. I think that was, you know, part of the issue why we probably played a bit worse the second season, because we tried to, you know, play up to that standard we had in the first season of 2025, and you kind of forget how the process was in the first season, how we got there in the first place. So we just set different goals. We don't want to top the tier previous one. Obviously, we're not going to say no, but I think the objective is to make the most out of the situation we are in. We're in a very good place with the team. I think we are very strong, and we have a lot of opportunities to win trophies. And we're not putting really a number on it. We just want to make the most out of it. And when we look back on this team, we can make sure that we have no regrets.
Well, we know you always make the most of it. Rob, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in a couple of days here in Malta.
Thank you, and see you there.
A good, very well put together win in the end, right? Something they can go through. They understand this Vitailty. They're never shocked or shaken by this stuff. But Maui, I got to stop talking. We got to keep moving. Guys, we're going into the next game. It's FUT taking on FURIA. And I did catch up with Laux and csgo. So listen to them during this quick break.
I'm not gonna spill the beans of what we have spoken before, but regarding our playstyle, yeah, we will have the same playstyle. I mean, there's nothing to be scared of. I mean, for me especially, I even told them, like, this should be any other game. We're playing in our comfort, you know, even if it will be LAN, you know, but it will still be a comfort. But from our home, I think it should be in our advantage, because we are used to playing more online than LAN.
Yeah.
So.
And do you think these guys on your team and you yourself, are you scared of facing anyone?
No.
I mean, I have to be careful with the aggressive shit by then, because they don't fucking care. They're the fucking underdogs, so they have to prove nothing for everyone. So they have to play their game, but we have to be smart and counter it, for sure.
csgo having the best year ever of his career, and then he's coming out with all the Fs and blinders with it as well.
Yeah, seriously, calm the language down a little bit. Come on.
Bro, he's just relaxing at home, you know? He's chilling with it all.
Maybe too relaxed, yeah. Okay, we're getting into the veto here. I feel like FUT should probably be going with a map like Mirage. I've seen them have a lot of strength on that in the previous season. FURIA probably going to be going for something maybe like Overpass, and okay.
Another Anubis.
All right, the underdogs really want it today, huh?
Do you know who's not going to be happy with that? csgo.
I mean, we had some proxy on Anubis, but it feels the same because they changed any shit on the map, so it's kind of the same. It's still decided as fuck, but we managed to win some rounds on the city side, but it wasn't very important. But we are consistent on Anubis for sure.
Okay, from what you're saying there, you want to see some changes. Tell me what changes you want to see, man.
I mean, at least 50-50 CT and T, or 55-45, but it's still decided, bro. If you get a Zach and A, you're fucked, and I play A, so...
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know. For Molly's GG, bro.
Bro, this version of csgo I have not seen. Man is just chilling, like we're just having a casual conversation. He's like, F this, S that, I don't like Anubis.
He's talking like it's an after party. Yeah. You know, this is an official interview. He's just swearing nonstop.
I got him in a vibe mode, that's for sure.
What was that? Okay.
He shocked me, man. I'm British. I should be the one saying this stuff. He just came out with it all.
Oh no, that was uncalled for. But I like
we
it.
Like it.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's comfortable in English. I'll give him that. You know, that's a cool part of it.
Bro, he's so chilling with it. He just is not going to be happy that they've gone for Anubis. And he didn't know, by the way. At this point, he did not know. The vetoes had not been done.
Oh right, okay. I mean, yeah. What he's last time around, I saw him as an A anchor. I don't think that's one of the least enviable spots. I mean, what, you're just getting pelted with volleys and smokes and flashes. You're just constantly
ducking,
your screen is either gray or white half the time.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I can't blame him.
But he is one of the best players in the world. He had a very good year overall, right? And then it ended obviously on a high, placing very highly as well. Did you have him higher on your rankings?
No, I had him about where HLTV put him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we got an agreement. You handshaked with HLTV. Amazing.
Pretty similar, yeah.
We need to keep things moving. The game is ready. There's no time to wait. But you know who's always ready no matter what the time is? It's the amazing Scrawny and London.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Maui Snake. Yes, moving swiftly into our last game before the LAN portion of the bounty. That's what we're all here for, is to see who can duke it out once the playoffs come round. FURIA versus FUT.
Feet. I mean, damn it.
Wanders.
Just right away.
All right, out of the gate. Yeah, we got feet on the server. FUT Esports versus FURIA. Caserado just dropped from the server. We'll get him back in a second. Another underdog challenge coming through on Anubis. The thing is, we've already seen FURIA play Anubis, Mohan, versus another set of plucky underdogs. And, well, they stood up to that challenge, didn't they?
Yeah, they 100% did. FURIA are, again, another team or one of the few that have just continued to impress us. Not been scared here so far in this sort of online start to the year. My goodness, the Christmas lights from LAUNX.
How is that not distracting?
I know, it's kind of wild. LAUNX, we met him at the Red Bull Flick Isa.
Ah, yes.
He was the champion of Red Bull Flick Isa. You're getting a chance to climb the ladder in CS2 esports. Lovely to see a man with great aim.
Will it be able to come together versus the likes of FURIA, though? That's the big question. Obviously, this event kind of started off with Upset City. We said goodbye to FaZe and Na'Vi far sooner than we would have liked to. Everybody else is kind of settled in, you know? All the other favorites, for the most part, making it through. FURIA are just the last to prove they can do it. Eyeballers gave us a real test versus Vitailty, at least on map 1.
It's so impressive, though, how many games FUT have won just like... This is almost like some kind of record. If they hadn't lost to Monty in this November 30th game, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 series in a row would have been, just not for one loss. They're smacking up everybody.
There's no way it flashes that aggressively. Oh, you just missed it, unfortunately, Mo.
I saw it. You missed the last one.
Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna miss the next one. How do you play with that in the peripheral vision?
I don't know.
This guy must love Christmas. Dude, how do you? There's no way that's gonna. You just all night long, no problem. No, he's reaching for the remote.
Like that.
He's got to be reaching for the remote.
It's got a remote. Shouldn't it have like a foot pet? Wow, it's going crazy. There's no way. That's mental.
That's too much stimulus. I'm overstimulated.
And like, he's not even trolling anybody. No one else can see it except for us.
Yeah, just sat there having a grand old time.
We'll see if it has an impact on the outcome of the game. Maybe since they've started winning, I mean, November 22nd.
Right.
He's had it up.
Can't take it down.
Can't take it down.
Until you secure that playoff spot.
It's his playoff beard right now.
Well, it's a good thing he's not epileptic.
Yeah, maybe someone at home.
Yeah, let's hope
has to worry about that actually. So
if you may suffer from seizures, please tune out of the show now, because
I'll warn you before any LAUNX highlights.
Yeah, he's going to be playing all night long, or at least what's left of this evening. We got Fallen back in the server. Launders, can you read the 5 names on FUT for me real quick?
Yeah. Krabini, Dezugi, Krasimentri, Dimon, and LAUNX.
Ooh. And Moladoy.
Yeah, the 5 players on FUT.
Yep. We are 5 toes of the same foot.
Oh, he's like, how many FUT jokes do you think we could squeeze in?
I came ready.
Came up with that one, though. That was good.
I love that we come out of that tech pause, you know, FUT all hyped for the challenge, and it's a single P250 tap to just give them a dose of reality. You can go stack that A bomb site all you want. FURIA gonna just still walk around with options. Yakindar's gonna go take a sniff towards the B site. And activity heard here with the aggressive A main push. Caserado's not gonna get the quad immediately, but still just killer execution on the first 3. And FURIA, this T side begins with a pistol victory. Or does it? Because bomb got dropped in the middle of all that. That's scary. Caserado.
All the way leaned back, as usual.
Yeah, he had that distraction offered up by a teammate and blindsides everybody coming his way.
That's a spot he's basically always in on the pistol. He's just so good on this position. I'm sure they were thinking about it, but they got a little distracted. Be a shame of I mean, their reign of terror has to end at some point. It's gotten them to play in this match, so obviously it was coming. But they put themselves in a spot to be like a scary team for Furia to just have to beat today. Kind of feels like how Eyeballers were for Vitailty. And in case Rado has mentioned, not super excited about Anubis, but was excited about the T side.
Ooh, see you later, Lau. Naded out of that one. Early positioning, ready to roar through this B site. We get a bit of a stack going on. The 3 players of the 4 left up. Kerbeni, good headshot. That'll stop a gun for a second. Demon picks one up as well, but it's Molodoy here with the recovery. 3 kills to his name. Very quickly off to the races. Demon doubles back, smoke soon to fade. He's concerned about Fallen over here, and if he can push Fallen and drop that bomb, then there was still something left to play out, but Molodoy really saved the day with that triple. Make sure that there's no further bleeding, and it's a conversion out of Furia.
And Demon was, I don't think we got to cast him, but it was like a few years ago on Na'Vi Jr. that he was just an absolute threat. And it was interesting to see, you know, well, the thought of like where he would go from there, because it just felt like everybody coming off this team was going to be successful, right, one way or another. Just like the perfect feeder system, getting to talk to Blade every once in a while, like a great track record between Monacy and Bid. And he was so young at the time.
Just felt like one of the biggest positives, there we go, of having Na'Vi Jr. sign you is like Blade's in your contacts. You know? He's in your phone.
We'd see him also, we'd just see him like, it was only the only times we really saw coach footage where he was actually with the team.
Yes.
And, you know, you'd hear about that. And I would just love to be a fly on the wall. Like I've never got to experience anything like that. Like a coach of that caliber coming down to help you learn Counter-Strike. It's just like, really, it was a really cool thing to watch. Like just as a Counter-Strike fan, as like a fan of our scene, to see the academy teams get taken so seriously and to be so successful.
Felt like he was the biggest name in terms of like coaching or support staff to go down into that level. So
yeah,
he took it seriously, and I don't think it can be overstated how important that the Academy League really was for a generation of players. It's a shame that we don't still have it. But here comes Cemetery hanging on with the op, waiting for this line on long. Oh, the timing.
Goodness, the timing's crazy.
Gives up the spot.
Oh, it's all good though. He doesn't die. His teammate saved him.
He's not able to fully escape Quesarado.
Oh, okay, well, those are both done.
Jugs cleared out. A-site cleared out. Demon may find the frag back onto Fallen at least, but it's still man advantage secured by Furia, wasting no time applying that A-long pressure and taking over site. And the first gun round as well that FUT tried to bring to the table, they go up against a very quick-moving Furia in this one. Felt like they had a plan at a spawn and they applied it to no real resistance.
FUT really got their socks knocked off, huh? It's gonna be easy.
Keep it coming, Mohan. Keep it coming.
I think you're still one up. That was a good one.
Terrorists win.
You think guy in the back of Fallen's cam was I don't think he was watching the game last time, right?
I think he's just working at the office.
Yeah. I wonder if it's even the same company.
Might be like their merch vendor, you know?
Right. Just totally different mission in life.
Like, listen, John, I know you've got that really important project to get done, but...
okay, he's making the movie.
Fallen's going to be competing from your office. Molodoy trying to get ahead of that smoke. Pistol on the other side.
Just knew he could get away with that, and they'll be able to walk through the smoke as well. They're being very aggressive. I love it. It's working. Whoa, headshot.
Yeah, nicely done. Unraveled that setup in an instant.
Oh, what?
They didn't have the most to work with, but Molodoi makes sure that it's quick work for the first two. Demon at least brings it back by one, but it's yet another round where FURIA just sink their teeth deep into that bomb site, and there's no real resistance. Not enough to win the round anyways. You can save, though, if you'd like. FUT, upgrades to be had here inside of E-Box.
Yeah.
But that's another one added to the scoreboard early.
I mean, I saw Molodoi get this flick, and I was shocked to see the kill feed, because I was like, there's no way that killed him, and then you see the headshot as well.
What a micro adjustment.
Yeah.
Through the wall? Like, not even like the far part of the wall, but the frickin' column right in front of him.
Fat part of the wall.
I keep saying that today. I don't know what's going on. Frickin' cool round, man.
Don't censor yourself.
Let
it rip, man.
I think contractually I have to.
The amount that we've sworn on this broadcast.
Oh, that's dirty. No. Dirty shot from Molodoi. And I mean, he didn't skip a beat either in their last game.
No, he was a monster.
So far, the Bounty has been his playground.
Frickin' playground.
The longer I don't swear, the more
more
impactful it feels.
Right. Save up a good one for the next one.
Oh, I will. Haven't seen
the place your bets. Is it Fallen's last year playing? He threatened it again.
Don't say that.
He said it. I didn't say it.
Don't say that.
You know what, though? Everyone was saying he should have retired at Rio, right? That was the consensus.
That's when
now everyone's like,
sure.
No, how can he retire this year?
Well, things have changed.
They have changed.
His what he was bringing to the table in Rio sure looked different than what he brought to the table in 2025. Trying to walk it out middle. He'll be clipped out by Krebeni. And so it looks like FUT may have found their first round. It's a 5v3 to still close out. Missed Incendiary. What's that doing up there? Trying to send smoke signals for reinforcements.
Tac pause works great here for FUT, apparently. 2 big finds. It's not going to stop FURIA from trying. Already pressed up against the glass here at E-Box. 2 inside of main.
Burn out a couple positions, get a little bit of an answer in the utility here of FUT. Ooh, awkward trying to change grenades like that. Luckily, they don't get jumped on in that moment. An additional volley of nades comes over top. That follow-up frag, or fire rather, stops Yakindar. He gets clipped from behind. Fast move by Krebeni to just compromise the other side of the sit. And then you'd think there's no commitment here.
Might lay back, draw out some more utility. I don't really know. I don't think FUT will be looking for any kind of fight.
Happy to
How have they saved up this much money after buying and... Because they just picked up the guns this round on 2 players?
Survived last round with 3.
Yeah, okay.
Had full
that makes
round
sense then.
loss. And now win one with 5 alive, so...
It's well done.
It's a good way to try to jumpstart a CT side here. So first round's found 6 rounds in, off of the tac pause, like you said.
Yeah.
Credit due. Coach comes in, cemetery opens. And Molodoi's got the opening shot instantly, though. Poor Lau down now 1 and 4, his start. And Fallen's going to remain passive here on the bridge. Ooh, as he tries to peel away, Krebeni comes in. Good trade back by Molodoi, but it's the man advantage lost as Krebeni pops 2 heads off that bridge peak.
I love they're still going looking for more in a 3-on-3. This just helps open up the map so much. Oh my goodness, Molodoi. Spidey sense was tingling. That timing gets shut down.
Kindar versus Zuggs. He just wants to lock into his position, so concerned about that middle push. Kindar's happy to just wait this out. His teammates slowly getting towards him. And the CT's got to push ahead of the timing.
He's just not worried about this, though. I mean, Kindar could accidentally walk into it, but...
2 peas in the same pod.
He's pre-aiming a little deeper. Oh my goodness, that works out so well for Kindar. I want to say he's just like way ahead of this.
Timing on that departure, still concerned about middle.
He's going to jump up because I think...
Shouldn't get away with much. Oladoy already prepared for that peek. Oh, if only
Oladoy's awareness is too much. He's going to ace this round.
12-3, unstoppable so far. And FURIA respond to FUT's first round win with an instant answer right back. It's off to the save. And more pain as this T side is dominating.
Who's getting #1 this year?
That's a crazy question, but there's no pressure.
January's almost
January.
over, man.
Is it? My God, it is the 18th. Time flies. Who gets #1 this year?
Wild bet.
Donk.
Donk, okay.
Takes it back.
He does have a very cool team coming into the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Terrorists win.
This is the studio that the players will soon be joining us in.
You think Monacy could get it?
Yeah, I mean...
Falcons figure it out?
Figure out their visa issues, maybe?
Yeah, that's actually the first step, probably.
Just, you know, because I had Falcons painted. I was like, Falcons, this is the event they could win. They could start the season up high, and then, obviously, you secure the land portion of the event, and you don't come in with one of your hottest prospects. It's not the way anybody wants to start the year.
Yeah.
Players, support staff, organization, TO, fans alike. We want Falcons firing on all cylinders so that we get the best CS we can. So for now, I'll say no. Lau NX making a move. He's been kind of shut out of a lot of these early rounds and finally gets away with a bit of information, but doesn't want to risk his life too long. Krebeni with the mid walkout's got Kindar on this side of the doors. Molodoy right there with him, and Molodoy's been so sharp, like so prepared for those little tiny peaks, but not this one. Kindar gets the trade back at least.
One
playing around with the Opper.
And Demon, he might have found a gap, but I don't know.
Kindar comes back at this, worried about camera.
Does he pre-clear this?
Nope.
No, caught on the way back out. Nice
done.
one for Demon.
Man advantage with that.
And Fallen not shy, even though he's got the bomb on his back. Walking into mid. It's a total call out.
It's a one-on-one to kick it off.
With the bomb spotted, though, the CTs are going to be fully alerted. Oh, it doesn't matter. Great hold.
Easy mow down on the approach. Yuri's going to dodge the op shot. Pressure still on this bomb site to hold. Changing guns here into the Opper. It's going to burn him out. There's the first of the 3 for Yuri. We've got this A main flank coming silently. Heaven players stomping around. And Demon's going to be the one to put this on ice as FUT do find a second.
It's real nice moves here for Demon. I mean, out of that smoke and, like, knowing how to, like, replace his teammate who just got a kill as well makes the rotation happen.
Building blocks put in place with that one.
They don't want anything to go wrong inside of middle this time.
There's no challenger here for FURIA. You're worried about it because of the smoke, but Very much leaning back into this one. We hit the minute 10 mark. It's really just csgo outside of A main that FURIA have to work with, so FUT start to feel the squeeze.
No flash. Oh, shots missed. I don't know about Yuri.
Could have been a death. Yuri is there to make sure that they don't let Demon escape. Trying to get into that fight, lucky to have survived the op shot. Uncharacteristic miss from Molodoy. He'll scoop up bomb. And off that frag, it looks like FURIA start to take a look at B.
They love going to where you just aggressed. Oh man, that's a huge play. Grabini has got this mid lockdown. They're coming to check on it, and actually he gets refragged. Yeah, this is just FURIA double checking.
Lau's been behind this.
To see him as well.
Yeah, he's been behind this pillar multiple times as well. He's literally been naded out of that without having a fight at least twice now. Oh, double kill from Ziox the third. Oh, 10 seconds, and it's gonna put pressure on csgo to try to push this out through camera. Oh, the E-box peek, and he gets all four.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch. What an absolutely insane hold.
Felt like that bomb site was all FURIA's for the taking. The fact that they get Lau NX from behind the pillar with just their nades.
Yeah, that was beyond done.
Felt like it had already been picked up.
Whew. That is sharp rifle work. We're getting clips done to great teams.
Look what it earns them as well. Pistols here for FURIA. Chance at build. I said the building blocks are in place. Well, you just threw a wrench in the works. Ziogs right back at it with an aggressive move out towards A, just on the brink. Molodoy gonna pounce on him using the AK. No second frag instantly. Krabeni hangs on to long, and then that camera hold comes through. Triple kill as they tried to force their way through smoke.
Wow.
Back-to-back quad kills coming out of FUT players. We've got FURIA slowly losing this lead.
Yeah, no kidding. And Krabeni is like every single round, he's kind of had a kill or more with massive impact that's kind of turned the tides. Different parts of the map. csgo was talking about how this map is still very, very T-sided, but you can see what you can do if you have the right players in the right positions here. They're making these holds look easy. No free wins here at the Bounty.
Tried to be stubborn about getting through off that Molodoy opening.
Nasty.
All too easy for Krabeni.
2 flashes. Dodged. 4 players killed. That's his sight.
One damage frag grenade. Benny can feel that approach going down towards middle. Yakindar looks to come and join Fallen. That's the pistols on the other side of this door, but it's the pistols and the bomb. And FUT looking to put Krabeni behind the doorway. His multi-kill potential has been lights out, but he leaves at the sign of that utility over towards long, just throwing himself inside of camera instead.
This angle's been very kind to him.
Yeah, it's Demon's chance to take contact. Flash rumbling comes through. Yuri actually kills Krabeni. Now Demon needed the multi-kill, but Yuri's the one to get the double. There it is. Dugs again, a triple. Symmetry comes through with the op connection. Bomb is at the feet of the CTs. And csgo is gonna come back towards middle, blinding the op. forcing it to dive into the cover of Temple. Another flash to try to regain possession of this bomb. There is still time to piece together this clutch, but he's got to go. And it's being covered. Kills his. No time now. Unfortunately, the clock comes back to haunt FURIA, and that lead they once had has fizzled out.
I mean, it's so amazing, the sprays that are happening right now from multiple players here on FUT. And FURIA have made mid central to their game plan. It's been no issue.
Well-tethered rifles. And now they're feeling that confidence coming into the 12th. Better be careful, though, because FURIA still have tools for the job, and they've already got this rapid pace set towards long A. It's a bad nade bouncing out of the windows. That one a little bit better. FURIA just try to scramble the defenses.
Can't write them off on any round. This one they're going for with the full pop.
They give Fallen the full belt of utility.
You want to run into the two multi-fraggers here a foot. That's how you do it.
Yeah, right. Big spray down potential here on long. Smoke about to come up.
Flash could be everything.
Good. Blinds one. Oh, he's got to pull away, but from the corner, Krabani only with one kill. The Tech-9s prevail. Upgrades to be found, and there's no rotation nearby either. They were so confident that those two players who have shown us great multi-kill potential would have gotten more than they did. Damage on majority of the FURIA squad, but it's that deep positioning already up inside of heaven here for Yuri. Yakindar right there to try to tether off of him. And now Lau down to 9 as well.
They tagged him.
Yuri, he'll find one. And as Fallen gets blasted off of the fountain, it's a Molodoy clutch. He's been the hands-down best player for FURIA, and he's going to add a clutch to the board. A 1v2, a 17-7.5 for Molodoy. Yet again, the pillar of this FURIA team. 15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must have
right there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. Keserato has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but Keserato's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USP out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers when his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what FURIA are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
FURIA stack those rounds. m0NESY uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for FURIA outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
training him.
You get mad.
No, they are training him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodoz
able to get one.
3 on 5. Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molotov. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molotov the sole survivor.
2-round lead for FURIA coming into this one. They've rode some real highs, as we saw in that highlight package in 2025, and now...
such a good final, my goodness.
Right, now they're getting pushed by FUT.
Yeah, they got a foot in their mouth. It's the saying.
Still trailing by 2, but they'll take over that T side on their map pick. Saw some solid rifling from Krebeni and Zhugs.
I mean, they got the Maltese that I don't even think FURIA. Only Molotov stood out above everyone else. And Molotov did stand out, though, man. Some pretty incredible work from him, as we've come to expect.
Kind of felt like at times, though, the rest of FURIA were like, they're confident Molotov will do enough to win. So individually, like, we haven't had that big moment from anybody else just yet.
Right.
We'll see if the CT side just lets everybody kind of slot into their positions and hold back the challengers.
But have to be careful about when they go for fakes like this. They're playing against FURIA. So FURIA aren't going to go back into fallback protocols. They're going to actively check. Yeah. And if they come back and actively check, don't see anything, then suddenly you're getting an overstack site where you wouldn't have.
Good entry. CM Tree with 1. Died on the crossover. Yuri takes that edge back. Man advantage for the retake, but it is bomb planted. We've got a kid on Fallen. It's going to be 3 players working their way up long. For now, Molotov remains smoked off in Temple. And so Lau, first contact. Krebeni over towards Jail, just keeping his face pressed against the wall. Great taps from Lau NX. Zhugs comes through with a headshot as well. And now Molotov gets popped. 2 kills from each of those remaining attackers, and the gap gets cut down by the pistol. A momentous start queued up here for FUT.
Their aim just is so impressive, and now it's just not rifles as well. Crazy couple of pistol shots here from Lau. Love being able to say that about myself.
You guys have talked about that, right? Both
we have, yeah.
Yeah,
okay. We do have a connection.
Did you like fight for the identity, or did you know?
No, he was like, we're brothers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it wasn't like that.
All right, no duel to the death. This will be. As they press down into Yakindar, they better be careful because there's more than just him inside this bomb site. They've got 2 frags. They're taking nades out. They're starting to write it off. And Fallen pressed up against the smoke. It's the numbers advantage for FURIA in the site that makes all of the difference in this one.
They quite literally didn't see 2 people as they were about to get that bomb planted. Thought they had done enough work, but yeah, that's the FURIA stack they ran into.
Womp womp.
Ooh.
And then even then, right, Molotov gets that deagle from inside of the site. CM Tree just says, like, yeah, he's there. And then the 2 long players come pushing in, full confident, looking for that cake duel.
And they're like, at worst, there's one guy in here we can't find. We'll find him together. No.
And they don't even run into, like, say, a P250, but just straight up that MP9.
Wow, they're just staying on the side of the smoke. That's so great. Wow.
Looking to flex the advantage that they know they have, and smoked off bottom stairs. Sucks to be FUT.
Completely ruined. I don't know why that is funny, I'm pretty sure. And again, they keep updating info. Fallen flying away, leaving this one to Yuri.
Dangerously close, these Tech 9s. And Yuri's not able to keep Fallen alive. There's damage for Molotov. Yakindar makes the gap. widen to the FURIA favor. Bomb planter flushed back. But still, an M4 now in the hands of Diugs.
Mr. Multi-fragger.
Ooh, he gives it up.
Interesting. That's really weird, actually. I guess this...
nade finds him, so it makes sense in the end. You'd actually rather CM3 to have it.
The genius.
But his also now late naded low. And the M4 finds the cover. There's no kit here for the retake. They've got to get it going, and they've got to go now. The kits are over on the platform, so somebody's going to have to go scoop one up. He did. As moving forward, Molodoy nabbed it. And it's all good in the end, but still pushed to the absolute limits off of the back of the Tech-9 rush.
I feel like there's just crazy awareness right there, because you're not going to ask your teammate for an M4, but if they, like, he recognizes CM3's position on that pillar, I mean, I guess he's like, you can take the first fight, and immediately throws it over to him. That's such a clutch move to make in a high-pressured spot where you could easily just say, well, whoever's got the gun, like, let him have the frags. Almost works out.
Definitely keeps FURIA on their toes. But
more feet stuff.
You can't avoid it, yeah. It's just... The way FURIA keep playing with canals, though, it feels like it's kind of stifling FUT. We'll see when we get back to the gun rounds if that part of the map starts to turn into their Achilles heel. Yakindar scrambling inside of the site, trying to get ahead of this, and so little to lose. FUT just come charging out.
With that one gun.
You pick up that M4, Demon's gonna utilize it well, but the numbers get whittled back down. And Yuri hears that drop inside of the site, so they know there's still somebody pressed up close. Gonna try to drop fire down on top of him. That M4 over towards water. Laps gets cleared. Down goes the weapon. Samtree trying to get it going instead, but it's FURIA's recovery yet again.
And just as impressed with FURIA as I am with FUT almost every single round. They've both shown something in each of these situations that's really impressive. And I feel like, was it again the guy who got the gun gave it to somebody else?
I didn't see. I was watching from...
But either way, they used it to get their entry, which was huge. Good off the tack last time. Tic-tac-toe, Connor.
That's pretty crowbarred. Tic-tac-toe what, Launders?
FURIA are playing chess. They're playing tic-tac.
Oh, okay. I'll give you a half point for that one.
Yeah, that's right, J-Raz. That's a big foot. And I'm not talking about the Yeti.
These fleeting gun rounds for the T side. Big opportunity this time. They want to play for the bridge, and Yakindar, yeah, he's got him locked in, and Krabeni comes out with the headshot.
Who was trapped in with who?
Mm-hmm. That's the duel Yakindar wanted, but Krabeni sharp as hell.
How's this timing work out? Oh, that's a great find.
Good on Queserado.
It's timing.com with this guy.
They're going to go all in on B in that moment, and they'll clear it. Fallen dead with nothing. Queserado comes through, just has enough to work with here on Temple. And a bit of chip damage for CM3. Queserado tagged down to 3/4 the health. The fallbacks there in position.
They might not be able to even think about this. The smoke is so fresh. Molodoy's got an op. And this very handsome scoreline of 22-8. Wouldn't want to spoil that.
Nice to see FUT jump on that opportunity. You know, the mid kill from Krabeni is not quite tethered over with B, but they just sense that weakness, jump in with numbers. And they've got both those defenders going down with nothing.
So again, csgo.CET, even with the new economy, still feeling the pressure when they get on the CT side on this map. And they played some prac, so they're ready for it.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're not ready for it.
I mean, in their first series as well, right? Their opposition tried to pick Anubis. So even in the officials, people thinking that they can just take a swing at one of the best because of the new map.
A site. They go wide around Molodoi. You won't see anything for now. But, I mean, they just know what's happening. Molodoi hasn't been smoked out. They just tried to avoid it. Not to arouse suspicion, but no noise is still information. And the full exec is coming in behind this. But this smoke, they're going to have to jump through it, surely. They committed so much utility.
CT's dropping nades on it just to try to soften him up. Fallen right here to just lay down lead. He's gotten himself 2 kills. Oh, triple for Fallen. Kerbeni's got answers. Headshots from him once again. How many rifle rounds turn into multi-frags for this guy? And he's got open runway to sprint towards the other side, but he has a moment of hesitation here.
To cap it off, he's got to kill Molodoi, who's 22-8 with the op. Full HP. Kerbeni tries to cut noise, maybe just to make it seem like he could re-aggress, and he totally could still. But we see the commitment, and we see the commitment from Molodoi as well. He's sure-footed. I actually didn't mean that one.
Sitting here with the Desert Eagle as well, right? Sidearm out, just looking for the headshot. Does Kerbeni consider it? Oh, yes, he will.
Wow.
And that shot from the Deagle landed.
And that's a 1-on-3, right? With the 4K?
Yep. What if it had been the op? Maybe harder to play inside that corner. But Molodoi does get the jump on him, deals damage first.
I mean, Molodoi's sitting there like, I'm not getting cleared. I think that's just
1v3.
Really smart thinking here for Kerbeni.
With the headshot as well, so pressure back on. 2-round game, and the economy bottoms out from beneath Furia.
Yeah, that's a huge clutch.
They're coming through with the Desert Eagles. Kerbeni and Djugs keeping this dream alive. Oh, nice nades. csgo out of this one.
Thought it was going to be FURIA with the great double nades. They've got him too.
And meticulously pulling apart this mid setup. Molodoi with nothing to show for it in this round. We're going to be looking at a 1-round game in a second.
Are you ready to say Footer in the lead?
I don't know if I believe it yet.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're seeing great rounds back and forth, and obviously the last one was narrowly won by a great clutch. But otherwise would have been a total shutdown over on A site. It was full information. They're making great use of E-Box. It's, you know, Molodoi is happy to peek at every round. And even when they've smoked it, they push out of the smoke to hold inside of canals. So that audaciousness, I think, has just been really annoying for FUT. Got a new way to use Molodoi here.
Oh, wow. Disrespect.
Wait, I mean, this is going to work,
yep,
right?
Fully cut off. Or are they watching? Because there's half his health gone to the frag. Oh! Of all the double nade kills we've seen this game, that one's the nastiest. And csgo's got an easy position on the side of this smoke to hold with. Insane. No scope smoke shot.
And now they can safely get this bomb down? I don't know. Molodoi can't do anything from up here. It's just a full-on retake. FURIA have been really good on his retakes, though.
Fallen comes through, executes the opper. Another frag grenade perfectly placed, and the camera kill comes out from Yuri. Djugs 1v4, not gonna happen this time around. The double nades into camera.
I know, that's wild. That was such a big call out into the smoke. Knowing someone was sitting there. They're clearly so well prepped. Especially with how they're using E-Box, when they're keeping information, when they've stacked A, they haven't even had to confirm vision to know. And I'm thinking this is going to work because the splits here, there's only 2 players in the site. There's not even a third close rotator, really. And they've lost mid-control. This is the best part about it, of the attack somehow for FUT. That's why you said you couldn't really believe it, even though it was a 1-round game. When FURIA win, it just looks dominant.
Still with all of the rifles they need and a little more room than what they've been afforded, right? We think back to all the times FURIA have contended with E-Box. Right now, Molodoi is just holding the passive angle. Fire burns him off of that line. There's a lot of softening damage done inside of B, but Molodoi is still able to catch the 5v4.
Yeah, he just goes really wide around the Molotov and gets his angle on Krebeni, unfortunately. That's a worst-case situation here for FUT. He's been just such a difference maker in moments like these.
Now Molodoi is going to have a good line and the potential for fallback off these preceding shots. Eats the flashbang, stuck along the pillar. Fallen tries to give cover, will collect 1 kill. And Molodoi not too concerned about his back because it remains smoked. Flames in front of him, he can sit here. He'll replace that smoke grenade. Yakindar with the double op variation is going to lock in what feels like a 12th round here for FURIA. There's a double push on both sides. They want this temple flank to come through FUT, but by the time it gets to the bomb site, Molodoi 2 kills deep, and FURIA secure their 12.
And that's so clean. And I love the deep Molotov that they use to try to push him back, and that's why they were just so unprepared for Molodoi being there. Like, they're trying their best to really, like, pay attention to what FURIA want and disrespect it as much as possible, but, like, it's just not comparing to how, again, how audacious FURIA are being. Regardless, can't get anything. The double op will persist into this round, too. Map point for FURIA.
Ouch.
The double nades this game.
It's uncanny how many we've had. And it's, you know, sometimes it's like one team just nails it all the time.
They've both been sick at it.
FUT have had answers. Trying to mirror that FURIA energy. Molodoi is not afraid of your Tech 9, sees that as an invitation, but smoking this off could allow for them to go for the gap close, so he'll pop it open. That's what he was looking for. Them trying to close that distance. They were falling for it, but he missed his shot. He'll take up position on platform instead. He's got 2 teammates to work with. Lots of missed shots here for Molodoi, and then Demon rips his head off. That's going to serve as the trigger here for FUT. They'll go sprinting in. Fallen gets bested, and not a single kill from FURIA, despite plenty of opportunities there for the 24-11 Molodoi.
Yeah, man. I mean, three missed shots from Molodoi just doesn't normally happen, and even his tactic to throw that smoke down and then just blow it open immediately to draw them forward worked. They got the info. He had opportunities to hit shots.
That's a weird one, because Molodoi is setting himself up the whole time, you know, but just trips over his own feet. And now, double digits secured. And to do that, 5 alive, find free upgrades. I mean, FUT come into this with real limitations. Played right into how FURIA planned that to go.
Yeah, I mean, some rounds are going to be a gift. So, I mean, even FURIA can...
It's just FURIA kind of failing to take off. Yeah.
For some reason, I didn't even think he'd be that tilted about it, but this game is very close.
You know you just had a golden opportunity to try to end this.
Fallen's been the guy to remind Molodoi just to, I think not get too down on himself in any kind of moments. And I mean, you still look at a game like this, like you absolutely shouldn't be. He's already put up like 5 unbelievable rounds.
FUT get close, and this double op that we've seen Yekindar find a kill with already.
Ooh, and that op is coming in.
Yep.
Who got lucky, it's hard to say.
This timing, if they continue with it, could be unexpected.
They're gonna throw nades here. They don't realize they could actually just walk into this spot, but now they know the exec is coming through.
Jumping in, Quesarado. Headshot from him. Yekindar holds the line, but now pressure on him. Fire at his feet. Oh, he stops Symmetry in the background. And now LauNX is gonna try to smoke off camera, scoops up bomb and wants to get out of here. Flashbang's just one form of pressure, but FURIA.
Yeah, get that bomb down fast.
They've gotta wait.
Put that down quickly before FURIA can get their full flank in place.
Molodoi concerned that they're gonna try to lock up a position on long. It is not the case. He's going for the slow approach.
I like this, doubling up in heaven.
There's a kid on Yuri here towards camera, but if it dies on the way in, and if Molodoi has to come up with a clutch, he's got to pick up the kit that's over towards the fountain. Oh, Doug's dead. Lau's been found out, and Fallen's here to close it. They don't manage in the 1 round prior, but Yuri jumps on top of that bomb, and we go 13-10 on the challenge. It's a parallel to that of Vitailty pushed by Eyeballers. The underdogs try to take a swing on Anubis, but it still comes up the way of the favorites.
A swing and a miss from FUT going up against the big dogs in FURIA. They tried a bit of this Anubis to flow into it to see if FURIA were not ready for it, but they may not like the map, but they certainly were ready for it in the first time they played off here, and once again today. You're not fooling them against these lower down teams.
And you're really not fooling Molodoi. I feel like he's got to be the story of this game. I mean, he was just masterful. There were so few moments where it felt like anything FUT did even bothered him. Didn't matter if they were trying to throw utility to push him off of an angle, trying to force him in a late round. I mean, he was probably the most perfect player you could have asked for in this kind of game. So FURIA kind of escaping by the skin of their teeth in some ways, because I mean, something that's kind of crazy about this game is you look at the scoreline, no one really showed up other than Molodoi, but it was definitely enough to get him over the line.
Yeah, it was kind of like a middling performance in the rest, while Molodoi was picking up all the extra kills in there. I guess they were maybe not wanting to fight too much against a team like FUT, who would love and welcome that challenge to find themselves some advantages and push the limits of what FURIA has to offer. But it did start with a lot of positives, at least in the first half, for the side of FUT. Yugs, we keep talking about him.
Yes.
Positive player for sure.
Yugs was just so great in the late rounds for FUT. I feel like the most exciting thing about this guy is that really he's just kind of leveled up his game so much in the last year and a half. Even though this became a really hairy situation, FURIA dismantled, picked apart the bomb site. This is just masterful. Again, like so clean, understanding where the last fight is from. Doesn't actually nail the nade, I don't think, but it's still, the positioning is great. The aim is so solid. It almost feels like when I'm watching his aim, it's just no wasted movements. It's so just snappy onto the player, and then it just locks.
What I like there, right, and we played this in slow-mo afterwards to show that he wasn't going to let the fight come to him, right, by them just staying in a position. He wanted to go and approach it without going too wide and just little bit, taking his fights, picking and choosing when he wants to take them. And that's what made the difference here, because it's not very often you'll be able to do that against a team like FURIA, especially how connected they were, other than Quesarado at the end.
Something when I was just looking up FUT a little bit coming into this is the ratings that they all had when they were on Navi Jr. Of course, Makaze was playing instead of Lonks back then, but Jugs was kind of a meddling player. He was actually the second lowest rated on the team. He was actually the lowest rated rifler on the team, but now for the last 3 months, I think if you even go back 6 months, he is in fact their highest rated player. So it's really impressive how he has clearly come into form as this closer for them. When they need some extra oomph in a late round, he's really good at just getting that extra multi-frag. And I think part of it is, sure, he's getting more comfort, but I really love his aim. It just feels like it's so locked on to people. And I mean, I mean, James, we look at people's mechanics pretty closely sometimes, and I just love when he snaps onto a player, I'm not watching it just go in some random direction.
He's not this way and then back to him a little bit and then this way. No, he's straight on it.
Yes, exactly.
And when we're saying that, right, I'm glad you were mentioning about like kind of what they were in the past. When they were Na'Vi Junior, obviously I followed them a little bit more closely then. You're looking at this team where Makazi was a star. Makazi was the one everyone was looking at. But the individuals as well maybe were lacking something in terms of that experience. They went to some LANs, the smaller LANs. They won some online events that were like positive for them. But then Makazi goes out, he gets picked onto the main roster, and you start to see when Laux comes in that his experience is helping him. He touched on this himself. He said the fact that because he's got this experience in life, not just the game, it's actually helping the team get things kind of under control. And they do seem like a better team chemistry-wise right now, which is definitely benefiting them.
Yeah, reminder for everybody that's watching FUT for the first time here, oldest player on the team is Krebeni and Lonks, both at 20 years of age. The rest of them are just teenagers. So for them to even be fighting into some of these tournaments, I remember watching them at CAC where they were able to take down FaZe to get to the playoffs there. Yeah. That was a huge surprise victory. And that's why they're an exciting team. One that I would say is probably at the top of tier 2. I wouldn't consider them that tier 1.5 roster yet because it's still kind of in and out of these sort of tournaments, but they've actually taken some big dogs down already.
And they've got this confidence to jump up as well. And they're so hungry for it. You hear it, you see it. And that's the beauty of this play within this team. We also got to talk, though, about some of the positive for FURIA. They did end up winning this map. We're not just going to sing the praises of FUT in a losing result again. But it was the forced buy win, right? That was kind of moments like that where you see FURIA's confidence, FURIA's individual step up. That isn't just Molodoi the whole time.
To me, this sort of reads as to why, I mean, this is a little bit of a surprise pick for FUT to be getting Anubis in. And you could see with 1:30 left, they're already trying to go for an A crunch. Maybe they had some read on Fury in the prep here, but all in all, there was only one map this season that Fury played. So to go for a split this quickly, to me, kind of spoke to the fact that maybe some of the aspects of FUT that they could work on in the future are just calling for cancels, just recognizing, hey, there's good counter utility in front of us right now. Maybe we shouldn't just push through A main, slow the round down a little bit. It's kind of what you'd expect from a younger underdog team.
Overconfidence can kind of be a kick in the teeth every now and again, right? You can just run into those moments. Molodoi, we keep talking about him so positively, and there's many reasons why. This guy was not only just Rookie of the Year, but had he played a full year, he could have been even higher up on the rankings, right? This guy is the truth.
Crazy to even think about that. I mean, I feel like the contest between oppers in the world right now on a more macro level would probably be between him and Shiro. Because if he actually got to play all of 2025 out with FURIA, give him a couple more tournaments, maybe he collects another accolade or two, then there's a real case to be made that he is a more impactful opper than Shiro, because I'm not going to put him on the level of m0NESY and ZywOo, who would be the occupants of my S tier right now. But Molodoi and Shiro both are kind of in that A+ zone, and Molodoi, I'd say, has all the tools to jump up into that next tier because he's so proactive, he's so good at playing around opponents' utility, whereas Shiro, yeah, he's slowly gotten more aggressive over the years. I almost feel like for Molodoi, I just want him to sometimes peel back a little bit more, you know, slow down, because your life is a little bit more valuable. But this game didn't even matter. I mean, every single fight he took, it felt like he was winning it.
These kind of maps are confidence building for Molodoi. I like what you said, though. Sometimes you would want him to peel back a little bit. I think that's just what he's learning. We've started to see it. If you compare it to Astana, where it's every peak, every swing, I still see some of these moments where I'm like, you don't need to repeak this. You may be able to hit it, and it's impressive when you do, but just stay alive. Give him the round.
It's kind of, there's two sides to the coin here. Whether you want an opper to come into the space more like simple, where you're going to limit test every single fight to see what you can get away with in tier 1, or do you want a guy that's maybe a little bit more like ZywOo, where he's just trying to make the proper decision every single time. So I'd say that Molodoi clearly taking a little bit more from the simple camp in that regard, or maybe more recently, the m0NESY camp, guys that are just really flashy, really trying to see if they can take over games. And, well, I'm going to be honest, I think that FURIA relished the opportunity to play with a guy that was limit testing this much, because it really gave him a shot in the arm in terms of their CT sides last year.
It really did, and it probably continues to do so as well. We'll keep an eye on it across the whole year. But for now, we need to go to a break. Overpass is coming up next. It's FURIA's pick. This is their tried and tested map. They should be very confident going into it. But let's see how much limit testing FUT can do of their own. That's what I've got my eyes on. Lounge, you guys had a very strong game against OG to kick things off with here at the Blast Bounty, but you also did this and performed very well while your Christmas tree was going crazy. How do you not get distracted, man?
I mean, I don't have an answer, but I mean, it has been on since, I don't know, I think 21st of December, and I didn't stop it since then, like not even in the night, you know, so it's 24 out of 7, and I think my eyes just got used to it. But yeah, I just don't find it as a distraction, you know. I think it's actually more like a focus thing, you know. I can focus on the main screen better. I don't...
Well, you're going to be ready for when you hit the big stages and the big events. Nothing's going to distract you. It's going to work out very well.
Yeah, I think it will help me pretty much, to be honest. I think this is a training facility.
Maybe you keep it up all year long.
I mean, I was thinking about that, but to be honest, yeah, that's like an inside joke now for us. But I thought, like, if my mom is coming here, you know, or like some guests, and they will think I'm crazy, probably. So I think I can keep it until maximum February, but in February I have to take it off.
Okay. I like what you're doing there. Getting back onto more the game and yourself within this team, despite you still being very young, you're only 20 years old, you are one of the more experienced players within this team. How does your experience help your teammates as you're working your way up through the rankings?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's a hard answer from me, to be honest, right? Because it's about more myself. I think I can ask my teammates this, but from my point of view, the experience is more like outside the game, you know? Because inside the game, I feel like these kids are so evolved and like so mature in game that, like, I don't know, I really feel like Julio did a very good job with them. Like, even in prior Navi and now FUT, like, they're very mature for their age. And I don't know, it's more like outside the game where I come, you know? Like, with my experiences in life, with teams, with, yeah, everything I've done wrong and bad, stuff like this.
Okay, well, it sounds very positive. I like what I'm hearing. And you are putting up some positive performances and some numbers in here. Do we feel like we're getting maybe the best version of you we've ever seen?
I mean, for sure, I'm on my way up. I always said I didn't reach my prime yet. I was good when I was young, but I did some stupid mistakes. I took some bad decisions, but I'm happy I got to learn from those mistakes, because now at turning, I feel very mature when it comes to real life expectations and what I should do in CS. So yeah, from now, I just need to work, grind, and enjoy the game, because this is a blessing, what we do right now.
Very true. And what mistakes did you learn from when you were in your younger career? Just maybe this could help other gamers as well.
I mean, to be honest, it's more like staying on the right path, you know, because if you're young and you're very talented, I think it can go very wrong if you're staying around the wrong people, if you hang out with bad people. You just need to focus on your vision, focus on your game, because like friends will come and go, parties and stuff like this, it doesn't matter, you know, like you should just focus on the career and that's it.
I don't know about you guys at home, but hearing that makes me happy. I am now a Lounge fan. 20 years old, and he's spitting knowledge like that. He's way ahead of a lot of players who have had more success and done more things, because they don't understand that already.
There's been a lot of players from Europe who were kind of journeymen across tier 2 teams where we knew they were extremely talented, but then they got a bit of a bad reputation for attitude. And I feel like Lonks a couple years ago, I'm not gonna say explicitly, but it seemed like that could have been the case for him, because he was so good on Sprout, and then we don't really see him get all those higher level opportunities. So for him to be as reflective as he showed in that interview, and to now be taking this FUT opportunity in stride, it's nice, because he understands he needed to just focus, lock in, and now he looks really sharp for doing it.
Yeah, really positive stuff coming out from him, but I'm not so positive about this team's Overpass. It's not a map they play all too often, mate. They've been in some teams like Eyeballers on it, for example, but it's not looking too pretty when they got to play Furia.
Not when you're playing a Furia who had a 12-map win streak last season. I think it was the longest active map streak we had against on any tier 1 team. Furia were the best team in the world last year on Overpass. I have no doubt saying that. I would even say that they should have gone toe-to-toe with Vitailty whenever they played them on it. And so that's why this is going to be an uphill battle. That's why this was Furia's pick. And it makes me believe that this series is likely over here.
Well, maybe it is over. We'll have to wait and see. But this is my last time desk hosting. If it ends here, I'll be back to the stage and interviews after this. So Scrawny and Lornas, one final time. Take my energy. Go!
Spirit Bomb. You a Dragon Ball Z fan?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Who's your favorite character?
I'm gonna go with Gohan because my name rhymes with him. So.
You know, I've never pieced that together, Launders. Never pieced that together.
Not very perceptive of you.
Well, I think of you as Launders more often than Mohan, perhaps. Or Mo. Yeah. Okay. So, pretty bleak picture. World's best overpass team versus FUT.
I used to go into the bathroom and put water in my hair and make it like trunks. So I had a mushroom cut.
Cool guy. You're a cool guy.
In primary school.
We got a cool guy. I've always been a Tien fan because he had 3 eyes.
Why'd you say it like that, though?
I don't know. Not a lot of answers for you today. Okay. Wonks keeping his head tucked down in connector. And there's the K-Serrato Molodoy response instantly. 2 kills towards that A-bomb site. We're going to get that fast frazzle, that scrambled rotate up. But FURIA know better than to just instantly bite down on the A site. Beretta's on the other side of the door. Krebeni's multi-frag potential was massive back on Anubis. Unfortunately for him, now that threat of a push into the B bomb site starts to peel one of the 2 off of A. Zuggs, obviously losing the teammate up on the opposite side, now has to consider both options again. And it's going to be a difficult one to pull off here.
Yeah, he'll just be floating around looking for any chance he can get at a peek. By the time he sees one. Oh, and he already got spotted instantly.
Still alive, still a chance. Flash makes it a bit awkward. Double up on short. These are players just peeling back. I mean, they're giving him respect here as they give him the space, but they're going to force him to come to them on the layered angle. Oh,
come on.
Yes, sir. Jumps on the bomb. 10-second defuse, a 1v3 like it's nobody's business.
You can't believe that. They're layered up perfectly there on short.
Too much respect. They let him come to them, and he just taps them both out of the round.
Too much respect. I don't know. I think they played it perfectly. Like, they stacked up right behind each other. Just didn't hit the shot.
I thought more in like the 3 versus 1. You know, you left that one guy out on site with no trade potential.
Wow. I mean, first shot's instant, so Molodoy's like, oh no. This is just a raw 1v1.
Wowza.
That's a nasty find. See why FUT have won so many matches recently.
That'll give you something to consider.
Mess with the FUT, you get the Zuggs.
We'll workshop that one. Oh, FURIA are in kind of a weird place. They let that first game get really close. If it wasn't for Molodoy being like world class, super dominant, that game could have been an OT at the very least. So
it had more players popping off, we can say that. Oh, doesn't work out here for Demon. He's only got the MP9 as well, but it actually still comes through.
He gets there in the end. Yuri, the first casualty of the second round. Demon hanging on to the short control.
Rotations are here. Now getting a little bit frustrated, waiting for someone to come around this corner, but he's got teammates now.
So comfortably stacked site for FUT.
They're trying to goad them into falling back in the pit. Zuggs getting smoked off.
Hear that stomp here by Fallen. Shadow advantage for Zuggs. Still a couple players for FURIA coming in from short side. They'll figure out K-Serrato's position, and this round absolutely falls flat for the side of FURIA. 5 players up. This is an excellent way for FUT to build economy early on the CT side.
Yeah, big time. With the force up that comes in.
Looking like 5 standing, yes sir. Everybody survives. Money made off the SMGs. And FURIA kind of trip over their own feet trying to get to that B bomb site. It was always awkward the whole time. That smoke grenade on short. Zuggs sitting on the other side of it, denying FURIA any chance to join forces with K-Serrato's solo monster push.
Just couldn't get their foot in the door.
now sent to the pistols. And on top of that, Molodoid dies after time, so your Opera's now on $850 coming into round 3 with nothing to show.
Probably still bathing in that clutch. They come out of it with 5 alive. It's a glowing moment here for FUT. These are the upcoming stories that we've got on the teams, the contenders here at Bounty. Individually and as teams. Be a pretty heavy fallback, and there's no smoke on the A site right now, so don't know if it'll matter. No Deagle shot in. Demon stays alive. 42 seconds, and the bomb is starting to follow him back. But like, K-Serrano can't walk the flank, turn it into a B play, surely even with 30 seconds, right? He's got the Glock. And if he's not going, he's going to be in an awkward place to try to die. I mean, maybe he gets the plant in. I think they're going to need a kill at least over here. Oh, wait a second. They might not even want to die now because he will have the open sight.
Bomb's going down on B. Yuri, he's going to fall through on A site. That's cash made by FURIA.
That's pretty good.
The old sneakaroo. Nobody coming down from connector, just 3 members of FUT charging forward from the graffiti retake. K-Serrano, just go steal something from that A bomb site.
Yeah, he's got one on the front of the site. He can just go get a gun.
Is this round, huh? Sneaks the bomb into B and then heads to the opposite side to go and grab a gun.
That's what K-Serrano's been doing since the beginning of time.
Right now, it's just the MP9. He wants something a little bit better. But that's all he's going to find. An SMG and a bit of money for his efforts.
It's a boring upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. And he brings home some money for the whole squad.
So it's delayed rifles for FURIA after losing the pistol round. But it's coming your way right now. Up here. Samtree falls back. Got a little fight going down for connector, but the utility flushes FUT out of it. It's Demon holding the open door. It's always scary when that door's off its hinges.
He's been spotted. There's 2 players waiting here on short. I don't know if he realizes that.
Feels like FUT are signing up to hold FURIA back on this one. Demon's corner position is going to blindside Fallen. Now he really feels squeezed. Angle could be taken by Demon, but instead he's trying to just fall back into the safety of sight. 5 versus 4 is not bad when you consider the damage on K-Serrano too. Be a shame to throw away this advantage, so they'll play their sights at 50 seconds.
Don't let another round go low time. I only say that because they don't have the map control exactly to execute. Nor the numbers. That's a freebie for Samtree.
Off of the bathroom peak, first gun round falls on its face for FURIA. Just hanging on to the save instead. K-Serrano and Yuri tucked away in connector. This is where they wanted the round to start, but then they got drawn into this short B play that Demon was more than ready for, and also more than supported. You know, 2 other players additionally there, jump spotting and ready for the short peek.
Oh yeah.
There was layers on that one for FUT, and their first test isn't much of a test at all. Time fizzles out. FURIA survive with 2.
Just nothing bad to say about the round so far. And again, the fact that it's off of the back of that 1-on-3 on the pistol, it speaks volumes to their confidence. Fallen's frustrated. He had no idea that how many people would be waiting for him. only frustration here from FURIA.
FUT right back to it. Short control, looking like the name of the game for them. Demon taken down to 40, but we've got damage here on 2 of the FURIA members. Samtree has to give up his play towards bathrooms. Krabeni's under pressure, and Fallen's going to be the first to die in this one, but unprepared for the second layer of connector. And Yuri, scared that somebody's behind this, but they're assembling the boost right now, and that's going to catch him off guard as he throws out utility. Man advantage FUT for the 5-0 start.
Man, he was so sure that somebody was sitting inside of short waiting for him on the door. He couldn't move. They blew that open. They even took a second to assemble the boost, but they got an answer for everything. They missed 2 opportunities for opening kills, still got 2 for 1 in the end.
Letting Caserado tiptoe into the site.
He's not getting peeked.
A lot of players to respond to this, though. Yeah, Demon at least keeps it clean, but...
Well, they know 2 are on B, so it's time to get moving.
Kind of forced 1 death. Bomb is moving outwards. FUT still sticking around, thinking somebody would have been with Caserado. Good damage onto Yakindar. Molodoy, though, catching the angle. And so this A-bomb site gets wrapped up by FURIA momentarily.
See what kind of leverage they can get off this. That op will not be a boon in the retake. But Demon's in a great spot, and he's got a nade as well.
Right now, they're just giving their backs up to the bathroom play. Playing on the opposite side of Dice, playing on Optimus. But Yakindar's going to be a sitting duck when this flank finally comes through.
Oh, matter.
Yakindar's able to get his 1, and so Molodoy into the clutch versus the 40 health Demon, and he lands his op shot.
Yeah.
FURIA deny that 5-round start, just walking it up into the bathrooms, and it felt like Yakindar having the confidence to make that solo move into B really kept FUT stuck on that site for a little too long.
Yeah, definitely. So right here was a nice save from Krabeni, and also the tactic to make sure they got Yuri inside of Khan was very nice to watch, but didn't know how much they'd actually get out of Caserado's lurk. Well, it turns out the whole round. I'm sure they're still more frustrated than happy with how the game's gone so far, but that'll help sort of ease the tension. He's coming for it. Let's see how good the clear is. Oh, not good enough.
Yuri takes some damage, but walks away 5v4. Tucks in case there's a second layer to all this, but that's not the case. Solo bathrooms hold. 4 FUT as they go majority inside B, which right now is the right call. Smoke to get Yugs, at least with options to stick in along the wall. Are FURIA going to get that inkling that maybe they're stepping onto the wrong site? Bathrooms players pulled all the way back to bank now. This lean just remains heavy on B.
They waited for that flash clear. Now they just walk in. Exec's coming in late. Flash is perfect.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful entries from Yakindar. 2 Galil headshots back to back like it's nothing.
Gosh, that was, I mean, they used their opponent's flash as a trigger point to start everything. And then they went a low telegraph execute, 1 single flashbang. Footer none the wiser. It's already a much stronger looking default here for FURIA.
The save's still being hung on to. And it does feel like FURIA are pulling out all the works to get this T-side going. Respect earned. Off the clutch, the conversion. It's a 4-0 start, but now FURIA back-to-back rounds, pressure economically, gonna start racking up versus the defense. That flash, perfect adjustment from Yakindar there. FUT allowed FURIA to get that positioning. The FURIA pounce, lethal.
Brought some pretty good stuff off the tacks. I mean, we see nothing but good ideas from FUT, good setups and everything too. So just excited to see what they try to bring in next. Wonder how aggressive they want to go inside of con control. I mean, a lot of top teams are not even, they don't bother with it. Not every round. Some teams not at all. You see Aurora, they don't even play inside the door. Like they just, they'll play from the boosts and everything. But Kerbini has been a guy just happy to take all the fights by himself in a lot of situations.
Trying to get fancy, but nobody up in heaven here. Short control is where the success started for FUT. No surprise to try again. Demon wants an angle. Forced to work for it.
Every flash countered. Who has the last say? Well, they're staying off short side. Slurk smoke. I mean, CT still have a lot of info here, and they're not seeing any Ts right now. But there are a lot of resources in terms of players just sitting. Door is open. Yakinder walks into an up shot. Oh, that flash looks solid. Oh, but the shot isn't.
Yeah, leaves a little to be desired. Jugs from down beneath that. Keeping man advantage in control. That turns FURIA away as they're met by smoke outside of Monster. Jugs just holding the monster smoke, giving a free gift as Caserado tiptoes his way through that one.
Yeah, I thought he'd be playing like left side monster way back or something like that.
Hey man,
I feel like
for
they have
the
to take a risk.
World's best overpass team, supposedly, FUT are stepping up to the challenge this evening. And you've got FURIA trying to, really put the slow squeeze on a lot of these rounds and coming up with little for their efforts.
FUT
Two
stepping
rounds
up, imagine that.
in a row is all they're going to be able to get. Is majority alive for FUT, and FUT's done a good job of making sure that they keep their money in their round wins.
Shoes on the other foot, Connor. Jay asked for more FUT. He said, just keep going with the FUT jokes. I said, how do you pronounce Zugs? He said, just keep telling FUT jokes.
Oh.
So.
Well, Jay with more requests than answers, huh? Classic. That's Jay Raz, our cinematic observer, but we call him Jay because we're friends like that, you know?
And all this, like, all the flashing that FURIA did off of short, that was to try to get FUT to be, like, confused about what was going to happen, but we saw them being very active. They boosted their entire time. They stayed there the entire time. Keeping that door blown open as well has been huge, and okay, Yakinder. That's one way to start off. Nice response.
Just keeping the pressure on Khan. It's been a lot of play from FURIA from this part of the map. And Yuri steps right into his death.
They run into this. Dude, oh, it's perfect.
Goes for the wall bang. I mean, FUT are making active plays and FURIA just aren't ready.
Yeah, so many. I feel like they're very hard to know where they're going to come from, too.
If it's the push into short, if it's the connector challenges, now just a sudden long walkout.
Yakinder just killed someone peeking mid at the beginning of the round. Now they're pushing from long, and they got an up shot down from blue.
Lau will get caught by this short walk up as Jug stays into the cover of barrels. But he's going to find his timing correctly. Siemtree comes through with a second, and it is clean. 6 rounds of a CT side, 8 rounds in.
If this is a team that you could learn from.
I mean, one thing's for certain, they're not afraid of FURIA, or else they wouldn't be making all these active moves. Playing like they're cut from the same cloth. keeping the pressure on what's supposed to be the favorites, the heavy favorites, coming into Overpass particularly. Back to the Tech-9s, but watch FURIA kind of take the gloves off, go for a more aggressive round, and I think maybe that could end up being one of the keys to just getting a couple more on the board before switching over to a defense that, you know, maybe that's where FURIA are banking on doing their best work. Pressure's on. Yakindar comes through with the sidearm headshot. You've got players just bottlenecked inside of the mud.
Oh boy.
Zuggs has got backs turned to him.
3 back.
And we get a USP kill in the middle of all of this one, but the gun goes dry and that's fine. It's a USP headshot in the face of what was supposed to be a faster pace out of FURIA. Instead, a 5-round lead, FUT.
They even had the video guy look over. He hasn't looked over once. 2 entries and 5 responses. It's about time a timeout came in.
Sid has seen enough.
Is that Sid right there?
That's Sid sitting right next to Fallen. Yeah, surely.
Okay.
Right there. You can see his Hellman's advertised arm.
They've all got one, though.
Yeah, but that's got to be Sid. Nobody else looks
Hellman's, by the way, ride or die with FURIA.
Yeah.
They've been there for, I can't even remember when they came in. Shout out to Mayonnaise.
One time.
Mayonnaise.
You know what they say, Hellman's and Red Bull.
Hellman's and feet.
They go to... Saucy.
It's a human popsicle.
Okay. Yakindar's going to have his back turned to Demon, who again's just having free reign when it comes to these challenges into the playground. Fallen bringing it back with the Krebeni kill.
The whole map is theirs, as far as they're concerned. They're
not afraid.
They see Overpass, like Valve were like, here are all the options you have. And they said, okay, we'll use all of them. They don't just do one thing at a time.
They're also at no point throughout this first half like cowering on bomb sites and just letting all the space be given to Fallen and friends.
No, and that's like the silliest thing that you could do with Overpass. They give you all these great spawn timings where you can like scale without anyone seeing you for so long. And, you know, I mean, Fallen knows better than anybody. He ran a team that took advantage of aggressive Overpass on CT side for many years, the best team in the world. And they'll get that chance on CT side too. But for now, just here to sort of enjoy FUT, you know, using all these options. And at 40 seconds, Demon can die there. Look at this. They've got another push going. They're just full information, and it always looks like they're one step ahead.
They're leaps and bounds ahead in terms of HP left. So if we do get this FURIA commitment into the A site, which now has a second defender on it.
Oh man, he might just run into this. It was a risk for him to get back on this line.
Yuri gonna answer back.
Oh,
there
what
it
a
is.
shot.
Off through the wall. And we've got another one racked up 4 foot, 8 rounds onto this scoreboard. Stellar CT side.
I mean, I remember like thinking Overpass. I'm not sure about this map right now. It's too hard for most people to play. You know, you see like Vitailty and a couple other rosters are like, okay, they put on a show on Overpass. Everyone else is struggling to like look good. But here's FUT in tier 2, and like I'm looking at an Overpass. I want to see everybody play. I want to see all these options getting taken. This makes the map feel faster, smaller for the T side, obviously, but in the best way possible, pressing all their advantages.
It's crazy to me that just like the fragging has fallen off as hard as it has with FURIA. Tech-9 rush into the B bomb site again. Didn't work last time. They died out to USPs. And this time, once again, the M4s are just going to absolutely tear them to shreds.
Wow.
FUT are no joke on this map now.
And they're doing it against the best Overpass team. They're standing on the feet of giants.
I tried to bring it up coming in from map 1. Like, if it wasn't for Molodoi going so far above and beyond, what did it really look like? Because the star potential wasn't there for FURIA. And now with Molodoi looking human within this first half as well, like how in what world are we in where Molodoi has 7 kills, Yuri's 4 and 10 versus FUT, K-Serato's 4 and 8 versus FUT. And the confidence that FUT have weaponized going into these duels, that's because they just feel untouchable.
They've really let their dogs out.
And Krebeni, again, just kind of set up for this. But how many times is somebody going to be allowed to go for this long challenge? It makes sense that Molodoi is just going to get his op stuck on this angle. They're going to go to the long fight instead and right into the spray. Fallen dead after just the one. Lau peeled off long, but that double up here for FUT. We've seen a lot of solo plays in this portion of the map. Another headshot comes through from Jugs, and so 2 health for Molodoi. And 2 rounds for FURIA on this T side of a map that they were world's #1 on in 2025.
They kept themselves 12 inches from their opponent every step of the way.
The way that FURIA were able to recover back on Anubis, thought they'd have some pep in their step, but they just land on overpass flat-footed. Bomb plant here for Molodoi, sure. Keep the hope of a 3rd round alive, but you have your work set out for you, FURIA. Gonna have to call upon the pistol gods. At the start of that second half, you'll take position inside of Graffiti, but you're not going to find that early kill you want.
And you wish he planted for heaven. So now he's got to go back to default if there's any chance that this is possible.
Just didn't feel like he was going to get away with all this free space. Goes back. Oh, 2 shots landed. Jugs is going to stick this for 5 seconds. Molodoi doesn't go for it. And what do you know? Double digits secured. FURIA. What was that?
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when Fallen and his op were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah! Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left you a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better upper.
Okay, who?
I got us Molodoi.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
A shocking first half here on map 2 of our final game ahead of the studio portion of Bounty. 10-2. Believe your eyes. 10-2. CT side. FUT over FURIA.
It's kind of a crazy. I feel like FURIA are gonna watch this game back and like learn some stuff. And I don't even mean like, oh, it's just, you know, FURIA could learn about overpass. It's kind of like there's just some genuine good concepts that FUT brought in this game. I feel like would work versus anybody. That just show us why they have won so much in the last couple of months. The other day I asked, who's the Monty of this generation? I feel like I wasn't even had them on my radar, but
Yuri, brother.
Yeah. Ooh.
Kindar's going to find a headshot in that chaos towards Playground. But Yuri is 5-12. And Fallen's done for. If you don't win this 3v4 pistol, like, bro, there we go. Molodoy, it's body spam shots. Headshots so elusive, low HP for what's left of FUT, and Demon's still just going to keep on kicking up dust.
Demon on 1 HP, Molodoy on 1 HP, and Caserado with dualies. Are they going to come check this quickly? Let's see.
Weird timing.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Gets there. Luckily, Demon was on 1 HP.
They know he's in here, right?
You'd think, right? They've got everything else, but Caserado on the fallback. Gonna get blindsided by Krabeni. P250 spam. Now it's 1 health Molodoy.
Uh-oh, and Molodoy's last spotted over at long. You know, it's going to take a while to get back to B. That's obviously where Caserado was going, so makes sense for him to run over here. This will be a tough clutch. Seems like there might have been bad info there that Caserado was more alarmed about going back.
Mm-hmm. As if somebody had gone elsewhere.
Stuff, yeah.
I suppose it could have been like through connector or something like that that he was worried about.
He's going to go up.
And Molodoy is going to wrap around, so still just keeping distance in between them.
Okay.
Krabeni makes a break for it. A few seconds to spare here. Plants in the center of sight. And Molodoy still got more running to do.
It's going to force him to run, that's for sure. Oh, wait, maybe not. But if he doesn't with no kits, he literally just has to pull off like the perfect flank shot. And Krabeni, after doing all that, has pulled all the way down. I can't believe it.
Wow. Just perfectly mentally put together by Krabeni. And an 11th round, another pistol. We're on the brink of a 13-2 FURIA loss. Tell me what teams last year 13-2 FURIA, and I can bet you that FUT is not on that list.
I don't know. I don't think anyone did. But it's a new year, my boy.
Masterclass of a pistol clutch. Caserado kind of frazzled with that one. Kind of feels at a certain point unnecessary to have gone up to A, but the way that he rotates back down,
he
cut him
definitely
off,
did a lot.
The fact that he went back down though and cut it off just means like he had that outplayed for the last 40 seconds. Went exactly how he thought it would.
He did risk something weird happening, like Molodoy rotating back to A instead of
100%
following him for sure.
Like, what if Molodoy did just walk up through bathrooms and you're down at the bottom of the dumpster stairs?
But we'll be outcome-oriented for this one.
He gets away with it. Famous MP9's pistols. Demon doing some excavating on short, trying to find contact. His fall-off's going to let him know that it's coming. MP9 pops up, goes down with nothing. Second MP9 scares them. 5-7 meant to make the difference there, but Demon survives it with 2 HP. And now Molodoy going to try to swing that Desert Eagle in, goes down. It is going to be map points earned. 10 of them to go, baby.
This is looking like a mental defeat, strategic defeat. Mechanical defeat. They can't keep up in any category. Right, I did just say feet 3 times.
As if you didn't know.
I actually didn't that time. But it's one of those things where you realize like how often FUT comes up in everything. They've stepped up.
FURIA kicking the can down the road now. Hoping that Dust 2 is going to be the place to be victorious, but what kind of confident FUT is going to run into that third map on an individual level, just absolutely dominating FURIA now across all of Overpass. And if you go back to Anubis, I mean, for the most part, you had, you know, big star potential moments, multi-kill spray downs from more members of FUT than you did from FURIA. Molodoi was lights out on map 1, but after this map, Yuri, for example, is going to be 17 and 26 on this series.
Molodoi's had enough.
Cacerado and Yakinder not much better than that scoreline either, so you got 3/5 of this team offline.
They win this round, it's FUT night.
Fortnite? Ridiculous comeback asked of FURIA. Not wanting to throw it away. Look how much scared remember all those more aggressive rounds from FUT.CET side? Look what FURIA try to weaponize in the one round they've got guns on this half.
They're readying a B push. They're going to come forward with it.
45 seconds. I was watching Demon swing Playground in the first 15.
Yeah, they've actually just re-smoked B as well. A lot of players here, but it's like they're playing back.
Molodoi starts dropping his utility. In the final 30 seconds of the round, FUT have been afforded all of the space in the world. You're allowed to take over all this room, ready to just blindside Yakindar. Nobody covering that one. Molodoi from behind Dice. Bomb dropped at 15. Molodoi dealt with, then the bank players toppled. Man advantage is taken back. That bank challenge from Cacerado is making the difference. There's just enough time, but he missed picking up the bomb, and that clock is gonna give FURIA a lifeline.
Wow, just barely one alive. And with so many dead, it's not even gonna be a great buy next round. It's just a round. That's all they can be happy about.
It's a round and barely.
That was a pretty good look still from FUT, the way they approached the site. They got the first entry where someone was still playing anti-flash. They really held their cards close to their chest. And immediately attack pause to figure out how to close now. I can't with that.
The fact he said it's a focus
thing.
It's a focus thing, guys. I'm just focused.
I mean, I think it's working.
That is fair. There's one of the 10 FURIA need consecutive. Looking at the buys. Hard to tell who won that last round. Yakindar, here we go, right? An aggressive stance taken towards Fountain. But it's traded back immediately. And FUT prepare themselves to walk and test that smoke. They're already well ahead of it. You've got a boost going down inside of the bomb site. That could have been an awkward dismantle, if not for Fallen at least slowing it down with a kill. Demon picks the bomb back up. Still sitting towards mud. You've got a couple players clumped up. Lau's gonna take that top rope over the bomb site. Yuri stops it in its tracks, and this stacked B bomb site is enough for FURIA to nab another.
Still only 2 alive. The guns are getting slightly better as we go forward. There will be more utility coming into play, and it might have to be FUT to take a save. So off the tack, they don't find success. They find progress, they get kills. No plant, though.
A chance for FURIA to catch their breath after the pressure was never let off in the first half. Yakindar here to have a field day on Fountain. This is going to drop 2 bodies. MP9 challenge out of Molodoi is good for the one. And that's bombed down in the middle of all this, so difficult to even go sneak a plant, but Lau will take that M4 and find a flank on Molodoy. Now you've got an MP9 for Kerbeni. No Kevlar on either. But really thinking about how could you sneak down a plant now at a minute 15.
Yeah, or even just one more kill. Like keep everything low. I mean, won't matter too much, but it will make the one round they need to win a little easier. Potentially keep the op out of Molodoy's hands as long as possible. One flash and a dream. And for the time being, towards A, it is just Yuri. Teammates are actually a mile away, so he might even just... It looks like he's going to go down swinging.
There's their arrival announced. Yuri locking this in, no damage dealt. Kerbeni switching back to the Desert Eagle, gets the instant headshot trade, and Kerbeni has been lights out.
He's got a molly now.
Yeah, if only he had the Kevlar. Aim punch is gonna serve up a problem. Optimus wrap around towards dumpsters, that's the end of him. Insta-kill with the headshot from Fallen, 2 survive for FURIA, and they will find themselves another on this journey to overtime.
They're trying to keep it calm. It is 7 rounds to go. Still feels unfathomable that they actually make the comeback happen. As FUT still have successful rounds. They still have bomb plants. They still hit good shots. They come into this round with basically nothing, and they still get 3 kills. But no round versus FURIA. CT side is guaranteed, even if it's close. As much as they looked offline in that first half, they're obviously going to tell us that they were feeling off. They never got online the server. They woke up too late or whatever. And if they do, if FUT start getting a little nervous, then there is still time for it to go wrong for them. They have to stay focused. Because if this was a full-powered FURIA right now, they would make the comeback. That might be a well-played fade. Oh, that's just nasty.
Sir, good spam, and then Yekindar activating at the perfect moment. So that's the 5v3 established in the gun round. Another comfortable place to find yourself in, FURIA. Win this one, and you're halfway to FUT's score. Smoke in front of barrels, lets FUT get onto the perimeter of sight. And there's so many numbers strong here for FURIA. You'd think they've got this bomb site wrapped up already. Lau's gonna bring it back with 1. Tuggs gets a double, jumping over top of the barrels, and it's another close round suddenly. Lau's got bomb on his back, 20 seconds to go.
Big chance for a clutch, but
trying to figure out this close player as well. He'll have time to clear it. Yeah, he's gonna clear the water. And as he peeks into it, he wins that fight. It's right there for the taking now. 6 seconds, and it's gonna be Lau to close.
What a clutch.
FUT will not waste this opportunity. An absolute upset here on Overpass that nobody could see coming, and this series heads to Dust 2.
From an impressive fight that we saw on Anubis, they were taking a swing at the Giants in FURIA, but then on Overpass, it's unbelievable. It's not what we expected. The stats told the lies. The ideas told the lies. We told the lies. FURIA could not match up with the young players of FUT who were swinging, who were playing confident, who were pushing their positions, and that was a true masterclass.
It was it was extremely hard for FURIA to keep track of what FUT were doing in that first half. FURIA were definitely the team of 2025 when it came to Overpass. Even looking back at last year in their few losses, the worst loss that they had, they still got 8 rounds. They only got 5 here. This is ridiculous that FUT were able to pull that off, and I feel like FURIA themselves are going to be scratching their heads like, did we come into the season weak, or is this FUT team just coming out of nowhere and taking names?
I'm going to just look at it from this side of things. It felt like to me that we saw the real FUT. We've seen this in many times, many games, where these underdog teams, these younger teams, don't play the way they would against other teams. They play a little bit backwards in themselves, you know? They're not giving their full confidence, saying it with chest. Well, they did from the very first round on Overpass. Jugs' 1v3, that was a thing of beauty.
We just talked about how great Jugs' mechanics are, and I feel like that's all that really needs to be praised here, because even going for this one is so difficult. I feel like a few pistol players nowadays are just going to hang back, see if they get any freebies, but he pushes on forward, and again, look at how his crosshair just locks on to everybody. It's so clean, and even though this is a great high-low setup between the remaining two players from FURIA, he just takes them both down with headshots. It's so sick.
It's like they weren't ready to react on it as well. If you hear the Glock shots coming back, there wasn't that many, but he's just popping them down. He's getting it done. And you know what? I'm the hype bringer. That's my phrase. But he brought the hype to the whole team after that one, man. He did it in a spectacular way. And something like that, when you just lost out on Anubis, probably does ignite the rest of the team. Imagine the vibes.
Without a doubt. I mean, on an Anubis game that probably was a little bit closer than we even expected, a couple close rounds easily could have gone their way to swing it, to just play your team back into it, to build the momentum. Because, I mean, FURIA, if they got rolling on that T side of Overpass, able to just run all their plays with all their utility, could have been a completely different story. So it was so imperative that they got off on a good foot.
And they really did get on a good foot. FUT.
Oh, Jesus.
You did it, bro.
I really did. Was not trying to do that. No. Okay.
The holds and the lockdowns, though, that's what we need to look at, right? Because that's what I was seeing. There was aggression, but then there was also these impressive holds.
Without a doubt. I mean, the flashes here, the utility, it was really strong from the FURIA side to breach, but it was also equally strong from the FUT side. I mean, the counter utility protocols are clearly in place. It gets a little bit messy. There's a bit of a scramble here, but you could see, again, they just throw the barrel smoke to block off those oncoming FURIA players. The players on the team are ready to fight around it. In general, I just think the spacing and the help from FUT looked so solid in what could have easily been a scramble round, because FURIA win a few more of those kind of pop plays on the B bomb site than you'd want, even against tier 1 opposition.
And by the way, people who maybe just look at these guys and say, oh, it's only aggression, that's all they can do, they're not watching the games, right? That's just some low-tier analysis. Then you look at this, they have well-measured responses of how they're taking map control, how they're diving around the things, and we see a mix of the aggression and good holds like that, and the chemistry as well. The next bit, though, we do need to look at some of the aggression, because it's just fun to watch.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I feel like the A defense was also such a problem for FURIA, that it's such a hard time dispatching of some of these players. Even though Yakindar gets a little glimpse of that player that's playing forward towards Party, it's Demon that actually pushes out, gets one. They go 1 for 1 in terms of the trades here, but look at just how active FUT are. Even 30 seconds later, Demon goes out for a single peek right there. 20 seconds later, he does get taken down towards long as he's trying to find out something, but FUT keep on pushing. They have a couple guys scouting out that monster area, which allows them to center their defense. So 2 of the players can play on that A bomb site. They can just play back. They know where the next hit is coming from, and even though it is Cemetery that's able to take down those players, there was eventually going to be a flank too. So I feel like FUT really took a hold of this game instead of doing what we were kind of worried that teams that are down, underdog teams do, which is just they play back, they let the pro team, the tier 1 team, just do everything that they want to, because FUT, they played on their own terms.
Yeah, they really did play on their own terms. And I want to highlight Demon next, because Demon's a player who I remember, this is going to be a fun little story. It was either the Stockholm or Antwerp Major, an army who's the head of esports for Na'Vi. He brought Demon over and he told me, I believe in this kid. He's going to be one of the next things. He was on Na'Vi for a long time. And at first, you might have looked at some of his results and his scores and thought, maybe he's not like as great or as hyped up. But in this game, he's shown us some of them beautiful moments, as he has been doing under FUT.
Demon was extremely solid as just the short B player. A couple times they pulled him on over for those A-site defenses too, and he's definitely one of the more unsung guys. I think Makaze, back when they were under the Na'Vi label, definitely stole the show. Now I feel like it's Jugs that is probably the one that's shooting up in the ranks in terms of just stature and reputation, but Demon's been really solid throughout all of this. So for him to get his moment here against FURIA in a variety of forward situations, sometimes as we saw in that one round, round 10, he maybe can bite off a little bit more than he can chew, but there's a reason behind it. He's not just pushing for no reason. He's pushing to get information for the team. So you really do sometimes need that aggressive guy that'll just throw caution to the wind so that you can center your defenses better.
And then we got to look at Jugs as well, because he's a name we've just mentioned almost every game when it comes to this team. The eye test is not lying to us.
This dude is so clean. I mean, it's one of the slickest performances in terms of mechanics, where I'm just constantly baffled by the fact that every time someone ends up on this guy's screen, feels like there's just so few wasted movements with his crosshair. It's so centered. It just so consistently delivers these frags that are so needed when he is defending. So, I mean, I feel like I really can't stress enough how sublime his crosshair moves. It's just so slick from target to target, and it's not just overshooting. That's just one of those things where these new kids on the block, I mean, in terms of aim trainers, whatever they're using, or even just how they're warming up, sometimes it just feels a little different, the amount of control and even stopping power on their mouse pads.
Should we be worried now for Furia, though? Because just from what we saw on Overpass, like, was that a worrying sign that it wasn't even much of a battle back into this series? Into this map, sorry.
Lightly. Yeah. Because Overpass was where the series was supposed to end. I wasn't mincing words or anything or overhyping Furia when I said this series should end prior to it starting. So because Dust 2, it's a little bit more of an even battlefield for these guys. I'm sure we'll get into it more, but it's something that's not a red flag necessarily, like everybody can slip up in online performances, but I'm a little bit concerned that Furia didn't show a bit more, that they weren't able to just kind of curtail all of the aggressive moves that FUT were constantly throwing out.
Well, Cemetery is the one I'm looking at when it comes to all of this, because he may be the one with the graveyard in his name, but it's Furia that could be going there if they lose this map. That's where we're going next. It's Dust 2 coming up. We're going to a break and we'll be back in a few. It was not expected that we would get to this stage, but FUT have proven that they are more than capable of taking FURIA on one of their best maps, if not their best map. You said the best map for them in 2025.
I'm not gonna back down on that. This was their bread and butter map.
Stick to your guns, Maui.
It was. 2020 hindsight Andes can say that it was always going to be a close affair or something like that. It wasn't. It was never supposed to be, okay? This is new data that's entering my system, and it's making me lightly concerned for FURIA, but more so excited for FUT.
You know, why I'm worried about this kind of thing is because when we're looking at it, it's right now all the pieces of FUT except the AWPers performing better than the FURIA players. Molodoi is just saving the day as much as he can, and he doesn't have much competition on the other side if we look at this.
I might have legitimately overrated FURIA's Anubis performance because Molodoi saved them in so many different situations.
But you did mention to us, you didn't lie, you said the rest of them weren't really there. You pointed that out early on.
True. Thank you for giving me that sort of credit. And I feel like FURIA are going to have to keep relying on Molodoi. In terms of the head-to-head here between these two oppers, Molodoi has been the highest rated player on Dust 2 for FURIA, and I don't think that's by mistake. They set him up very frequently with the op, both on CT side and T side, to look for a lot of different picks. So I don't think Cemetery has been necessarily that bad, but he doesn't really match up to me in the head-to-head.
And we don't normally look at like the AWPers as a one-to-one battle, right? They're often not fighting against them. But how important is it that he has a good game here if Molodoi starts farming? Can that be the difference maker that carries FURIA over the line once again?
I know we don't always look at that, but people have pulled up the stats in terms of how good Molodoi was in op v op duels in 2025, and he was the best. He was taking down people like Zywoo, Monasi. Didn't matter who he was facing up against. If it was a scoped weapon versus Molodoi's scope weapon, he was winning that at a higher clip than anybody else in Tier 1.
He hears the other orb shot across the side of the map, and he just starts rotating over.
Oh, he's hunting it, yeah.
I'm getting you, boy.
He wants that fight.
But looking at how Dust 2 can play out here, this is a good map for FURIA normally, right? It's a one they're very well versed in. But I am worried about how FUT will play it against them. I feel like that could throw them off kilter once again.
There's one strat that I feel like FUT always loves to keep going to, which can upset FURIA. They really like their late long takes, and that's going to be Fallen on the defense there. So you got to be concerned because I like Fallen. Everything he brings for this team as a CT long anchor sometimes can leave a little bit to be desired.
He's going to be calling for backup, calling for extra flashes, trying to get some extra help in there.
But that's a problem. If you're always just taking Molodoi over to try to lock that down with you, then you lose so much of that fear factor of him pressing up through mid doors, at short with the boost. So this is kind of a good matchup for FUT in terms of if they just kind of play the style that they have for the last handful of months, they might be able to find some sort of in on their own T side.
Now with what we're looking at here, FUT, though, are still underdogs massively within this, right? We've got to set the stage correctly. But if you're looking at this and saying with fresh eyes and what you've seen, with that momentum coming in, is it a bit more worrying than you would have expected?
Because Overpass was so much of a stomp, yes. It did even feel like FURIA played themselves back into it. The fact that they lost on a 1v2 clutch from Longs, I mean, that's the exact kind of weapon that can really just break things open in terms of space taking. I mean, Longs, I think he isn't quite reaching the heights of Makaze necessarily, but he has, in fact, just been a good can opener, at least in this series.
Well, Maui, I gave all my energy last time around. Scrawny and Lornas, you gotta take the rest. Go!
For one last time.
Oh, I got it, James. I got it all. I got it all. I got it all. Wonders.
I promise, no FUT jokes this map.
It gets serious.
There's none left. It's serious because
it gets serious right now.
We saw a masterclass on Overpass. I think No just tweeted that was the worst FURIA Overpass loss. I don't know since when. Feels like since ever.
All time.
And it was, you know, people are going to look at the nameplates and go, well, you know, FUT, it must have just been a FURIA failure. But we watched it, and FUT did plenty of great things. So I think they've convinced a lot of people they're strong, and this is their chance. This is their eyeballers' chance, sort of. Imagine they make it to LAN. Imagine it.
Can't really piece that together just yet. Mentally, I'm not ready to say that FURIA have this kind of a shortcoming.
Imagine they set foot on LAN.
I'm just not ready to accept it yet.
Imagine we could smell the feet in person. Okay, I'm just done.
You said you were done, bro, and then you get in a sniffing joke. You freak. Better get the strobe lights ready for the studio. We need Loud playing in the same kind of an environment if they reach the land.
Could we put a Christmas tree behind him?
It's a big if. But it is map 3.
And it's, yeah, 1 map to go. They showed they have the energy, and FURIA never showed us they actually woke up at all on Overpass. That ended up on another clutch for FUT. They've had so many clutches, in fact. They're definitely overshadowing FURIA. It's time to leave their final mark.
Flat play held on to. Diux with the insta-kill. Krabeni from the corner, and the Beretta's rip. Flashbang's gonna help. He gets the damage in, and Lau's there to finish it off. Another pistol round here for FUT.
These guys are gunning
Pressure's
hard.
on.
Second flash was excellent when they re-aggressed in the tunnels. They had plenty of guys there. Close left, one uncleared. Like, definitely FURIA didn't play well on Overpass. We can say that for sure. They weren't shooting hard enough. Things can change map to map. But like usually you want the small comeback just to show that they woke up late. And then you go back and then you think about Anubis, and you mentioned already the fact that Molodoi had to play out of his mind actually for them to close. It felt like that was going to be the close map of the series. So we'll see if FURIA's confidence is hurt. We know they can play better, but are they going to?
Looking to bombard the B site, Util over top. Diux holds on to his vision. Lau and him combining to just chew through this attempt from FURIA that gets nothing. Ooh. Turn it upside down. Head back to spawn. Bring something else to the table. It's a save on the other side of this one. It's a 3-0 start made easy by the way they just shut that down. 5 players still standing.
No deaths, no plants. It's exactly what FURIA wanted to try to do with that B exec. Counter flashes were great. Long range MP9 kills were stylish. And now FUT, well, they've got a Glock round to farm up even more.
Ow. Massive nade damage to make this one all the worse for FURIA. Let them get close to this bomb site. Let them think they've got a chance, but obviously they knew from the get-go, no sir. 3-0 and moving it forward.
When are they going to win you over, Connor?
FUT?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm just still in shock. Like, I'm not trying to take anything away from them. I'm just still so shocked that FURIA are coming in with nothing. Like, I'm waiting for the Queserado round, the Yuri hold, the something. The something. I can't imagine a world where we go 3 maps in this series and the only person on FURIA in any of those 3 maps to do anything is Molodoi.
The only player on FURIA who has a kill this game is Molodoi.
You know,
They're still on their bonus round.
Yep. And they'll hang on to that. Almost in an MP9, letting FURIA take some space. Their first gun round in play here, round 4. It's in a bonus round, and it's not even one of those bad bonus rounds. Double MP9 and a FAMAS. Bodies lean towards A out of the gate.
The longest a bonus round has lasted is what I'm wondering.
Yeah, we get to 45 seconds, and it's not even because FUT have really thrown anything FURIA's way to stall them out. They just let that clock burn down.
That's already a bad sign, isn't it?
Take up catwalk control. You've been surrounded. Everybody's ready to go. If you are FUT,
yeah.
You've already got a flank in position. If Long A does decide to push, it's going to confirm bodies out from elbow. What did they get for it? Flashbang coverage is great. Demon's FAMAS gets a double. And so it's going to be Molodoi to try to be the hero. He's the guy that saved Anubis, and he's here to find impact. A climb up from Krabeni could get caught, but he doesn't actually commit to it, and so bomb's gonna go down.
Oh, here's a one frag. There we go. Yakinder on the board.
Gets caught out. Lau doubles back from Long. Fallen in no man's land. Gonna try to stop that CT retake. And Lau's gonna find one. That M4 could still be picked up. He's got the kit. He's got 100 health. The challenge from the side of the smoke. That's where Molodoy comes through.
He's got to do it all.
So it's a triple kill from Molodoy. He was enough back on Anubis, and he will be enough in the first round win for Furia's Dust 2.
And we look at like Donk's Dust 2. It's just to show the example of what you can do on the map. A 1.60 on the entire year for Donk. It is a map that, like, of all maps, if you have an individual talent to the level of Molodoy, they can actually save the day for you. Back on Overpass, it was supposed to be more of a team affair. And FURIA are supposed to be great at it, but they couldn't highlight that. And here's Molodoy just racking up more. So, Vikander has 1 kill, Molodoy has the rest. The Fallen's in there too. That was actually a nice one. Pick off from elbow.
There you go, Fallen. That nade lands on his head. Working their way up catwalk with utility support again. Cemetery taking off his angle.
This one's coming in late, but it's not versus a Goose player or 3 on A. The big difference is the op on car. 45 HP. Push kind of gets denied here, just even being spotted. And no flash, actually.
Easy hold, right? Same
Did they
numbers.
not have... Oh, Molodoy had a flash. That's it.
Coming from the same direction. Molodoy's also got the bomb, so now he's going to have to be a part of the players that work up. Yuri's going to find one in middle, but takes damage from that duel, and Krabeni's able to clean it up. Great flashbang, but Molodoy regains vision.
Somehow.
And so on 6 health, he's looking to make the difference. Good damage coming out from Kesarado as well, and so the last 2 remaining players of Furia combine to hang on to this bomb site, but it is a winnable 1 versus 2 here for Krabeni.
Big time.
Never went for the reload after that first kill towards Yuri. 20 bullets to make this happen. Coming up the ramp, player in the back drops popped. He didn't see it. Molodoy comes back with the no-scope.
Wow.
He didn't see that.
Wow, man, that's shocking. Now we're watching.
Where you been this whole time, buddy? Looked up from his laptop like, shit, this is cinema. You see his head right there?
Oh, he just missed that. The gun swapping over his back. Molodoy thought he was cooked.
And the no-scope?
Yeah.
Come on now.
So, okay. Everyone's got 1 kill. Molodoy's got the rest. It's unreal.
A little more emphasis on long this round for Furia.
This will be one of the series. If you lose, you're on the other team. You go on Twitter. You go GG Molodoy, right? You go GG to Molodoy.
Sure. Give credit where it's due and don't spread the love. Leaning back as FUT tried to get ahead of what has been this cat-heavy play into the A site. But it's a just slight enough change for Furia that nobody's even watching this. We get that turnaround from CT spawn in time. Krabeni does get wind of the crossover. They didn't announce it with any utility. Lau's getting shaped down to half health. Not ideal for him and this cat hold as Yuri comes up with a kill. And the only thing left is this scramble through the mid doors. Jugs comes up with it.
Can they get back into this? Both known. Kesarado tagged to half, late smoke. They could even go for a long push if Molodoy wants to, but bomb's planted for him in the end. And they're gonna swing through. Oh, he eats his own teammate's flash. Well, that'll be the end of that. And this one's definitely more of a team effort. Furia make this difficult. But yeah, when you do contrast it to like Eyeballers and Vitality, it was Vitality were playing well and Eyeballers were still keeping up.
Yeah.
So it was just a lot of disappointment from FURIA last map. The first map felt like it had a little bit of both, but it was really Molodoi. We just couldn't be sure of it yet. So always good when you see more of a team effort, no matter how many star players you've got. What's Lau going to have to do in February when he takes that down?
What's he going to have to do when he qualifies to land?
He's got to pack it.
Better bring it with him. I got neighbors that leave their Christmas lights on all year long.
There you go.
They're not my favorite neighbors, but, you know. Double M4 still out here on the field off of FUT's first pause. 5-7 pressed into the door. Supported by a rifle, one of the two. The other one sitting over there towards B side. I suppose if it is going to be A pressure again, like it has been this whole time for FURIA, transitions you back into the double rifle save easily. But Lau, nobody covering the door. Yuri's going to be found back turn. There's a now third weapon in the hands, and a missed off shot from Molodoi means that rifle escapes in time. And they understand what's up. This commitment into the A play. Oh,
what a shot.
Deagle headshot over the smoke and 3 guns on the scene. He goes in for second servings. Can't handle the pistol. We get a recovery back from csgo and Fallen. Numbers get evened out.
No further Molotov on the ramp. They'll just be able to scale here. CT smoke comes out.
Demon's flank is coming in through catwalk. Bomb drop thanks to the smoke spam. Molodoi down to half and Demon strikes. csgo from inside of it dead. With 2 rifles, it's Lau to push into the tunnels and rob this round out of FURIA's hands.
It was the perfect hunt for him. He knew exactly where Yuri would be standing, took that AK away. Molodoi missed a shot as he fell back. And from there, everything toppled. FURIA just felt pressured to go right into that cat exec.
What's Molodoi watching in that moment?
What, Yuri? Or was that Molodoi?
No, Molodoi was in cutout. Top
he was a green box?
Yeah.
Was he just watching the cat push?
You had cat control already. You had teammates pushed up it.
Oh, yeah. True. Maybe he was watching the long push? I actually
Pretty sure they have that too.
Not sure. Couldn't tell you. I'm not blaming Molodoi for a thing. I don't even care if he messed up.
Lau just slips the net.
Yeah, hit that shot.
Long. Must have been watching long. This is where the CTs mount their retake.
Ooh, this is a whole site, man. I mean, some very fast flank. Oh, Molodoi, I don't think Demon expected him just to be out in the open like that.
Still, though, look, Fallen just turned around, and he's considering both sides. Again, wow.
Okay.
Wow. Just walks right in. He's going to smoke off tunnels, and now you're going to have 2 FURIA players trying to just sprint through to save this. It's done.
That's just a massive risk from Fallen, right? Because they only have window to watch, and Fallen's looking behind him. They're both watching the same thing. They have door smoked, so only one place they can come out.
We got a little disjointedness here by FURIA.
A little bit, yeah. I think that one's on Fallen a little bit. Got bored, maybe.
Great timing as well by FUT to get through. Obviously, there was pieces coming back to take over tunnels for Fallen and FURIA, but they just weren't in place in time.
Probably thought they were going to flash or something as well.
Right, announce it, yeah, something, but no.
Nope.
The Krebeni's on that guy. He just walks right through the smoke.
He does not make that pause. This Uggs on that guy.
Huge set of Uggs.
The Demon's on that guy. All right.
Economy under question now. FURIA pressure's back on. Molodoi can give you moments. It was enough on Anubis. Will it be enough on Dust too? Because it's starting to feel like more of the same that led us to this third map.
Cleared up mid entirely. I think FUT are here just expecting it to eventually be a cat play, so it'll have to be just a great raw sight hold or the double entry from Yakinder, you know. That could always be queued up.
It lands right ahead of them.
Through this.
AK dead and well repositioned. Loud drops off his roost.
And that's kind of how you hold that, like cover both things.
Yeah.
That's that, you know.
Makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
Barrel stuff.
Leave it to the CTs to know how to defend the site.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a massive skill check for FURIA.
Sorry, which of these teams is technically ranked Valve #1? Right now, FUT stomping all over FURIA. As Lau stops it in its tracks. They don't even lose a body there in round 10. 9. The 10th features weapons back for FURIA at least. FURIA not making this third map look any easier as time goes on. Molodoy's posted up.
Oh, yeah, that was better spawn. That was just, you know, best CT spawn is gonna... It's just that Molodoy thought he... That's just that's a game of chance.
Thought wrong.
Indeed.
And paid the price. Cemetery boosted up, not afraid to hang on to this angle for an extra second, but Yakindar will come through with the headshot.
Pushes up close though off cat. They're watching it.
Trying to keep that pressure on Yakindar. Fallen's gonna catch Krebeni. That's a kill over towards long A.
Demon just staying here is crazy.
Trying to keep Yakindar locked in. Bomb still sitting outside long doors. Fallen taking his time to come back now as he throws a flashbang out. That's gonna draw Cemetary's attention over. K-Serato's got mid control as well. You can feel that FURIA have their hooks in this round. It's gonna take a heroic individual play from somebody on FUT.
Oh, well, he's actually split this up a little bit. They're out mid, though, so he just gets shot in the back.
That blindsides him.
Yeah, not even thinking about the potential for a full-on exec coming.
Shame, too, because Jugs gets that kill, taking no damage in the process. Yakindar's hoping we didn't see that one.
Yeah, it's that kind of game, eh?
But we did. Demon stomps him out, and all of a sudden, just like that, this retake's truly on. You've got a couple of flashbangs. Cemetery setting up Demon. That first flash was good, blinded both. Demon's the other one, holding on to the flash though, so now Cemetery over to the window. Fallen, concerned about the tunnels. Flash comes out from the doorway. Nobody's actually watching that window. It's just interchangeably between their two spots. They'll figure this one out, and FURIA secure their 4th.
So it won't matter. No problem. Just a little awkward. 2 players up still for FURIA in that post plant. And they trade splitting the site. I was kind of surprised he wasn't worried about someone coming at mid after he killed Dury walking out of tunnels, but... Ouch.
That's not how you want to die when you're 2 and 7.
No.
That's the way she goes. Utilities out mid. FURIA not wasting much time with this one.
Wow. Excellent grenade. FUT are kind of starting out these rounds with hard reads instead of looking mean, the setup's perfectly fine, obviously. But a little later on A. We'll see how long FURIA take, because there is a late smoke waiting for them if they do take too long. That's when you get that catwalk walk up.
Smoking the boxes, Krabeni.
Oh, they're splitting B into 3 people.
Hanging onto his line, Cemetery waiting for this CT play. Obviously getting wind of that was Krabeni. Oh, but Yakindar insta headshot. Still 2 defenders on this site at 25 seconds. Loud buys the perfect chance to pop up. Ducks from the back sight, killed to Molodoy, his rifle finding 2. And so all that damage on Molodoy, all for naught. And K-Serrato this entire time still sitting inside of their spawn. They kind of forget about him. And Krabeni just trying to walk away as FURIA close that gap to the tied 6-round half.
Every kill was so important for FURIA because like all the multi-frag positions possible from the window, the op, instant headshot from Yakindar, Molodoy's, both of Molodoy's kills, because they're not expecting 3 to be inside the site. They would have killed 2, then let their guard down. Someone would have had the bomb out. They would have got really loose with it. That could have been a Lao multi-kill for sure. That's a huge reaction out of Molodoy, man. They read the attack, they just couldn't come up with the kills.
FUT's money dries up for this one. 2 pistols out there, and so Cemetery looking for an early line. Gets caught trying to jump across. Molodoy, good on him. Again, kind of being the heavy lifter that FURIA banked on Anubis. He's back here in map 3.
And what's the big idea on the buy for FUT? That's the question.
Get what you can. Pick that second smoke grenade back up. Don't have a lot to work with. This A defense banking on a goose hold. But the rumblings of cat presence could bring somebody back from middle towards that half of the map. Right now, FURIA remain with options open. Whoa. Not expecting there to be an op on that line, but Krabeni picked it up off the corpse, and that's going to get Molodoy's attention, just in case they try it again. And Yakindar was watching door this entire time, but the moment he leaves is when Demon starts to threaten this flank. They're getting up catwalk, though, pretty quickly, pretty convincingly. And again, it all boils down to just that goose hold. Bad Molly, it spreads a bit too late. Still, Loud dies with nothing. And now that Yuri's gone unnoticed, this mid push is going to get punished. They're thinking about tunnels. Demon will strike with the element of surprise. Pops up, gets a second. And now he's got a teammate to try to pinch Yuri. All of a sudden, it is still an even situation, but they're smoked off on arrival for the cat retake.
Yeah, they've got a Molotov to work with, but I think they wish they had a smoke, maybe. This one's going to come down to the wire.
Couple flashbangs to try to get themselves through it. Yakindar taking up his position over towards Long, fallen, burning, and what a well-placed piece of util. Yakindar drawn back, they go high-low, Opper up front, and it's a shot landed. What a move here from Demon. The fact that he just moves past Yuri in mid, picks up 3 with that retrieved AWP, and it'll give FUT the 7-5 edge moving into the second half.
I mean, the unforgettable names in all through Counter-Strike. I mean, there's so many in every single generation. I think usually it's someone who's able to kind of break the rules of that particular era, someone who kind of unlocks this vision of the way they want to play the game that other people can see and build upon. One of the first I'd name is Snacks. Defined how smokes could be used, the way he played around them, the way he walked through them, the way he hid in them. That wasn't being done at the time. That particular moment is a time of greatness for Snacks. Someone like JW and Kenny S with how aggressive they were with the AWP. Trophies, winning events, going on streaks. The NIP guys, because of the streak that they went on. The Fnatic guys who established an era. There's always greatness there. I think for Pasha, I think what made him was his personality. Having someone being that outspoken and that strong and provide emotions and provide his thoughts and be entertaining in a way that the audience can connect with and fans can connect with and we as commentators can connect with. He was always able to get kills, and despite that, you'd see these moments where you were like, how is this guy a pro? Like the way he walked around corners, the way he stepped into a 1v1. In fact, pros at the time even had a name for it called the Pasha peak, which was like the slowest, most awkward peak ever. That was kind of the greatness defining mood around the team at that point. Olaf back in like 2015, he was such a force to be reckoned with. He was one of the players that Fnatic could just send out and say, find us a kill. And he could go duel 2 or 3 players at a time. He really did become that player where once upon a time he was the jack of all trades, and he was just so good at all those trades. 2016 was the era where Brazilian Counter-Strike really hit it. Fallen's greatness obviously comes from his movement and his ability to understand his positioning, take a shot, fall back, find new cover, and he was like a master of this kind of like retreating op defense that would just pick a player off. So you add all that together with his leadership and kind of the style of Counter-Strike that he developed with the Brazilians, and Fallen's just in some ways a complete package of greatness. Device was someone who kind of mastered the textbook of Counter-Strike and always played within its limits to its maximum potential. ZywOo is someone who just has incredible consistency, sharp with the AWP as well as the AK-47, extremely versatile, and he's a star player that doesn't demand a lot. Simple's greatness came from the fact that he just beat the game. He's the best player to ever touch it. His motivation at some point was, I want to put on a show. I want the crowd on their feet as I decimate you inside the server.
Simple, are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple!
And that level of greatness is really hard to achieve and might not ever be achieved again. For me, I think the GOAT conversation is a fun one. Device is the greatest CSGO player of all time. 4 majors, 21 MVPs, 20 MVPs. He was the center point for the greatest team of all time of that Astralis lineup. And then we get to ZywOo, and he's going to take the mantle of the greatest player of all time. It's just a matter of time before everyone kind of gets on board and accepts that. Someone like m0NESY, someone like Donk should be next in line to have some kind of a GOAT status conversation. You need the major trophies. You have to have them. Donk's already got one in his first rookie year. If he's doing this in year 1, where is he going to develop into? But it's competition and it's Counter-Strike, and things can change in a heartbeat.
A curveball at the end of that half. Felt like we'd still not be able to peel these two teams apart, but a 7-5 lead off of a demon heroic up that catwalk, and he ends the half tied with Lau, 12 kills each.
They picked the pizza molly. They come forward like there's only options. They lined them all up. They executed on them. They got the kill inside of middle. Everything was unlikely, but they've made a lot of unlikely rounds possible. Some good organization and great shots.
Molodoy first blood in what could be a very valuable pistol win for FURIA. Yekindar leaving a little to be desired here with his shots. Loses Fallen beside him, but he'll recover. As Demon's put down with just the 1, but Rotator's dead already. 3v3, minute 15. FUT pause with long control.
In this match, it feels like the pistol for FURIA might be necessary. Surely feeling the pressure right now. Great time to reset, though. You want to leave suspicion of the flank. And Yuri's not in a comfortable spot to like push through middle. It's got to kind of hope that it's going to end A, and it will. Wow, they're starting to believe in the move. And Yekindar, it depends if he goes and peeks this, but they're coming in to clear it hard.
He's going to pop up.
Oh,
not even going to get a chance to shoot back. They just see him around the front of the windshield. Molodoy's Berettas miss.
I did not see anyone sneak into car either.
Now it feels like FUT suddenly have this insurance policy with car control themselves. It's pressure on FURIA to pick up this pistol, and they're playing without a kit.
I mean, they don't know about car. They're down a player.
And you've got pretty solid spots in both car and the ramp, and by the looks of it, the site player as well is just going to look to keep his head tucked. Yuri's going to find Cemetery first. Berettas need to be reloaded. Molodoy's got to save them again.
Yeah, there's no kit.
55 health. Bomb is ticking quickly. Molodoy's going to try to charge it down, and he gets the second frag, but there's no time for the defuse. They waited a little too long for Yuri to get up that catwalk.
Ooh.
FURIA about to feel the real pressure sink in.
Yeah, we see a deep exhale there from Molodoy as they recognize the circumstances. It's a 3-round gap now. We saw how the first half started, though. Completely caught out.
Yeah, FURIA opt to save this time. Willing to concede a 9-5 lead. All in the hopes of making sure their first gun round is convincing and has all the tools for the job. Molodoy top mid presence, turn back, disappears. Nobody home in mid, nobody home on B. Just a gamble stack coming out of FURIA in a desperate time on Dust 2.
I mean, if there's a way that these pistols can win, it'll be like this.
They picked the right bomb site, but again, working with little. Lau goes out first. USP found and dealt with swiftly. 3 kills. Stack bomb site or not, they just simply don't have the weapons for the job. And Yuri is going to be figured out as well. Not a single death racked up versus FUT. That 9-5 lead that FURIA were happy to give over is indeed materialized, but their guns start now. And the comeback has to start now.
I know, right? But it doesn't... We're not getting the signs, really.
I mean, we're getting more of what Anubis was, which is just another moment where Molodoy can win rounds on his own. 5 frags for Fallen, Yakindar, and Yuri versus FUT.
And you can feel it. You can see the moments. You can see the lack of clutches that they can close. Who's able to get opening kills, who's not. And on the other side, they just have a litany of heroes.
But the closer they get to this victory, the more FUT will have to face that intangible pressure that comes with the thought of actually finishing off this upset. It's one thing to push FURIA to their limits, it's another thing to materialize the win. And you're up against guns now. Molodoy's got his op, and Molodoy has been, again, the beacon of hope here for FURIA tonight. But no test really offered over to FUT. They will take control of Catwalk. They will clump up happily. MAC-10's a part of this pack. And Molodoy setting up utility for Yakindar to try to get something from this forward spot. Flash goes in. The Yakindar peek, there with a freebie. Confirms all of those numbers. And FUT, 40 seconds if they have other ideas.
They're still in an okay spot to go for with the cat exec. See how low the utility is for FURIA. They're the ones who are actually a little bit worried. They really want to keep numbers high in this situation. I don't know how Molodoy could even stop the plant.
So wall of smokes put up, fire on the bomb site. Krabeni to try and challenge the CT corner. Missed shot from Molodoy. Gets taken down to 16, but still no frags found. And Yuri gonna have to come and clear out the CT spawn as Fallen takes the fight up towards the ramp. We've got a man advantage, but remember that early damage. Opper still at a distance. It's a dangerous line for Molodoy. He'll come through and execute. Cemetery trying to put them all in the grave as they bottleneck on the bottom of ramp. It's a sole survivor in Yuri and a chance for FURIA's comeback to start off their first gun round.
One more moment of appreciation for Molodoy in this spot for who has low HP. Gets one peek in, all he needs is one kill. And then it's just 3v2, 2v1. Easy for FURIA to make sure they get the trades. FUT make it scary, absolutely. And that's because the money for FURIA was overall pretty low. Utility was very low. They had to be offered up some raw fights, and that was a must-hit shot that connected. As far as FURIA is concerned, a win's a win, though.
It's a costly victory, but it's not double digits FUT just yet.
I know, mentally they're just looking for a kickstart.
Here we go. K Serrano gonna lock that one down. Him and Fallen doubled up on top of the door. FUT were hoping that that was gonna be far easier, but barrel stuffed by the two defenders. A comfortable back-to-back round win.
A comfortable win like start to finish. It feels like it's been years since we've got one from FURIA, so we'll see about the finish.
That we will. We'll see how much FUT are willing to risk for this as well, right? Thought of saves starting to trickle through. FURIA's CT side,
Yeah,
building
they are
up
low on
cash,
money, aren't they?
right? Again, do you have the bravery that it takes to still run risks? Because a 3v5 commitment in this round is most certainly a risk. Highest performing FURIA player, a part of this A defense as well. They try to throw Cemetery out on it, and Molodoy will not miss that chance to strike another one down. They're gonna get caught out in no man's land attempting to take this A site. Molodoy missed shot, gives them a little more room to work with. It draws out the nades. They're concerned about the flank, and they've got good cause to be. Hold on, challenge towards long, and Molodoy puts that off right back on the angle. The MP9 arrives, and they're gonna just still overwhelm. It cuts 2 players off the FURIA camp, but it's back-to-back round wins nonetheless.
I didn't even think Molodoy could get back on cycle that quickly, just for that one peek. Again, sliver of an angle. Maybe it doesn't matter for winning the round, but it does matter for winning the round dominantly, and they actually do that this time. Having both pistols is a huge boost, obviously, for FUT, but it won't guarantee them the win, as we can see. That was tasty.
Easy pickings here for FURIA. Free runway as the double ops come out.
This is kind of a critical moment for FURIA because like they can make a lot of money here, but FUT have really done a good job on ecos, getting kills and everything. And it looks like they will bank a lot off of this win.
Double op reveals itself. Shooting gallery through the mid gap.
And this is where the CT advantages really start coming through. You keep 2 ops, extra bank for rebuys. Molodoy. Tagged one there, 5 up. As they make it a 1-round game. And as much as this would be super disappointing for FURIA to win this or to lose this game, I think FUT for about a map and a half now felt like this is their match to lose and are so close to getting on land. And after having such a successful couple of months, I'm sure it will sting if they can't close this 1 win out.
Well, luckily for them, even a part of this formula right now is still just Molodoy. 20 kills, 11 deaths. Not one other player on his team has even reached 10 yet. It's the same formula that won FURIA Anubis. When you've got the Rookie of the Year, surely you can lean on him, but have they leaned on him too hard to start this year? Giving yourself a little leeway. It's not like FUT are standing on the finish line, still only 9 rounds to their name. But if they start to take their game plan away from Molodoy, because so far it has just been these A plays out of this T side, we'll see how mobile Molodoy can remain. And we'll see if FUT have any kinds of answers. They've been very good off the attack pauses with adaptations. Molodoy given a chance to go hunting into the tunnels. He is very much operating alone here. Nobody to send out nades for him. He's just instantly on that fallback. Has to forego tunnels and the mid control. He'll try to pop it open and nets himself his own frag. And just inches off of finding a second one towards top middle as well.
It's just DIY with Molodoy.
Plays in front of the smoke like it's not a problem. Confident in his ability to just linger out here in the open ground, and that's why you keep giving him a challenge. He will step up to the plate. That much proven already. And a frag grenade with Lau's name on it. It's going to take all the wind out of the sails here of FUT. This game is a tied endeavor. Stuck inside of the tunnels. Total map control as Fallen sits inside of your spawn. You got nowhere to go. You can try your damnedest to move this one forward, but you're already tagged down low. And this corner position from Yukinder is going to catch it all off guard. Molodoy finds a third in this round, and he alone is driving this comeback for FURIA.
Well, sometimes you see in a FURIA, you know, a low moment, and Molodoy has a bad match. Like, we'll take the major elimination games. The shiny veneer of the whole team sort of goes away for a second. You realize how important this one player can be, and it's moments like this where you really see it. It's a qualifying match to a LAN, but all the same, they just wouldn't be able to do it without him. This is just raw impact to its highest degree.
Now we get a touch of desperation here in round 19. Pistols up, 4 foot. Yuri hanging onto the platform. Takes 2 players down with him, but does burn to a crisp. Yukinder wants to challenge through the doorway. Molodoy tagged down to 44. Yukinder makes his move, and that's going to just take it down inside of the bomb site. No chance at the plant. No chance at the round. 4 survive for FURIA as they pull into the lead.
They pulled into the lead. Somehow in this match, they've actually got back into the lead.
After all the struggles, the trials, I know how. It's fueled by Molodoy.
Yeah.
The rest of FURIA can start to find their moments here when the rounds get easy versus pistols, but Molodoy the savior when the pressure was really on throughout Dust 2.
Best dressed at the HLTV Awards.
Yet to be seen whether they can change it up in the face of this high-performing Molodoy. He goes back into tunnels. We know he's already wanted to start rounds here. Fantastic frag, lands right on top of Lau again. And he's been muzzled by this utility damage in these last couple rounds, but they'll come through with an execute. Yuri, fully blind, goes unchecked, and as he regains vision, he goes big.
Okay, Yuri.
Anchors that bomb site successfully. Car crossover. In a 2v4 attempt, Cemetery hands busy with the plant. Molodoy hot on the flank already. That tunnels push worth its weight in gold as they'll trade out their opper and get one step closer to the finish on Dust 2.
Man, goes for Hummer in a spot like that. He's solo anchor on the site. Full exec coming his way, blind the entire time. As soon as he comes to, they may have cleared him right after looking at Car, but as soon as he comes to, perfect first shot. And the spray control here with the silenced M4, it's exquisite. Game's running away from FUT now. So it's like lots of money's getting banked here for FURIA as well. No ideas are actually turning into rounds. They're down to the last timeout. And they're a young team, you know, and they can feel it slipping. It's going to compound.
Never have they had such a great chance to upset. Never have they known what it feels like to see that slip away.
Yeah.
And that roller coaster of emotions that they've so clearly been on in this game, you could see it starting to stack up. That last hold from Yuri just feels like a pile driver when the pressure's at its highest. It's another gun round afforded to them, but I mean, Molodoy has just turned this game upside down. That's probably what it feels like if you're FUT. Head over heels, spiraling out of control as Molodoy again has the confidence to just go hunting towards top middle. But they don't want to give a bone over to FUT. So he peels back with that utility pressure, keeping things even 5v5.
Massive activity inside of mid, but doesn't complete the kill. They have the smoke down and suicide. He has 2 attempts at shots. He scared them for sure that they can come back and take it. It doesn't really have a huge effect on the round in terms of time. It'd be very easy to re-clear things. FUT could win back a lot of their confidence just picking up a round right now, but oh, more good utility here from the FURIA side.
Nicely done.
Oh, Crabini's lucky to be alive.
Tapping back into the double nades we saw so regularly on Anubis.
Molodoy just teleporting to their position, spotting this attempt at a cat play, supporting Smoke lands after he leaves.
35 to the clock. It just feels like no matter where they go, Molodoy gets there first.
They're low on grenades now. It's actually Molodoy the flashes and Cacerato's B-side with the molly. They're flanking long.
Yeah,
they
Fallen. He's got this wrapped up, but it's also assuming that
a cat play. He's just turned into a retaker. He should actually go back, I think.
Right now, Molodoy is looking to hold. He's just lost his teammate on the site. Oh, Demon double headshot.
Wow.
Fallen tries to make this happen with the 5-7 flank around, but oh my God.
They did pull it off just now. That was awkward because, I mean, a long flank sounds like a great idea, but they had 2 ops on A right there.
Fallen goes flanking with the 5-7 in hand because he has it, but it's like if you have the op on long, don't you? I mean, I
guess Molodoy was floating so much that he started A, and then they just ended up in an awkward spot.
They brought Yakindar up. I want to see those headshots at a Demon.
To be fair to Fallen, you can't predict both your teammates are going to die that quickly. If they had put up any kind of hold, he could have been a very fast flank on Cat, and he tells them they don't have to worry about long, but it doesn't help them. Demons destroyed him. 1-round game.
That's what FUT needed right here, right now. Some kind of individual hero. Make a difference, make it feel alive. Watch this.
They took some damage, but they didn't lose any players, so it's a nasty couple entries.
Just ready for Molodoy on that angle. Pressure right back onto FURIA. They know that they've had this streak of winning ways. It was 6 rounds in a row. Only the 3rd terrorist round win here for FUT. Silver lining there is they've got still tons of cash for the attack. That bomb site falls with no defense posted out of FURIA.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be full strength rounds to the end. No matter who wins this. Oh, more good utility. And we saw that utility last round didn't have a huge impact, but they've been consistently able to land these grenades. Ooh.
Kindar just gives up his angle and the nades follow him.
Kind of want to get quick about it. Yakindar's got an HE though. They've got to still be careful about that. One's going to come.
When that last round came so easily off of the double Demon entry, I'm sure there's a part of your brain that thinks you could just tap back into it, but how many times are you going to get it over Molodoy that easily? Because yet again, he is right back to that car angle.
Haven't made a total decision yet, and Fallen Spots actually, like, this is so key. With Molodoy, it's such a good way to get more than 1 kill in this position. They're right about this split.
And the flashbang finds nothing. Back turn, bomb delivered. FURIA queue up a 12th round as it's going to be utility underhanded. Cemetery doesn't get that Fallen frag back. A slight variation from FURIA and a little bit of a change up from FUT that walks right into that trap. They have no chance to get this bomb back. They have no opportunity to deny FURIA a 12th round. 2 map and match points secured off of the back of a change up for long control. FUT not wanting to go back to that cat emphasis. They just wanted something a little different, and you haven't seen Molodoy dueling on long like that, and yet the moment they go for it, they fall for it as well.
And last round we had Fallen go for the push. This time he's in a very committed position for a late round long play. Reads that really right here. And while FUT did nothing wrong, like they exec'd on a good amount of time, they had every player alive. I think they did feel a little indecisive on Cat. I think they were hoping to just get an early frag, and FURIA just didn't give them any options for that.
Feels like Fallen knows he just outcalled that, right?
Yeah.
Little change up.
Yeah. A B play was definitely possible there for FUT, but they're really, you know, they like A site.
Smile
might be a little scared of Yuri too.
That's fair. His triple lockdown.
That's a great name. Man, they're just so good. Oh my goodness, the value on that. 150 damage. Oh, and a little tag.
You know, we go right back to Anubis in terms of the win conditions. Molodoy's star-studded performance here on map 3. The frag grenades that are just landing to perfection were also apparent back on map 1. But FUT did suddenly just have that burst of entry ability off the back of Demon mere rounds ago. They will try to tap back into it with this cat play. And Yakindar Misses his frag.
Well, they might not be worried about this one now, and
luckily he's got another. But he opts not to throw it. That's going to keep the health bars of FUT higher for now.
That's going to be the cat exec, and then the nade definitely hits, and there's a couple of players that can't afford that.
See how the timing all boils down. Smoke lands at 42 seconds. Frag comes in a little ahead of the pack. Molodoy and Fallen are also here layered up for this hold. There's no more nades that are going to flash, and they don't even announce it. Fallen spams down. Molodoy hits his headshot. FUT go all in on the challenge. Fallen off of the side of ramp, cleared, and Molodoy dives back into cover. They don't announce themselves. They just dive that bomb site. FURIA have so much cash that this retake is inevitable, but what about the success of it?
It'll be a clash head-to-head, 2v2 on Cat to kick things off. Molodoy, we'll see if he gets peeked.
Yuri running in. Molodoy goes down. It's gotta be the Fangs.
Oh, what?
Serato gonna bring up the tail end of this in a 1v2, and it's an instant headshot. Falls on Kribeni, looking for the quad kill. His multi-frags have been massive, and as he swings, it's Serato to survive it. A 24th on the line, and FUT still just play that time down to the final seconds.
Oh, they got the outplay on Yakinder. No flash, nothing, just walked by that smoke. He turned to play anti, assuming they were going to do a little extra, and that wasn't the case. This one's not done.
They themselves walked away from Cat a round ago because it felt maybe a bit too predictable, but they tap back into the success of it. The 2 rounds that have broken through on this T side, barring the pistol and the conversion, come off of catwalk entries.
So now we've got both teams looking alive here. Round 24 on map 3.
These opportunities do not come often to challengers like FUT. FURIA have been able to bank on Molodoy again here in map 3. But when does it run out? Missed chance towards the opening kill. Smoke fades. Molodoy caught. Able to go back in with the duel, though. He will pop Kribeni.
They wanted him dead so badly. He knew he couldn't run, but he stood his ground.
And unfortunately for FUT, economy low, nades infrequent, and the guns lackluster.
And they saw Molodoy skip over towards A, I think.
And so a daunting thought to try to take this fight back to Molodoy again, but this is the only thing that has worked.
FURIA are believing in this little fake. They think that it might be a B split.
Fallen back onto the ramp. He's got a flashbang in his hand, but he sees that utility start to trickle in. And they extend out. They're going to give it a try. Fallen keeps it clean. 2 headshots off the rifle, bolstered by Molodoy behind him. He gets that triple kill. Jugs, 1 frag back. That's all they find. And at the final hurdle, FUT falter. FURIA survive a scare at the start of 2026. All the rounds of regulation, but FURIA a playoffs feature.
FURIA are our last team to make it through here to Malta at the Blast Bounty Season 1 LAN Finals. But my oh my, it was close. And if it wasn't for Molodoy and his individual brilliant moments, they would not have had a chance. He bought time for the rest of the team to level up and deliver. Yes, they started to come more alive on the CT side, but damn, this was close. And you got to give a lot of credit and praise to FUT for just how they played.
FUT really put forward a great effort here on the 3rd map. I mean, I feel like taking Overpass already caught our attention.
Yeah.
I felt like there were many moments in this Dust 2 game where they could have gotten it over the line. Simply put, though, Molodoy was not going to lose this game. There was no way that he was going to walk away with his head down. He was always going to try to will his team into this one, and that's why we've been so high on this guy, because it's the style, it's the flair, it's the aggression, it's the way that he's pushing up middle on a gun round when there's really almost no support from him from anybody else on the team. He is always going to play on his own terms.
And those terms that he's setting are really strong. Look at this last round when he gets that kill into mid. There is like 3 or 4 Ts that are willing to shoot at him, trying to take him down. And you know, he gets stopped and he goes, okay, I'll fight then. You want to play this game? Yeah. I'm going to shoot back at you. Time and time again, that worked out for him. I got to say, Kribeni, as an IGL and also fragging out. Demon alongside him. Again, another positive performance in there. The only thing that really let FUT down was Symmetry.
Unfortunately, that was the case. I think he had one nice round to close out the first half, but other than that, it's been pretty rare to even hear his name uttered by the commentators. That's kind of the matchup that I had built prior to this one. I feel like that was the most obvious discrepancy between person A versus person B, team versus team. So Molodoy getting his job done. And to Krabeni's credit, though, I mean, he's a guy that I feel like we didn't really say his name that much at this tournament. I definitely said it a bit at the last time I watched this guy play. He is one of the better fraggers in general when it comes to FUT. I mean, he's the in-game leader, but he's so mobile. He can be so active. He's a reason also on Overpass that they were actually using all those different setups, because he just has a lot of ideas, seemingly.
Yeah, a lot of ideas that he's making work with the pieces he's got. And you know what? I think this is just another team similar to the Eyeballers fashion where you can say there's a lot of positives to take away from this despite not making it through to the LAN finals. But you know who we got to speak to? It's the mega carry. It's Molodoy from FURIA joining us once again. Molodoy, bro, you were doing everything for the team to make sure you could be here in the finals in Malta. This seemed like it was closer than it should have been.
Yeah, bro. It's hard game. FUT play very good, very well, and it's hard to play against this team. They play very well today. They very hard shoot.
They really did. They really did. And it's good you're giving them some credit on that as well. Did it feel like at times, though, that maybe they were catching you off guard with some of like the aggression they were throwing, especially on Overpass?
I don't know, bro. It's Overpass. It's not same game when we have in 2025, but we have mistakes in this side, and we need to check what mistakes we have. And it's hard to play night game, and my teammates not here maybe because my team old little bit, and it's hard to play this time.
Molodoy, I don't think it's much of a secret that you had an incredible last year, but that being said, it was your rookie year. Coming into your second full year in Tier 1 play, what did you do in the offseason to ready yourself?
Oh, I'm just, when we have chill, I'm just, I don't have chill, I'm just playing this game every time, and I want to stay in top 1 team in the world, and you need to work so hard, and it's your job. What can I say?
Do you think this year you could definitively break? I know that Shiro outranked you on HLTV's list, but do you think you're gonna outrank him this year?
Maybe. Let's see.
That is a typical Molodoy response. You are now going to travel to Malta, join up with the team, and play on LAN. Are you just, with what you're saying to us, that you're playing so much in the downtime, you like playing the game, you want to grind it? Are you looking forward to being on the first LAN of 2026 and showing the best FURIA and the best yourself?
I don't know, but I'm waiting this first one because this is New Year, and for me, and this year I want to play so much in this game now, and I want to play this game.
That's a great thing, man, and we like watching you play this game because you make highlight after highlight. Molodoy, thank you very much for joining us for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
Get some
rest.
rest.
Thank you for support.
We will see you in Malta in a few days, bro.
Thank you, guys. See you, bro. See you soon.
Hey, he's such a positive guy, man. His English is getting better. He's so chill with everything as well. Even when we're trying to say, like, you're carrying the whole game, Molodoy really is part of this, like, believing in the team, giving him this on it. You know, he's not going to sit there and just take the credit, even though he went crazy.
That kind of mentality is what you exactly want to hear from your star player. I mean, I feel like the prime example of that would be somebody like ZywOo, who comes across so humble, and how much Vitailty relish having a superstar that can come across so selfless. The thing is, though, that when it comes to play style, they quite contrast. I mean, I feel like whereas ZywOo lets the game come to him, Molodoy always takes it by force, and I feel like he needed to in this one because FUT were so close.
I just want to ask you, right? If I told you that the winning team had 4 negative rated players, while Molodoy was the only positive rated player, and yet they still won this series, it wasn't, okay, he popped off, but it was a 146 rating for Molodoy, right?
146?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And a 141 for Jugs. Krabeni had 130, Demon had 106, but everyone across the FURIA camp, they had different peaks at different maps, but like they were all under a 0.95.
Wow, that is That's kind of shocking, actually. I mean, I felt like on particular maps you kind of probably made a case. I didn't think K-Serrato was that far down, but I don't know what happened there on probably Overpass, I suppose. Where,
yeah, Overpass was the kick in the teeth.
Yeah, but I mean, for Molodoy to do this, I mean, again, it is why we are so high on this guy. There's very few players who can just take a game over like that, and I think the common contrast and compare is Inshiro. I feel like he's a guy that maybe gets downplayed and underrated by a lot of the community because he doesn't take over games like this, but polar opposites, him and Molodoy.
That is one final interview we need to do because we've been speaking so positively about the FUT lineup. We've got Krebeni standing with us here. Krebeni, I know this is going to be tough, and it's such a close game for you. Commiserations on the loss, dude. Can you just tell me how you feel at this moment in time where like you pushed one of the best teams in the world, the #1 ranked team right now, to their absolute limits?
I don't know, thank you, but I think in Anubis when we started, I think we started with pressure a bit that we are playing against #1 team, and the pressure also that we can go to Malta if we win this game.
Yeah.
And I think when we was start to winning and the game was close, same in Anubis and same in Dust 2, I think we had pressure. Like I think some people in our team had pressure, maybe also me with Cold sometimes in Dust 2. But yeah, our role was lucky.
Can you tell me about this Overpass, though? Because it looked like there was no pressure in Overpass. You guys had such a good game plan. You were playing aggressive some rounds, knowing when to hold back. Like, was this a game plan tailored around FURIA?
To be honest, when we play against some good teams or Tier 1, doesn't matter. We don't really look to fully anti-strat. We just look for the basics. But Overpass has been good map in practice. Like, we played very good in practice in the last week, and we knew that we can be able to show a good game there.
I'm curious what you could say about your coach in Coolio. I mean, I feel like he's been around the space for a while. I remember watching him, actually even commentating some of his stuff when he was playing on the Budapest 5 lineup. But I mean, what does he bring to you guys in terms of stability? I'm sure it's nicer to have a more veteran figure around.
I think all this result is more because of Coolio. Like he's building, I think, everything from like default stuff. Like he's doing like 95%, I think, of the work. Like a coach, I mean, we are happy with him. Like he's doing everything kinda. So yeah, it's very good.
And also, I feel like the guy that really caught our attention at this is Jugs. I mean, he was just, I mean, some of the clutches he's had at this event were unreal. And I know that you guys would have wanted the win, but in terms of the positives regarding him, what do you have to say?
I don't know, at the moment, like Jugs also, everyone in team, I'm happy with everyone. Like they are playing very good. I think we are showing good CS lately. I don't know about Jugs. I think he's like the best anchor for me at the moment. Like I'm very impressed from him. In the last 6 months, I think he's like one of the best in his role, I think.
And I would agree with that. He's looking really strong, really good in it. You next, though, have Krakow coming up, another big event for the team. What does that feel like going there after you've put up these performances? You've shown a good level of Counter-Strike. Does it fill you with more confidence?
I think we have, before Krakow, we have this online IM Rio closed. I think we need these games to play because also against OG, also against FURIA, when we had like 1 month break and we are feeling pressure a bit. So I think it's good that we're gonna play few more games before Krakow, and also in Krakow, I think we'll feel less pressure, I think.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like you know what to do, man. Thank you very much for joining us. You've had some really impressive moments in Counter-Strike. Good luck for across the rest of your 2026 season, man.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
very well spoken, very understanding of the situation. And do you know what? People need to understand, even though maybe people just all looked at this and said, yeah, FURIA would win, that's what we expected. For someone like him, who is an IGL, who's going through this, grinding with the team every day, this is the moments they dream for, to make it here to Gaming Malta Arena, to come to the studio, to be in with a chance of getting some LAN games like that, playing against this level of opposition. So the pain is still probably very strong right now.
Without a doubt, I mean, to even give an interview in this kind of situation is bit of a rarity, probably, because so often Kerbeni and FUT, when they just lose a qualifier, they're just out. They just walk away. They think about the next one. So it's nice to be able to pick his brain a little bit as he's reflective on this situation, the experience, and how there was pressure. I feel like that's also another thing where these teams that people don't really know as well in Tier 2 can be a little bit faceless, but putting a man to a voice is especially nice as we're getting our feet wet as we learn who FUT are.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to learning more about them across future events for this 2026 season. But we have arrived at the end of the online side of things here at the Blast Bounty Season 1. And look who we've got as our qualified teams. No surprises with some of the names in there. Spirit, Vitailty, FURIA, even though it was close, Falcons, but then Liquid, Gamer Legion, Heroic, PARIVISION, all starting the year strong, and many might have thought that they would have slipped in the first couple of hurdles.
I'm really happy with how Gamer Legion look immediately off of bringing Snacks in. I find that this is probably the best possible situation for him to fall to after G2. Yeah. It's clear that his voice is being heard by these players, talking to Rez after their victory versus Aurora. I mean, he was just heaping praise upon Snacks' ability to recognize how much does he need to micro, how much should he give in terms of letting the players have individual freedoms. I think that sort of veteran voice live in the server, there's just going to be a difference between that and ZTR. I still rate ZTR in terms of as a caller, but you can't deny the presence of Snacks.
And remember, things can still get crazy here because we will be having a draft show on Wednesday, I believe, right? My knowledge and memory is correct at this point, and they will have to do these picks again. And that's where it can start to get, it's like, it's not a bracket, it's not some normal way we're looking at playoffs. They get to pick their opponent and be really ready for them.
And that's exactly what I want to see if Snacks or anybody of the just underdogs can tailor a game plan. I mean, I think a team like PARIVISION is probably going to also just relish the opportunity to just get to see who their opponent is, or at least kind of theory craft what they can do against them, because we've got some, the cool thing about some of these underdogs is that they've got some tenured leaders. I mean, I would be a little bit worried if I'm a team like FURIA that's looking a little rocky, a little one note, like Molodoy's got to carry me, if James is trying to craft the master plan to take me down.
FURIA on Lando should be a different beast, right?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, that can't underrate that aspect.
Definitely cannot. And just give me this, right? Spirit have won all the bounties so far, but they've come in with obviously a brand new looking lineup. Zontix, Magic's back. We spoke about this many times. But then you've also got a team like Falcons. Kioski's not here now.
Right.
He couldn't come here. That kind of takes them down a level. Does this open it up to like a quite comfortable Vitailty, FURIA favorites, or not so much based on what we just saw from FURIA, recency bias included?
I would say it's rather foolish to say that this is really anybody's tournament except for Vitality's and FURIA's. Obviously, Vitailty will be working with just simply being an elite squad along with FURIA, but I feel like FURIA should come into this a little bit hungrier. I know that today looked a little bit like they were going to trip up on an opponent like FUT, but Vitailty, on the other hand, I just think the whole perspective of them not having a concrete objective, I'm not sure if that's really going to hinder them, but it's just enough of a crack that maybe FURIA in a deep semifinal, grand final game can exploit it.
And lastly, to touch on this, we had a season before where there was no upsets and nothing magical happened. This time we had two big ones, both FaZe and Na'Vi not finding their way through. Who was the biggest disappointment to you? I'll let you think a moment, because my first one will just be Na'Vi, because I was hoping after that playoff run at Budapest, we'd see some positive signs, and I don't think online is an excuse. They know what this is. They know how to do it. They were on boot camp as well. Like, that was a failure.
I'll take that up with you that I would say Na'Vi is the more disappointing team. However, I'm just scared for FaZe.
Okay.
Because we saw the magic that occurred at Budapest, but to me, it was just magic. To me, it was something that looked fairly unsustainable. Like, they shouldn't actually be as good as a major grand finalist. Like, I'm not expecting them to have those kinds of results moving into the season. If there was either of these two teams that I thought would build off of their major runs, almost ironically, I would actually pick Na'Vi, even though they fell to FaZe, just because I thought they were doing a good job of integrating Makaze. He was starting to look like the star aggressive player that they really needed him to be on that team.
Yeah.
Whereas on the FaZe side, I just felt like they were running on fumes. They were always just cooking up individual plans for opponents, and that to me almost read more like a Kerrigan masterclass. But unfortunately, in recent years, those have always felt like a little flash in the pan more than the sustained excellence that I would expect out of a team like Na'Vi.
One thing as well on Na'Vi, just got to ask you this because I haven't asked the players yet to understand. Do you think because of this, Blades kept them on boot camp all the way to Krakow now?
I mean, if I had to say, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It says you're not leaving this boot camp until we iron everything out that went wrong.
I'll drop a message and I'll find out for you and let you know, but I'm thinking the same as well. Maui, any closing or final thoughts to all the fans out there watching at home?
Just that if they were already excited about what was happening here in the online stage of play, things are going to get a lot crazier, a lot wackier, a lot more fun, and the stakes are really going to build once we get everybody in the studio.
Oh yes, that's what it's all about. We've had a wonderful time here in Malta so far, but we've still got the playoffs to come. 8 teams have made it all the way to the LAN finals. They're flying in, some right now, some tomorrow, and over the next couple of days. We've got media and all that good stuff, and then the games begin on Thursday. Don't miss it. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.